Hello there. Welcome to our podcast. Long before Zeus was born, before the first lightning cracked open the sky, the world was something that could barely be called a world at all. Hello and welcome. Tonight, I will be your guide as we travel back to the very beginning of things, not simply to the birth of a god, but to the first stirring of existence itself, to the moment before mountains had names, before the sea had learned its borders, before anything had yet decided what it wanted to be. We will move slowly through that ancient darkness and find, waiting inside it, the seeds of everything that followed. Allow yourself to settle where you are. Feel the weight of your body, the steadiness of your breath. There is nowhere else you need to be right now, and nothing else you need to do. Simply listen, and together we will find our way back through the long, quiet reaches of time to a world that was still learning how to exist. In the beginning, according to the ancient Greeks, there was chaos. Not chaos in the way we tend to use that word today, not noise, not disorder, not the feeling of too many things happening at once, but something far older and stranger than that. Chaos was a vast, undifferentiated emptiness, a kind of primordial gap or void from which everything that would ever exist had not yet separated itself. The Greeks imagined it as a yawning openness, neither dark nor light, neither full nor empty in any sense we could easily understand. It was the first condition of the universe, and it held inside itself the potential for every mountain, every river, every living thing, every god, in the same way that a seed holds inside itself a forest it has not yet become. From this opening in existence, according to Hesiod's telling in his Theogony, one of our oldest and most important sources on these stories, the first beings began to emerge. Gaia came first, the deep-breasted earth, solid and ancient, the ground on which all things would eventually stand. Then came Tartarus, the deep place beneath the earth, dark and immovable as bedrock. Then Eros, the force of attraction that would draw things toward one another and make the world capable of creation. And from chaos came also Erebus, the darkness of the underworld, and Nyx, the figure of night herself, two shadows that together gave the universe its capacity for depth and for rest. Nyx and Erebus came together, and from them were born Aether, the bright upper air, and Hemera, the figure of day. So the world began to breathe in and breathe out, and light and darkness took their first turns with one another in the way they have continued ever since. Gaia, for her part, brought forth children of her own, without any partner at all, as if the earth simply could not contain what was already inside her. She bore Uranus, the sky, vast and deep, who spread himself above her and covered her from every direction. She bore the mountains, long and grey and enduring. She brought forth Pontus, the sea, who filled the low places of the world with his deep salt water. For a time, Gaia and Uranus ruled over this new world together, and it was wild and strange and beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with anything human, because nothing human yet existed. They were the earth and the sky looking, NJ, at one another across the whole of creation, and the world between them was still finding its shape. These primordial figures were not gods in the way you might imagine them, not beings with human faces or human concerns, not deities who cared particularly for mortals or who demanded worship in temples. They were instead forces, presences, the very substance of the world itself given shape and consciousness. In the early Greek understanding, the distinction between a thing and the god of that thing was far less clear than it would later become. Nyx did not merely govern the night. She was the night, the embodiment of it, the principle of darkness made manifest in a form that could act and choose and move through the world. Similarly, when Gaia brought forth mountains, she was not creating something separate from herself, but rather expressing something that had always been latent within her being. These early divinities existed in a time before hierarchy had fully established itself, before one god ruled clearly over another, before power had settled into its eventual shapes. They were the raw materials of divinity, in a sense, and the world they inhabited was still being negotiated and rearranged through their interactions with one another. What we encounter in these stories is not yet the ordered cosmos that we know, but rather something far more fluid and uncertain, a universe still in the process of deciding what it would become. Their children were the Titans, enormous, powerful beings who carried inside them the force of the natural world in its earliest and most unruly form. There were 12 of them in the oldest accounts, Oceanus and Tethys, who together governed the great river that the Greeks believed encircled the entire world. Hyperion and Thea, beings of heavenly light, Coeus and Phoebe, Mnemosyne, who held memory itself inside her, Themis, who was the very principle of divine law, Creus, Iapetus, and the youngest of them, Cronus, who would in time become the most powerful of all. Uranus, however, was not an easy or generous father. Among his children were also the Cyclopes, 3 enormous beings, each with a single eye set into the center of their foreheads, and the Hecatoncheires, 3 creatures of impossible size, each with 50 heads and 100 hands, beings of such raw, barely contained force that even the earth itself seemed uncertain how to hold them. Uranus feared these children, or perhaps simply could not bear the sight of them, and he thrust them back into the body of Gaia, down into the darkness beneath the earth, which caused her tremendous suffering. It was this act, the cruelty of it, the arrogance of it, that turned Gaia against her own husband. She fashioned a great sickle from grey flint, stone grey and cold, and she went to her Titan children and asked which of them would use it against their father. All of them fell silent except Cronus, the youngest, who took the sickle in his hands without flinching. When Uranus came to lie over the earth that night, Cronus struck. With that act, the age of Uranus ended, and the age of the Titans began. Cronus released his siblings from their bondage, or so it was said, and took the throne of the world for himself, marrying his sister Rhea, who was gentle and full of warmth in the way that Cronus himself never quite was. He ruled over what the Greeks called the Golden Age, a time of abundance and ease, when the earth gave freely of itself and beings lived without suffering the weight of labor or the knowledge of death. It sounds peaceful, and perhaps in some ways it was, but Cronus had learned something from what he had done to his own father, or perhaps the knowledge came to him another way, from Gaia herself, or from the oracle of the earth. The prophecy reached him regardless of its source, and its message was simple and devastating. Just as he had overthrown Uranus, one of his own children would one day overthrow him. He turned the thought over in the long silences of his reign, and it did not leave him. He sat with it the way you sit with a fear that has no remedy, quietly, heavily, watching every doorway. And so Cronus ruled in a silence that was never quite peaceful, always waiting, always watching for the child that would undo him. Rhea had watched Cronus swallow 4 of her children. She had wept each time, and each time he had not seemed particularly troubled by her grief. It had begun with Hestia, her firstborn, a girl who had arrived in the world quietly and with open eyes, as though she had already accepted everything that existence would ask of her. Rhea had held her for only a short time before Cronus came to see what had been born. When he held the infant in his hands and looked down at her, there was something in his face that Rhea had not expected. Not cruelty exactly, but a kind of cold and calculated resignation, as though he had already made up his mind long before this moment and had simply been waiting for it to arrive. He swallowed the child. Rhea's grief was a thing without language for it. something that sat in the center of her chest and would not be moved. Demeter came next, and then Hera, each of them born into the world with the same small weight, the same first breath, the same brief moment of being held before Cronus came. Rhea had tried once to argue with him. She had told him that the prophecy was not certain, that the future was not a fixed thing, that perhaps if he trusted his children, they would never turn against him. Cronus had listened to her with the patience of someone who had already stopped listening. Then he had done what he always did. The grief that followed Hera's loss was deeper than it had been for Demeter's, not because she loved one child more than another, but because she had begun to understand that this was not a moment of weakness in her husband. It was his nature, fully expressed. It would not change. She was learning the shape of his fear, and his fear was absolute. Hades arrived without ceremony, a solemn boy by all accounts. After him came Poseidon, who cried loudly enough that the sound of it seemed to travel outward in all directions at once, as though even then he was reaching towards something vast. Cronus was unbothered by the crying. He was unbothered by most things, except the one thing he could not stop thinking about. By the time Poseidon was gone, Rhea had stopped weeping openly. Her grief had not lessened. If anything, it had grown into something quieter and more determined. A grief that had begun to harden into something else entirely. She had 5 children. She had never seen grow past the first moments of their lives. 5 children held somewhere inside a god who ruled the world by eating the things that threatened him. She had another child growing inside her, and this time she had decided that things would be different. She carried this knowledge with her through the days of her pregnancy. She moved through the palace with a careful lightness, speaking only when necessary, keeping her body small and her intentions hidden. Cronus paid her little attention during these months. His paranoia had become a routine thing by then, a constant worry that lived beneath his skin but did not prevent him from his usual occupations. Rhea learned to use his disinterest as a tool. She made her preparations slowly and without ceremony. She spoke to midwives and priestesses who could be trusted. She sent quiet messages to those who might help her. And all the while, she felt the child moving inside her, a different kind of restlessness than the others had shown, as though this one already understood that things would be otherwise. She went to Gaia, her mother, the earth itself, and she asked for help. This was not a small thing to do. Gaia was old beyond measuring, the ground beneath all of their feet, the soil from which everything had first come. She had her own sense of how the world ought to move through time. She had watched Cronus grow into his power, and she had watched him use it without wisdom. She was not unhappy to help Rhea find a way around him. Together, they made a plan. It was not a complicated plan, but it required Rhea to hold herself very still inside, to keep her grief from showing on her face when the time came, to be steady in the moment that mattered most. Gaia understood the nature of stones better than anyone alive. She knew their weight and their properties, knew which ones could substitute for others without detection. She showed Rhea where to find one in the hills near the palace, smooth and pale, and exactly the size of a newborn child. Rhea collected it in secret and kept it hidden in a place where Cronus would never think to look. It was not difficult to conceal something when the person you were concealing it from had already decided what he believed was true. Cronus would expect a child. Cronus would swallow what he was given. His certainty was itself a kind of blindness, and Rhea learned to move through the space that blindness created. When the child was born, Rhea wrapped him briefly in cloth and looked at his face and let herself feel, just once and quickly, everything she felt. Then she wrapped a stone instead, smooth and heavy, the right size and weight, wound in the same swaddling cloth, and she waited for Cronus to come. He came as he always did, unhurried and certain. He held out his hand. Rhea gave him the stone, and she did not allow her face to tell him anything. He looked at the bundle for only a moment before he swallowed it, the same way he had swallowed the others, satisfied and already thinking of something else. He had no reason to question what he had been handed. He had done this 5 times before, and Rhea had never tried to deceive him. He walked away, and Rhea stood in the silence afterward and breathed. And somewhere in a room she had already arranged, the infant Zeus lay wrapped and quiet and alive. She moved through the night carefully, carrying the child against her body, keeping to the paths that the dark made invisible. She was heading for the sea. There was an island she had heard of, Crete, green and remote, ringed by water and kept private by its distance from the world the Titans occupied, and she had arranged passage there, had made quiet preparations in the days before the birth, had sent word ahead to those who would receive her. The sea crossing was not easy. The water was dark and the night was long, and the infant Zeus made small sounds against her chest that she answered with her warmth and her stillness. She held him as though her holding him was itself a kind of protection, which perhaps it was. Crete received them before the sun came up. It was an island that seemed to exist at a slight remove from the rest of the world. The air was different there, softer and warmer and carrying the smell of wild herbs and salt and something green and growing beneath everything. The hills rose and fell with a generosity to them, covered in trees and grasses and the kinds of flowers that bloom without being tended. The rivers ran cold and clear between the rocks. At the center of it all, the mountain rose up into the early light with a patience and solidity that felt ancient even then. Rhea brought the child to those who were waiting, the Curates, young warrior priests who had agreed to guard the secret with the kind of loyalty that does not require explanation. They understood that Cronus, for all his power, could be evaded, that even a god could be made foolish by his own certainty. They would clang their shields together and stamp their feet and make enough noise to cover the sound of a crying infant whenever Cronus happened to listen in the direction of the island. They understood what was at stake, and they understood their part in it. They were glad to play it. There was also Amalthea, a goat whose gentleness was its own kind of gift. Who would nurse the infant through the early months when he needed nourishment and warmth, and the uncomplicated steadiness of a creature that asks nothing of the world except to exist in it? The cave where they sheltered was cool and dark at its center and green at its edges, where the morning light filtered through the leaves of the trees that grew close to the entrance. It was the kind of place that the world seemed to forget, tucked into the mountain as though the mountain itself had opened a hand and offered it. Rhea stayed long enough to know that her son was safe. Then she went back to the world she had come from, back to Cronus and his court, and the life she lived beside a god who did not know what she had done. On that green and wild island, surrounded by the sound of clashing shields and the bleating of a gentle goat, Zeus grew. The cave where Zeus was hidden was deep in the mountain, cool and green at its entrance, the kind of place that the outside world seemed to forget existed. According to one of the oldest accounts, this was the cave of Dicte, carved into the eastern highlands of Crete, though some traditions placed him instead within the cave of Ida, high among the island's broad central peaks. Either way, the mountain kept its secret well. Moss gathered in the folds of the rock. Ferns grew in clusters where the light came in at angles, pale and soft and gentle, like the last light of a day that has no intention of ending in anything other than peace. The air inside was cool even in summer, carrying the faint mineral smell of deep stone mixed with the sweetness of the wild herbs that grew in tangles across the slopes outside. Rhea had chosen the place with care, or perhaps with desperation, which is sometimes the same thing. She had placed her infant son there, and prayed that Crete would do what she could not. Keep him safe, keep him hidden, keep him breathing. The nymphs of the island took the child in without hesitation. Their names, in some tellings, were Adrastea and Ida, daughters of the Cretan king Melesius, and they moved through the cave and across the mountain slope with the quiet efficiency of those who have decided that a task is sacred and will be done properly. They gathered milk from the goat Amalthea, who grazed among the rocks with a kind of unhurried patience, and they fed the infant from a shell or from the curve of a horn, depending on who was telling the story. Amalthea herself was remarkable in the way that all sacred animals are remarkable, calm in a way that seems almost deliberate, as though she had agreed to this arrangement and intended to keep her end of it. Her milk was rich and sweet. The bees of the mountain brought light honey, drifting through the cave mouth in slow gold ribbons, and depositing their offerings in the hollows of the rock. Zeus was fed on honey and milk, on the wild sweetness of a mountain that did not know what it was sheltering, and he grew the way that well-tended things grow, steadily, and with a kind of ease that suggested the world was cooperating. But there was a problem, as there is always a problem. An infant cries. This is simply what infants do, and an infant hidden from a titan who had already swallowed 5 children could not be permitted to make a sound that might carry across the island and reach ears it should not reach. This was where the Curetes came in. They were young warriors, or divine spirits who resembled young warriors, and they had appointed themselves the guardians of the child in the cave. Whenever Zeus cried out, the Curetes danced. They beat their spears against their bronze shields in a clamour that rose up from the mountainside like a storm breaking over the slopes, drowning the small high sound of the infant's voice completely. The noise they made was tremendous, rhythmic, and crashing and alive, like a wave striking a cliff face repeatedly, each blow echoing into the next. And yet there was something almost tender in it. Every clash of bronze was, in its own way, a kind of lullaby. Every stamp of a sandaled foot on the rocky ground was keeping something safe. The island absorbed their noise the way islands absorb all things, slowly, without complaint, letting it settle into the stone. Crete itself was wild in those years, in the way that sacred places are wild. There were cedar forests along the higher slopes, dark and resinous in the heat, their branches catching the wind in long, slow gestures. There were valleys below, where the olive trees grew in their silver-green multitudes, and rivers that came down from the mountains in cold, bright threads, spreading out across the lowland plains and vanishing into the sea. The sea was always there, just visible from the high slopes, a deep blue that deepened further at the horizon until it became something other than blue, something older. Zeus grew up with that view. He grew up knowing the smell of cedar and salt and thyme crushed underfoot, knowing the sound of Amalthea moving slowly through the brush, knowing the rhythm of the Curetes' shields. These were his earliest impressions of a world that was, he would eventually learn, very much smaller than the one that awaited him. He learned who he was, gradually, the way children learn most things, not all at once, but in layers, each one settling before the next was added. The nymphs who cared for him spoke of his mother. They told him of Rhea, and of the sacrifice she had made, and of the stone that now sat in his father's belly in his place. They told him of his brothers and sisters, Hestia and Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, who had been swallowed one by one before he was born, each of them alive, according to what could only be hope, somewhere in the dark interior of the Titan who ruled the world. He listened to all of this with the particular stillness of a young creature who is absorbing something very large and very serious. There was no anger in him yet. There was only a growing understanding, like a valley slowly filling with water, patient, quiet, inevitable. Soon, that understanding became something he carried with him everywhere he went on the mountain. He carried it when he walked the high paths above the cave, looking out across the expanse of Crete toward the sea. He carried it when he lay in the grass outside the cave mouth in the long golden evenings, listening to the bees and the distant sound of the Curetes at their rest. Eventually, it became less a thought and more a certainty, a thing that sat in his chest quietly, without pressing, but without ever quite releasing its hold. He was the youngest, but he was the one who had been spared, and he had never stopped thinking about what that meant. Zeus did not march into his father's hall with a weapon raised. He came quietly, the way water finds its way through stone, without announcing itself, without drama, patient and certain of where it was going. He had spent his years on Crete growing into the knowledge of what had been done to his brothers and sisters, and what he understood, finally, was that Cronus could not be defeated the way the Titans fought. Not with brute force alone, not with a frontal challenge. Cronus had ruled for too long, had grown too practiced in the art of holding on to power. What was needed was something more careful, something Cronus would never see coming, because it would arrive in a cup. According to one of the oldest versions of this story, it was a Titaness named Metis, whose name, fittingly, means wisdom or cunning, who came to Zeus's aid in this. She was a daughter of the great Titan Oceanus, and she possessed a kind of intelligence that was different from mere cleverness. She understood how things worked beneath the surface, how to use the nature of a thing against itself. When Zeus came to her, she did not ask him why he wanted to free his siblings. She already knew. Together, they prepared what some accounts describe as a potion, a mixture, something that would cause Cronus to bring up what he had swallowed, to undo in a single hour what he had spent years believing was safely resolved. There are other versions of this story, worth acknowledging briefly, in which it is Rhea herself who deceives her husband a second time, as she had with the stone, going to Cronus directly and persuading him to drink something disguised as a ritual offering, acting out of the same fierce love that had saved Zeus in the first place. In that telling, Rhea is the architect of everything, the mother who gave the stone and then gave the cure. But in the version most widely carried forward, it is Metis who prepares the draught, and Zeus who brings it into his father's presence, folded into something harmless, honey or wine or some sweetened drink that Cronus accepted without suspicion, because why would he not? He was the king of all things. He had swallowed the stone and felt nothing but satisfaction. He was not a cautious man, in the way that truly powerful beings rarely are, because power for so long had made caution feel unnecessary. He drank what was given to him, and then he waited, though he did not know he was waiting, and then the thing that Metis had prepared began its quiet work. Metis herself did not stay to witness what she had set in motion. The tradition holds that she slipped away from that place, her work complete, her cunning spent in service of a liberation that was not her own. Some accounts suggest that Zeus would later take her into himself, making her part of his own being, absorbing her wisdom as a permanent counsel. Others say she simply vanished back into the hidden places of the world, content to have altered the course of all things and then to withdraw from the stage she had just rewrit. What mattered, in any case, was that the potion worked exactly as it had been designed to work. Cronus had no warning. There was no moment in which his power wavered before it broke entirely. The instrument of his undoing was invisible until it was complete. What happened next is described in the old sources with a kind of compressed suddenness, as though even the telling of it was slightly stunned by how quickly everything changed. The stone came first, the same stone that Rhea had wrapped in swaddling cloth, the same stone that Cronus had swallowed while his youngest son was being carried across the dark water to Crete. It came up out of him and fell onto the earth. Some accounts say it was placed afterward at Delphi, that sacred stone, a navel stone, a marker at the center of the world, and there are those who believe it was venerated there for centuries as something genuinely ancient and charged with the memory of that night. After the stone came the gods. Hestia first, because she had been swallowed first, the eldest, the one who had gone, into the darkness before the others. She came into the air and stood there, and it is tempting to imagine her simply very still, the way she often is in the stories told about her. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, never much for dramatic entrances. Then Demeter, and then Hera, and then Hades, and then Poseidon, each emerging in turn, each of them full grown, as they had been when they went in, because gods do not age in the dark the way mortal things do. They had been held inside their father for years upon years, aware in some accounts, or simply suspended in a darkness with no sense of time passing at all. Either possibility is difficult to sit with for very long. The emergence itself was not violent, though it could have been. There was a moment, some sources suggest, in which Cronus felt the potion begin to work within him, felt the interior of his own body reject what it contained. He would have understood, in that moment, that he had been deceived, that the comfortable certainty he had felt since swallowing each of his children was about to shatter into nightmare. But the potion did not give him time for rage or resistance. It worked with its own quiet efficiency, and the gods came up out of him unbidden, their father's body, a passage they traversed into the world they had never breathed. When they emerged, they were disoriented in the way that any being would be, coming suddenly from a place of complete enclosure into open air and sound and light, and the face of a brother they had never known as anything other than a name. The youngest one, the one who had been hidden, the one their mother had wept for, and then refused to surrender. Zeus was there. He had made sure of that. He did not want his siblings to come into the world and find themselves alone. There is something that resists easy description in what that gathering must have felt like. 5 gods standing in the open air, Zeus among them, all of them born of the same parents, all of them carrying whatever it means for a divine being to have spent an uncounted span of time swallowed inside their own father. Hades would later go to rule a world of darkness, and you could wonder sometimes whether that darkness felt familiar to him in some way he never quite named. Poseidon would govern the deep and restless sea. Hera would become queen of all the Olympians, and she would be a figure of tremendous power and tremendous grief in equal measure. Hestia would tend her quiet fire. Demeter would love her daughter more than she had ever been loved herself, but all of that was still ahead of them. On that night, they were simply together for the first time, blinking and breathing, adjusting to the fact that they were free. Zeus, for his part, had done what his mother had hoped he would do, what he had spent his years on the mountain preparing himself to do. He had not used a sword. He had used wisdom, borrowed from Metis, carried in a cup, and it had been enough. The stone was on the earth. The Titan who had swallowed his children was no longer in possession of them. One version of the world had ended, quietly, over a shared drink, and another was beginning. The war that was coming would not be quiet. But this part, the freeing, the gathering, the first breath of open air, this part was. 5 gods stood beside him now, blinking in the open air, and none of them had forgotten a single day of the darkness. Deep beneath the earth, in the part of the underworld that even the dead avoided, there were prisoners who had been there since before the Titans ruled. They were not gods exactly, and they were not monsters in the way that word is usually meant. They were something older than either, beings who had come into existence when the world itself was still settling into its shape, born of Uranus and Gaia in those earliest days when the boundary between stone and sky and sea had not yet been fully decided. The Cyclops were 3 in number. Each of them had a single great eye set in the center of his face, burning there like a lamp behind old glass. Their names were Brontes, Steropes, Arges, Thunder, Lightning and Brightness, and even their names suggested what they were capable of making. Alongside them, in the same lightless place, were the Hecatoncheires, 3 beings of an entirely different scale. Each of them had 50 heads and 100 hands. When they moved, the sound of it was like a hillside shifting. Uranus had feared all of them. He had cast them down into Tartarus long before the Titans came to power, unwilling to share the world with creatures that seemed to exceed even his own comprehension. When Cronus overthrew his father and took the throne for himself, he looked down into Tartarus and found those prisoners already there. He left them exactly where they were. Whatever unease his father had felt about them, Cronus felt it too, perhaps more keenly. This was because Cronus was a being who preferred the world to be orderly and bounded and firmly under his control. The Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires were none of those things, so they remained in the dark, as they had always remained, waiting without any particular expectation of being freed. The reason for this fear ran deeper than mere appearance or scale. These creatures possessed capabilities that could not be constrained by force alone. The Cyclopes carried within them the knowledge of making things, not in the simple sense of construction, but in a fundamental understanding of how materials could be transformed into something entirely other than what they had been. The Hecatoncheires, for their part, represented a kind of physical power that had no natural limit. 50 heads meant 50 different perspectives and intentions, all housed within bodies whose very size seemed to challenge the notion that the cosmos had any fixed boundaries. Both Uranus and Cronus understood, in their different ways, that keeping these beings imprisoned was less about punishment and more about the preservation of a world that operated according to recognizable rules. As long as the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires remained in Tartarus, the cosmos could pretend to be a place where hierarchy and order were possible. Release them, and that certainty would evaporate. It was Gaia who eventually told Zeus where they were and what they might be able to offer him. Some versions of the story say that she came to him in counsel, patient and unhurried, the way the earth itself tends to move, slowly, but with enormous weight behind it. Zeus understood the opportunity immediately. He went down to Tartarus himself, past the gates of the underworld and deeper still, into the region where the air itself seemed heavier and the light from the upper world was something that simply did not reach. He found the Cyclopes there, 3 figures who had been waiting in the dark for longer than most things in the world had existed. He found the Hecatoncheires too, their many heads turning toward him, their 100 hands apiece perfectly still in that ancient stillness. The descent itself was an act of calculation. Zeus knew that appearing before them in their own domain, in the place where they had been held captive, would mean more than any promise made from the bright surface above. It was a gesture that communicated respect and a willingness to treat them as something more than mere tools to be deployed. The darkness of Tartarus seemed to soften slightly as he moved through it, though whether this was a property of his presence or some quality of his divine nature responding to those ancient depths, the records do not make clear. He released them all, and in return he asked for their help. The Cyclops, grateful in the way that only beings who have been imprisoned for eons can be grateful, completely, without reservation, turned immediately to the work that was most natural to them. They were craftsmen of a kind that the world had never produced again. Their forge was wherever they chose to set it. What they made there could not be replicated by any hand, mortal or divine. For Hades, they made a helmet. It was wrought from dark metal and fitted with some quality that had no simple name. When Hades placed it on his head, he ceased to be visible to any eye, divine or otherwise. The world simply lost track of him wherever he went. For Poseidon, they made the trident, a 3-pronged instrument that could split rock and raise the seafloor and cool storms from open water. These were not small gifts, but for Zeus, they made something altogether different. They made the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt was not simply a weapon, though it functioned as one. It was made, according to the old accounts, from something that existed at the intersection of fire and air and pure electrical force, forged in the Cyclops' hands over time that cannot be measured in any ordinary way. It was brilliant to look at. The way that a thing is brilliant when it carries its own light inside it rather than reflecting light from somewhere else. It was said to be both impossibly heavy and perfectly balanced. The kind of object that seems to have been made for one specific pair of hands and no other. When the Cyclops placed it into Zeus's grip, it felt, perhaps, the way that certainty feels, total and grounding and impossible to set aside. What it meant, beyond the immediate facts of its making, was something the Greeks would go on thinking about for a very long time. It was the sign of rightful authority. It was the punishment of the unjust. It was the mark left on the earth when the highest power in the cosmos turned its full attention towards something. When lightning struck a tree or a hillside or the surface of the sea, people understood it as Zeus himself expressing something. Anger, perhaps, or emphasis, or the simple reminder that the sky had a king and the king was paying attention. The hecatontures, for their part, did not make anything. What they contributed to the war that was coming was something more direct. When the moment came, they reached down and gathered stones the size of hillsides in their many hands and hurled them across the sky toward the Titan positions on Mount Othrys. Each of them, with their 100 hands, could release volleys of stone that seemed to fill the air between the two mountains. The Titans, who had held the upper hand for years before this moment, found themselves suddenly overwhelmed by something they had no answer for. The arrival of the hecatontures changed the nature of the war entirely. Zeus had known it would. He had gone down into Tartarus and released those ancient prisoners not out of sympathy, though perhaps sympathy was there too, but because he understood that a conflict of this scale required more than courage and divine power. It required the right kind of help, and he had known exactly where to find it. He climbed back up toward the open air with the thunderbolt held close. The world above was bright after the depth he had come from. In his hand now was something that no creature in the world had ever held before. The sky itself seemed to lean back from it. The war between the gods and the Titans did not begin with a single great clash. It stretched on for 10 years. Each side holding the other in place like two hands locked together, neither able to let go. When Zeus had freed his siblings and gathered them together, when the Cyclops had placed the thunderbolt into his hands and the hecatontures had risen from their long imprisonment, the stage was drawn between two mountain ranges that faced each other across a ruined and trembling world. The Olympians took their place on Mount Olympus. The great peak of Thessaly that the Greeks always believed touched the lowest edges of heaven. Across from them, on Mount Othrys to the south, Cronus and the Titans gathered and held their ground. These were not two armies meeting in a field and settling things in a single afternoon. They were two orders of divine being, each with a claim on the world. The war between them was long enough and violent enough to change the shape of the earth itself, according to the old stories. The Greek poet Hesiod, writing in his Theogony, described the sound of the fighting as something the wide earth groaned beneath, that the sea rang out, that even the dark reaches of Tartarus shook with it. Not all of the Titans chose to fight for Cronus. This was something the war turned on in ways that were not immediately obvious. Some of them had watched Cronus rule and found little to admire in it. Oceanus, the great Titan of the encircling ocean, stayed apart from the conflict entirely, choosing neither side. Themis, the Titaness of law and divine order, sided with the Olympians, as did her son Prometheus, who had a gift for seeing forward into the consequences of things and understood that the future belonged to Zeus. These were not small defections. Themis carried with her the very principle of rightness that Zeus would eventually come to embody. Prometheus brought both his counsel and his cunning. The Titans who remained loyal to Cronus were led in battle not by Cronus himself, who was their king, but by Atlas, one of the most powerful of the Titan generation. Atlas was a figure of immense strength and martial authority. It was he who directed the Titan forces across the long years of fighting against the Olympian line and holding the war in the brutal, grinding stalemate that neither side could break for most of the decade. Hours became days, and days became months, and months stretched into years, and still neither camp could claim a decisive advantage. This was the quality of the war that the ancients seemed to find most important to preserve in the telling of it, not the spectacle of any single battle, but the sheer grinding duration of it, the sense that two sets of divine powers of nearly equal strength had collided and produced not a resolution, but an endurance. The earth shook beneath the weight of it. Mountains cracked. The sea sloshed against its edges, as though something enormous were pressing against it from beneath. The sky, which Zeus would one day rule in perfect authority, was during those years a place of chaos, the heavens themselves groaning under the strain of what was happening below. You can sense in the old descriptions of the war a kind of awe at the scale of it, a recognition that what was being fought over was not merely power, but the fundamental arrangement of the world. Cronus had swallowed his children to preserve an age. Now that age was defending itself with everything it had. The Titans were old and deep-rooted, the way certain things in the earth are, not fast or brilliant, but enormously difficult to move. They had been the ruling order of the cosmos for a long time before any of this began. Atlas drove them forward with that same implacable weight, season after season. The Olympians held, and the world continued to suffer the consequences of a war that seemed as though it might simply go on forever. Zeus had the thunderbolt now. He used it, the lightning cracking down from Olympus in great sheets of burning light. Still, it was not enough to end things. Poseidon had his trident. Hades moved through the battle unseen in his helmet of darkness, and still the war did not resolve. Something more was needed, something that could tip the balance in a single enormous motion, the way a river that has been held back by ice will suddenly break through when one winter finally loosens its grip. That something was the Hecaton shears. These were the creatures Zeus had freed from Tartarus alongside the Cyclops, beings of impossible physical scale, each with 50 heads and 100 arms, beings so vast and strange that even the Titans had feared them and kept them imprisoned beneath the earth. When they joined the battle on the side of the Olympians, the nature of the war changed entirely. The Hecaton shears reached down and tore boulders from the mountains themselves, hundreds of them. They hurled them at the Titans in an unceasing storm of stone that the earth could barely sustain. Hesiod describes them raining down 300 rocks in a single volley. While you may take that as the kind of beautiful exaggeration that mythology reaches for when trying to say something true, the image it leaves is the right one. The sense of an overwhelming force that simply could not be withstood. The Titans, who had held the line for 10 years, found themselves buried and beaten back. Atlas still led them, and still they fought, but the ground beneath their feet was giving way. One by one, the great figures of the old generation were overwhelmed. The Olympians, with the thunderbolt blazing above and the Hecatonchires hurling stone from every direction, broke through the Titan line at last. The war that had gone nowhere for a decade resolved itself in what must have felt, to those telling the story afterward, like a sudden and absolute reversal. Mount Othrys could not hold. The Titans fell. The age of the Titans was over, and the sky belonged to someone new. Once the battle was done, Zeus had to decide what to do with the defeated. This turned out to be a decision that revealed quite a lot about him. The Titans who had fought under Cronus, those who had stood on Mount Othrys and held the sky against the Olympians for 10 long years, were bound where they fell. Then they were taken somewhere that most beings in the world could not even imagine reaching. That place was Tartarus, and it was not simply a prison the way you might picture one. The ancient Greeks described it as something far older and far deeper than the underworld itself. A pit beneath the pit. A darkness beneath the darkness, ringed entirely with walls of bronze that no light could find a way through. Hesiod, one of the oldest voices we have on the subject, wrote that a bronze anvil dropped from the surface of the earth would fall for 9 days and 9 nights before it struck the floor of Tartarus. That image alone gives you a sense of how the Greeks thought about this place, not as a room underground, but as a descent so profound it seemed to pass through the very root of existence. The walls were said to be triple layered, the gates triple locked, the darkness so complete and so total that it was not merely an absence of light, but something that felt, in the telling of it, almost like a presence of its own. Into this place, Zeus sent Cronus and the Titans who had fought against him, bound with heavy chains. Stripped of the power they had held since before most of the world's creatures had drawn their first breath. They would not return. The Hecatoncheires, those vast 100-handed beings whom Zeus had freed from their own long imprisonment, were given the task of standing guard over the Titans now, which had a certain quiet logic to it, the ancient jailers becoming the ancient jailed, those who had been imprisoned becoming the ones who kept the door. It was not without a kind of order, the arrangement Zeus made, but it was not entirely without mercy either, and that distinction mattered. This first act of governance after victory revealed something crucial about how Zeus intended to rule. He had won the war, yes, but a war won is not the same thing as a world secured. The Titans had held dominion for ages uncounted, and their ways were woven into the fabric of existence itself. Simply destroying them entirely would have torn that fabric. It would have left rifts and absences that might have unraveled everything Zeus had fought to preserve. There was a certain pragmatism in his choices, a recognition that the old order could not be entirely erased, but rather had to be transformed, contained, redirected toward new purposes. The world after the Titanomachy would need structure, and structure required that some things remain, though changed, though diminished, though subordinate, to the new reign of the Olympians. This was not mercy in the soft sense, but it was something close to wisdom. Not every Titan was sent into the dark. Zeus made careful separations among the defeated. Those separations told you something about the way he intended to rule. Themis, the Titaness of divine law and righteous counsel, had not taken up arms against the Olympians. She was left free. She would go on to sit beside Zeus on Olympus as an advisor. Her voice, one of the ones he genuinely seemed to listen to, Oceanus, the great river titan who encircled the world, had also held back from the fighting. He was allowed to continue flowing at the edges of the earth as he always had, undisturbed. Mnemosyne, the titaness of memory, was spared as well, and in time she would become the mother, by Zeus, of the 9 muses. That meant that even this act of mercy eventually folded back into Zeus's own story, in the way that so many things did. Prometheus, who had actively chosen the side of the Olympians during the war, was freed entirely and walked among the gods as an ally, though his story, as anyone familiar with it knows, would grow considerably more complicated before it was finished. What emerges from these distinctions is a portrait of Zeus as someone who did not punish blindly or without thought. He sorted the defeated by what they had done or what they had chosen not to do. He rewarded the ones who had kept themselves apart from Cronus's cause. That was not the behavior of a ruler who simply wanted to destroy what had come before him. It was the behavior of someone who was already thinking about how the world after the war would need to be held together, who understood that holding it together would require allies as well as prisoners. And then there was Atlas, whose fate was unlike any of the others, who perhaps suffered more visibly than all of them combined. Atlas had not merely fought against Zeus, he had led the Titan armies, had stood at the front of their cause and carried their effort forward with his own enormous strength. For that, Zeus did not send him to Tartarus with the others. Instead, he gave him a different sentence. Atlas was condemned to stand at the western edge of the world and hold the sky upon his shoulders, alone for eternity. He was separated from his kin in the dark below and separated from the gods in the light above, positioned somewhere in between, bearing the weight of the heavens in a punishment that was both deeply physical and strangely symbolic. You could look up at the sky from anywhere on earth and know, if you knew the story, that someone was holding it there. Atlas held up the sky for eternity. That was perhaps the most fitting punishment of all, a reminder, visible from anywhere on earth, of what happened to those who stood against Zeus. No one had planned exactly how the world would be divided once the war was won. The Olympians had fought together, suffered together, and outlasted the Titans across 10 years of earth-shaking war. But when the dust finally settled, and the last of their enemies had been bound and sent below, there was still the question of what came next. 3 brothers stood at the center of that question. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades had each fought, each endured, and each survived, and the world they now stood in needed to be sorted out between them. The method they chose was simple, and perhaps surprisingly humble for gods of such immense power. They drew lots. Each brother placed his claim into the arrangement, and whatever chance delivered, that would be his portion. There was something almost mortal about it, the idea that even the most powerful beings in existence would settle the shape of the cosmos through an act of pure fortune. And yet, in a way, this made a kind of sense. No single one of them could have won the war alone. Each had contributed, and so none could simply demand the highest place without the others resisting. The lots were a solution that all 3 could accept. Poseidon received the sea. It was a domain of enormous scale and restless energy, fitting for a god whose nature tended toward force and unpredictability. The oceans covered most of the world the Greeks knew, and whoever ruled them held something formidable, the power to calm a crossing or send a fleet to the bottom of the water in an afternoon. Poseidon would not be a quiet god. He would build his palace somewhere beneath the waves and move through the world with the same turbulent quality his waters carried. He accepted his lot and made of it something grand. Hades received the underworld. This was the realm below everything else, beneath the earth, beneath the roots of mountains, a place defined by its distance from the light. It was not a punishment. The lots had been drawn fairly, and Hades accepted the result without apparent protest, at least in most of the surviving versions of the story. But it was a domain that carried its own kind of weight. The underworld was where every mortal life ended, which made Hades the most universal of rulers in one sense. Every human being would eventually come to him, and yet he would be largely invisible, rarely traveling above ground, rarely appearing in the daylight world where the other gods moved freely. He was a king, and a powerful one, but his kingdom was one that living beings feared to think about too carefully. Zeus received the sky and the earth, everything above and between, and this is where the apparent equality of the lot drawing quietly dissolved. The sky was the highest place there was. It looked down on the sea where Poseidon lived, and it looked down on the earth under which Hades ruled. Zeus's domain did not sit beside his brothers' domains, it encompassed them. When Poseidon stirred his seas, he did so beneath an open sky. When Hades received the dead into his kingdom, they had all walked first under that same sky. Zeus had drawn the portion that was, in every physical sense, above everything else. This was not entirely a matter of luck, or at least later storytellers were not entirely certain it was. Some ancient sources suggest the outcome was not so surprising to those involved. That Zeus, as the one who had led the war, freed his siblings and gathered the allies who turned the tide of battle, was in some sense already occupying the highest position before the lots were ever drawn. The drawing confirmed something that was already becoming true. He had been the leader. He would remain the leader. The sky and the earth simply gave that leadership a home. What the division also did was separate the three brothers from each other in a very meaningful way. Poseidon would be present in the world. Sailors would feel him. Fishermen would pray to him. Coastlines would bear the marks of his moods. But he would not be central in the way Zeus was. Hades would be even further removed, a figure who existed at the edge of all living experience, someone you prepared for but rarely sought out. Zeus, by contrast, would remain visible. His domain was the open air itself, the sky that everyone moved beneath every day of their lives. He could be seen in the storm, heard in the thunder, felt in the warmth of sunlight returning after rain. Of the three brothers, only Zeus would be truly present in the daily life of the world. It is worth sitting with that for a moment. The idea that three brothers stood together and reached into a set of lots. And from that single exchange came the entire architecture of the Greek cosmos. The sea had its ruler, the dead had their king, and the sky had its god. The relationships between the brothers were not always easy after that. Poseidon would chafe against Zeus's authority at times, and there were stories of friction and rivalry between them. But the basic shape of things had been set, and it held. The lots had spoken, and the world had arranged itself accordingly, and each of the three brothers went to take up the place that chance, or fate, or something very much like both, had handed him. Hades descended into the dark, Poseidon went to the sea, and Zeus remained in the sky, the highest place there was. Zeus chose the highest mountain in Greece as his home, and that was not an accident. Mount Olympus rises in the northern part of the country, in the region the ancient Greeks called Thessaly, and at nearly 10,000 feet, it is still the tallest peak in Greece today. On clear mornings, when the light is just beginning to settle across the valleys below, its summit disappears into cloud, and there is something in that disappearance that feels deliberate, as though the mountain itself prefers not to be fully seen. The ancient Greeks believed that Olympus did not merely reach toward the heavens, it touched them, that its uppermost ridges merged with a realm beyond what any mortal eye could follow. For Zeus, fresh from a decade of war and newly crowned by the drawing of lots, this was exactly the kind of place he had in mind, a mountain that belonged to two worlds at once, rooted in the earth that men and women walked, and dissolving at its peak into something divine and unreachable. He would sit at the point where those two things met. He did not go there alone. According to the old traditions, Zeus summoned the gods to him, calling them to dwell on Olympus at his side. Hera came, and Athena, and Apollo with his silver bow. Artemis came, and after her Ares, and then Aphrodite, who moved through the mountain air as though it had been arranged for her comfort. Hermes came, quick and restless as he always was, and Hephaestus followed, heavier in his step than the rest, still bearing the marks of his craft. Demeter came to Olympus, and Hestia, who had been swallowed first and disgorged last and had perhaps waited longer than any of them to have a home worth keeping. One by one they gathered, and the mountain received them all. The palace that rose at the summit was not built by mortal hands, and the Greeks understood this to mean that it was not bound by the constraints of mortal architecture. It was vast yet orderly, its halls stretching beyond what any single glance could encompass. The goddesses had chambers of their own, and the gods had quarters suited to their various natures. Corridors connected spaces that seemed impossible to connect, and rooms opened onto views that could not exist in any geography known to the world below. Within these walls, The divine family established patterns of life that were both timeless and immediate, removed from the mortal world, yet acutely aware of every detail that unfolded within it. The Greeks imagined Olympus as a place of extraordinary, impossible beauty. Above the clouds, there was no rain, no winter, no grey weight of a difficult season pressing down. The sky there was always open and luminous, a light that seemed to come from everywhere at once, rather than from any single source. The air was said to carry the scent of the earth far below, and the cold clarity of open sky at the same time, something that had no name because no mortal had ever actually breathed it. The gods feasted there on ambrosia and nectar, food and drink that were not food and drink in any ordinary sense, but something closer to the distilled essence of what it meant to be immortal. Their days were long and filled with a kind of ease that the world below rarely allowed. Zeus's throne stood at the center of all of it. Ancient descriptions and the poetry that preserved these traditions speak of a seat of gold, broad and commanding, set in a hall that was itself a kind of gathering place, open enough for all the gods to be present when they needed to be. Near him, an eagle perched, still, watchful, the bird that would become his most recognizable companion. The eagle missed nothing. It had the quality that Zeus himself was said to possess, the ability to look down at the world from a great height and see clearly what was happening far below. Together, the god and the bird had a view of things that was simply not available to anyone standing on the ground. What Zeus built on Olympus was not only a home, it was a court, and it functioned as one. When disputes arose among the gods, and they arose often, because the Olympians were as quick to quarrel as any family living in close quarters, those disputes came to Zeus. He presided, he listened, he decided. The authority he exercised was not always perfectly fair by any measure a mortal might apply to it, but it was consistent in the sense that there was no appeal beyond him, no higher court to petition. His word on Olympus was the final word, and the other gods understood this even when they resented it. He gave each of them a domain to govern, a sphere of the world that was theirs to oversee. Athena received wisdom and the arts of civilization, the weaving and the warfare of the mind. Apollo was given the sun and music and prophecy. Artemis took the hunt and the wild places and the turning of the moon. Ares held the violence of war, Aphrodite the pull of desire, Hermes the roads and the messages between worlds. Hephaestus kept his forge and his craft. Demeter tended the grain that kept the mortal world fed, and Hestia kept the hearth fire at the center of every home and every temple, including the great home of Olympus itself. Hera, as his queen, held dominion over marriage and the lives of women, and she sat beside him on a throne of her own. Yet the divisions were not absolute, and the Greeks understood this as well. Authority could overlap. Apollo shared light with Helios, though the distinction between them remained clear to those who knew the old stories. Ares and Athena both governed aspects of warfare, but one was the rage and chaos of battle, while the other was the strategy and wisdom that won wars. These overlaps created a texture to divine authority that reflected the complexity of the world itself. This arrangement gave the world a kind of structure it had not possessed before. There had been power before Zeus. Uranus had wielded it, and Cronus after him, but neither of them had organized anything. They had simply held what they had and feared what might take it from them. Zeus did something different. He distributed authority. He created a system in which each divine force in the world had a designated keeper, a god who was accountable to a higher order while still being largely sovereign within their own domain. It was imperfect, as all systems are, because the gods who inhabited it were imperfect, and their king was not without his own considerable flaws. But it held. Mortals knew which god to call on when the harvest failed, or the sea grew rough, or a child was born. They knew were here to bring their prayers. and they knew, in a general sense, what kind of world they were living in, and who was responsible for keeping it from dissolving back into chaos. Olympus became, in this way, the axis around which the Greek mythological world turned. When something significant happened, when a hero was born, or a war was decided, or a great wrong demanded an answer, the story eventually made its way back to that mountain, to that golden throne, to the god who sat there with an eagle at his shoulder and a view of everything below. The gods came to him with their grievances and their requests, and he received them, and the mountain absorbed the noise of all that divine life and still stood, immovable, its peak still hidden in cloud, still touching the place where the sky began. For the first time since the world had been made, there was something like order in it, and Zeus sat at the center of it all. Of all the things the ancient Greeks associated with Zeus, the thunderbolt was the most obvious. But it was not the most intimate. The bolt itself was extraordinary, of course, forged deep beneath the earth by the Cyclopes as a gift for the god who had freed them from Tartarus, a weapon unlike anything that had existed before it. Ancient sources describe it as a shaft of concentrated fire, a thing that could be hurled across the length of the sky and bring the full weight of divine judgment crashing down upon whoever had drawn Zeus's displeasure. When you imagine it, you might picture something clean and sharp, the way lightning looks when it splits the dark above a field, sudden and white and absolutely final. But the Greeks understood the thunderbolt as more than a weapon in the ordinary sense. It was an extension of Zeus himself, the physical form of his will made visible. When a bolt struck the earth, it did not simply destroy whatever it touched. It marked the spot as sacred. A tree split by lightning, a hilltop charred by the sky's fire, a patch of scorched earth in the middle of an open field. All of these were treated with deep reverence, because the Greeks believed Zeus had, in some way, reached down and placed his hand there. Priests would sometimes cordon off such places and leave them undisturbed for generations. To ordinary people walking through the countryside, a blackened oak standing alone at the edge of a meadow was not a sad and broken thing. It was a reminder that Zeus had been present, that his attention had briefly and terribly touched the ground beneath their feet. His image on coins throughout the ancient Greek world often showed him with the bolt raised, ready but not yet thrown, and this felt accurate to the people who used those coins. Passed them between their hands in markets and temples and harbors. The god was always ready. His justice was always possible. And somewhere in that readiness, there was comfort as much as there was fear. However, if the thunderbolt was the symbol that announced Zeus to the world, then the eagle was the one that watched it quietly from above. The eagle held a very particular meaning in the ancient Greek imagination. It was the bird of kings, a creature that nested at heights no other animal could reach, and surveyed the world below with a clarity of vision that seemed almost supernatural. The Greeks noted that an eagle in flight did not circle aimlessly the way smaller birds might. It moved with what appeared to be intention, tilting on broad wings, its eyes fixed on something far below that a human being could not yet see. This quality, that patient and absolute attentiveness, was precisely what made the eagle feel like a fitting companion for Zeus. In mythology, the eagle appears beside him as a messenger, a carrier of his decrees, and sometimes as the god himself moving through the world in a form that could go unrecognized. The eagle that tormented Prometheus on the mountain was understood by many ancient sources to be an instrument of Zeus's will, if not Zeus in some manner directly. And yet the eagle was not only an instrument of punishment, it was also a symbol of protection, of watchfulness that extended even to those who had earned Zeus's care. A general who saw an eagle passing overhead before a battle might take it as a favorable sign. and a sailor who spotted one far out at sea might feel for a moment that the storm approaching from the horizon would pass without doing its worst. You can find the eagle in the art of temples from one end of the Greek world to the other, perched at the edge of a relief, carved into the capital of a column, pressed into the clay of a votive offering left at a shrine. It is not a loud presence in any of these places. It simply watches, with the same stillness that the best symbols always carry. And then there was the oak, and tea. His is where I find something that feels different from the flash of the bolt or the sharp eye of the eagle. The oak was ancient in a way that even the Greeks could sense, its roots going so deep and its trunk growing so slowly over so many years that standing beneath one felt like standing beside something that had been present since before memory could reach. The sacred grove at Dodona, high in the mountains of northwestern Greece, is widely considered to be the oldest oracle site in the entire Greek world. Older than Delphi, older than most of the great sanctuaries that came after it. At Dodona, the trees themselves were the medium of prophecy. Priests and priestesses moved between the oaks, listening for the god's voice in the way the leaves turned and shifted in the wind, in the sound, of a sacred spring, murmuring over stones at the roots of the oldest tree in the grove, in the flight of doves that nested in the high branches. People came to Dodona from distant parts of the Greek world, with their questions scratched onto thin strips of lead. Questions about marriages, about whether a journey would be safe, about what to do when a child was ill and nothing seemed to help. The answers they received came not in words spoken by a priest from a prepared text, but in the sounds of the natural world around them, interpreted carefully by those who had spent their lives learning to listen. Your question was offered to the trees, and the trees answered in the only language they knew, which was the language of the wind moving through leaves, and this, the Greeks believed, was sufficient. It was sufficient because Zeus was not only the god of sudden fire and swift judgment, he was also present in the slow and patient things, the tree that outlived every person who had ever sheltered beneath it, the roots that held the hillside together through every storm that passed. Every time the wind moved through the oaks at Dodona, the priests bent their heads and listened, certain that Zeus was speaking. It would be easy to think of Zeus only as the god who threw lightning, because that is the image that comes to mind most naturally, the bearded figure with the bolt raised, the storm gathered around him. And yet the ancient Greeks, who knew him better than anyone, gave him many names that had nothing at all to do with storms. These names were not honorary titles or poetic flourishes. They describe specific roles, specific responsibilities, specific promises that Zeus had made to the world by virtue of the position he held. Each name was a different face of the same god, and together they formed a picture of someone far more involved in the daily life of ordinary people than the storm imagery might suggest. He was the god of lightning, yes, but he was also the god of the guest, the oath, the king, and the judge. In the Greek understanding of the world, these roles were not separate from his power over the sky. They were extensions of it. The sky was the highest thing there was, and from the highest place came the authority to decide how people ought to treat one another. The Greeks called him Zeus Zenios when they thought of him as the protector of strangers and guests, and this particular role was one of the most serious they ever assigned to any god. Hospitality in the ancient Greek world was not simply good manners. It was a sacred obligation, a structured relationship with its own rules and its own divine guardian, and that guardian was Zeus. When a traveler arrived at your door, hungry and exhausted and far from home, you were expected to welcome them, feed them, offer them shelter, ask nothing about their name or business until they had eaten and rested. Only after they were comfortable did it become appropriate to ask who they were or where they were going. To refuse that hospitality, or to harm a guest who had come under your roof, was not merely rude. It was an offense against Zeus himself. And Zeus, in this capacity, was understood to be watching. I think this is the aspect of Zeus that surprises people the most when they first encounter it. The idea that the Lord of Thunder was also, in some essential way, the protector of the vulnerable traveler knocking at a stranger's door. He was also Zeus Horkios, the guardian of oaths. When Greeks swore an oath, they frequently swore it by Zeus, and this was not a casual gesture. It was an invocation of divine witness, a way of placing your word under the protection and judgment of the most powerful being in the cosmos. If you swore falsely, if you called upon Zeus to witness a promise you had no intention of keeping, the consequences were understood to be severe and certain, if not immediate. Zeus did not always punish oath-breakers on the spot, but the Greeks believed with some conviction that he always punished them eventually. This belief held the fabric of agreements together, from the smallest personal promises to the most significant treaties between cities. Zeus Horkios was the reason an oath meant something, invisible weight that made words carry the gravity of action. As Zeus Basilius, the King of Kings, he stood as the divine model and protector of human rulers. Greek kings and leaders understood their own authority as something borrowed from above, a reflection of the cosmic order that Zeus maintained. A king who ruled justly was understood to be ruling in alignment with Zeus. A tyrant who abused his power was not only doing wrong by his people, he was setting himself against the divine principle of rightful authority. This gave the concept of just kingship a theological dimension, a depth that made it more than a political preference. Zeus himself was the template, the living argument for what a ruler ought to be, even if his own conduct did not always perfectly illustrate his ideals. The Greeks seem to have accepted this contradiction with the same equanimity they brought to most things about their gods. And then there was Zeus Dikepharos, the bringer of justice, the one who ultimately saw to it that wrongdoing was answered and right was upheld. This is perhaps the most abstract of his roles, the hardest to illustrate with a single story or symbol, and yet it was foundational to the Greek experience of living in a world where Zeus presided. It meant that the universe was not morally indifferent. It meant that cruelty and injustice would eventually meet something larger than themselves. Whether that happened quickly or slowly, visibly or quietly, Greeks who believed in Zeus Dikepharos believed that the moral order of the cosmos had a keeper, and that keeper was paying attention. All of this comes together most vividly in the old story of Baucis and Philemon, which has been told in many forms, but which carries, in every version, the same essential weight. Zeus and Hermes, traveling through Phrygia in the disguise of ordinary mortals, road-weary, plainly dressed, nothing about them to suggest divinity, went from door to door in a prosperous village, seeking shelter for the night. Door after door was closed to them. The villagers saw two ordinary travelers and wanted nothing to do with the inconvenience. Only one household took them in, a very old couple, poor in everything except generosity, who lived in a small thatched cottage at the edge of the village. Baucis and Philemon had almost nothing, and they gave it freely. They stirred the fire, they heated water. I set out whatever food they had. Olives, cheese, eggs preserved in ashes, vegetables pulled from their own garden, a piece of cured meat brought down from the rafters. They poured their guests wine from a modest jug, and the old man noticed, with some bewilderment, that however much was poured from it, the jug seemed never to empty. At this, Baucis and Philemon understood that their guests were not what they appeared to be. They were frightened, as anyone would be, and immediately apologized for the smallness of their welcome and tried to catch their one goose to offer it as a meal. The goose, for its part, ran to Zeus himself for protection, and the god smiled and said that no harm would come to it. Then he told them what was going to happen. The village, which had refused hospitality, to strangers, and thereby refused it to Zeus himself, would be punished. Baucis and Philemon were told to follow the two gods up the slope of the mountain without looking back. They climbed, and when they finally turned around, the valley was filled with still water, and where the village had been, there was only the surface of a new lake reflecting the sky. Their own small house, however, had become something else entirely. The couple woke the next morning beside a spring, the village gone, and their small house transformed into a marble temple, and they lived the rest of their long lives as its keepers. Of all the gods and goddesses Zeus might have married, Hera was the one he wanted most. She was the one who made him work hardest for it. She was his sister, in the way that the eldest Olympians were siblings, born of the same Titan parents, swallowed by the same father, freed in the same strange night when Cronus drank the potion that undid everything he had tried to protect. They had shared a darkness that no other beings in the world had shared. Perhaps that was part of what drew Zeus toward her. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. Hera was radiant and proud. She moved through the world with the kind of certainty that Zeus, for all his power, seemed to find irresistible. He pursued her, according to the old stories. She refused him, not once but many times. He did not take that refusal lightly, or move on from it easily. The story of how he finally reached her has a quality to it that is almost tender, almost troubling, and perhaps both at once. According to one telling that appears in ancient sources, Zeus transformed himself into a small cuckoo bird, bedraggled, wet, shivering in a storm that had swept across the hillside where Hera sat. She found the creature huddled at the base of a rock, its feathers soaked and flattened, trembling in the cold. She felt sorry for it, the way one does for something small and suffering that cannot help itself. She lifted the bird and held it against her chest to warm it, sheltering it with her hands. And then Zeus revealed himself. He was no longer the shivering bird, but the king of the gods, standing before her. She understood in that moment what had just happened, in that version of the story. Hera agreed to marry him on the condition that the marriage be a true one. Formal, honored, permanent. She would not come to him otherwise. He accepted her terms, and whether that agreement ever fully held is another matter. But he made it. The wedding that followed was said to be unlike anything the world had seen before or since. The gods gathered on Olympus to celebrate, and the celebration was long and filled with feasting and gifts. One gift in particular stayed in the tradition. Gaia herself, the earth, gave Hera a tree that bore golden apples as a wedding present. Hera treasured it, and she planted it in her sacred garden at the edge of the world, in a place so remote and beautiful that only those she trusted could tend to it. The Hesperides, the nymphs of the evening, were given the task of watching over it. That tree would come back into the stories many times, as so many things connected to their marriage did. As Queen of Olympus, Hera held a place that no other goddess could quite claim. She was not merely the wife of the king, she was the queen in her own right. With her own domains, her own sacred animals, her own sanctuaries spread across the Greek world. She was the goddess of marriage, of women, of the bonds that held families and households together. Where Zeus watched over the larger structures of the world, law, justice, the sky itself, Hera was concerned with something more immediate and more intimate, the life that people lived inside their homes, the promises made between partners, the protection of women in a world where women had very little protection and needed it often. The peacock was sacred to her, the cow and the cuckoo, that last one carrying a quiet irony given how she had first been deceived. Her sanctuaries at Argos and Samos were among the oldest and most venerated in all of Greece. The people who worshipped her were not only seeking divine favor, but something that felt closer to understanding. Their complementary roles made them, at least in principle, a fitting pair. He ruled the highest and most visible realm. She presided over the most enduring human institution. Together, they were meant to embody something whole, the divine order reflected in the natural one. The sky above and the household below, the oath sworn under an open heaven, and the bond sealed between two people. Ancient Greeks would have understood this pairing as meaningful in ways that went beyond simple narrative. It carried weight, it carried meaning about how the world was supposed to work. And yet a marriage did not work. Not in the way that the ideal behind it suggested it should. Zeus was unfaithful, repeatedly and without apparent remorse. The list of his entanglements, with titanesses, with mortal women, with nymphs, runs long through the old mythology. Some scholars who have studied these traditions note that many of these stories may reflect the layering of different local cults and regional traditions onto a central figure over centuries. That a goddess once worshipped independently in one valley might later appear in the mythology as one of Zeus's consorts. However the tradition developed, the result in the surviving stories is a Zeus who strays constantly, and a Hera who is left to respond to it. Her responses were rarely gentle. Hera was not a goddess who absorbed suffering quietly and moved on. She was sharp and watchful and long-memoried. She directed much of her fury not at Zeus, who was, after all, difficult to punish directly, but at the women he desired and the children he fathered with them. The myths that emerge from this pattern are some of the most dramatic in all of Greek tradition. Io, transformed into a cow and sent wandering across the world under the watch of the many-eyed giant Argus. Leto, unable to find solid land to give birth on because Hera had forbidden any land from sheltering her. Heracles, Hera's most famous target, harassed from his infancy through his adult life, with a persistence that became one of the defining threads of his story. The goddess of marriage spent enormous energy in the mythology, visiting the consequences of broken marriage vows, not upon the husband who broke them, but upon those he had wronged her with. There is something in this that the Greeks seem to find both understandable and worth recording without resolution. Hera is never quite redeemed within the tradition, and she is never quite condemned either. She had every reason to be angry. Her anger expressed itself in ways that caused suffering to people who had done very little to deserve it. Both of those things were allowed to be true at the same time. The stories did not try to tidy that up. Zeus, for his part, was not oblivious to her anger. He could be goaded. He could be shamed. There were moments in the tradition where he punished Hera for going too far, most notably in the story of her persecution of Heracles, where Zeus hung her from the sky with golden chains as punishment for her schemes. And yet he did not change. She did not leave. The marriage continued as it had always been, both of them enormous in their power, and both of them deeply, stubbornly themselves. What the tradition offers, in the end, is not a portrait of a perfect divine union, but something more complicated and more recognizable. Two figures of immense power who were bound to one another by ceremony and by something that the stories never quite name, but always seem to assume is there underneath everything. Something older than their quarrels and more durable than either of them entirely wished to admit. Hera remained on Olympus, Zeus remained her husband. The other relationships came and went and left their marks on the world in the form of heroes and rivers and transformed creatures and wandering mothers. All of it was woven into the fabric of the mythology that the Greeks inherited and continued to tell. They ruled Olympus together, side by side. Their marriage was never peace-fit. Oh, and perhaps neither of them would have had it entirely any other way. Zeus was drawn to beauty the way he was drawn to everything, completely, with very little concern for the complications that would follow. It would be difficult to speak of Zeus's reign without speaking of the women whose lives were changed by his attention. This was because so many of them were. He had known divine consorts and mortal women alike. The stories surrounding each of them are deeply woven into the larger fabric of everything Greek mythology became. One of the most well-traveled of these stories involves a young Phoenician princess named Europa, the daughter of the king of Sidon, who was doing nothing more dangerous than gathering flowers in a meadow along the shore of the sea when Zeus first noticed her. He was taken by her immediately, in that total and unhesitating way that was so characteristic of him. Rather than approach her as himself, for a god appearing in full divine splendor would hardly make for a comfortable introduction, he took another shape entirely. He became a white bull, and not merely any sort of bull, but one that was extraordinarily gentle and beautiful. His coat as pale and smooth as sea foam, his horns curved and delicate, wreathed faintly in the scent of wildflowers. He wandered toward Europa as if by accident. She was charmed by him, as anyone might be charmed by a creature so improbably lovely. She touched his flanks, draped flowers across his neck, and eventually, trustingly, climbed onto his back. It was at that moment that the bull turned toward the water and did not stop walking. He walked into the sea and kept going, moving steadily and without hesitation across the open water, carrying Europa all the way to the island of Crete. There, Zeus revealed himself. Europa remained on that island and became the mother of 3 sons, Minos, who would one day rule Crete and give his name to its civilization, Rhadamanthus, who would become one of the judges of the dead, and Sarpedon, who would earn his own place in the long history of heroes. By the standards of Zeus's romantic history, Europa's story ended gently. She was honored rather than punished. Her sons were raised to prominence. She became, in time, the name attached to an entire continent. She did not wander or suffer in the way so many of the others did. Her story carries something almost like warmth in the way it resolves itself. But hers was, in many ways, the exception. When you set it beside the other stories, you begin to understand just how rare that tenderness was. What made Europa's story remarkable was precisely what made it so unusual in the context of Zeus's broader romantic history. Most of the women who caught his eye found their lives fundamentally altered, often in ways that brought them not joy but complexity and sorrow. Europa herself lived out her days on a foreign shore, separated from everything she had known by a god's whim and a bull's steady walk across the sea. She was granted a kind of dignity in her exile, a respect that elevated her and her descendants, yet it was still an exile. She still did not choose her fate. The pattern would repeat itself again and again throughout Zeus's reign, with variations in the details, but a consistency in the underlying pattern of disruption. Sometimes the women involved were given warnings or second chances. Sometimes they were swept up in circumstances entirely beyond their control. What remained constant was that Zeus's attention, for all its intensity and even its occasional tenderness, was ultimately about his own desires and his own will. The women became the vessels through which his will expressed itself, and while some of them, like Europa, emerged with their dignity largely intact, this was far from universal. The story of Leto is a great deal harder to sit with comfortably. Leto was a titaness, one of the old divine generation. She became pregnant by Zeus with twins who would become 2 of the most beloved and consequential gods of the entire Olympian world, Apollo and Artemis. However, before any of that could come to pass, Hera learned of the pregnancy. Her anger was swift and thorough and merciless. She decreed that no land on earth, no place that the sun touched, would be permitted to offer Leto shelter for her labor. It was a punishment of extraordinary cruelty, and it worked precisely as intended. Leto wandered from shore to shore, exhausted and heavy with the children she carried. No place would receive her. Wherever she turned, she was turned away, not always out of malice, but out of fear of what Hera's displeasure would cost them. I think of those days as one of the most quietly devastating passages in all of Greek mythology. The image of a goddess in pain and in exile, unable to find even the smallest patch of ground that would hold her. Eventually, after her long wandering, she found her way to a small and floating island called Delos, that drifted untethered across the sea, and therefore was not, by the strictest interpretation of Hera's decree, truly land that the sun had claimed. Delos agreed to receive her. There, after a labour said to have lasted 9 days and 9 nights, because Hera had kept Ilithyia, the goddess of childbirth, away from her for as long as she could, Leto gave birth first to Artemis. Then, with Artemis's help, to Apollo. Delos was transformed by this event. It became sacred, a place of pilgrimage. It was said that swans circled the island 7 times, singing softly at the moment of Apollo's birth. Leto's suffering did not erase the glory of what came from it, but neither did the glory erase the suffering. The story holds both of those things together, without resolving them cleanly. That is perhaps why it has lasted as long as it has. There were others, each carrying their own weight of consequence and sorrow. Semele was a mortal woman, a princess of Thebes. Zeus came to her in the form of a man and loved her with all the warmth he was capable of. When Hera learned of her, she came to Semele in disguise and planted a seed of doubt. If Zeus truly loved her, surely he would show himself to her as he truly was, in his full divine form. Semele asked this of Zeus. He had sworn an unbreakable oath to grant her any request she made. He could not take it back. He revealed himself in his true nature, the full and overwhelming light and thunder of a god undisguised. Semele, who was mortal and not built to hold the sight of it, was destroyed instantly by the radiance. The tragedy of Semele's death was not merely that she died, it that her death was orchestrated by the very jealousy that Hera harbored toward Zeus's wanderings. Semele became a casualty, not of her own actions alone, but of the impossible position created by Zeus's desires and Hera's wrath. She had asked for something reasonable, proof of love, and it had killed her. Zeus saved the child she had been carrying, sewing the infant into his own thigh until the time came for the child to be born, and that child was Dionysus. A god would be born from this tragedy, a deity of wine and ecstasy and transformation, carrying within his very existence the mark of his mother's suffering and his father's inability to refuse a promise made in love. Then there was Mnemosyne, the titaness of memory, with whom Zeus spent 9 nights. From those nights were born the 9 muses, the goddesses who presided over all the arts and sciences and the long memory of civilization. With Mnemosyne, there was perhaps a different quality to the union, less violent than Semele's fate, less disruptive than Leto's wandering, yet still a story in which the woman's autonomy was secondary to Zeus's desire and intention. And before all of them, there was Metis, the titaness of wisdom and craft, who was Zeus's first true consort. She was pregnant with what would have been their first child when a prophecy came to Zeus, that the child Metis was carrying would one day surpass its father in power, just as Zeus had surpassed Cronus. Cronus had surpassed Uranus before him. Zeus, unable to find any other way around this, swallowed Metis whole. The child she had been carrying continued to grow inside him, would eventually emerge in the most startling way imaginable, but that story belongs to a different telling. What the story of Metis makes plain, when you set it beside everything else, is that Zeus's desire and his fear were often working at the same time. Those two things together produced some of the strangest and most consequential moments in all of Greek mythology. The stories of the women Zeus loved are filled with wandering and suffering and transformation. Through all of it, the children they bore him went on to shape the world. If Zeus left one undeniable mark on the mythological world, it was this: he filled it with children. They came from goddesses and titanesses, from mortal women and nymphs, from unions that were celebrated and from ones that were deeply troubled. They spread outward from him in every direction, into the heavens, across the sea, down into the underworld, across every corner of the mortal earth. Some of them became Olympians, seated beside him at the great table of the gods. Others became heroes who sailed to the edges of the known world and faced monsters that no one else could face. Others still became the quiet, essential figures behind art and poetry and the turning of seasons. Figures whose names were spoken every time a singer opened his mouth or a harvest came in from the fields. Ether. They form something vast, a family so large and so interwoven that almost no story in Greek mythology can be told without at least one of them appearing somewhere in it. Zeus was their father, though he was often an absent one. His presence in their lives ranged from tender to devastating, and sometimes both at once. But they were his. The world they inhabited was shaped by that fact in ways that the Greeks seemed to find endlessly meaningful. Among all of his children, there is one whose birth stands apart from every other, not because of who she became, though she became one of the most important goddesses in the entire Greek world, but because of the extraordinary manner in which she arrived. Athena was not born in the usual way. Her mother was Metis, the titaness of wisdom and cunning, whom Zeus had taken as his first consort and then swallowed whole after learning of a prophecy that any child born of Metis would surpass its father in power. He swallowed her before their child could be born, believing that was the end of it. However, as time passed, Zeus began to suffer from a pain inside his head so severe and so relentless that he could not bear it. By some accounts he cried out, by others he simply endured it until the agony became impossible to ignore. Eventually, Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, the god of the forge, was called upon, or arrived of his own understanding. He took a great axe to the skull of Zeus and split it open. From that opening, Athena emerged, fully grown, fully armored, her spear already in her hand, her grey eyes already steady and clear. She gave a great shout as she came into the world. The gods who witnessed it fell back in astonishment. It is one of the strangest and most vivid images in all of Greek mythology. The Greeks seem to hold it with a kind of reverent wonder, wisdom born directly from the mind of the sky god, fully formed and ready. Athena would go on to become the goddess of wisdom, of warfare conducted with intelligence rather than brute force, the patron of tea, his city of Athens, a city that bore her name and sheltered beneath her protection. Apollo and Artemis came into the world together, twin children of Zeus and the titaness Leto. Born under conditions of great difficulty after Hera drove their mother from every shore that might have offered her shelter. They were born at last on the floating island of Delos. They became two of the most beloved gods in the Greek world, Apollo governing light, music, prophecy, the art of healing, Artemis governing the hunt, the moon, and the wild places where animals moved freely. Ares, the god of war in its most brutal and ungoverned form, was born to Hera. He carried within him the storm of his father's temperament without any of his father's judgment. Hermes, quick and clever, the messenger of the gods and the guide of souls, was born to Maia, a daughter of the Titan Atlas, in a cave on Mount Selene. Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy and the theatre, was born to the mortal Semele and came into the world under catastrophic circumstances. rescued by Zeus himself from his dying mother and carried to term, sewn into Zeus's own thigh. Even among the Olympians, the stories of their origins were rarely simple. Then there were the children who were not gods, but were something extraordinary in their own right. Perseus, who was born to the mortal Danae and who slew the Gorgon Medusa. Heracles, born to Alcmene and destined for the most famous labours in all of myth. Minos and Rhadamanthus, sons of Europa, who became great kings and, in the tradition, judges of the dead in the underworld. Among the quieter, but no less essential children, were the 9 muses, born to the Titaness Mnemosyne across 9 consecutive nights, each one governing a different form of human creative expression: epic poetry, history, love song, tragedy, comedy, dance, sacred hymn, astronomy, and lyric verse. The 3 Graces, born to the Oceanid Eurynome, embodied beauty, charm, and joy. They attended Aphrodite and moved through the world of the gods, spreading a kind of luminous ease wherever they went. The Horai, the goddesses of the seasons, governed the orderly passage of time itself and stood at the gates of Olympus, lifting and lowering the clouds so that the gods could pass through. All of them, the bright and the terrible, the celebrated and the quietly indispensable, traced their existence back to Zeus. The Greek world was full of stories. Zeus was woven into the beginning of almost every one of them. His children gave the Greeks a way to understand the connections between things that might otherwise have seemed separate, between the sky and the sea, between war and wisdom, between the living and the dead. When a traveller looked up at the stars and named a constellation, he was often naming a descendant of Zeus. When a city named its patron goddess, she was frequently a child of Zeus. When a poet sat down to sing of heroes, the hero's name and the story of his divine father were nearly always part of the same breath. Wherever a Greek traveller went, across the sea, into a foreign city, down to the underworld in a story, they were likely to find someone whose bloodline ran back, one way or another, to Zeus. Of all the beings who ever defied Zeus, Prometheus is the one people have never quite stopped talking about. There is something in his story that refuses to settle quietly into the past the way so many other myths do. Something that keeps pulling people back to examine it again and find something new in it. He was a Titan, which is perhaps the first thing worth pausing over. He had stood beside Zeus during the long war against Cronus and the others, had chosen the Olympian side when that choice was not yet certain to be the winning one, and had helped secure the very victory that made Zeus king. He was not an outsider or an enemy come down from some rival mountain. He was someone Zeus knew, someone who had earned a place within the new order of the world. And so when Prometheus looked at humanity, cold, struggling, crouched in the darkness at the edge of every night without any means to drive it back, and decided that something had to be done, his defiance carried a weight that a stranger's defiance never could have. It was not an attack from without. It was a rupture from within. The condition of humanity before the theft of fire was, by all the old accounts, a difficult and diminished thing. People had life in them, and breath, and feeling, but they had very little else. They could not cook their meat or warm their shelters or work metal into tools. They could not frighten away the animals that came for them in the dark. Every night fell over them like something heavy, and they endured it because endurance was all they had been given. Prometheus, whose name in some traditions carries the sense of foresight, of thinking ahead, looked at all of this and found it unbearable. He went to Olympus, or in some versions of the telling, to the forge of Hephaestus, and he took fire. He carried it back down to humanity, concealed in the hollow stalk of a fennel plant, and he gave it away. That single act, so quiet in the imagining of it, so ordinary in its gesture of one hand extended toward another, changed the shape of the mortal world entirely. People built fires and kept them burning. They cooked and fashioned and gathered warmth and began to do the things that fire makes possible. The nights grew shorter in feeling, if not in fact, and high above all of it, on the mountain that touched the edge of the sky, Zeus looked down and understood exactly what had been done, and by whom, and the fury that came over him then was not the brief kind that passes with a season. What Prometheus had done could not be undone, but it could be answered. The gift of fire was a gift that should not have been given. Also Zeus saw it, and the Titan had made a choice that rippled far beyond the moment of taking. In later ages, some would argue that Prometheus had acted from compassion, that he had seen genuine suffering and moved to alleviate it despite the consequences he must have known would follow. Others would suggest that there was something in the Titan's nature, some quality of independence or defiant pride that made him incapable of accepting the boundaries Zeus had set. Whatever the truth of Prometheus's motivations, the act itself was clear. He had challenged the king of Olympus not in a moment of rage, but with deliberate purpose and full knowledge of what Zeus would do in response. He had chosen humanity over obedience. He had chosen the mortal world over his place among the immortals. Zeus had reasons beyond simple anger for what he did next, though the anger itself was real enough. The gods had held something back from humanity deliberately, and there are those who read that withholding as a kind of boundary, a line that separated the divine from the mortal, the eternal from the temporary, and Prometheus had crossed it without asking and without apology. Zeus ordered Prometheus bound. The Titan was taken to a mountain, chained there with bonds that could not be broken, and each morning an eagle descended from the sky and tore open his side and ate his liver, which had grown back by the following dawn, so that the process could begin again. The eagle is worth dwelling on for a moment, because it was Zeus's own sacred bird, his companion, his messenger, the creature most closely associated with him in the ancient world. To send it as the instrument of punishment was not incidental. It meant that every day, when Prometheus looked up at what was coming for him, he saw something that belonged to Zeus. He saw the king of Olympus in the shape of a bird, arriving on schedule, as reliable as the sun. The punishment was precise in the way that only a deeply considered punishment can be. It was meant to last, and it did last, for a very long time, until Heracles eventually found Prometheus on his mountain and freed him. But that part of the story belongs to a different chapter, and for now the chains hold. What Zeus did next was perhaps the stranger and more subtle part of his response, the part that reveals how his mind worked when anger had steadied itself into something more deliberate. He turned his attention not only to Prometheus, but to humanity itself, which had accepted the stolen fire and kept it burning and shown no particular remorse about any of it. He commissioned from Hephaestus the creation of a woman, the first woman made rather than born, shaped from clay and water, and given breath and voice and beauty, and a nature that the gods had carefully assembled together. Each Olympian contributed something. Athena dressed her and taught her skill. Aphrodite gave her grace. Hermes gave her a persuasive tongue and a quick, curious mind. They called her Pandora, which carries the sense of all gifts, all given. She was sent down to the mortal world, and with her she carried a large sealed jar. In some of the oldest tellings it is a jar, a pithos, though later tradition came to call it a box, and either way the important thing is what was inside it, all the sorrows and labours and illnesses and misfortunes that the world had not yet been properly introduced to. Pandora, given her curiosity as surely as she had been given everything else, opened it. What was inside came out and spread across the world, and has not left it since. Sickness found people, grief found them, hard labor and old age and envy and all the invisible weights that make a human life feel heavy. These were released in a moment, and no amount of closing the jar afterward could call them back. Zeus had served the gift of fire with a gift of his own, and it was not a gentle one. He had given humanity warmth and taken from it something it had never known it was missing, a world without those particular sorrows in it. There is a tendency when people read this myth to decide what it means, to come down firmly on the side of Prometheus the benefactor, or to argue that Zeus was in the right to guard what he guarded, or to see the whole thing as a lesson about the consequences of defiance. But the old stories rarely present it as cleanly as any of those readings suggest. Hesiod, who left us the most complete early accounts of both Prometheus and Pandora, did not write the story as a simple moral. He wrote it as something more unresolved than that, more like the texture of actual experience, where a generous act can carry terrible consequences and a harsh punishment can coexist with a complicated justice. Prometheus suffered for what he did, and humanity received both fire and sorrow, and Zeus got something. Close to the last word, but not quite the final one, because the jar was not entirely empty when Pandora closed it again. At the bottom of the jar, when everything else had escaped, hope remained, and whether Zeus put it there deliberately or not, no one who told the story could ever quite agree. There came a time, according to the old stories, when Zeus looked down at the world he ruled and found it so deeply corrupted that he could not see a way forward other than washing it clean. The particular story that pushed him to this decision, at least in the version told by Ovid, echoed in various forms across older Greek traditions, involved a king named Lycaon who ruled the wild mountainous region of Arcadia. Zeus had heard troubling things about humanity. He had watched from his seat above the clouds as cruelty spread across the earth like something slow and irreversible. He decided he needed to see it for himself. He descended among the people in the guise of a mortal man, walking through villages and along dirt roads, observing what had become of the world he presided over. He arrived at the court of Lycaon. Word had already spread that a god was passing through. Lycaon, who had no particular reverence for the divine, perhaps even a certain contempt for it, decided to test Zeus in a way that could only be described as a deliberate provocation. He prepared a meal and served it to his visitor. What was in that meal, according to the story, was human flesh. Lycaon wanted to know if this supposed god could tell the difference. Zeus could. The fury that rose in him at that moment was not the quick hot anger of a man who had been insulted. It was something colder and more absolute, the fury of a being who had hoped, perhaps, that things were not quite as bad as they seemed, who had now been shown in the most direct possible way that they were worse. He destro, yed Lycaon's hall with lightning and transformed the king himself into a wolf, a shape that suited what he had always been inside. But the punishment of one king was not enough. The corruption, Zeus decided, was not isolated. It had moved through humanity the way a sickness moves through a house, quietly, completely, room by room, and there was only one remedy left. He would send a flood. He would cover the earth with water, let it rise until everything that had been built and corrupted was submerged, and begin again. Poseidon helped. The sea god loosened the waters from below as Zeus drove the rain from above. The two worked together with the kind of cooperation they rarely managed in other circumstances. Rivers rose over their banks. Coastal cities vanished beneath grey water. The plains filled slowly, then quickly, then terribly, until there was no plain left at all. Only a vast and undifferentiated grey sea where the land had been. It was during this time that Deucalion, the son of Prometheus, survived. Prometheus, who had always concerned himself with the fate of humanity. It was, after all, the reason he had stolen fire in the first place, had warned his son of what was coming. Deucalion built a great chest, large enough for himself and his wife Pyrrha. When the waters began to rise, the two of them climbed inside and sealed it closed. For 9 days and 9 nights, according to the most commonly told version of the story, they drifted. There was no horizon to look toward. There was no land visible in any direction. There was only the sound of water and the slow creaking of the chest around them. The darkness of being enclosed in a small space, while everything outside was lost. Pyrrha was the daughter of Epimetheus, and the first woman, Pandora. That meant she carried within her lineage both the hope that had remained at the bottom of the jar and the weight of everything else that had escaped it. Deucalion was the son of the Titan who had given humanity fire. Between them, they held something the rest of the world no longer held, the possibility of continuation. When the waters finally began to withdraw, the chest came to rest on solid ground. Some accounts say this was the slopes of Mount Parnassus, others name Mount Othrys. A few point to peaks in Thessaly or Epirus. The traditions differ on this detail, though they agree on everything that followed. Deucalion and Pyrrha stepped out into a world so quiet it was almost unbearable. The earth was soft and dark with the memory of water. There were no birds calling. There were no other voices anywhere. They made offerings of gratitude on an altar they built from the stones around them, and they prayed. The goddess they turned to was Themis, not Zeus. That is worth noting. Themis, the titaness of divine law and natural order, whose oracle had survived even the flood at Parnassus. She gave them an instruction that at first seemed impossible to understand. She told them to veil their heads, loosen their robes, throw the bones of their great mother behind them as they walked. Pyrrha was troubled by this. To disturb the bones of the dead was a violation of everything she had been taught to respect. But Deucalion turned the words over slowly, the way someone turns a smooth stone in their hands in the dark, feeling for something they cannot yet name. Their great mother, he reasoned gently, must be the earth itself, Gaia, the mother of all, and her bones must be the stones lying all around them. So they walked, and they threw stones over their shoulders, and the stones that Deucalion threw became men, and the stones that Pyrrha threw became women. And in this way, the human world filled again with people who carried in them, if the old stories are right about such things, something of the patience and endurance of the earth they had come from. The stones hit the earth and became people. The world began again, and Zeus watched, as he always did, from the high sky above. Zeus was not always in complete control, and the Greeks seemed to find this important enough to remember. His power was vast, and his authority over the other gods was real and enforced. But it was not absolute in the way that a stone wall is absolute. There were cracks in it, moments when the world shifted beneath him. The stories that survived those moments say something worth listening to, that even the king of Olympus could be brought low, that his greatness was measured not by invulnerability, but by how he rose afterward. The most striking of these stories involves not a monster from beneath the earth, or a rival from another realm, but the gods who lived closest to him, on his own mountain, at his own table. According to one tradition recorded in the Iliad, there was a night when Hera, Poseidon, Athena, his wife, his brother, and his daughter moved against him together. They waited until Zeus slept. Then they bound him with rawhide thongs, knotting them tightly and in great number, so that he could not free himself. The king of the gods lay there on his bed, restrained, unable to move, while those he had trusted most stood over him. It is a quiet and disturbing image, more unsettling in some ways than any open battle. The intimacy of it, the planning it required, the fact that it happened in his own house while he was sleeping. What saved him was not his own strength, but an unexpected act of loyalty. Thetis, the sea nymph and mother of Achilles, learned what had been done and went at once to Tartarus, where the Hecaton cheers still kept their long watch. She summoned Briareus, one of the 100-handed giants, and brought him up to Olympus. The sight of him, vast and terrible, with his 50 heads and his 100 arms, each one capable of hurling a mountain, was enough. The conspirators fell back. Briareus undid the knots, and Zeus sat up from his bed, free. What followed was the kind of anger that the Greeks described with care. This was because it was not the hot anger of a man who had been startled. It was slower than that, and more deliberate. Zeus turned his attention first to Hera. This was because the tradition held that she had been the one who conceived the plan and drawn the others into it. His punishment for her was precise and public, and meant to be seen from everywhere below. He hung her from the sky by her wrists with chains of gold, tied heavy anvils to her ankles, so that she hung there, suspended between the heavens and the earth, unable to pull herself up or bring herself down. She cried out through the night. None of the other gods dared to help her, however much they pitied her. In the morning, Zeus released her, and she promised not to move openly against him again. He had made certain that no one who looked up at the sky that night could have missed his meaning. The public nature of the punishment mattered as much as the pain itself. Every god understood that what had been done to Hera could be done to them, that proximity to power offered no protection when that power had been challenged. Poseidon and Athena were dealt with differently. Poseidon was punished in other myths in ways connected to mortal kings and the building of walls. The tradition around Athena's role in the conspiracy is less consistent across sources. But the story of Hera's punishment endured. It was told and retold because it said something true about the nature of power, that it demands to be demonstrated precisely when it has been most visibly questioned. There was another challenge, older and more terrible, that came not from within Olympus, but from beneath the earth itself. After the Titans had been imprisoned in Tartarus, Gaia, the great Earth Mother, who had mourned her children, sent one final creature against Zeus. His name was Typhon, and no other monster in Greek mythology quite compares to him. He was described in ancient sources as vast beyond comprehension, his shoulders bristling with 100 serpent heads, each one breathing fire, each one capable of producing the sounds of different animals, the roar of a lion, the hiss of a serpent, the bellow of a bull, all of them at once. He rose from the earth in a fury. Even the Olympian gods, by some accounts, fled at the sight of him, scattering and taking on the forms of animals to hide themselves. Zeus did not flee. He came down from Olympus to meet Typhon directly, and the battle that followed shook the world. The earth cracked and the sea boiled where they fought. There was a moment, recorded in one version of the story most fully in later sources, when things went very badly for Zeus. Typhon caught him and cut the sinews from his hands and feet, left him helpless on the ground, unable to move, unable to summon his lightning. He hid Zeus away in a cave, took the sinews and concealed them separately. For a time, Zeus lay there, as diminished as any mortal creature on a cold floor, his power reduced to nothing by the removal of those vital fibers. It was Hermes and Pan, in that version of the story, who recovered the sinews and restored them to Zeus while Typhon was distracted. With his strength returned, Zeus rose again, took up his thunderbolts, and pursued Typhon across the earth. The pursuit carried them to Sicily. There, Zeus hurled the island of Sicily itself down upon the monster. Or, in another telling, drove Typhon beneath Mount Etna with a final, tremendous strike of his lightning. The mountain sealed itself over Typhon like a lid pressed down, and there the great creature remained. These stories, the binding on Olympus, the the stolen sinews in a Sicilian cave, were preserved not because they diminished Zeus, but because they gave his power a quality it would otherwise have lacked. A god who had never been threatened, never been brought low, never had to fight his way back to himself, would have been a god who inspired only distance. The Greeks made Zeus someone who could be challenged. His victories, hard won as they were, meant something. Beneath Mount Etna, the flames that crack out of the volcano are still said to be the breath of Typhon, the last creature mighty enough to make the king of Olympus afraid. Hesare, revised section. The Greeks did not only tell stories about Zeus, they organized their world around him in very practical ways. In the northwestern corner of Greece, tucked into a river valley where the Alpheus and Cladeos met between low-rolling hills, there was a place called Olympia. It was not a city exactly. No one lived there permanently. It was a sanctuary, a sacred precinct given over entirely to the worship of Zeus. For most of the year, it sat in a kind of peaceful, purposeful quiet, its groves and colonnades and altars waiting. Every 4 years, however, the whole of the Greek world turned its attention toward that valley. Athletes arrived from the islands and the mainland, from the colonies scattered across the Mediterranean, from cities that spent most of their time at war with one another. They came because the Olympic Games were not, in the first place, a sporting competition. They were an act of devotion. To compete at Olympia was to offer your strength and your striving to Zeus himself. The wreath of wild olive leaves placed on the victor's head was understood to be a gift that originated with the god, passed down through human hands. A sacred truce was declared across the Greek world during the Games, so that travelers and athletes could make the journey without fear. Wars paused. Old grievances were set aside. For those weeks, the authority of Zeus as keeper of peace and order was made visible in a way that no story alone could quite achieve. At the heart of the sanctuary stood a temple. Inside that temple sat one of the most celebrated objects in the ancient world. The statue of Zeus at Olympia was the work of the sculptor Phidias, the same man who had carved the great Athena for the Parthenon in Athens. Those who had seen both said the Zeus surpassed even her. He was seated on a cedar throne inlaid with ebony and ivory and precious stones. The figure itself was nearly 40 feet tall, its skin fashioned from ivory, its robes and hair from hammered gold. He held a figure of Nike, the goddess of victory, in one open hand, a scepter topped with an eagle in the other. The ancient travel writer Strabo recorded that the statue seemed almost too large for the temple. As if Zeus had stood up, he might have lifted the roof from its columns. People who visited it described a feeling of having come into the presence of something that was not quite containable, even by walls built for exactly that purpose. The statue was eventually counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world. It held that distinction for as long as the ancient world itself remembered what a wonder was. The worship of Zeus extended far beyond Olympia, reaching across the entire Greek world and beyond. Temples dedicated to him stood in city centers and on isolated mountaintops, each one representing a community's acknowledgement of his dominion. In Athens, Zeus Polios, the protector of cities, was honored near the Parthenon itself. On the island of Crete, worshippers climbed to mountain peaks where temples dedicated to Zeus occupied the highest ground, bringing the supplicants physically closer to the home of the god. In Egypt, where Greek colonists and merchants had established themselves, they built temples to Zeus that blended Greek architectural traditions with the aesthetics of their adopted homeland. The variations were many, but the essential truth remained constant. Wherever Greeks settled or traveled, Zeus traveled with them. His presence needed to be acknowledged, his favor needed to be sought. The diversity of these sites meant that devotion to Zeus was not confined to grand ceremonial occasions. It was woven into the daily rhythm of Greek life, present in temples both magnificent and modest, in sanctuaries both famous and forgotten. Far to the north and west of Olympia, in the mountains of Epirus, there was a place of a different kind entirely. Dodona was older than Olympia, perhaps the oldest sacred site in all of Greece. Its character was quieter, less spectacular, and in some ways more intimate. There was no enormous statue there, no great colonnaded temple to speak of at first. There was a grove of oak trees. In the center of the grove, one tree that was considered especially sacred. Priests and priestesses who listened. They listened to the rustling of the leaves and the movement of birds through the branches and the sound of a sacred spring nearby. From these things they drew what they believed to be the words of Zeus. Pilgrims came to Dodona with questions written on small strips of lead, folded and pressed into the earth near the sacred oak, asking the god about harvests and marriages and the right moment to begin a journey. Many of these strips have survived and been found by archaeologists in modern times, still curled in the soil, still carrying their careful questions. They are small and plain and entirely human. They show very clearly what the Greeks actually wanted from their king of gods. Not miracles, most of the time, but guidance, assurance, some indication that the sky above them was not indifferent. The offerings made to Zeus tended toward the substantial. Oxen and bulls were sacrificed at his great altars. At Olympia, the ashes from centuries of offerings were pressed together into an enormous mound that stood at the center of the sanctuary, a physical accumulation of all the gratitude and supplication that had ever been brought there. Goats were offered too, and grain. The smoke of these things was understood to carry the intention of the giver upward toward the god who lived above the clouds. When lightning struck a tree or a piece of ground, that spot was considered sacred and was sometimes fenced off, sometimes marked with a small altar. The bolt had touched the earth, and where Zeus touched, ordinary ground became something else. People prayed at these struck places, offered small gifts, treated the scorched wood with a reverence that would have seemed strange to anyone who had not grown up understanding that the weather was personal. Even the language carried him. The ancient Greek word for sky, the open, light-filled expanse above the earth, shared its root with the name of Zeus himself. Linguists have traced both back to a Proto-Indo-European word meaning something close to bright sky or shining day. So when a Greek farmer looked up from a field to check the weather, or when a sailor scanned the horizon for clouds, or when a child pointed at a hawk turning in the afternoon blue, the very word rising in their throat was related to the name of the god who was said to inhabit that space. He was not confined to a temple or a story. He was overhead, always, in the specific word that the Greek language had developed for the thing that covered the world. The word they used for sky and the name of their god were woven from the same root, so that looking up was never entirely a neutral act. Zeus began his life hidden from the world, small enough to be carried in his mother's arms across a dark sea to an island no one was supposed to find. Rhea had wrapped a stone in cloth and handed it to her husband in his place, and in doing so, she had changed the shape of everything that would come after. The infant who lay in that Cretan cave, fed on honey and the milk of a gentle goat, surrounded by the sound of shields clashing so that his cries would not reach his father's ears, was not yet the figure the Greeks would one day name their sky after. He was simply a child who had been saved and who had no idea yet what he had been saved for. That distance between the hidden infant and the enthroned king of Olympus is one of the more remarkable journeys in all of ancient mythology. It was not a straightforward path. There were years of waiting on a green island, learning who he was and what had been taken from those he had never met. There was a carefully planned deception. a potion mixed into a drink, and the long, extraordinary moment of watching his brothers and sisters emerge one by one from their father's body, disoriented and blinking, into a world they had never seen. There was a war that lasted 10 years, the sky and the earth shaking with it. 2 generations of divine beings locked against each other until one of them broke. There were alliances forged in the deepest darkness of Tartarus, weapons made by firelight in caverns no one else could find, and the slow gathering of strength that made victory possible. None of it was simple, and none of it was guaranteed. The Titanomachy, as it came to be known, was not simply a military campaign. It was a fundamental reorganization of divine power itself. When it ended, with the Titans imprisoned in Tartarus and Zeus emerging as the undisputed leader of the new order, something shifted in the cosmos. The universe had a different architecture now. The sky had been given its master, the sea to Poseidon, the underworld to Hades, and in between all of it ran invisible threads of consequence and responsibility that had not existed before. This was not the end of the story in any meaningful sense. It was the beginning of Zeus's real work, the part where mere victory gave way to the far more difficult problem of actually governing the world and all the beings in it. And it was in that period, the long centuries of rule that followed, that the Greeks saw both his greatest triumphs and his most troubling failures take shape. What the Greeks made of Zeus, once he was seated on Olympus with the eagle beside him and the thunderbolt resting in his hand, was not a portrait of perfection. They gave him a marriage that was almost constantly troubled, a restlessness that drove him into the lives of women and nymphs and goddesses across the known world, and a temper that could reduce a man to ash or drown an entire civilization without excessive deliberation. They gave him a capacity for mercy that was real but selective, a sense of justice that was genuine but sometimes served his own interests. They gave him enemies, even among his own family, a rebellion of the gods he had gathered around him, and a monster from the oldest parts of the earth who nearly undid him entirely. He prevailed, but not easily and not without cost. It is worth sitting with that for a moment. The Greeks had it within their power to make their supreme deity entirely good, entirely wise, entirely beyond reproach. Other traditions have done something like that. The Greeks chose differently. They looked at the figure who held the thunderbolt and the fate of the world and said, quietly, that he was also the one who turned himself into a bird to deceive a woman he desired, who punished Prometheus for an act of compassion, who hung his own wife from the sky in a moment of furious pride. They held all of this together, without apparent contradiction, because they understood something about power that was difficult to look away from, that it does not arrive in the world already purified. It comes tangled with appetite and history, and the particular fears of whoever holds it. Zeus was afraid of being overthrown, just as his father had been, and that fear shaped him in ways both large and quiet. He had grown up knowing what it was to be the child who was supposed to be destroyed, and he never entirely forgot it. And yet, there was another side to him, one the Greeks took equally seriously. He was the one who watched over the stranger at the door, who held oaths together with invisible thread, who listened when the oak leaves at Dodona moved in a particular way, and someone below was asking him a question they did not know how to ask anyone else. He was the god whose name and the word for sky shared the same root, so that the act of simply looking upward carried a faint trace of him in it. He was the father of Athena's wisdom and Apollo's clear light and the heroic strength of Perseus and Heracles, and all of those things moved through the world long after the moment that produced them. His children were not incidental to Greek mythology. They were most of it. The arc that runs from the infant in the Cretan cave to the king of Olympus is not, in the end, a story about becoming perfect. It is a story about becoming essential. Zeus became the figure around whom everything else organized itself. The gods, the heroes, the laws of hospitality, the meaning of a sworn promise, the reason thunder sounded the way it did rolling across the hills in the middle of the night. He was flawed in ways the Greeks did not pretend otherwise about, and he was necessary in ways they felt deeply enough to build temples to hold games in honor of, to name their sky after. Perhaps those two things were not in conflict. Perhaps that was, in fact, the point. When you look up at the sky on a clear night, or watch the slow movement of clouds massing at the edge of the horizon before a storm, there is still something in it that the old stories reach toward. The eagle turning on a thermal high above the earth. The particular quality of the light just before the first thunder arrives. The sense, quiet and difficult to name, that someone or something is paying attention. The Greeks felt that too, and they gave it a name and a face and a long complicated life that began on a hidden island and never quite came to rest. And somewhere above the clouds, if the old stories are to be trusted even a little, the eagle turns in a long, slow circle, and the sky holds its breath, and the world goes on. Welcome, dear podcast listener, and this evening I'll serve as your companion as we descend slowly and peacefully into one of the most remarkable realms in all of ancient myth, the kingdom of Hades, the Greek underworld. We will follow the story from the very beginning, from the first moments of the cosmos, when there was nothing but darkness and the slow stirring of something enormous coming into being. We will meet the god Hades himself, one of the oldest of the Olympians, and we will come to understand what kind of ruler he truly was. We will walk the rivers of the underworld, the Styx, the Lethe, the Phlegethon, and linger by their banks long enough to feel what each one meant to the souls who crossed them. We will meet the judges who sat in quiet authority over the dead, and we will hear the stories of the mortals who dared to make the journey into that sunless kingdom while still breathing. Orpheus with his lyre, Heracles with his bare hands, and others who had no choice but to go. But before we begin, let us take a moment simply to arrive. Here, in this room, in this bed, in this night. If you haven't already, gently close your eyes. There is nothing that needs your attention right now. The day is behind you, with everything it carried, its noise, its weight, its small urgencies, and none of it is required of you any longer tonight. You can set it all down. Allow your body to soften into the surface beneath you, feeling the mattress or the pillow accept your weight as completely and as naturally as it always does. Your shoulders can release, your hands can rest. Even your face, which holds more tension than we usually realize, can simply let go. You are not going anywhere tonight. You are only listening, and even that requires nothing more than the quiet willingness to let the words come to you. Breathe in slowly. And as you breathe out, feel the last of the day's effort leave your body with the breath. You have done enough. You are here, and that is all. This quietude you are cultivating is precisely what the ancient Greeks prepared themselves for when approaching their most profound myths. They understood that these stories demanded a particular quality of attention, one that could only emerge when the ordinary world had been set aside. In firelight and darkness, they gathered together to make room for the sacred. The story we are about to enter is one of the oldest stories human beings have ever told. A story about what lies on the other side of living, about the deep places of the earth, and about the God who ruled them with a stillness so complete that even the other gods sometimes seemed to forget he was there. Hades was not loud. He was not a god of drama or spectacle. He was something quieter and more permanent than that, the keeper of a realm that every living thing would one day reach, whether it wished to or not. And so the ancient Greeks imagined his kingdom in extraordinary detail. They gave it rivers and fields, judges and guardians, regions of reward, and regions of punishment, and a queen whose yearly absence explained why the world grew cold. They sent their greatest heroes down into it and watched to see what those heroes would find. They buried their dead with coins on their lips and flowers on their graves, because they believed that small acts of care could ease the journey of the people they loved. Tonight, we will move through all of it, slowly, gently, without any hurry at all. By the time we reach the end of this story, the night will be deep around you, and the weight of the world will feel very far away. There is a long and quiet road ahead of us, and it leads somewhere worth going. And so, with your eyes closed and the day behind you, let us begin. Long before Hades ruled anything, long before there was a kingdom of the dead, or a river of forgetfulness, or a three-headed dog standing watch at the edge of the world, there was almost nothing at all. The ancient Greeks told it this way: before the earth had taken shape, and before the sky had separated itself from the ground beneath it, there existed only chaos. Not chaos in the sense of noise and confusion, but a vast, dark, formless opening, an emptiness that preceded every single thing that would ever exist. From that original emptiness, the first beings came slowly into existence, almost as if the universe itself was learning, for the very first time, how to be. Gaia, the deep earth, emerged, patient and enormous and full of the quiet potential for everything that would ever grow from her body. Tartarus came with her, or just after her, a great and lightless hollow beneath the earth, a pit whose depth no one in those earliest days could have measured or even imagined. And with them came Eros, the force of desire and connection that would pull every living thing toward every other living thing and bind the new world together. Then Erebus followed, the ancient darkness that filled the spaces between places. And after him came Nyx, the night herself, wide and unhurried, spreading herself across the new sky in complete silence. Gaia, whole unto herself and needing nothing outside of her own vast body, brought forth Uranos, the sky, and Uranos spread himself above her, becoming her covering and her companion, and in time her husband. Together they produced children of extraordinary size and power. These were the Titans, and the oldest Greek sources name 12 of them, 6 brothers and 6 sisters, beings of such immensity that the ground shifted gently beneath their movement. Oceanus, who would one day circle the entire known world in the shape of an endless river. Hyperion, who moved through the high and luminous reaches above. Themis, who held within her the weight of divine law. And Cronus, the youngest of the brothers, who was patient and watchful in a way the others were not, and who would very soon become the most consequential Titan of all. Uranos, however, was a fearful father. He was afraid of what his children might become, afraid of being surpassed and replaced by the very beings he had helped bring into existence, and so he refused to allow them freedom, pressing each child back into the earth at the moment of birth, keeping them trapped inside Gaia's body. Gaia endured this for a long time, with a grief that no one fully measured. Eventually, the weight of it became more than she could carry quietly any longer. She formed a great sickle from the grey flint within her own body and went to her children and asked which of them was willing to use it. Most of them stayed silent. Cronus stepped forward. What followed is the kind of act that old myths tend to move past quickly, and I will do the same. Cronus used the sickle. Uranos was overthrown, and the Titans were finally free. The sky god's long reign was over. Cronus settled at the center of the world, with the power of the cosmos in his hands, and for a considerable stretch of time, things were peaceful. This was the age the ancient Greeks sometimes called the Golden Age, a time, they said, when the earth gave freely and generously, when the days passed without suffering, and when the world felt, in some deep and elemental way, entirely at rest. The Titans ruled together from this era of new freedom, each one commanding their own domain within the vast machinery of creation. Oceanus tended the waters that encircled the earth, maintaining the delicate balance between sea and land. Themis presided over the law and order that held the cosmos together, establishing the patterns by which all things would move and change. Hyperion watched over the light and the luminous realms above the earth, while his brothers and sisters attended to their own sacred duties. For the first time in the history of the world, there was a sense of harmony among the divine beings, a mutual understanding that came from having fought together for their freedom and having emerged victorious. The earth responded to this peace with abundance. Crops grew without the intervention of human hands. Rivers flowed with perfect measure. The seasons turned in their proper sequence. Even the creatures of the world seemed to move with a kind of grace, as though they too understood that something had shifted in the fundamental nature of existence itself. Cronus married his sister Rhea, and between them they had 6 children who came into the world already carrying within them the weight of an extraordinary destiny. Hestia arrived first, goddess of the hearth, quiet and steady and constant. Then Demeter, who would one day hold dominion over the grain and the growing things of the earth. Then Hera, already regal and perceptive even in her earliest days. Then Hades, solemn and still. Then Poseidon, and finally Zeus. But a prophecy had reached Cronus, the same dark shape of fate he had once delivered unto his own father. One of his children, the prophecy told him, would one day overthrow him. Cronus, who understood power far better than he understood love, decided he would not wait quietly to discover which one. One by one, as Rhea brought each child into the world, Cronus took the newborn infant and swallowed it whole. Rhea bore this with a sorrow that grew heavier each time. She had loved Hestia. She had loved Demeter and Hera and Hades and Poseidon. By the time her 6th pregnancy had run its full course, something in her had moved past grief and into a quiet, unshakable determination. She travelled to the island of Crete before the birth and delivered the child there, leaving him to be raised in secret among the nymphs of the island, sheltered in the cool dark of mountain caves and the steady sound of the sea. Then she wrapped a large stone in swaddling cloth and brought it back to Cronus as if it were the newborn child. He took it without suspicion and swallowed it whole and returned to his days, satisfied that fate had been outrun yet again. The child she had hidden on Crete was Zeus. He grew up far from his father's reach, nourished by the wildness of the island, growing slowly and steadily into his own considerable strength. He was the youngest of his siblings by the order of their births, but in every other sense he was growing into something older and more certain than anything Cronus had yet produced. And so Zeus grew in secret, far from his father, while his brothers and sisters waited, unknowing, inside the dark belly of the Titan who had swallowed them whole. When Zeus returned to challenge his father, he did not come with an army, not yet. He came first with cleverness. According to the old stories, Zeus sought the help of Metis, a Titaness known for her extraordinary wisdom, who prepared a powerful emetic potion, a draught designed to make Cronus expel whatever was inside him. Zeus disguised himself and found a way to give this mixture to his father. Cronus, unsuspecting and as confident in his power as he had always been, swallowed it without hesitation. What followed was not graceful. First came the great stone that Rhea had wrapped in swaddling clothes so many years before, the stone that Cronus had mistaken for his youngest child. It came up heavy and cold, and it was later said to have been placed at Delphi, where it became one of the most sacred objects in all the Greek world. Then, one after another, the gods came tumbling forth, Hestia first, then Demeter, then Hera, then Poseidon, and finally Hades, each of them fully grown, fully divine, and filled with the kind of fury that comes from spending years imprisoned in darkness without ever truly understanding why. They were alive, they were free, and they were not inclined toward forgiveness. Zeus greeted his siblings with the knowledge that a war was coming. A war that had been waiting to happen since the day Rhea handed her husband a stone and wept quietly as she sent her youngest child away to Crete. The brothers and sisters gathered themselves and took stock of what they were, what they could do, and what they were up against. The Titans were powerful, ancient, and had ruled the cosmos for a very long time. They were not going to surrender simply because Cronus had made a poor decision at the breakfast table. The war that followed was called the Titanomachy, and by most accounts, it lasted 10 years. It was not a quick or clean conflict. The two sides were evenly matched for much of it, the younger gods, led by Zeus, fighting to claim a world they had never been allowed to inhabit, while the Titans, led by Cronus, fought to preserve the order they had held for generations. The earth shook, mountains cracked, the sea churned in ways that had nothing to do with weather. Zeus understood that to win, he would need more than the strength of his siblings alone. He descended into Tartarus, that vast, dark pit at the very base of the world, and released two groups of ancient beings who had been imprisoned there since long before the war began. The first were the Cyclopes, the one-eyed giants who were, according to the old stories, master craftsmen of extraordinary ability. In gratitude for their freedom, they gave gifts to the three brothers. To Zeus they gave the thunderbolt. To Poseidon they gave his trident. To Hades they gave something different, a helmet forged with exceptional care, which granted its wearer the power to become invisible. The second group Zeus released were the Hecaton sharers, three enormous beings, each with 50 heads and 100 arms. They were creatures of pure, overwhelming force. Once freed, they fought alongside the Olympians, hurling boulders at the Titans in salvos that shook the heavens. Even the most hardened Titan could not stand easily against something with 100 arms reaching for him at once. The participation of these ancient beings proved decisive in ways that the Olympians alone could not have achieved. The Cyclopes' gifts, the thunderbolt in particular, gave Zeus a weapon of unprecedented power, one that would echo through the cosmos and strike fear into even the most defiant of opponents. The Hecaton Chires, meanwhile, were relentless and seemingly inexhaustible, their sheer number of limbs making it impossible for the Titans to mount an effective defense. Where once the war had seemed balanced and the outcome uncertain, now the younger gods pressed their advantage with increasing momentum. The Titans found themselves pushed back across battlefields that had once been their strongholds, forced to retreat to territory they had held for time immemorial. The tide of the war turned. The Titans began to falter, then to fall. Cronus and most of his kin were defeated and bound, then cast down into Tartarus, the very prison Zeus had opened to claim his allies. The Hecaton Shires were given the task of guarding them there, which seemed like a fitting arrangement. The old order was finished. The world was remade. Once the dust of all that had settled, and once it became clear that the Olympians had genuinely won, there was the matter of what to do with the world they had inherited. The earth and Mount Olympus would be shared among all of them, but the cosmos had three great realms that required singular rulers: the sky, the sea, and the underworld. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades were the three brothers, and the decision of who would govern which realm was made, according to the stories, by drawing lots. The significance of this arrangement cannot be overstated. Rather than dividing the world through conflict, struggle, or claims of superiority, the brothers chose to leave the decision to chance, to something beyond personal ambition or pride. This was, in its way, a remarkable act of restraint. These were gods who had just won a decade-long war against the most powerful beings in existence. They could have seized what they wanted. They could have fought among themselves for the choicest prizes. Instead, they trusted to fate and accepted whatever came. It spoke to a kind of order, a willingness to respect a system even when the outcome was uncertain. The gesture itself seemed almost sacred, a recognition that even immortal beings required rules that governed how power was divided and held. It was a lottery. Simple, impartial, final. Zeus drew the sky. Poseidon drew the sea. Hades drew the underworld. Some ancient accounts say very little about how Hades received this outcome. Others suggest he accepted it without complaint, with the kind of quiet gravity that would come to define his character across every myth in which he appeared. He was the eldest of the three brothers, or the youngest, depending on which version of the swallowing one follows, since the order in which Cronus swallowed his children was not necessarily the order in which they emerged. Either way, he was among the most powerful of the Olympians, and power had never been the question. The question was simply where that power would be exercised. The sky was open and bright, full of clouds and storms, and the kind of visibility that tends to make a god feel seen. The sea was vast and wild, stretching to every horizon at once, restless and alive. The underworld was something else entirely. It was deep and sunless, populated by the dead, governed by rules that had more to do with permanence than with drama. It was not a place that offered much in the way of glory, and yet Hades accepted it. There is something quietly dignified in that, and the ancient Greeks seem to have recognized it, even if they rarely said so directly. The other gods gathered on Olympus and began the long, luminous business of ruling the living world. Hades prepared to leave. He had his helmet of invisibility, forged by the Cyclopes. He had his dark chariot and his black horses, which would carry him through the passages of the earth. He had a realm to organize, a kingdom of the dead to establish and maintain, a set of rules to uphold that the living world could not do without, because someone had to receive the dead, and someone had to make sure they stayed. He did not argue. He did not ask for a different lot. He simply looked, one last time, at the light. At the open sky Zeus had won, and the shining sea that would be Poseidon's. And then he turned. And with that, Hades turned away from the light and descended into the deep places of the earth, to rule a kingdom that would never see the sun. Of all the Olympian gods, Hades was perhaps the least understood and the most feared, which was not quite the same thing as being evil. He had emerged from the belly of Cronus alongside his brothers and sisters, older than most of the gods who would come to define the world, and he had fought in the great war against the Titans with the same courage and determination as any of them. He had drawn his lot and accepted it without visible complaint, turning away from the light and descending into his kingdom with the quiet resolve of someone who understands that difficult things still need to be done. That acceptance said something about him. He was not a god who raged against his circumstances or sought to overturn the boundaries that had been drawn. He simply ruled, steadily and without exception, over the realm that had been given to him. The ancient Greeks, for all their fear of him, seemed to understand this on some level. He was stern, deeply, unshakably stern, but he was also just, in the way that a law is just when it applies equally to everyone. The dead came to him, whether they were kings or shepherds, heroes or ordinary men, beloved favorites of Zeus or forgotten souls from distant shores. Hades received them all. He turned no one away, made no exceptions, and granted no special treatment based on wealth or fame or beauty. In a world where the other gods could often be swayed by a flattering prayer or a generous sacrifice, there was something almost austere about a deity who simply could not be charmed out of doing his job. This impartiality made Hades fundamentally different from his siblings on Olympus. Zeus could be bargained with through prayer and sacrifice, his favor won or lost through clever appeals or generous offerings. Poseidon responded to flattery and the promise of honor. Even Athena, the wisest among them, could be moved by the valor of particular mortals or swayed to champion certain heroes above others. But Hades operated according to principles that transcended preference or persuasion. His laws were not written by him, but administered by him, laws as old as the cosmos itself. Every soul that crossed his threshold received the same judgment, the same inevitable fate. This was not cruelty, but something harder to define, a kind of absolute neutrality that made him incomprehensible to those accustomed to the passions and partialities of the other gods. It is worth saying clearly that Hades was not death itself. Death, in the Greek understanding of things, belonged to Thanatos, a quiet, winged god who drifted through the world of the living and gently claimed souls when their time had come. Hades was the ruler of the kingdom those souls arrived in. The distinction mattered to the Greeks, even if later traditions would blur it. Hades did not walk the earth collecting the dying. He sat on his dark throne and administered his realm with the patience and gravity of a king who had been doing this for longer than most things had existed. He rarely left the underworld. When he did, it was noted. His appearances in the world above were few enough that each one carried a particular weight. He was not a god you simply encountered by accident. Among the symbols most closely associated with him was the bident, a two-pronged staff, something like a trident but with one fewer point, which represented his authority over the dead. The Cyclopes, those great craftsmen who had also forged Zeus's thunderbolts and Poseidon's trident, had made something else for Hades during the Titanomachy, a helmet of invisibility. It was called the Cap of Darkness, or the Helm of Hades, and whoever wore it became impossible to see. Hades himself wore it rarely, but the helmet was occasionally lent to others. Athena wore it during the Trojan War, and Perseus borrowed it when he went to face Medusa. That such a powerful object belonged to Hades, and that he was willing on occasion to share it, suggested a god who was deliberate rather than possessive, secure enough in his own authority that he had no need to cling to every advantage. His chariot was black, drawn by black horses, and when he rose through the earth to move through the world, it was swift and purposeful, never for leisure. He had no interest in the bright, sociable life of Olympus. He was also known by another name entirely, Pluton, meaning something close to the rich one, or the wealthy one. The earth's treasures, after all, came from beneath the ground. Every vein of silver, every pocket of gold, every gemstone buried in the dark beneath the roots of mountains, all of it fell within the domain of Hades. This association with hidden wealth gave him a different kind of significance in the Greek world. He was not only the god of the dead, but the god of everything the earth kept out of sight, and that included the seeds lying dormant underground before spring arrived. Some agricultural offerings were made to him alongside Demeter for exactly this reason, acknowledging that what grew up would first had to rest in the dark. The Romans would later emphasize this aspect of his character even more, calling him Dispater, a name connected to wealth, and later simply Pluto. However, even with this softer association, the Greeks of the classical period were notably reluctant to speak his name aloud. Euphemisms were common. Calling someone to Hades or invoking the god of the dead directly felt, to many, like an invitation to misfortune. Temples dedicated to Hades were extraordinarily rare. There was one at Elis in the Peloponnese, which ancient writers noted was opened only once a year, and even the priests who served there reportedly entered it with a sense of apprehension. In a religious world full of magnificent temples to Apollo, Athena, Zeus and Poseidon, structures built to celebrate divine beauty, wisdom, and power. The near absence of temples to Hades spoke volumes about how the Greeks felt when they turned their thoughts in his direction. They preferred not to. He was not hated the way a villain is hated, not reviled the way an enemy is reviled, but avoided, the way one avoids thinking too carefully about certain inevitable things. The other gods of Olympus could be flattered, bargained with, angered, and then appeased. Even the fiercest of them had their moments of warmth or weakness. Hades simply persisted, unmoved, the oldest weight in the world. He had no interest in the gossip and rivalries that filled Olympus, no desire to win mortal affection or collect worshippers. His kingdom filled itself. People rarely built him temples, rarely carved his name into prayers, and yet they lived every day in the knowledge that sooner or later, every soul would make the journey to his kingdom. The underworld was not a single place. That is perhaps the most important thing to understand about it, that the ancient Greeks did not imagine the realm of the dead as one long, featureless darkness where every soul went to experience the same fate. It was, instead, a vast and carefully arranged world beneath the world, with its own geography, its own regions, its own sense of space and light and depth, as intricate and varied as the living earth above it. The entrance was thought to lie somewhere at the far western edge of the known world, where the sun sank below the horizon and the land gave way to something older and less certain. In some accounts, it was found at the mouth of a deep cave, the air around it cool and still, and carrying a faint smell of stone. In others, it opened beneath the roots of the earth itself, in a place where no bird sang and no wind moved. However one imagined the entrance, the sense was the same, that stepping across it meant passing from the familiar, sunlit world into something much older, much quieter, governed by entirely different rules. Just beyond that threshold, before any soul could move further, there was the gate. And at the gate stood Cerberus, the great three-headed dog, whose role was not to harm those arriving, but simply to ensure that no one left again without permission. Passing him meant you were truly inside. The world above had closed behind you. Before the soul could truly enter the deeper regions, however, there remained one final obstacle, the crossing itself. The way forward lay across the river Styx, the great dark water that separated the living world from the realm of the dead. To navigate this crossing required a ferryman, and that role fell to Charon, one of the most feared figures in the entire Greek underworld. He was typically imagined as old and weathered, his gaze fixed and unwavering as he propelled his small boat across the dark water with a long pole. The price of passage was not insignificant. The dead required payment before Charon would consent to ferry them across. This payment traditionally took the form of an obol, a small coin placed in the mouth of the dead before burial. Those who could not afford passage found themselves trapped on the shores of the living, unable to complete their journey into the deeper regions where their fate awaited them. Once inside, the landscape did not remain constant. The underworld spread outward and downward in layers, each one distinct from the last. The soul's path through it depended entirely on the life it had lived. The first region most souls encountered after crossing the dark water by ferry was the Asphodel Meadows, a wide, dim expanse of pale flowers and grey light where the vast majority of ordinary souls came to rest. It was not a place of suffering exactly, but it was not a place of joy either. The asphodel plant, which the ancient Greeks often grew near graves, bloomed in colourless profusion across these fields. The souls that drifted there were like faint impressions of the people they had once been, not quite present, not quite gone, moving slowly through the half-light without much sense of direction or purpose. There was a wistfulness to the place that Homer captured, perhaps better than anyone else. a sense that these souls still carried the shape of human feeling without quite having access to it anymore. Adjacent to these meadows, though separated by their own quiet boundaries, were the fields of mourning, reserved, in some accounts, for those whose lives had been particularly marked by the grief of love, souls who had suffered deeply at love's hands and carried that weight with them even into death. The landscape there was similarly muted, soft and grey, but with an additional quality of stillness that felt less like rest and more like unresolved sorrow. It was a gentler territory than the fiercer punishments of the deep, but it was its own kind of ache. Then there were the Elysian fields, and these were something else entirely. Elysium lay in a direction away from the ordinary grey regions, and the difference was immediate and unmistakable. The light there was warm and constant, not borrowed from any sun, but simply present, as if the air itself carried a soft luminescence. The landscape was green and blooming, cross, edged by gentle streams, filled with a quality of ease that the souls of heroes and the blessed experienced as an unending sense of rightness. These were the souls of those who had lived with exceptional grace or virtue, or who had performed deeds of extraordinary courage, and their reward was not just an absence of suffering, but the active presence of beauty. The meadows of Elysium were said to be fragrant. The souls there moved freely and with a kind of ease that was entirely absent from the asphodel fields. Some accounts described music and games, the simple pleasure of one another's company, stretching on without any urgency at all. It was a place that felt, in the descriptions of ancient poets, less like a destination and more like an endless afternoon, warm, unhurried, and completely at peace. Beyond ordinary Elysium, in some traditions, lay the Isles of the Blessed, a further paradise for those who had reached Elysium, not once, but across 3 separate lifetimes. Souls who had returned again and again to the world above, and each time had lived with the same quality of goodness. This was the furthest and most luminous corner of the entire realm, the point where the underworld came as close to the light as it would ever get. All of these regions, the grey meadows, the mournful fields, the shining plains of Elysium, existed within the same great subterranean world, connected by rivers and paths and the slow movement of souls from one place to another according to the judgments that determined their fate. The scale of it was immense in the way ancient storytellers imagined it, a world as large as the one above it, with room enough for every soul that had ever lived and every soul that would ever come, and far below all of it, deeper than any of the other regions, lay Tartarus, so distant from the surface that ancient poets said it would take an anvil 9 days to fall from earth to its floor. 5 rivers ran through or around the underworld, and each one carried meaning far beyond its banks. The ancient Greeks did not imagine these as ordinary waterways that happened to run through an extraordinary place. Each river was its own presence, its own character, almost its own kind of truth, and together they formed something like the emotional and spiritual architecture of everything that death entailed. To move through the underworld was, in a sense, to move through all 5 of them, whether by crossing their waters or by standing at their edge and feeling what they represented. The most famous of all was the Styx, whose name came from the Greek word for hatred, a name that captures something of the cold horror the ancient Greeks associated with death itself. The Styx formed the great boundary between the world of the living and the kingdom of the dead, the outermost ring of the underworld. It was across these dark waters that the souls of the newly dead were carried by the ferryman. But the Styx was not only a river, she was also a goddess, one of the daughters of the Titans Oceanus and Tethys, and she was among the very first to side with Zeus during the great war against the Titans. As a reward, Zeus granted her waters a power unlike anything else in the cosmos. When a god swore an oath upon the Styx, that oath could not be broken, not by cleverness, not by regret, not even by divine will. An oath sworn on the Styx was the most solemn and binding thing in the universe. The gods themselves were known to tremble slightly when called upon to swear it. The river's water was said to be dark and cold and utterly still along its deeper stretches, the kind of stillness that carries weight. Souls who arrived at its shore felt that stillness settle over them, not quite peaceful, not quite terrible, but final in a way that nothing in life had ever felt before. Eventually, all of them crossed it, and on the other side, whatever they had been in life began to give way to whatever they were to become. The crossing of the Styx was thus both a physical transition and a profound spiritual one. Those who could not pay Charon's coin, those without proper burial or family to pay the fee, were condemned to wander the shores for 100 years, unable to cross, unable to move forward. This was not considered a minor punishment, but a genuine torment, a cruel delay in the soul's progress toward whatever peace or punishment awaited beyond. The river's power to separate, to exclude, to hold souls in a state of suspension between worlds was as important as its power to ferry them across. The Acheron was another river of great importance. In some traditions, it was the Acheron rather than the Styx that Charon actually crossed when ferrying the dead. Its name meant something close to misery or woe, and its character fit that meaning well. The Acheron was thought to be fed partly by the Cocytus, it a connection to grief that ran deeper than its own course. In some accounts, it spread into a broad, marshy lake near the entrance of the underworld, its waters sluggish and murky, carrying the weight of every sorrow the dead had ever known. Where the Styx inspired cold dread, the Acheron inspired something sadder, a kind of exhausted grief. The feeling of all the accumulated pain of a lifetime finally allowed to settle and go still. The Phlegethon was entirely different from either of those rivers. It was perhaps the most astonishing to contemplate. It was a river of fire, not fire that consumed and turned things to ash, but fire that burned continuously without ever destroying what it touched. A flame without end, flowing like water through channels carved deep in the earth. The ancient poet Plato described it in his dialogue, Phaedo, calling it a river of fire that wound through the underworld in great coils, meeting and encircling the deepest regions before flowing back on itself. The Phlegethon's name derives from a word meaning to burn or to blaze. Everything about it lived up to that origin. Some ancient sources connected it especially to Tartarus, saying it formed part of the boundary around that lowest pit, the great prison of the Titans and the wicked, as if even the geography of punishment required something fiercer than ordinary stone walls. The Phlegethon did not punish the souls who passed near it, but its presence was a reminder that the underworld contained forces far beyond anything in the world above. It was fire with no fuel and no end, burning on in the dark like a fact of the universe that nothing would ever change. Then there was the Cocytus. Its nature was gentler and somehow more heartbreaking than the fire and cold of the other rivers. The Cocytus was the river of lamentation, a word that means weeping and mourning and the deep keening cry of the bereaved. Its waters were said to be filled with the sounds and tears of those who had died unburied or unmourned, those whose families had not performed the proper rites, those who arrived at the shores of the underworld, still carrying the rawness of their deaths without anyone left to grieve for them. The Cocytus flowed cold and slow. In some descriptions it ran into the Acheron, carrying its grief downstream into the broader river of misery. There is something quietly devastating about this river, the idea that sorrow itself has a current, that it elects and runs, and eventually finds a place to go. The ancient Greeks were not a culture that asked people to suppress their grief. They understood mourning as something necessary and real, something the dead themselves required of the living. The Hephaestus, in a way, held all the mourning that had not been properly expressed, tears that had not been shed, names that had not been spoken aloud over a grave. In the Greek understanding, the Hephaestus performed a kind of service for the unmourned dead. It collected their sorrow and gave it form, made their loss real and visible, even if no living person remained to acknowledge it. The waters of the Hephaestus were, in this sense, a kind of mourning ritual in themselves, the tears that grief required but no one living could provide. And then, at last, there was the Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, the one that carried perhaps the most profound meaning of all five. The Lethe flowed quietly through the underworld. Its waters were not dark or fiery or cold, but simply clear, the way water looks when it is very still and very deep. Souls who were preparing to be reborn into new lives came to the Lethe and drank from it. What the water took from them was everything. Every memory of the life they had lived, every person they had loved, every place they had known, every mistake they had made, and every moment of grace they had been given, all of it dissolved in that single act of drinking and was carried away downstream. The Lethe was not a punishment. It was, in the Greek understanding of things, a kind of mercy, the neat erasure that allowed a soul to begin again without the weight of everything it had already been. Some traditions contrasted the Lethe with a second spring called Mnemosyne, or memory, from which the initiated were instructed not to drink from the Lethe, but to drink instead from Mnemosyne, so that they might carry their wisdom forward rather than lose it entirely. But for most souls, the Lethe was simply the last step of one life and the first condition of another. The river's name passed into the Greek language as the root of the word for oblivion, Lethe, and the word for truth, aletheia, was literally its opposite, the unhidden, the unforgotten, the thing that had not been swallowed by that quiet current. One sip of the Lethe's water, and a soul would forget everything, every face, every joy, every regret, as completely as if their life above had never happened at all. The first figure a newly arrived soul would encounter on the far side of death was not a judge or a god, but a ferryman, old, angular, and completely indifferent to your situation. His name was Charon, and he had been doing this work since long before any of the Olympian gods had drawn their lots or built their thrones. He was not one of them, not a deity born of sky or sea or harvest, but something older and stranger altogether, a child of the very first darkness. His father was Erebus, the primordial void of shadow that existed before the world had any shape, and his mother was Nyx, the goddess of night herself. From these two vast and lightless things, Charon came. He carried their nature with him always, in his silence, in his stillness, in the grey and sunken look of him, as though he had been assembled from the same raw material as the dark air around the river. He was not born into warmth and light the way even the most severe of the Olympians had been. He was born from the absence of those things, and it showed in everything about him. In most of the ancient accounts, and in the pottery and carvings that survive, Charon was imagined as a gaunt old man, weathered in the way that something weathers when it has been exposed to an eternity of the same unchanging work. His face was angular and drawn, his beard unkempt, his cloak dark and worn thin at the edges. He stood in the stern of a small, flat-bottomed boat, using a long pole to push through the black water, and he never looked particularly pleased to see anyone. He did not need to look pleased. He was not offering a service so much as fulfilling a function, and the distinction mattered enormously to him, or at least that is how the ancient storytellers imagined it. Some accounts described him differently, not as a gaunt old boatman at all, but as something fiercer, a injured figure with blazing eyes and an unsettling energy that made the whole crossing feel like a confrontation with something that barely tolerated your presence. That version of Charon appears in certain later images and in some of the more dramatic retellings of the myths, where the underworld needed to feel more immediately threatening. However, the older, quieter version, the worn old man with the pole, utterly unmoved, seems to have captured the Greek imagination more completely. There is something more unsettling, in the end, about indifference than there is about fury. His role was specific, and, in its way, complete. When a soul arrived at the near shore of the river, the Styx in some traditions, the Acheron in others, and in certain accounts both rivers were crossed in sequence, Charon was already there, waiting. Not waiting eagerly, and not waiting with any impatience either. Simply waiting, the way a stone waits, because waiting was part of the work. The soul would approach the bank, and Charon would extend his hand, or simply look, and the matter of the coin would need to be resolved before anything else could happen. The coin was called an obol, a small and modest piece of currency, and it was the price of passage. It was not a tax or a tribute to Charon personally. It was more like proof that the world of the living had sent you off properly, that someone had cared enough to close your eyes and press a coin against your lips, or lay it on your eyelids before they wrapped you and buried you and said their goodbyes. The coin meant that you had been mourned. It meant that the rituals had been observed. Without it, you were not really a properly departed soul, so much as a soul that had slipped through without permission, and Charon was not about to accommodate that kind of informality. The obol carried weight that extended far beyond its monetary value. It was a tangible connection between the living world and the realm of the dead, a final gesture that acknowledged the soul's transition and validated its passage. In some stories, it was not merely a single coin, but a pair of them, one for each eye, or sometimes one for the mouth and another held in the hand. The exact placement mattered less than the fact of its presence, the deliberate act of someone standing over the dead person and making this gesture of care. The obol was also, in a very practical sense, a marker of social status and family devotion. Wealthy families might place coins of greater value, or multiple coins, as a demonstration of their love and resources. Even the poorest families, those scraping by on almost nothing, understood that they must find an obol somewhere, must locate that small piece of currency and set it aside specifically for this purpose. It was a collective understanding, woven into the fabric of Greek funeral practice, that this small coin represented something far larger: the soul's right to passage, the family's commitment to the deceased, and the fundamental order of the cosmos itself. This is where the mythology reached directly into the lives of ordinary Greeks, pressing itself against the most tender and practical moments of human experience. The practice of placing an obol in the mouth of the deceased, or laying coins over the eyes, was not merely symbolic in the way that we might now think of funeral customs as symbolic. For the ancient Greeks, it was a genuine necessity, a thing you did for someone you loved because you believed with real conviction that their comfort and their passage in the world beyond depended on it. To bury someone without a coin was to leave them stranded. Families understood this, and it shaped the whole texture of how they mourned. The 3 days of preparation, the washing of the body, the dressing of it, the laying out, all of it built toward that moment of placing the coin, which was itself a small act of tremendous seriousness. Even people who had very little made sure they had an obol set aside for this purpose, because the thought of a loved one wandering the far shore, without the means to cross, was genuinely frightening. Charon himself, through all of this, remained utterly constant. He collected his coins, he pushed his pole against the river floor, he carried his passengers across, and then he returned to collect the next group. He did not speak to the souls unless he needed to. He did not comfort them, though he did not torment them either. He simply moved them from one side to the other with the practiced efficiency of someone who has done the same thing so many hundreds of thousands of times that the work has become something very close to breathing, automatic, unstoppable, entirely without drama. The souls crossing with him must have found it extraordinary, that silence. They arrived terrified and bewildered, clutching their small coins, looking out over the black water at the shore they could not yet see clearly, and the only living thing with them was this ancient, expressionless boatman who had ferried more passengers across this river than there were words for. He had seen every kind of person, every kind of life, every kind of ending. He had carried heroes and cowards, farmers and kings, the beloved and the entirely forgotten, and none of it had changed him in the slightest. Those who arrived without a coin, or whose families had failed to bury them properly, were left to wait on the near shore, restless, rootless, unable to move forward, for 100 years before Charon would take them across for free. Past Charon and across the dark water, the first thing a soul saw upon reaching the far shore was Cerberus. He was enormous. That was the first impression, and it did not fade. 3 heads rose from a single powerful body, each one alert, each one watching a different direction, and the sound that came from him was not quite a bark and not quite a growl, but something that seemed to fill the air the way thunder fills a valley. Not sharp, but total, impossible to ignore. His coat was dark, his body built along the lines of a very large dog, but the similarities to any ordinary animal ended there. A mane of living snakes moved along his neck and shoulders, each one hissing softly in its own time. His tail was that of a serpent as well, long and scaled and perpetually restless. His claws, in many accounts, were more like a lion's than a dog's, wide, curved, and capable of holding fast to anything they found. He was, in the plainest possible terms, not a creature that invited second thoughts. Cerberus was the son of Typhon and Echidna, 2 of the most fearsome figures in all of Greek mythology. Typhon was a vast and violent creature, said to have nearly overthrown Zeus himself before being buried beneath a mountain, the kind of primordial force that predated civilization in the imagination of the ancient Greeks. Echidna was his counterpart, half woman and half serpent, living deep in a cave and giving birth to a remarkable number of the creatures that populated the dangerous edges of the mythological world. From their union came not only Cerberus, but also the Lernaean Hydra, the Chimera, the Sphinx, and the Nemean Lion, among others. Cerberus was, in a sense, the most successfully employed of all their children, not a monster that wandered and caused chaos, but one that had found a permanent post and held it faithfully. His nature came from Typhon and Echidna, but his life was defined entirely by his service to Hades. His function was specific and unwavering. He stood at the entrance to the realm of the dead and ensured that the crossing was one-directional. Souls arriving from the world above were not his concern in any hostile sense. He greeted incoming shades the way a very large, very serious guard dog greets visitors who have the right to be there. They were expected, and they passed. What Cerberus would not allow, under any circumstances, was passage back. The dead did not leave. That was the rule, and he was the rule made flesh. He was equally unwelcoming to the living who tried to enter without permission, though several of them, across the span of Greek mythology, found ways past him, at least temporarily. But under ordinary conditions, with ordinary souls and ordinary circumstances, he was simply and completely impassable. The ancient poet Hesiod described him in his Theogony as having 50 heads, which gives some sense of how the earliest Greek imagination stretched toward excess when trying to capture the sheer wrongness of the creature. Later traditions settled on 3 heads as the standard. and it is the three-headed version that took hold most firmly in art and story. 3 heads lent themselves to interpretation in a way that 50 did not. Some ancient and later writers suggested that the 3 heads represented the past, the present, and the future, time itself watching over the boundary between the living and the dead. Others read the 3 heads as symbols of birth, youth, and old age, the full arc of human life compressed into a single guardian. Still others offered a simpler explanation, that a dog stationed at the entrance to a vast realm, with the world of the dead at his back and the world of the living in front of him, would naturally need eyes pointing in more than one direction. This last reading has a practical clarity that the Greeks themselves would not have dismissed. In the art that has survived from ancient Greece, Cerberus appeared frequently enough to suggest he was one of the more recognizable figures in the mythological imagination. Painted on pottery, carved in relief, depicted in scenes from the myths of Heracles and Orpheus, he was rendered in ways that varied considerably depending on the artist and the period. Sometimes his 3 heads were spaced evenly, almost symmetrical, each one a full dog's head with its own expression. In other renderings, the snake details were emphasized more heavily, the mane of serpents prominent, the tail thick and coiled. In some images he appeared almost stately, a guardian rather than a monster, his posture watchful rather than aggressive. What the images share is a sense of scale and permanence. He was not a creature that had stumbled into his role. He had always been there. His relationship with Hades was one of complete loyalty, which suited both of them. Hades valued order and consistency above almost everything else. He was not a god who tolerated surprises or exceptions to the rules of his kingdom. Cerberus, for his part, never needed to be convinced or persuaded to do his job. He simply did it, morning after morning in a place that had no mornings, year after year in a place that kept no calendar. There is something almost admirable in it, considered plainly, a creature of monstrous origin who became, in his own fashion, entirely dependable. He was not kind and he was not cruel. He did not torment the dead who passed him on their way in. He did not rage at the living world above. He stood where he was placed and he stayed there, and that was sufficient. The snakes that formed his mane were not merely decorative. In Greek thought, snakes carried a specific association with liminal spaces, with the in-between places that connected different orders of existence. They moved under the earth and over it. They shed their skins and emerged unchanged. They were creatures of transformation, of the threshold, of the boundary. To have them woven into Cerberus's very body was to reinforce what he already was, a living border. He was not a punishment. He was a gate, enormous and alive, and he held that position for eternity without anyone ever managing to simply outrun him. Not every soul was simply waved on toward one destination or another. There were judges. After crossing the dark water with Charon, after passing beneath the watchful eyes of Cerberus, a soul found itself standing in a place where a different kind of reckoning began, according to the tradition that developed in ancient Greek belief. 3 figures waited to hear each case, 3 men who had once lived on the earth as mortal kings and who had carried their sense of justice so completely through their lives that they were appointed, after their deaths, to serve in this role for eternity. Their names were Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. In some accounts, Plato writes about this arrangement with particular care, suggesting that the system of judgment had once been different and less careful, that Zeus had reformed it to ensure that souls were truly seen for what they were. The 3 judges were the result of that reform, a court that would function with perfect clarity, free of the kinds of errors that clouded judgment in the world above. The judges had at their disposal a remarkable tool. They could see directly into the nature of each soul that came before them. Unlike mortal judges in Athens or any other city, who depended on witnesses and arguments and the persuasive abilities of advocates, the divine judges could perceive the truth without intermediary. They could see the accumulated weight of choices, the patterns of behavior, the genuine intentions that had motivated each action. This ability to perceive what was hidden meant that deception was impossible in the underworld. A soul could not lie about its past or minimize its transgressions. It could not call upon friends to testify on its behalf or present a misleading appearance of reform. What had been done was visible, and what had been left undone was equally apparent. The judges examined each soul according to a standard that was absolute and eternal, untouched by the political circumstances or cultural fashions that govern justice in the mortal realm. Their verdicts were not influenced by what was currently popular or unpopular in any city above. The stakes of their office were extraordinary. A single misjudgment could send a soul to undeserved torment or reward, and yet the structure of divine judgment was designed to eliminate such error entirely. For this reason, the judges themselves had been selected not only for their integrity during their lifetimes, but also for qualities that transcended ordinary human limitation. They had been deified through their service, elevated beyond the constraints that bound even the most virtuous mortal ruler. In this elevated capacity, they saw what no earthly court could perceive. A person's intentions mattered as much as their actions. The circumstances that had shaped their choices were visible to the judges. The genuine struggle between virtue and temptation that each soul had faced became clear. This comprehensive understanding meant that judges could render verdicts perfectly calibrated to each individual case. Each judge had been chosen for the same essential quality. They had known, in their mortal lives, what it meant to be genuinely fair. Minos was the son of Zeus and Europa, a king of Crete whose reputation for just rule had followed him across centuries of Greek storytelling. His brother Rhadamanthus shared the same parentage and was described in various sources as a man of exceptional virtue, so admired during his lifetime that after his death he was believed to dwell in the Elysian fields, sometimes ruling there as a kind of overseer of paradise. In some traditions, Rhadamanthus was assigned the souls of those who came from Asia, while Aeacus, the third judge and the son of Zeus and the nymph Aegina, handled souls who had lived their lives in Europe. Aeacus was known especially for his piety, a quality that the ancient Greeks held in genuine esteem, meaning not merely religious observance, but a deep faithfulness to what was right and proper. Together, the three of them formed something the ancient world rarely had in life, a court without any possibility of corruption. The process itself was remarkable for what it removed rather than what it added. In the world above, judgment was always entangled with appearance. A person's beauty, their wealth, the fine quality of their clothing, the authority in their voice, all of these things had a way of reaching the minds of those who judged them, whether those judges intended it or not. In Plato's account of the reformed system, Zeus describes exactly this problem, that souls were being judged while still clothed in their bodies. That meant that all the trappings of earthly life were present and muddying the water. The solution was to strip the soul bare. By the time a soul stood before the judges in the underworld, it carried nothing from its former life. No fine robes, no status, no beauty, and no ugliness. Whatever had once made a person appear powerful or pitiable in the eyes of the living world was simply gone. What remained was the character itself, the accumulation of every choice the person had made across their entire life, written into the soul in a way that could not be hidden or excused. Rhadamanthus and Aeacus would examine each soul and make their assessment. In cases that were unclear or particularly difficult, the matter was referred to Minos, Who held a final authority over the most contested judgments? His golden scepter, which appears in Homer's account in the Odyssey, was the instrument of his office. He turned it as he deliberated among the souls of the dead, listening and weighing. There was no appeal beyond him, and there was no returning to argue the case with new evidence. Whatever you had done with your years above the earth, you had already done it. The record was complete and unalterable. The verdict, once reached, determined everything. Whether the soul was sent upward toward the Elysian fields, whether it was directed to the pale and quiet expanse of the asphodel meadows, or whether it was delivered down into the depths of Tartarus for punishments proportioned to crimes that even death had not settled. The judges did not celebrate these decisions and did not mourn them. They simply made them, carefully and without distraction, one soul after another in the long and endless procession of the dead. What mattered before the three judges was not what you looked like or what family you came from, but only the shape of the life you had actually lived. Not every part of the underworld was grey. There was one region, set apart from all the others, where the light was always golden and the air carried the faint sweetness of flowers you might not be able to name, but would recognize instantly if you had ever stood in a meadow at the very best moment of summer. This was the Elysian Fields, or Elysium, as it was often called, and it was, by any measure, the most beautiful place in the entire realm of the dead, where the asphodel meadows offered a dim and colourless existence, and Tartarus offered only suffering. Elysium offered something that very few souls would ever know: rest without sorrow and joy without end. The ancient poets described it in ways that made even the living ache a little. This was because the place they painted was so genuinely peaceful that it almost seemed like a relief. Warm breezes drifted across wide, open meadows. Fruit hung heavy from the branches of trees that never shed their leaves and never stopped blooming. The grass was soft underfoot. You could lie down in it without any sense that time was passing or that there was anywhere else you were supposed to be. There were no obligations in Elysium. There was no labor, no hunger, no illness, and no grief that could reach you there. The light that fell across everything was steady and golden, as though the sun had settled at its most perfect angle and simply decided to stay. Music drifted through the air in Elysium, not the distant, half-heard music of a dream, but clear and present, the kind that finds you wherever you are and makes you feel that everything, in the end, turned out the way it was supposed to. Heroes played games there, raced horses across broad plains, feasted with one another in easy, unhurried conversation. It was not a solemn reward, not the kind of paradise that requires you to sit very still and look grateful. It was lively and warm and full of the things that had made life worth living, only now without the loss that always came along with them. I think that is what made Elysium feel so different from anything else the ancient Greeks imagined about the afterlife. It was not simply the absence of pain, it was the presence of genuine pleasure. The concept of Elysium reflected something important about how the ancient Greeks understood happiness and reward. It was not a place of ascetic virtue or endless prayer, but rather a place that acknowledged a fundamental truth about human nature. The things which had made life worth living, companionship, beauty, rest, gentle competition, the warmth of community, remained intrinsically valuable even after death. This showed a kind of honesty in their thinking. The ancients were not imagining a paradise that denied what humans actually wanted and needed. Instead, they were imagining a place where those desires could be fulfilled without the accompanying sorrows that earthly life always brought with them. Elysium was not where the gods sent you to suffer differently, but where they sent you so that you could finally have what you deserved. It was a place of genuine reward. Not everyone arrived there, of course. Elysium was not a place that opened its gates to just anyone. The ancient sources were quite specific about who belonged there. The souls who found themselves walking into that golden light were the ones who had lived extraordinary lives, heroes of exceptional deeds, men and women who had earned the favor of the gods, those whose divine lineage gave them a particular standing in the eyes of the underworld's judges. Minos and his fellow judges would have weighed a soul carefully before sending it to Elysium. The bar was genuinely high. Ordinary goodness was not quite enough. You had to have distinguished yourself in some meaningful way, through courage, through sacrifice, through the kind of greatness that the gods themselves took notice of. Among the souls that ancient sources placed in Elysium were figures like Peleus, the father of Achilles, Cadmus, the founder of Thebes, Menelaus, the king of Sparta, whose marriage to Helen had set an entire age of myth in motion. Achilles himself appears in Elysium in some versions of the tradition, though in others, most famously in Homer's Odyssey, his shade speaks with a weariness that suggests something less than perfect contentment. The mythological tradition was not always perfectly consistent on this point, and I find that inconsistency quietly honest. Even paradise, it seems, could hold complicated feelings for a man who had lost what Achilles lost. But the general picture that the ancient poets drew was one of deserved peace, a place where the great could finally set down whatever weight they had carried and simply exist in the warmth of it. Some traditions went even further than Elysium. There were the Isles of the Blessed, a place set apart even from the Elysian fields themselves, reserved for souls who had been deemed worthy of Elysium not once but 3 times across 3 separate lifetimes. This belief was tied to older ideas about the soul being reborn into the world again and again, working its way towards something higher through each successive life. It gave the Isles of the Blessed a quality of ultimate arrival, the end of the long road, the final resting place for a soul that had earned it over and over. The Isles were thought to lie beyond even the Elysian fields, somewhere in the farthest reaches of the underworld, surrounded by gentle water and bathed in a light that never changed. You would not find grief there, not even the memory of it. There, in the farthest reach of the underworld, where the air was always warm and the light never faded, the greatest of them rested in a joy that had no end. Most souls did not go to Elysium, and most did not go to Tartarus. The vast majority of the dead arrived at a place that was neither a reward nor a punishment, a broad and quiet region known as the Asphodel Meadows, stretching across the interior of the underworld in every direction, its pale flowers moving gently beneath a sky that neither brightened into day nor fell entirely into darkness. The asphodel was a flower with deep ties to the world of the dead in Greek tradition. It was a slender plant with white or softly yellow blossoms that grew wild along the roadsides and hillsides of Greece and was often planted near graves as an offering to those who had already departed. In the meadows of the underworld, it grew in extraordinary abundance, covering the ground in every direction, giving this place its name and its particular mood. Not grim, exactly, but endlessly muted, like the light just before dawn when the sky hasn't yet decided what color it wants to be. The souls who arrived here kept the shape they had held in life. They had the appearance of the men and women they had been. You could recognize a face, make out the outline of someone you had once known, but something essential had quietly faded. The awareness that animated them was dim, like a fire that has burned down to its last coals, still glowing but giving off very little warmth. They recalled in a vague and unreliable way that there had been a life before this place, that they had eaten food and felt sunlight and spoken words that mattered to someone. But the details drifted away from them, the way details do in a dream you try to hold on to after waking. They didn't hunger and they didn't thirst, and they felt no particular discomfort. Only the meadow, the flowers, and the faint echo of a life they could no longer quite assemble into a coherent picture. Homer described these shades in the Odyssey with a plainness that stayed in the mind long after reading. When Odysseus stood at the boundary of the underworld and poured blood into a trench as an offering, the shades came flooding toward him from every direction, drawn by the warmth of it. They pressed close, eager and desperate in a way that the grey meadows didn't normally permit. When they drank, something came back. Their voices, their memories, the particular grief or longing that had been theirs in life. Tiresias spoke his prophecy clearly. Odysseus's own mother lifted her head and told him what had happened to her in the years since he had sailed away. But without the blood, they were silent. They moved through the meadow as they always moved, slowly and without speaking, like shadows cast by a sun that was no longer overhead. The melancholy of the asphodel meadows had a quality unlike any other part of the underworld. It wasn't the sharp and targeted suffering of Tartarus, where every punishment was precisely designed to mirror the crime that had earned it. It wasn't the brilliant ease of Elysium, where the blessed spent their days in warmth and celebration. It was something gentler and harder to name, the feeling of existing in a place where nothing bad happens, but where nothing particularly good happens either, and where that distinction no longer seems to make much difference. These weren't souls who raged against their condition or wept openly for what they had lost. They simply were, in the way that the flowers around them simply were, present, unhurried, carrying on without urgency through a stretch of time that had no particular end in sight. The shades around them paid little attention to one another. A soul might pass within arm's reach of someone it had loved in life and feel only the faintest stir of recognition, the way a sleeper might hear a familiar voice without quite waking to answer it. Somewhere in these meadows, ancient tradition described a herd of cattle belonging to Hades himself, great animals with coats as black as a night without stars, moving slowly through the asphodel in loose groups, their heads low, their steps unhurried. A herdsman named Menoetes tended to them, driving them from one part of the plain to another with the calm patience of someone who had been doing this for a very long time and wasn't expecting it to end. His presence there added something to the picture of the asphodel meadows, a sense that even here, in this quiet and neutral place, there was a kind of order, a rhythm to the days, a figure going steadily about his work among the pale flowers and the drifting souls. For the ancient Greeks, I think the asphodel meadows represented something truthful about their understanding of ordinary human life, that most people aren't heroes and aren't monsters, that most lives are lived in a middle ground where large moral dramas rarely play out, and that the afterlife for such people would be, fittingly, a middle ground of its own. It wasn't a comforting image, exactly, but it wasn't a frightening one either. They drifted through the pale flowers, neither suffering nor rejoicing, carrying the shape of their lives without quite remembering what it had felt like to live. Tartarus was in some ways the oldest part of the underworld, older than Hades himself, older than the gods, a great pit at the very base of existence that the first Greek poets imagined as a primordial entity in its own right. In the beginning, according to Hesiod, there was chaos, and then there was Gaia, and alongside Gaia there was Tartarus, not a place yet, but a being, one of the first forces to emerge from the original dark. Only later, as the myths grew more detailed and the geography of the afterlife became more elaborate, did Tartarus settle into its role as a location, the deepest possible depth of the world, a pit so far beneath the surface that ancient poets described the distance between Earth and Tartarus as equal to the distance between Earth and the sky above it. Hesiod wrote that a bronze anvil dropped from the surface of the Earth would fall for 9 days before it finally struck the floor of Tartarus. It was a number chosen not for precision, but for impression, the point being that Tartarus was incomprehensibly far down, unreachable, sealed away from everything above. After the Titanomachy, when Zeus and his siblings defeated Cronus and the older generation of Titans, it was into Tartarus that most of the Titans were cast. The Hecatoncheires, those enormous hundred-handed beings who had fought alongside the Olympians, were set to guard the bronze walls and the iron gates of Tartarus, ensuring that what had been imprisoned there would remain imprisoned. The Phlegethon, the river of fire that burned without consuming, was said to flow around Tartarus, forming a boundary of perpetual flame. And so for a long time, Tartarus served primarily as a cosmic jail, the place where the enemies of the gods were kept, where the old powers of the world were locked away so the new order could hold. It was vast and dark and surrounded by fire, and it was, by all accounts, a very convincing argument for not challenging Zeus. The architecture of Tartarus itself was designed to be inescapable in a way that simple walls and locks could never ensure. The very distance that separated it from the world of the living meant that even if a prisoner somehow broke free from their chains, they would face a journey of impossible length just to reach the surface. The darkness there was absolute and unnatural, a blackness that existed independent of the absence of light. It was more akin to a force of its own, a tangible presence that pressed against anyone unfortunate enough to find themselves in that deep. The temperature dropped steadily as one descended through the layers of the underworld toward Tartarus. But the flame of the Phlegethon created zones of searing heat that made the environment even more hostile and bewildering. Some accounts suggest that time itself moved differently in Tartarus, that the sensation of duration there was unreliable and disorienting, which would have made even the measurement of one's suffering uncertain. The ancient poets were careful to emphasize that Tartarus was not merely a more unpleasant version of ordinary existence. It was a fundamentally different kind of place, operating by different rules, where the normal comforts and measures of the world above had no meaning or application. However, as Greek thought matured, and philosophers and poets became more interested in questions of justice and moral consequence, Tartarus took on a second role alongside its first. It became the place of punishment for the wicked dead, specifically for those whose crimes against the gods or against basic human decency were so extreme that the Asphodel Meadows would have been far too mild a sentence. The souls sent there were few, but their stories were told and retold because each punishment had been designed with terrible precision, shaped to mirror the nature of the transgression itself. Sisyphus, the king of Corinth, had been one of the craftiest mortals who ever lived, so clever in fact that he had twice managed to escape death entirely, first by chaining Thanatos so that no one in the world could die, and then, after finally being brought to the underworld, by persuading Persephone to release him back to the living world on the pretext that his funeral rites had not been properly completed. He returned to Corinth and lived out many more years before Hermes finally came to bring him back for good. His punishment in Tartarus was a boulder, a large, heavy stone that he was required to push up a long hill. Each time he neared the top, the boulder rolled back down. He would descend, take up his position again, and push. Up the hill, back down. Up the hill, back down. On and on. Tantalus had been a king who, in one version of his story, had killed his own son Pelops and served him as a meal to the gods, a crime so unthinkable that it became its own category of transgression in Greek moral thought. His punishment placed him in a pool of water that reached his chin, beneath branches heavy with ripe fruit. When he bent to drink, the water receded. When he reached for the fruit, the branches lifted just beyond his grasp. He stood there, perpetually thirsty, perpetually hungry, surrounded by abundance that would never quite be his. The word tantalizing, even now, carries his name in it. Ixion had been a mortal king who, through a series of compounding betrayals, eventually committed the extraordinary offense of attempting to seduce Hera, queen of the gods, while he was a guest on Olympus, a violation of both divine hospitality and basic decency. Zeus, who was not without some appreciation for complicated situations, nonetheless could not let that pass. Zeon was bound to a great wheel of fire that spun without stopping, carrying him through the darkness of Tartarus in a rotation that would never end. Each of these punishments shared the same underlying logic. The suffering was calibrated to the crime, a permanent reflection of what the person had done. Sisyphus, who had always found a way to escape consequences, was given a task with no conclusion. Tantalus, who had so casually destroyed what was most precious and sacred, was surrounded by what he needed most and denied it forever. Ixion, who had violated the sanctity of the god's own house, was given motion without destination, effort without rest. Tartarus, in this sense, was not simply a place of cruelty. It was a place of meaning, or at least that is how the Greeks chose to understand it. And the wheel kept turning, and the water kept receding, and the boulder kept rolling back down, on and on into a forever that had no end in sight. Whatever else people thought of Hades, his silence, his sternness, his willingness to keep the dead in his realm without exception, nothing about him captured the ancient imagination quite like the story of how he came to have a queen. The myth begins, as so many Greek myths do, in a meadow on a warm and ordinary day. Persephone, the daughter of Demeter and Zeus, was out among the flowers with a group of companions, moving through a field that some ancient sources place at a site called Nysa, though other versions name different locations across the Greek world. She was the goddess of spring growth, still young, still entirely part of the world above, trailing her fingers through blossoms and letting the sunlight settle on her shoulders. By most accounts, it was a particular flower that drew her away from the others, a narcissus of unusual size and beauty, said in the Homeric hymn to Demeter to have been placed there deliberately, coaxed into bloom by Gaia at Hades' request. Persephone reached for it, and the earth split open. From the chasm came Hades in his black chariot drawn by immortal horses, and before she could cry out more than once, he had swept her up and carried her down into the dark, and the ground closed over them as if nothing had happened at all. The meadow was quiet. Her companions stood there, and then they did not, and the flowers remained exactly where they were, unbothered. Demeter heard her daughter's cry. That detail appears in the Homeric hymn with a particular kind of plainness. Demeter heard it, and she knew immediately that something was wrong, and she began to search. For 9 days and 9 nights, according to that telling, she wandered the earth carrying torches, neither eating nor drinking nor washing, asking everyone she passed if they had seen her daughter. No god would tell her. No mortal had witnessed the abduction. It was not until Hecate, the goddess of crossroads and torchlight, and later the sun god Helios, who sees everything that happens under the open sky, confirmed what had occurred. Hades had taken Persephone with Zeus's knowledge and consent. Demeter's grief, when she understood this fully, turned to something colder. She withdrew from her responsibilities entirely. She was the goddess of grain, of harvest, of the fertility of the earth, and when she withheld her care, the earth felt it immediately. Crops failed. Seeds refused to sprout. The ground turned hard. Flocks grew thin. Human beings began to suffer, and the gods began to grow anxious, because without harvest there would be no offerings, and without offerings the order of things would begin to fray at its edges. Zeus, who had remained silent through Demeter's wandering, eventually understood that he would have to act. He sent Hermes down into the underworld with a message for Hades. Persephone must be returned. Hades received Hermes with his usual measured calm, and he agreed. However, And here the myth turns on a single quiet detail. Persephone had eaten while she was in the underworld. The ancient sources differ on exactly how many pomegranate seeds she consumed. The Homeric hymn says she ate a few, the number sometimes counted as 6. Other versions say 4, others say 3 or even 1. The precise count matters less than the principle it represents, which the ancient Greeks understood clearly. Eating the food of the dead binds a soul to the realm of the dead. Whether Persephone ate unknowingly, or whether Hades gently encouraged her, or whether she chose it herself, and some later interpretations lean toward that last possibility, is left deliberately unresolved in the oldest sources. What could not be undone was the eating itself. A full return was impossible, and so a compromise was reached, negotiated between Zeus, Demeter, and Hades, with Persephone present as both the subject and eventually a party to the arrangement. She would spend part of each year in the underworld as Hades' queen, and the remaining months above the earth with her mother. The length of her stay below varies between versions. Some say a third of the year, some say half, but the essential structure remains the same across tellings. When Persephone descended, Demeter's sorrow returned, and the earth grew cold. When Persephone came back up through the dark soil into the sunlight, Demeter's grief lifted, and the world flowered again. This was the explanation the ancient Greeks gave for the turning of the seasons, told not as a scientific account, but as a story about love and loss, and the rhythms that those feelings impose on the world. What is worth pausing on is the way Persephone herself appears once she has taken her place in the underworld. She did not remain merely a captive in the myths that came after the abduction story. In account after account, she appears as a genuine queen, composed, authoritative, and in full possession of her role. When Orpheus descended and played his music before the throne, it was Persephone's tears that the poets described alongside Hades' relenting. When Psyche arrived seeking a gift of beauty, it was Persephone who received her and sent her back with what she had been sent to collect. When Heracles asked to borrow Cerberus, he addressed both Hades and Persephone as joint rulers of the realm. She had, by whatever road she arrived at it, become the dread queen in her own right, a figure who commanded the respect of the dead and the caution of any living soul who found their way below. The ancient Greeks held a dual image of her with great comfort. She was the young woman gathering narcissus flowers in the afternoon light, and she was the queen sitting beside the most silent of all the gods, presiding over everything that had ever ended. Both of those things were true at once, and neither one cancelled out the other. And every spring, when the first flowers pushed up through the still cold earth, people understood that it meant Persephone had returned to the world above, and that for a little while longer the queen of the dead was free. Of all the mortals who ever found their way into the underworld while still breathing, none arrived by a stranger road than Orpheus, and none left in a greater state of sorrow. Orpheus was born into music the way most people are born into ordinary life. It was simply the substance of him, the thing he was made of. His mother was Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, and his father, depending on which tradition you follow, was either the god Apollo himself or a Thracian king named Oeagrus. Either way, Orpheus came into the world already touched by something extraordinary. He played the lyre, Apollo's own instrument in most accounts, and when he played, the world listened. Not in the polite way that an audience listens to a skilled performer, but in the way that living things respond to something they cannot quite explain. Trees are said to have pulled their roots from the soil and leaned toward the sound. Rivers slowed, stones shifted, wild animals would come and sit quietly near him, forgetting whatever it was they had been doing. There was no lock in nature that his music could not open, and people who heard him said afterward that they could not find the words for what it had felt like. only that it had felt like something they had always been looking for without knowing it. He was not merely gifted, he was, by all ancient accounts, the greatest music, Ian, who had ever lived. And that was not a small thing in a world where music was considered a form of divine speech. By the time Orpheus reached manhood, his fame had spread across the known world. Kings and commoners alike sought him out, hoping to hear even a single song. He travelled widely throughout Thrace and beyond, and wherever he went, the landscape itself seemed to transform in his presence. Vines grew more lush where he walked. Flowers bloomed out of season. Even the hardest hearts found themselves softened by his melodies. He could have lived a life of endless acclaim and comfort, surrounded by admirers and wealth. And yet he remained somehow apart from it all, untouched by the ordinary desires that drove most men, as though his connection to music ran so deep that nothing else could quite reach him. It was into this solitary existence that Eurydice came. He fell in love with a woman named Eurydice, and she with him, and for a little while the world was exactly what it ought to have been. Their wedding was celebrated with torches and flowers, and the kind of joy that makes everyone present feel briefly that nothing could go wrong. But the omens at their wedding were not good. The torches smoked without catching properly, and the smoke stung the eyes of everyone gathered, which the ancient world understood as a sign that grief was not far away. In some versions of the story, Eurydice died that very day, wandering through the meadow grass and stepping by accident onto a serpent, which bit her on the ankle. In another tradition, she had been trying to flee the unwanted attention of a shepherd named Aristeus, and in her flight she did not see the snake hiding in the grass at her feet. Either way, the outcome was the same. She died before the wedding celebrations had properly ended. Orpheus was left holding his lyre in a world that had gone completely quiet. He did not eat. He did not sleep. He sat and played music that was so full of grief it made everyone who heard it weep without knowing exactly why. The way certain kinds of rain make you feel sad even when you are standing safely inside. Eventually, he made a decision that no ordinary person would have made, and perhaps only Orpheus could have made it at all. He would go after her. The road into the underworld was not a road any living person was meant to travel, and yet Orpheus walked it, carrying nothing but his lyre. He charmed his way past Charon first, the old ferryman who had never in all his long existence agreed to carry a living soul across the water, and who was not the sort of figure that responded well to appeals or arguments. But Orpheus played, and Charon stood still, and after a moment he picked up his pole and ferried Orpheus across without a word. Cerberus came next, and all three of his heads went quiet, and then lay down on his great forepaws as the music moved through him. Orpheus walked past, deeper into the kingdom of the dead, until he stood before Hades and Persephone themselves on their thrones. Existence, he played. The Furies, who had never in any account of them been known to weep, wept. Sisyphus sat down on his boulder and stopped pushing. Tantalus stood still in his water and forgot for a moment that he was thirsty. The dead paused in whatever they were doing and turned toward the sound. Even Hades, who was not a god given to sentimentality, was moved, not undone by the music exactly, but moved in the way that a very deep and still body of water moves when something extraordinary touches its surface. Persephone was the first to speak, and it was she, many ancient sources suggest, who urged her husband toward mercy. Hades agreed. Eurydice would be permitted to follow Orpheus back to the world of the living, stepping up through the dark with him, her feet barely making a sound, behind his. But there was one condition, and the condition was absolute. Orpheus must walk ahead. He must not turn around to look at her until they had both passed completely into the sunlight above. Not once, not for a moment, not even at the very end of the climb. He agreed, and the walk began. There is perhaps no silence in any story quite like the silence of that ascent. Orpheus walked. He could not hear footsteps behind him, because Eurydice was still partly of the underworld, still newly dead, and the dead do not make noise the way the living do. He had only Hades' word that she was there, and the longer he walked in that silence, the more his mind began to do what minds do when they are deprived of certainty. It began to fill the silence with doubt. What if she hadn't followed? What if the condition had already been broken somehow, by some detail he hadn't understood? What if she was not there at all, and he was walking toward the daylight alone? He could see it ahead of him, the growing grey warmth that meant the entrance was near, the quality of the air beginning to shift. He was almost there. He was, by most accounts, nearly at the threshold itself, the place where the underground became the open sky. When he turned around, she was there. She was right behind him, her face just visible in the half-dark, her eyes meeting his for one brief and terrible moment. And then she began to recede. She did not fall. She did not cry out in anger or in blame. She simply moved backward, softly, the way a reflection disappears when you lift a mirror away from water. She said his name, or perhaps she only mouthed it. The ancient accounts differ. And then she was gone, drawn back into the underworld, and this time there would be no music powerful enough to bring her back. Hades had granted his one exception, and exceptions in the underworld were granted only once. Orpheus returned to the world above alone. He wandered Thrace for a long time afterward, playing music that was no longer the music of a man in love, but the music of a man who had lost something that could not be replaced and knew it completely. He refused the company of others. He would not speak of what had happened in any way that could be put into ordinary words. The women of Thrace, some of them worshippers of Dionysus, took his withdrawal as an insult, though some traditions suggest it was more complicated than that, and that Dionysus himself had a role in what followed. However it began, a group of Maenads, the wild and devoted female followers of Dionysus, set upon Orpheus and killed him. They tore him apart. His body was scattered, and his head, still attached to his lyre, was thrown into the river Hebrus and carried out toward the sea. Even after death, people said, his head was still singing, floating down the river toward the sea, the music drifting out across the water long after any ordinary voice would have fallen silent. When Eurystheus told Heracles his final task, there was a silence in the room. Not surprise exactly, because everyone had known this moment was coming, but the kind of quiet that falls when something impossible is said out loud. Heracles had already done 11 things that should not have been possible. He had killed the Nemean lion and the Lernaean hydra. He had cleaned the Augean stables and captured the Erymanthian boar. He had gone to the ends of the earth for golden apples and driven off the cattle of Geryon from an island at the edge of the world. Each task had been designed by Eurystheus to be the one that finally broke him, and each time Heracles had returned. So now Eurystheus gave him the last labour, the one labour that could not be survived with strength alone. He was to descend into the underworld and bring back Cerberus, the three-headed guardian of the dead, alive and unharmed, and to do it without using any weapons at all. Before he could descend, however, Heracles understood that he needed more than courage. He travelled to Eleusis, near Athens, where a sacred sanctuary held one of the most important religious rites in the ancient Greek world, the Eleusinian Mysteries. These were secret ceremonies, initiation rituals honouring Demeter and Persephone, believed to prepare the soul for what lay beyond death. Only initiates were granted a kind of spiritual protection and understanding that made passage through the world of the dead possible for a living person. According to the tradition, Heracles was initiated there before his descent, receiving the ritual preparation that would allow him to enter Hades' kingdom as a living man and, crucially, to leave it again. Without that initiation, the journey would have been not just dangerous, but simply forbidden. He did not go alone. Hermes, the guide of souls who escorted the dead on their final journey, came with him. Athena accompanied him as well. This detail mattered to the Greeks who told this story. Even the greatest mortal who had ever lived needed divine companionship to walk that road. The three of them descended together, passing through the entrance to the underworld, moving down through the dark until the light of the living world had faded entirely behind them. The shades of the dead drew back at the sight of Heracles moving among them. Most of them scattered in fear. A living man, breathing and warm and solid in a world of shadows, was not something the dead were accustomed to seeing. However, not all of them fled. When the shade of the Gorgon Medusa appeared before him, Heracles drew his sword. It was an instinct, the reflex of a warrior who had spent his entire life meeting danger with a blade. Hermes put a hand on his arm and told him gently that what stood before him was only a shade, the hollow image of Medusa, and that it could do him no harm. Heracles lowered his sword and moved on. Further into that realm, he came across the shade of Meleager, the hero of Calydon. The two of them spoke, as well as shades and living men are able to speak in such a place, and something passed between them, a warmth, or perhaps a recognition of shared fate. Meleager had died young and left behind a sister named Deianira, and Heracles, moved by the encounter, promised to marry her when he returned to the world above. That promise would have consequences of its own in time, but that belonged to another story. He also found Theseus, the king of Athens, who had made the mistake of accompanying his friend Perithous on an ill-conceived attempt to abduct Persephone herself. The plan had gone badly, as one might expect. Both men had been caught and made to sit in the chair of forgetfulness, a seat that fixed itself around whoever sat down, holding them fast and draining their memory and will. Perithous remained there, his crime too serious for any appeal. But Heracles took hold of Theseus and pulled, and the earth trembled at the effort, and Theseus came free. He walked with Heracles back toward the gate, delivered at last from the chair that had held him. Then Heracles stood before Hades himself. The god of the underworld regarded him without particular alarm. Hades was not a god who was easily unsettled, and by this point he had already received unusual visitors. He listened to what Heracles asked. He considered it, and then, in the measured, deliberate way that characterized everything Hades did, he agreed. Heracles could take Cerberus to the surface and bring him before Eurystheus. There was one condition, and it was absolute. No weapons. If Heracles wanted to take the guardian of the dead from his post, he would have to do it with nothing but his hands and whatever strength the gods had given him. Heracles found Cerberus at the gate. 3 heads, each one more attentive than the last, turned toward him. The serpent tail moved. The creature was not afraid of Heracles in the way that other animals had been afraid of him. Cerberus existed outside the ordinary hierarchy of living things, and he answered only to Hades. But Heracles was not an ordinary man either. He seized the dog with his bare arms, wrapping himself around the creature's body and pressing against the thick neck, and Cerberus fought back as Cerberus would, with all 3 heads, with teeth and the lashing serpent tail. The snakes along his body bit at Heracles, and Heracles held on. He did not let go. He did not reach for a weapon. He simply held and pressed and endured until Cerberus finally went still beneath his grip, subdued, alive, unharmed as promised. He carried the dog up to the surface. Hermes and Athena walked with them, and the long climb back toward light and air was made with a 3-headed dog held under the arm of the strongest man who had ever lived. When they emerged into the world above, Cerberus blinked in the daylight, the first time, perhaps, that the guardian of the dead had ever seen the sun. Heracles brought Cerberus to Eurystheus, to prove the labor completed. The king, who had sent Heracles on 12 impossible tasks without once accompanying him on any of them, took one look at the three-headed creature standing in his courtyard and dove into a large storage jar to hide. He called out from inside it, asking Heracles please to return the dog to the underworld, and he would consider the labors finished. Heracles returned Cerberus to Hades as agreed, the dog unharmed and restored to his post, the terms honored on both sides. Cerberus was returned to his post at the gate, and the underworld closed behind Heracles as he walked back up into the sunlight, the only mortal to have wrestled the king of all guard dogs and lived to tell about it. Long before he ever found his way home, Odysseus was told he would have to make a detour that no man on his way home should ever have to make. He was on the island of Aea at the time, a guest of the sorceress Circe, who had by then become something close to a friend, though their beginning had been far from friendly. She had turned his crew into pigs once, and he had forced her to change them back. But those days were behind them, and Circe, for all her strangeness, had a genuine willingness to help Odysseus find his way. The trouble was that the way home required him first to go somewhere else entirely. She told him he needed to sail to the edge of the world, to the land of the Cimmerians, where the sun never quite reached and a perpetual mist pressed in from every direction. There, at the boundary where the world of the living thinned out and the world of the dead began, he was to dig a trench in the earth, pour into it offerings of milk and honey, then wine, then water, then sprinkle white barley over the surface. After that, he was to offer the blood of slaughtered sheep into the trench, and then wait. The dead would come to drink. He was not to let any shade approach the blood until Tiresias, the blind prophet, had drunk first and given him the guidance he needed. This was the only way, Circe said, to learn what fate had waiting for him. There was no negotiating around it and no shortcut through it. So Odysseus gathered his crew, accepted Circe's instructions, and sailed west into the dark. When he reached the place she had described, grey, cold, wrapped in cloud even at midday, the kind of landscape that seemed to exist just outside of ordinary light, he did what she had told him. He dug the trench, he poured the offerings, he made the sacrifice, and then the dead began to come. They drifted toward the trench from every direction, a slow and wordless crowd of shades pressing forward. Young men and old women, soldiers still wearing the marks of their wounds, brides who had died before their time. Odysseus held his sword over the trench to keep them back, and he waited for Tiresias. But before the blind prophet arrived, another shade pushed to the front, and Odysseus recognized him immediately. It was Elpenor, the youngest of his crew, a man who had not yet been buried, 'cause he had not yet died when they had sailed away. He had woken that morning on Circe's roof, drunk and disoriented, stumbled, fallen, and broken his neck. In the rush to leave, no one had thought to bury him. Elpenor's shade was desperate. He begged Odysseus not to leave him unmourned and unburied, wandering between worlds without rest. He asked only for a proper burial, a mound of earth, and his oar planted in the ground above him, so that the living would know he had once been one of them. Odysseus promised to do it, and the shade grew calmer. Eventually Tiresias arrived, drank from the trench, and told Odysseus what lay ahead, the trial still waiting for him, the warning about the cattle of the sun, the slow path homeward, and the things he would find when he got there. Then Tiresias withdrew, and Odysseus's mother came forward. Her name was Anticlea, and she had been alive when he had sailed for Troy. He had not known she had died. She drank from the blood, and recognized her son, and she told him gently that it was grief that had taken her. Grief at his long absence, the worry that had worn her down quietly over all those years. She told him about his father Laertes, growing old and sorrowful in the countryside. She told him about his wife Penelope, still faithful, still waiting. And then Odysseus tried to hold her. 3 times he reached out to embrace her shade, and 3 times his arms passed through nothing, as though she were made of cool air and shadow. She explained, without bitterness, that this was simply the nature of the dead. The sinews and flesh were gone, and what remained was only the image of a person, a shape without substance. He could not hold her because there was nothing solid left to hold. He stood there with his arms empty, and there was nothing to say about that, except that it was how things were. After his mother withdrew, the shades of great women drifted past, queens and daughters of gods, each pausing briefly so that Odysseus could see who they had been. Then came the shades of men he had known in life, soldiers from the long war at Troy. Agamemnon came and told him the story of his own murder, killed at his own homecoming feast by his wife and her lover, and warned Odysseus to be careful when he finally returned, because a man could not always trust what was waiting for him at home. The shade of Achilles came, and this was perhaps the meeting that weighed on Odysseus most, though he had not expected it to. He tried to comfort Achilles, to remind him that he had died with glory and was honored even among the dead. Achilles was not comforted. He said, quietly and with complete certainty, that he would give up every bit of his fame and honor among the dead to be alive again as the most ordinary man alive, a hired laborer in someone else's fields, with nothing to his name and no one singing songs about him, but breathing and present and real. It was the most honest thing anyone said to Odysseus on that entire journey. After Achilles, the shade of Ajax appeared, great Ajax, who had lost a contest against Odysseus for the armor of the slain Achilles, and had died in the madness that followed. He would not speak. He simply looked at Odysseus once, with an expression that carried everything, the old wound, the unresolved humiliation, and then turned and walked away into the dark without a word. Odysseus called after him, but Ajax did not turn back. Eventually, when the crowd of shades began pressing closer and closer, and the noise of their coming grew too great, Odysseus felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold air around him, and he understood it was time to go. He walked back to his ship and gave the order to sail. He sailed away from the edge of the underworld, carrying the weight of every face he had seen. His mother he could not hold, his old companions he could not save, and the great Achilles who had told him, quietly and without any pleasure, that death was not what the poets made it sound. The underworld was not only visited by heroes and demigods. One of its most memorable travelers was an ordinary mortal woman named Psyche, who went there not for prophecy or conquest, but simply because a goddess told her she had to. Her story reaches us most fully through a Roman writer named Apuleius, who set it down in a work called The Golden Ass sometime in the 2nd century, though scholars believe the tale draws on older Greek traditions that had been circulating long before he put them into writing. Psyche was a mortal of such extraordinary beauty that people had begun to worship her in place of Aphrodite, leaving the goddess's temples cold and her altars without offerings. Aphrodite sent her son Eros to make Psyche fall hopelessly in love with the most wretched creature alive. But Eros, upon seeing her, fell in love with her himself. He brought her to a hidden palace and came to her only in darkness, never allowing her to look at his face. Their arrangement might have lasted, but Psyche's sisters, hollowed out by jealousy, convinced her that her invisible husband must surely be some kind of monster. One night, while he slept, she lit an oil lamp. The light revealed not a monster, but Eros himself, radiant and beautiful in a way she hadn't imagined. A drop of hot oil fell on his shoulder. He woke and he left. Aphrodite, who hadn't forgiven any of it, called Psyche before her and laid out a series of tasks, each one designed to be impossible for a mortal woman to complete on her own. The first 3 tasks Psyche somehow managed. An army of ants helped her sort a vast pile of seeds. Green reeds whispered to her about how to gather golden fleece from dangerous rams, and an eagle of Zeus flew a crystal vessel up to the black waters of the Styx and filled it for her. But the 4th task was another thing entirely. Aphrodite told Psyche to descend into the underworld itself and come back with a small box containing some of Persephone's beauty, which the goddess claimed she needed after all the worry and strain of the ordeal. The cruelty in the task was quite open. Aphrodite knew that no ordinary mortal could find the way into the underworld, much less find a way back out. Psyche understood this too, and so she climbed to the top of a tall tower, intending to throw herself from it. The quickest path to the underworld, she had decided, was simply to die. She stood at the edge with the wind around her and had nowhere left to go. But then, and this is the moment in the story that you might find yourself returning to, the tower itself spoke. It gave her its voice, and it told her not to despair, and it told her exactly what she needed to do. It explained the way down. Near a place called Taenarus, there was an entrance to the underworld, and if she kept carefully to the instructions she was about to receive, she could make the crossing and return. She'd need 2 coins, one for Charon on the way in, one for the return, and 2 small cakes of barley and honey to offer Cerberus, one going in and one coming out. The tower warned her about 2 encounters she'd face along the road. A lame man driving a donkey loaded with firewood would ask her for help, and drowning men would call out to her from the water, begging her to pull them in. She was to help none of them, the tower said. These were traps, set there deliberately by Aphrodite to make her waste her coins, or her cakes, or simply lose her way. The tower's warning carried a deeper lesson, that not all suffering claims compassion equally, and that Psyche's mercy might itself become the instrument of her downfall if she allowed pity to override reason. Aphrodite had devised these obstacles with a cruel understanding of mortal nature, knowing that kindness and empathy could be turned against the kind-hearted as effectively as any poison. The goddess was testing not merely Psyche's strength, but her discipline and her capacity to choose survival over sympathy. And when Persephone had given her the box, she must not open it. She was simply to carry it back, sealed, and deliver it as she had been asked, nothing more. Psyche listened carefully, and she went. She found the entrance and descended, following the path down through the dark until she reached the river. She offered Charon his coin, and he carried her across without much ceremony. When Cerberus appeared before her, she held out one of the honey cakes, and the great dog let her pass. She stood before Persephone at last and made her request, and Persephone placed whatever was needed inside a small box, sealed it, and handed it to her without apparent surprise. The return journey went the same way. Another cake for Cerberus, another coin for Charon, and the light of the living world gradually grew ahead of her as she climbed. She was nearly there, and then her curiosity reached out one more time, the way it always had. It was the same curiosity that had made her light the lamp. She thought to herself that Aphrodite wouldn't miss the smallest portion of what was in the box, and that perhaps a little of Persephone's beauty might help restore something of what the long ordeal had taken from her. She lifted the lid. What rose out of the box wasn't beauty at all. It was an overwhelming sleep, the kind that carries the weight of the underworld in it, and it dropped her to the ground right there at the threshold between the dead and the living. Eros found her not long after. He gathered the sleep back into the box, sealed it, and woke her. He brought her grievance to Zeus, who heard the whole long story of what they had been through together and agreed to grant Psyche immortality so that they could finally be together without interference. She had done what she was asked. She had carried what she was told, and she had made it back from the kingdom of the dead, which was more than almost any mortal could claim. Compared to Zeus with his affairs and his thunderbolts, or Apollo with his prophecies and his music, or Ares wading into every available conflict, Hades was a notably quiet presence in Greek mythology. He did not descend from Olympus to meddle in human affairs, did not fall in love with mortal women, did not take sides in the squabbles that kept the other gods perpetually occupied. He stayed in his kingdom, and his kingdom stayed with him. When he does appear in the old stories, though, his character is remarkably consistent, stern and immovable, deeply committed to the order of things, occasionally willing to bend just slightly when something truly extraordinary presented itself, but never fooled twice and never pleased to be tested. The story of Sisyphus illustrates this as well as any other. Sisyphus, the cunning king of Ephyra, managed on 2 separate occasions to delay his own death. Sisyphus, the cunning king of Ephyra, managed on 2 separate occasions to delay his own death. First by tricking Thanatos, the god of death, into chaining himself, so that no one in the world could die at all. Later, by persuading Persephone to release him back to the living world on the grounds that he needed to arrange his own proper burial. Both times his cleverness worked, and both times it enraged Hades in a way that very few things ever did. When Sisyphus was finally recaptured and brought before the Lord of the Dead, there was no second chance offered, no further negotiation. His punishment was chosen with care. The boulder he was condemned to roll up the hill for eternity was not simply a burden, it was a perfect answer to a man who had spent his entire life looking for ways around the inevitable. Hades did not shout, did not monologue, did not threaten. He simply arranged things so that Sisyphus would spend forever doing work that could never be finished. There was a cold, precise quality to that judgment that says a great deal about who Hades was. The story of Asclepius touched on Hades in a different way. Asclepius, the great healer and son of Apollo, had grown so skilled in the art of medicine that he began bringing the dead back to life. Hades, watching his kingdom slowly lose the souls that were rightfully his, brought a complaint to Zeus. It was one of the rare moments in which Hades stepped outside his realm to assert his authority, and Zeus listened. Asclepius was struck down by a thunderbolt, and the natural order was restored. Hades returned to his throne without further comment. In his solitude, Hades was not forgotten by mortal men, though they spoke of him rarely and with circumspection. Temples were built in his honor, though fewer than for the other Olympians, and the festivals held in his name carried an undertone of obligation rather than celebration. The ancient Greeks understood that of all the gods, Hades alone could not be bargained with indefinitely, could not be swayed by flattery or grand sacrifice in any permanent way. His was a realm from which there was ultimately no escape, no clever trick that would work twice. This inexorable nature made him unique among the Olympians. His relationship with Persephone is perhaps the most humanizing thread running through all the stories that concern him. The abduction itself was violent and without her consent. Nothing about that should be softened. Yet the ancient sources describe what came after with a kind of quiet surprise, as though even the storytellers found themselves noting that Hades, once Persephone was his queen, treated her as precisely that, a queen, not a prisoner. She presided beside him, held genuine power over the dead, was respected and feared by every soul that came before them. Some accounts suggest she interceded with him on behalf of those who moved her, as she did for Orpheus, that Hades listened to her in those moments, which was not something he offered easily to anyone. It was not a love story that began gently, but it became, in time, something that looked very much like a partnership between equals. The helmet of invisibility that the Cyclopes had crafted for Hades during the war against the Titans was another way his character showed itself across different myths, not by wearing it constantly, as a lesser god might have done out of vanity or paranoia, but by lending it. During the Trojan War, according to some traditions. He lent it to Athena so that Ares would not see her moving against him on the battlefield. He lent it to Perseus as well, in the story of Medusa, so that the hero could approach the Gorgon without being seen. There was something quietly generous in those gestures, a willingness to place his most powerful possession in someone else's hands when the cause was just. And then he took it back and said nothing more about it. The Greeks who told these stories understood something about Hades that can be easy to miss if you approach him only through his associations with death and darkness. He was not malevolent. He was not indifferent either. His anger at Sisyphus, his complaint about Asclepius, his grant of mercy to Orpheus, all show a god who was paying close attention. What he was, more than anything, was the guardian of a particular kind of order, one that held that every living thing would one day die, that the dead belonged to his kingdom, that this arrangement was not negotiable. Ancient Greeks understood this well enough that they rarely said his name aloud, preferring the gentler title of Pluton, meaning the rich one, a reference to the wealth of metals and gems that lay beneath the earth. Naming him directly felt too much like inviting his attention. His attention was not something most people wanted before their time. He was not the most talkative god, not the most visible, not the most beloved, but he was the most inescapable. Every soul in the ancient world knew it. What made the mythology of the underworld more than just a collection of stories was the way it reached up from the deep places of the earth and shaped how living Greeks went about their days. The rivers, the judges, the coin, the ferryman. These were not idle imaginings kept safely inside the pages of a poem. They were beliefs that carried real weight, the kind that told a family exactly what they needed to do when someone they loved died, and exactly what might happen if they failed to do it. Because if Karen required payment, then someone had to provide the coin. If a soul left without proper burial rites wandered the near shore of the Styx for 100 years, unable to cross, then the people left behind bore a genuine responsibility for that soul's peace. Mythology and daily life were not two separate things. They folded into each other, quietly and completely. When a person died in ancient Greece, the rituals that followed were understood not as ceremony alone, but as a practical act of care, something owed to the dead, and something that mattered deeply for where that person would end up. The body was washed and anointed with oil, dressed carefully, and laid out in the home on a bier, usually with the feet facing the door. A coin, the obol, was placed in the mouth, or sometimes on each eye, so that the soul would be able to pay Charon when the moment came. Female relatives took on much of this work. They were the ones who washed the body, who wrapped it, who sat in mourning through the night. Their grief was not only personal but ritual. The lamentations of women were understood as a necessary part of sending the dead properly on their way. The mourning period typically lasted 3 days, after which the body was carried in procession to the place of burial or cremation, sometimes before sunrise, so that the pollution of death would not linger over the household into the coming day. Both burial and cremation were practiced at different times and in different regions, and both were considered acceptable ways of releasing the soul so that it could begin its journey. What mattered above all was that the rites were performed. Leaving a body unburied was not simply neglectful, it was a profound moral failure, the kind that Greek tragedy understood as worthy of the stage. Sophocles built an entire play around exactly that question. In Antigone, the king Creon forbids the burial of Polynices, who died fighting against his own city, and Antigone defies that order to bury her brother herself, even knowing it means her death. The play works as a tragedy precisely because both sides are arguing from a position of real conviction. Creon from the authority of the state, Antigone from the obligation to the dead that no earthly law could override. Her argument was one that Greek audiences understood in their bones. To leave Polynices unburied was to condemn his soul, and that was not a thing a loving sister could accept. The relationship between the living and the dead did not end at the grave. Ancient Greeks understood that the dead could still reach back across the boundary, not to threaten, usually, but to require something. Restless spirits, those who had died suddenly, violently, or without proper rites, were thought to linger near the world of the living until their situation was resolved. This was not superstition exactly, but a natural extension of the same belief system that described Charon's near shore as a place of waiting. The dead needed attending to, and the living were responsible for that attendance. Offerings of food, drink, and libations were poured onto the earth at grave sites, feeding down to the dead below. Honey, milk, wine, and water were all used, sometimes in combination, poured carefully into the ground as a way of nourishing the soul and maintaining the connection between the living household and those who had passed out of it. Athens observed a 3-day festival each spring, called the Anstesteria, which was understood partly as a celebration of the new wine, but also as a time when the boundary between the living and the dead grew thin. On the third final day of the festival, called Kytroi, a pot of mixed grains and vegetables was cooked and offered to Hermes on behalf of the dead. The living did not eat from that pot. It belonged to those below. At the end of the day, the spirits were formally dismissed with a phrase that has come down to us across thousands of years. Something close to, "Out of the door, spirits, the Anthesteria is over." It was a farewell both practical and tender, the kind of thing you say to guests when the evening has ended and it is time for them to go home. The geography of the underworld, its regions, its rivers, its judges, gave all of this a coherent shape. It answered the question that every funeral raises, which is, where did they go? It said that they went somewhere specific, that they were judged early, that their experience after death bore some relationship to the life they had lived. It offered not comfort exactly, but meaning. It told the living that what they did for the dead mattered, that the coin in the mouth was not a gesture, but a genuine act of love with genuine consequences. The mythology of the underworld was not kept at a safe distance from ordinary life. It was woven into it, quietly, in the coin placed in a loved one's mouth, in the flowers laid on a grave, in the offerings poured into the earth for those who had already made the crossing. The Greek underworld did not disappear when the ancient world changed around it. When Rome absorbed the mythology of Greece, Hades became Dis, or Pluto. The kingdom of the dead was carried westward into a new language and a new empire, largely intact. The rivers kept their names or close versions of them. Charon kept his oar. The judges kept their seats. Rome dressed the whole thing in Latin and called it their own. But the structure, the geography, the moral logic, the sense that the dead were sorted by the quality of their lives, remained the same. And when early Christian writers in the Mediterranean world began describing the afterlife in their own texts, they were working in a culture already saturated with these images. The regions of the underworld had trained generations of people to think about the afterlife as a place of distinct destinations, morally differentiated, where the wicked went to one corner of the dark and the blessed went to another. The idea of judgment after death, of a weighing of the soul's actions, of paradise for some and torment for others. None of this was invented by any single tradition. It was passed along, reshaped, renamed, and handed on again. Plato, writing in Athens in the 4th century before the Common Era, engaged seriously with the mythology of the underworld, not as superstition, but as a vehicle for genuine philosophical thought. At the end of his Republic, he told the story of a soldier named who died in battle and then returned to life, carrying with him a full account of what he had witnessed in the afterlife. Described seeing souls arrive before judges, receiving their verdicts, being sent either downward for punishment or upward toward reward. He watched souls eventually choose their next lives, drawing lots, selecting bodies, decisions they would not remember making once they had drunk from the Lethe and returned to the world. Plato used this story to argue that how a person lived was the only thing that truly mattered. This was because the soul carried that life with it into eternity. The mythology gave him a stage on which to set a moral argument. It was a stage his readers already knew by heart. The rivers, the judges, the forgetfulness at the end, these were not obstacles to his philosophy, but tools for it. What is perhaps most remarkable is how the underworld continued to live on long after people stopped offering coins to the dead or planting asphodel on graves. It survived as metaphor, as image, as a language for experiences that are otherwise very difficult to name. Grief has always felt like a descent, a going down into someplace dark, where the light of ordinary life no longer quite reaches. The myth of Orpheus speaks to something real about loss, about the desperate wish to undo what cannot be undone, about the terrible moment when doubt overcomes trust at the very last possible second. Anyone who has ever turned back when they should have kept walking forward knows exactly what that backward glance cost him. And Persephone's story, the abrupt disappearance into darkness, the long cold months without warmth, the eventual return, maps so precisely onto the rhythm of grief and renewal that it hardly needs explaining. These stories were never only about gods and rivers. They were about what it feels like to be human and mortal and to love things that do not last. The underworld also gave ancient Greeks something that is easy to underestimate, a sense that death was not entirely chaotic. The world below had geography, rules, order. There were judges who paid attention. There were regions corresponding to how you had lived. There was a ferryman who required payment. That meant the living had a responsibility to the dying, to bury them properly, to send them across with what they needed, to not abandon them at the shore. That structure turned grief into something actionable. You could do something for the dead. You could give them a coin, wash their body, lay flowers, speak their name at the right time of year during festivals like the Anthesteria. When the boundary between the living and the dead was understood to grow briefly thin, the mythology made death a part of life rather than its opposite, something woven into the same world rather than sealed off behind an impenetrable wall. The rivers still run, in a sense. The Styx is in every oath made with absolute seriousness, in every promise that is meant to hold past ordinary convenience. The Lethe is in every attempt to forget, the deliberate turning away from a painful memory, the mercy of time doing what water once did. The asphodel meadows are in every quiet afternoon that is neither wonderful nor terrible, in every unremarkable day that simply passes. And Tartarus is in every punishment that seems to have no end, every regret that rolls back just when a person thinks they finally managed to set it down. The Greeks named these things and gave them rivers and regions and guardians. In doing so, they acknowledged that all of it was part of a single world, not a frightening one, or not only frightening, but a complete one, in which everything had its place and its proper name. And somewhere in those ancient stories, in the sound of Orpheus playing his lyre for the last time as he walked toward the light, in Persephone walking up through the dark earth toward the warmth of the sun, something remains that is still, even now, true. Of all the gods who lived on Mount Olympus, Ares was perhaps the most powerful and the least loved. He stood among the 12 great Olympians, the children and grandchildren of the first gods, and he carried with him a domain that the Greeks knew intimately and feared profoundly. War, in all its chaos and blood and terrible momentum. His name echoed across the ancient world in the prayers of soldiers and the lamentations of those who had lost someone to the battlefield. He was immense in his power, enormous in his presence, and utterly, almost uniquely despised. Other gods were feared for what they could do. Poseidon could shake the earth, Zeus could split the sky open with lightning. But Ares was something different. He was not feared the way one fears a storm, with a kind of reluctant awe. He was feared the way one fears something shameful, something that cannot be looked at directly. Among the gods of Olympus, there were deities of plague and grief and death, and even they were treated with more reverence than the god of war. There was something about Ares that made even the immortal gods uneasy, something about the particular kind of violence he represented that the ancient Greeks, for all their experience with warfare, could not bring themselves to celebrate. And yet there he was, permanent, inescapable, seated among the highest gods in the universe, the most unwelcome guest at the most powerful table in the world. What makes this so remarkable, and so worth sitting quietly with as the night deepens around you, is that the Greeks were not a people who shrank from war. They lived within it and around it constantly, city fighting city, hero seeking glory on the battlefield, whole generations shaped by the fact of conflict. Warfare was woven into their stories, their values, their understanding of what it meant to be a man of honor and strength. And yet the god they gave to represent war's darkest face, its most brutal and chaotic expression, was a god they kept at a kind of permanent distance. When the Romans encountered Ares and made him their own, they called him Mars, and they loved him deeply. Mars was the father of Romulus, the legendary founder of Rome itself, and he stood as the second most important god in the entire Roman divine order, second only to Jupiter. He was honored and celebrated, given temples and festivals and genuine affection. The same god, or something very close to the same god, worshipped by one civilization as a source of shame and worshipped by another as a source of national pride. That difference tells us something important, something that the myths about Ares will slowly make clear as this night moves gently forward. Ares was the son of Zeus and Hera, the king and queen of the gods, one of the very few children born from their union, a legitimate heir to the most powerful dynasty in the ancient imagination. And still, no one truly wanted him. He was the son of the king and queen of all the gods, born to the most powerful family in the universe, and yet he was the one god that almost no one wanted around. Zeus and Hera were not, by most accounts, a happy couple. Theirs was a marriage of immense power and immense tension, a union between two of the most formidable beings in the ancient world, held together not by tenderness, but by the weight of divine custom and the complicated necessity of ruling the cosmos together. Zeus was the king of the gods, the lord of the sky and thunder, and he moved through the world as if its rules had been written for everyone but himself. He pursued mortals and goddesses and nymphs with little restraint, fathering children across the length and breadth of the mythological world, and he seemed genuinely unbothered by the chaos this caused at home. Hera, for her part, was a goddess of extraordinary dignity and pride, the queen of Olympus, the protector of marriage and the bonds that hold families together, and she spent much of her divine existence in a state of smouldering fury at the very husband whose side she was meant to stand beside. They gave us a Hera who pursued Zeus's illegitimate children with relentless anger, who punished the women her husband had loved for the crime of being loved, who watched her own queenly status be diminished again and again by a husband incapable of fidelity. This was the household into which Ares was born, not a warm and peaceful one, but a household crackling with old grievances and unspoken resentments, presided over by two gods who were bound to each other and yet perpetually at odds. Ares was one of the few children that Zeus and Hera produced together, which made him something rare in the mythological family, a legitimate son of the king and queen of the gods both. This should have been a position of honor. In most families, divine or otherwise, The legitimate heir carries a kind of natural prestige, a sense of belonging that other children must earn. But Ares found that his legitimacy offered him very little warmth from his father. Hera, perhaps because she had so few children who were truly hers, and Zeus's both, poured a fierce and sometimes overwhelming devotion into him. She defended him, championed him, and kept close watch over him in ways she did not extend to all her children equally. But that protection, as tender as it sometimes was, also had a complicated edge to it. The ancient sources suggest that Hera occasionally directed Ares against the children Zeus had fathered outside their marriage, using her son as an instrument of her own long-running grievances, setting him in motion against demigods and heroes whose very existence reminded her of her husband's faithlessness. He was loved by his mother, but he was also used by her, and the line between those two things was not always easy to see. Among his siblings, Ares occupied a peculiar position. Hephaestus, the god of the forge and fire, was also a child of Hera, though the ancient traditions disagreed about whether Zeus was his father or whether Hera had produced him alone in a kind of divine act of defiance. Hephaestus was brilliant and creative and odd, a god who had been cast from Olympus in one version of his story, and who moved through the divine world with the careful, deliberate patience of a craftsman rather than the restless aggression of a warrior. Then there was Athena, who had not been born to Hera at all. She had sprung fully formed from the head of Zeus himself, armored and ready, a goddess of wisdom and strategy and righteous war who carried none of the domestic complications that followed Ares wherever he went. Athena was Zeus's favorite, radiant with the kind of purposeful intelligence her father openly admired. Apollo and Artemis, the twin children of Zeus and the Titaness Leto, were gods of light and beauty and the hunt, beloved and celebrated throughout the Greek world. Each of these siblings carried something the Greeks found genuinely appealing: craft, wisdom, beauty, order. Ares, by contrast, carried something that made the gods shift uncomfortably in their seats. The Greeks understood war as a necessity, but they did not necessarily celebrate it in the way they celebrated other divine domains. Wars could be just or unjust, could be won through courage or cunning, could serve noble purposes or ignoble ones. Athena embodied the strategic dimension of conflict, the wisdom required to wage war successfully and righteously. But Ares represented something less refined, something that existed beyond the boundaries of reason or purpose. The ancient writers and artists who depicted him seemed almost uncomfortable with his existence, as though his presence in the divine pantheon represented a truth about human nature and divine power that was easier to ignore than to contemplate directly. He was necessary. All acknowledged that warfare itself was real and would occur regardless of whether any god presided over it. But he was not celebrated with the warmth extended to his siblings, nor was he viewed with the affection that even the most flawed Olympians could expect. In this way, Ares's isolation began not with Zeus's coldness alone, but with a kind of fundamental unease that surrounded his very nature. He was drawn to battle not as a matter of strategy or defense, but as an end in itself, pulled toward the tumult and the blood and the chaos of open warfare, the way other gods were pulled toward music or love, or the pleasures of Olympus. He did not seem to fight for causes or for glory in the measured way that heroes were supposed to. He simply fought, with a relentlessness that the Greeks found difficult to look at directly, the way one finds it difficult to look at something that reveals a truth no one particularly wanted acknowledged. Zeus recognized something in Ares that he did not like, perhaps because it was ungovernable, perhaps because it reflected a disorder that threatened the careful authority Zeus had built his reign upon. From his earliest appearances in the ancient sources, Zeus regarded his son not with the quiet pride a father reserves for a child who has done well, but with something closer to distaste. He did not cast Ares out. The king of the gods was bound by his own divine order, and Ares was his son by the queen of Olympus herself, which made any outright rejection complicated in ways that even Zeus had to respect. But he made his feelings known in other ways, in the cool indifference with which he received his son's complaints, in the open contempt he would one day express in words that the poets preserved and repeated for centuries. From the very beginning, Ares seemed destined to be the child that made his father uncomfortable and his mother fiercely, sometimes desperately, protective. To understand why Ares was so disliked, it helps to understand exactly what he was the god of. He was not simply the god of war in the broad, general sense that the word might suggest to a modern listener. He was the god of something far more specific and far more disturbing. That was the raw, uncontrolled violence that lives at the center of armed conflict, the part of battle that has nothing to do with strategy or discipline or the defense of one's home, everything to do with bloodlust and chaos and the terrible momentum of men who have stopped thinking and surrendered entirely to the impulse to destroy. The ancient Greeks made this distinction carefully and deliberately. This was because they understood that war was not one thing, but two very different things happening simultaneously on the same field. They gave each of those things its own divine form. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and craft, governed the side of war that could be admired, the careful planning of a campaign, the intelligence of a general who knew when to advance and when to hold back, the courage that acts with purpose rather than simply erupting without direction. Ares governed everything else, the screaming charge that breaks formation, the slaughter that continues long after the battle has been decided, the intoxicating fury that turns men into something they would not recognize in the morning. Where Athena represented war as a tool that civilization might use in its own defense, Ares represented war as something older and darker than civilization itself, something that did not serve any human aim, but simply consumed whatever it touched. The Greeks feared that quality in warfare the way they feared fire, acknowledging its power, knowing it was sometimes unavoidable, but never romanticizing it or welcoming it through the front door. This distinction shaped how the Greeks organized their entire military system. When they trained soldiers, they taught them to emulate Athena's qualities, the phalanx formation that required perfect discipline, the tactical maneuvers that demanded quick thinking, the strategic retreats that preserved forces for future battles. A good soldier was one who could harness the necessity of violence while maintaining the mental clarity to direct it purposefully. Military academies and training grounds were understood as places where young men learned to channel the Ares within them through the wisdom of Athena. This was not simply a matter of practical effectiveness, though it certainly was that. It was a philosophical stance, a way of insisting that organized warfare could remain a civilized endeavor if men refused to surrender entirely to the impulses that Ares represented. Priests did not typically invoke Ares before battles the way they invoked Athena. When warriors made offerings before engaging the enemy, they sought wisdom and victory from the grey-eyed goddess. Ares was acknowledged rather than invited, recognized as a force that would inevitably manifest rather than one that required encouragement. The few shrines dedicated to him were notably plain and modest compared to the elaborate temples of other gods. Some cities maintained a tradition of leaving a portion of spoils or captives as an offering to appease him rather than to honor him, as if the gift were meant to satisfy a dangerous hunger rather than express gratitude for a blessing bestowed. This is why a society that built its entire world around the reality of armed conflict, that celebrated its warriors, that raised its sons to be soldiers, that decorated its pottery and temples with scenes of battle, could look at one of its war gods and feel not pride, but something closer to dread. The Greeks were not being inconsistent when they honored their warriors and despised Ares, any more than a society that values medicine is being inconsistent when it fears the spread of disease. What they valued in war was precisely what Ares did not offer: the discipline, the order, the sense that violence was being directed towards something worthy rather than simply unleashed. Ares offered none of that. So even in a world where war was constant, he found himself at the margins of divine affection, associated with the aspects of conflict that even veteran soldiers could not speak of easily. His sacred animals told the same story in their own quiet way. This was because none of them suggested glory or purpose, or the measured strength that a civilization might want to claim for itself. The vulture followed in the wake of battles. It fed on what was left behind when the fighting was over, the uncollected dead, the abandoned field, the aftermath that no one wanted to look at directly. The dog, in this association, carried something of the soldier's blind loyalty, following orders without question into whatever carnage those orders led toward. The boar, short-tempered and nearly impossible to redirect once it had gathered momentum, charged headlong into whatever it encountered, rarely pausing to consider whether the charge served any purpose at all. Each animal reflected something of Ares himself, useful in certain conditions, terrifying when unchecked, not particularly interested in the finer questions of why or to what end. His symbols in art and ritual were similarly plain. This plainness was itself a kind of statement. This was because the other Olympians carried objects that announced their specific domains and gifts with unmistakable clarity. Poseidon with his trident, Hermes with his winged sandals, Apollo with his lyre, Artemis with her silver bow, while Ares carried a spear and a shield and a helmet and a sword that were not divine symbols at all so much as the basic equipment of any foot soldier on any battlefield in Greece. There was nothing in his iconography that elevated him above the violence he represented, or softened the nature of his domain into something easier to contemplate. Artists who depicted him tended to show him either as a mature man in full armor, indistinguishable at a glance from a mortal warrior, or as a young man, beardless and unadorned, who might have been anyone. The elaborate mythology that surrounded other gods, the stories of creation, transformation, invention, love that gave each Olympian a rich and varied personality, never quite attached itself to Ares in the same way, as if the tradition itself wasn't sure what to do with a figure who embodied something the culture found necessary but could not fully embrace. Where other gods carried symbols that spoke of their particular gifts and domains, Ares carried the weapons of an ordinary soldier, as if even the symbols of the divine world had nothing special to offer him. Homer gives us one of the most vivid portraits of Ares anywhere in the ancient sources. It is not a flattering one. In the Iliad, after Ares has been wounded on the battlefield of Troy, wounded not by another god, not by some titanic force of equal power, but by a mortal man guided by the steady hand of Athena, he retreats to Olympus in tremendous pain, crying out with the kind of raw, ungoverned anguish that the other gods rarely permitted themselves in public. He arrives before Zeus not as a warrior returning from honorable combat, not as a son seeking the comfort of a father, but as something embarrassing, something that has gone wrong. And Zeus, the king of the gods, the sovereign of the skies, the one deity whose authority extended across every corner of the divine and mortal world, looks at his wounded son and feels not sorrow, not protectiveness, not even mild concern. What Zeus feels, according to Homer, is contempt. He tells Ares plainly that of all the gods who dwell on Olympus, Ares is the most hateful to him, that he is double-faced, a shifting and unreliable creature, that the only reason he has a place among the gods at all is because he was born of Hera. Without that, Zeus says, he would have cast him far below the heavens long ago, lower even than the Titans in Tartarus. It is a declaration of the most extraordinary kind, spoken openly, without softening, without any of the political delicacy that Zeus often exercised when navigating the tensions of his divine household. This is not a private frustration voiced in a quiet moment. It is a public pronouncement, made in the halls of Olympus, in front of the assembled gods. It carries the full weight of Zeus's authority behind it. To understand what that means, it helps to understand what Zeus was. He was not merely the most powerful god among many powerful gods. He was the principle of order itself, the force that held the cosmos together after the chaos of the earlier ages. After the war with the Titans, after the long and violent struggle to establish the Olympian world as the governing reality of existence. Zeus represented law, structure, the kind of authority that comes not just from strength, but from the imposition of form upon formlessness. When he looked at Ares, he saw something that was antithetical to everything he had built and everything he stood for. Ares was not orderly. Ares was not purposeful. Ares embodied war, not as an instrument of divine will or civic necessity, but as something that simply erupted, that fed on itself, that cared nothing for outcome, or meaning, or the shape of the world after the blood had dried. For a god whose entire existence was oriented around maintaining the structure of things, a son like that was not just disappointing. He was a kind of affront, a living contradiction of everything the divine order was supposed to represent. In the mythology of the Greeks, this distinction was not merely philosophical or abstract. It expressed itself in the very structure of how the gods were imagined to function. Zeus commanded not because he was strongest, though he was, but because he represented the logic by which power could be exercised with purpose and direction. He was the god of justice precisely because justice requires that force be applied according to principle, not according to appetite or impulse. Ares, by contrast, represented the complete antithesis of this ordering principle. He was not interested in victory in any strategic sense. He cared nothing for the political or civic purposes that war might serve. He was interested only in the raw sensation of violence itself, in the collision of bodies and the spilling of blood, in the chaos that seized warriors on the battlefield. For Zeus, who had imposed order on cosmic chaos and meant to maintain it eternally, such a son was not merely disappointing. He was a standing contradiction, a living insult to everything the divine order was supposed to represent. What makes the Homeric passage so remarkable, so enduring in the tradition, is the intimacy of the rejection. Zeus does not merely disapprove of Ares from a distance, the way a ruler might disapprove of a disruptive subject. He articulates a personal disgust, a father's open declaration that he wishes his son had never been born to him at all. There is a cruelty to it that the text does not flinch from. Perhaps that cruelty is precisely the point, because what the Greeks understood, what Homer captures so precisely in that scene, is that the contempt of Zeus for Ares was not incidental, not the result of a particular quarrel or a momentary irritation. It was structural. It was built into the nature of what each of them was. Zeus could not look upon the chaos and purposeless violence that Ares carried within him without feeling the threat that it posed to everything he had spent ages constructing. And Ares, for his part, could not be anything other than what he was, the raw, ungoverned force of war, stripped of strategy and dignity, arriving wounded and screaming before a father who looked at him as if he were proof that something in the divine order had gone deeply, embarrassingly wrong. The wound he carried home from Troy was real and painful, but the wound Zeus delivered in that moment, the casual, almost bored declaration that his son was the most despised creature on Olympus, was of a different order entirely. It was the kind of wound that does not heal cleanly. It was the kind of judgment that follows a being through every myth, through every story, through every encounter with the other gods and with the mortal world below. When Ares charged across battlefields in stories told after Homer, when he was captured in bronze jars and humiliated by craftsmen's nets and driven from the field by mortal heroes, guided by divine wisdom, the shadow of that scene was always somewhere behind it. The father who had said, without hesitation, that he wished his son had never been his. And yet Ares remained on Olympus, tolerated because he had to be, acknowledged because war could not be removed from the world any more than Ares himself could be removed from the pantheon. Present at the divine table in a way that was never quite welcoming and never quite comfortable, he occupied his place among the gods, the way the worst aspects of human experience occupy a life, not chosen, not celebrated, but undeniable, impossible to simply set aside.
always there when the light went out and the noise of the world grew loud enough to drown everything else. Zeus called his own son hateful, double-faced, the most despised of all the gods, and the myths that followed seemed determined to prove him right. When the great war at Troy began, Ares did not hesitate to choose a side. He had made a promise to Hera, the very mother who had always shielded him from Zeus's contempt, that he would fight for the Greeks. For a time, it seemed as though he intended to honor it. But the battlefield has a way of drawing out whatever is most essential in a being. What was most essential in Ares was never loyalty or restraint or the careful weighing of obligations. It was the pull of the fight itself, the irresistible gravity of bloodshed and tumult. When he looked across the plain at Troy and felt that pull, he turned from his promise and took his place among the Trojans. He brought with him his sister Eris, the goddess of discord, his sons Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, who moved through the Trojan ranks like a wind before a storm, filling the soldiers with something that went beyond ordinary courage, something wilder and more dangerous. With Ares among them, the Trojans pressed forward with a force that seemed almost unnatural. The Greek lines, which had been holding, began to buckle and give way. Homer describes Ares on the Trojan battlefield as something closer to a natural disaster than a deity, not a god directing a battle with any particular plan or purpose, but a presence that simply overwhelmed, that crashed against the Greek formations the way a wave crashes against stone, not because it has chosen to, but because that is what it does. Athena, meanwhile, was doing something quite different on the Greek side. She moved through the conflict with her eyes open, watching, choosing her moments. Speaking quietly to the commanders she had decided to favor, she did not throw herself into the chaos the way Ares did. She worked at the edges of it, shaping things, tilting the balance in directions that served the larger purpose she had in mind. And it was Athena who would ultimately determine how Ares' time on that battlefield ended. She turned her attention to Diomedes, one of the great Greek heroes of the war, a king of Argos whose courage and capability she had long admired. And she did something remarkable. She removed from his eyes the ordinary human limitation that prevented mortals from seeing gods clearly on the battlefield. She told him that he could strike Ares if he found him. She counseled him on when to hold back and when to move. Him exactly the kind of guidance that Ares, in all his divine power, had never once thought to offer anyone. Diomedes went forward into the fighting with this knowledge held carefully inside him. He watched and waited. When Ares came against him, roaring, enormous, the bronze of his armor catching the light like something terrible and beautiful, Diomedes did not run. With Athena's hand guiding his spear, he drove the weapon into Ares' side, into the flesh of the god of war himself. Ares felt something he was not accustomed to feeling. He felt pain. The wound was real. The god who had spent countless ages inflicting agony on others discovered. There on the plain before Troy, that agony was something he understood only from one side. According to Homer, the cry that Ares let out when the spear pierced him was like the sound of 10,000 men screaming at once, a sound so vast and so raw that it rolled across the plain and shook the heavens above it. And then the god of war did something that none of his titles or his symbols or his terrifying presence would have prepared anyone to expect. He fled. He left the battlefield entirely, rising into the sky and abandoning the Trojans he had come to fight for. He went directly to Zeus on Olympus, not with any dignity or composure, but with the wound still bleeding and the shock of what had happened written plainly across everything he was. He came to his father expecting, perhaps, what any wounded child might hope for, some acknowledgement of his suffering, some recognition that he had fought and been hurt and that this mattered. Zeus looked at him and felt none of it. What he felt, Homer tells us, was something much closer to irritation, to a weariness with the god who had embarrassed himself on the battlefield and was now bleeding on Olympus and complaining about it. Zeus allowed the wound to be healed. He was not entirely without mercy. or perhaps simply did not want his son dying dramatically in his presence, but he made clear that the healing was a practical matter rather than an act of paternal tenderness. The contempt that Zeus had carried for Ares since the earliest days of the myths was not softened by the sight of his son in pain. If anything, this moment confirmed everything Zeus had always thought, that Ares was loud and overwhelming and ultimately ineffective, that he brought chaos wherever he went and then retreated from the consequences of it, that the battlefield he was supposed to embody had actually managed to spit him out. Athena, by contrast, was still at Troy when Ares fled, still working patiently through the long and grinding years of the war, still shaping the conflict toward the outcome she intended. She had not been wounded. She had not screamed. She had done exactly what she always did. It had worked exactly as well as it always did. The difference between her conduct and Ares' conduct in that war was as clear and as final as any mythological lesson the Greeks ever wrote down. He had fled the battlefield screaming, humiliated by a mortal guided by his sister's hand. His father had looked at him with nothing but disgust when he came home. There is a story in the ancient tradition that is almost impossible to imagine about most gods, but which fits Ares with uncomfortable precision. It begins, as many of the older myths do, with a pair of brothers, twins in this telling, who were not like ordinary giants. Their names were Otus and Ephialtes, and they were known together as the Alodai, sons of Iphimedia, and said by most accounts to be fathered by Poseidon, the god of the sea. What set them apart from other giants, from other enormous and dangerous creatures in the mythological world, was the nature of their growth. Each passing month, they grew taller and stronger than the month before, at a rate that alarmed even the gods who watched from Olympus. By the time they were young men, they were already said to tower over most creatures on earth, and they knew it. The Alodai carried themselves with the kind of confidence that comes not from wisdom or patience, but from the simple, uncomplicated awareness that they were larger and stronger than almost anything they were likely to encounter. They were also reckless in a way that would have made Ares himself recognize a kind of kinship had he been in any position to observe them clearly. They declared that they intended to pile the mountains of Greece one on top of another until they could climb to Olympus itself. They announced their plans to take Hera and Artemis as their wives, as though the will of the gods was simply an obstacle to be moved out of the way. And somewhere in the course of their rampage across the ancient world, they encountered Ares. The accounts do not all agree on the precise circumstances of the capture. Some suggest it happened during a battle, that Ares was caught off guard in the middle of the fighting, absorbed in the chaos and fury he so often generated, and that the two brothers overwhelmed him simply by being larger and stronger than he was prepared for in that moment. Others suggest it was more deliberate, that the Alodai sought Ares out, understanding that capturing the god of war would be a declaration of their own power, proof that they stood beyond the reach of divine authority. What the accounts do agree on is the outcome. Ares was bound and placed inside a bronze jar, and there he remained. 13 months. Some translations say it was a bronze vessel. Others describe it as something more like a pot or an urn. But in every version the image is the same. The god of war, contained, imprisoned, sitting in the dark inside a jar made of metal, unable to break free through any force he could bring to bear. It is the detail that stops you if you sit with it for a moment. Ares, who could shake a battlefield with his presence, who could send armies fleeing with the sound of his voice, who had made even the bravest warriors turn and run, that Ares was sitting inside a jar, not fighting his way free, not calling on his power to shatter the bronze around him, simply trapped. It says something important about the limits of brute strength, and the Greeks who told this story understood that well. Force, taken to its absolute extreme, will eventually encounter something it cannot simply overpower. The Alodai were stronger than Ares in that moment, or cunning enough to catch him at a disadvantage, and all the divine fury in the world could not undo the simple fact of the bronze walls surrounding him. He could rage inside that jar. He could be every inch the god of war that he had always been. It would not matter, because rage alone does not open a locked container. The months passed. It was Erebia, the stepmother of the giants, who eventually broke the silence. She who told Hermes what had happened, where the god of war had been taken, and what had become of him. The stories vary on her motivation. Perhaps she had no love for what the Alode had done. Perhaps she simply could not bear the thought of a god suffering inside a jar while the world moved on above him. Whatever her reasons, she acted, and the knowledge reached Hermes. By the time Hermes found him, Ares was described in some accounts as weakened, not merely humiliated, but genuinely worn down by the long imprisonment. The god who embodied the raw, surging energy of warfare had spent more than a year in confinement, and that confinement had taken something from him. There is a particular quality to the image. The jar opened, and Ares emerging into the light after 13 months of darkness, not triumphant, not having won his way free through courage or power, but released by the kindness and cleverness of another god. The Alode themselves, in most versions of the myth, did not survive to enjoy their victory for long. The stories place their deaths in various ways. Some traditions say Artemis tricked them into killing each other. Some say Apollo destroyed them. But they did not live to see old age, and their great ambitions came to nothing. In the end, the giants who had grown so large and strong that they dared to capture a god were undone not by force, but by something subtler, by deception, by a swiftness they could not match. Even their end carried the lesson that the myth had embedded from the beginning. Strength alone is not enough. For Ares, the episode joined a growing catalogue of humiliations: the wounding at Troy, the scorn of his father, the battlefield defeats at Athena's hands. Each story added another layer to the portrait of a god whose power was real and whose limitations were equally real. A war god who could be captured and contained by those willing to approach him with something other than a direct confrontation. The bronze jar became one of the ancient tradition's clearest illustrations of that truth, a quiet and devastating argument against the idea that force is its own answer. It was Hermes who eventually found him and set him free, not his own strength, not his own cunning, but someone else's intervention, after more than a year in the dark. Of all the stories told about Ares, the one people seem to remember most fondly, or at least most eagerly, was the one about him and Aphrodite. It is easy to understand why. In a mythology full of divine violence and cosmic struggle, this particular story offered something different: warmth, desire, the particular kind of recklessness that belongs only to passion, and ultimately, a humiliation so thorough and so public that it has never been forgotten. The affair between the god of war and the goddess of love was not a brief or careless thing. According to the tradition that Homer preserves in the Odyssey, it was a sustained and genuine attachment, one that both of them pursued with the kind of devotion that neither of them was especially known for offering elsewhere. Aphrodite was married to Hephaestus, the god of the forge, a god of extraordinary skill and patience and craft, but one whom she had never chosen and never loved. He was, in many versions of the tradition, physically imperfect in ways that stood in stark contrast to the brilliance of his wife, and the marriage itself was understood to be a mismatch from the very beginning. Ares, by any measure, was her opposite in almost every way except one. He was beautiful, in the way that violence can sometimes appear beautiful from a safe distance, burning and bright and impossible to look away from. What drew them together, the ancient sources suggest, was something almost inevitable, the oldest pairing in the world, the kind of gravity that has no explanation and requires none. They found their way to each other the way storms find coastlines. There was no careful reasoning in it, no strategy, no plan. And for Ares, who had never been especially gifted with strategy in any domain, that quality was perhaps part of the appeal. Aphrodite did not ask him to be wiser than he was. She did not look at him with contempt, as his father did, or with the measured disdain of a goddess who found his nature embarrassing. She looked at him simply, as though he were exactly enough. Their meetings had a pattern to them, one that might have continued indefinitely had fortune tilted toward them rather than against them. Ares would find his way to certain sacred groves and hidden chambers where Aphrodite waited, places that held the particular power belonging to spaces where gods choose to encounter one another away from the watchful eyes of Olympus. The affair was not precisely secret, though the lovers had not made it openly known either. Such things had a way of being understood among the divine community, even when no formal announcement was made. Helios, whose eyes saw everything on earth below during his daily journey across the sky, had inevitably witnessed their meetings. There was something almost defiant in this visibility, as though they had decided collectively that some truths were better acknowledged than hidden. What struck observers was not merely the fact of the attachment, but its apparent duration. These were not chance encounters or momentary lapses of judgment. Rather, Ares and Aphrodite met with a consistency that suggested something far deeper than passion alone, though passion was undeniably part of what bound them together. According to some versions of the tradition, their time together stretched across years, long enough for children to be born, and for the attachment to settle into something recognizable as genuine love. In the mythology that Homer inherited and preserved, there is no suggestion that either of them intended to end the arrangement or questioned its rightness. Aphrodite had never asked for her marriage to Hephaestus in the first place. The union had been arranged by Zeus himself, often as a means of resolving conflicts that roiled the divine realm. Her body may have belonged to the god of the forge, according to the laws of Olympus, but her heart remained entirely her own to give. For Ares, who wanted so little from anyone, this attachment represented perhaps the most generous thing he was capable of desiring. Hephaestus, however, was watching. He was a god who understood better than almost anyone that patience and precision could accomplish what force alone never could, and he applied both to the problem of his wife's affair with a thoroughness that would have impressed even Athena. Instead, he went quietly to his forge, and he worked. What he made there was invisible to the eye, a net of golden chains so delicate and so fine that they could not be seen hanging in the air, yet so perfectly engineered that nothing could break or loosen them once they fell. He strung this net over the bed in the chamber where Ares and Aphrodite met, and then he announced that he was leaving, departing for the island of Lemnos, as though nothing unusual were on his mind. The moment he was gone, the two lovers came together, and the net fell. It closed around them both with the quiet, irreversible certainty of a trap built by a master craftsman, holding them fast in a position from which neither divine strength nor divine beauty could provide any escape. Ares struggled, one can only assume, with the particular fury of a god of war who suddenly finds himself helpless, and found that fury useless against chains his own hands could not locate. Hephaestus did not come immediately. He sent word instead to the other gods of Olympus, inviting them to witness what he had discovered, and many of them came. The goddesses, in some versions of the telling, stayed away out of a kind of dignity or discretion. But the gods, Poseidon, Hermes, Apollo, arrived and looked. Apollo turned to Hermes, according to Homer, and asked with what appeared to be genuine curiosity whether Hermes would endure such chains if it meant lying beside Aphrodite, and Hermes replied that he would accept 3 times as many chains and let every god in heaven stare. There was laughter. It rang through the halls of the divine assembly, and Ares lay at the center of it, caught, exposed, and entirely unable to do anything at all. Eventually, through the intervention of Poseidon, who spoke on Ares' behalf and offered his own word as surety that Ares would pay whatever price Hephaestus demanded, the net was released and the two were freed. Aphrodite went to Cyprus, and Ares returned to Thrace, and the story settled into the tradition with the permanence of something that cannot be untold. What lingered, though, was not only the humiliation, but something quieter beneath it. Their union, for all the shame it ultimately produced, had already made things. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, were said to be among their children, the twin companions who rode with Ares into every battle, embodying the emotional reality of warfare more honestly than any weapon or wound. Harmonia, whose very name belongs to a world entirely unlike her father's, was also counted among the children of Ares and Aphrodite, a goddess of accord and concord, and the gentle binding together of things that might otherwise fall apart. Eros, in some traditions, was theirs as well, along with Anteros, the god of love returned. The union of war and love produced, in other words, both the worst feelings a battlefield can create and some of the most sustaining ones a human life can hold. That contradiction was not accidental. The ancient Greeks understood that fear and longing lived closer to each other than most people like to admit, and that the same ferocity a man brought to battle could be turned, completely and without warning, towards something else entirely. Ares, who was never subtle about anything, was at least honest about that. He loved Aphrodite the way he did everything, without reserve, without calculation, without the protective distance that wisdom might have advised. It cost him dearly in the end, as it always did. Even the god of war, it turned out, could be caught completely off guard by love, and just as thoroughly defeated by a craftsman's patient hands as by any blade. A god known for bloodshed and chaos might not seem like a natural candidate for devoted fatherhood, and yet the myths suggest that Ares took his children seriously in a way he took very little else. From his long affair with Aphrodite came a handful of children whose names alone tell a story stranger and more layered than anything a simple war god should have produced. There was Phobos, the personification of fear itself, not the fear that warns you away from danger, but the cold, consuming panic that overtakes a man in the thick of battle when he no longer knows which way to run. There was Deimos, his brother, who embodied terror in its most disorienting form, the dread that settles over an army before a single sword has been drawn. These two sons followed their father onto every battlefield, riding beside him on his war chariot, and in a sense they completed him. For Ares without Phobos and Deimos would have been only half of what war truly was. The ancient Greeks understood that warfare was never merely a physical event. It was also something that happened inside the men who fought it, in the chest and the stomach and the mind, and so it made a certain quiet sense that the god of war should father the gods of fear and terror as well. They were not separate from him, they were extensions of him, the emotional weather that always followed wherever he went. And yet, from the same union, the same love between Ares and Aphrodite, there came a daughter named Harmonia. She was the goddess of harmony and concord, of the kind of peace and agreement that holds communities together and keeps families whole. It is one of the more remarkable details in all of Greek mythology that a god so closely identified with destruction and disorder should produce a child whose entire divine purpose was the opposite. Some ancient sources also placed Eros among the children of Ares and Aphrodite, and Anteros as well, the god of requited love, though traditions varied on this point and not all accounts agreed. What remains consistent is that the union of war and love produced something the Greeks found both surprising and meaningful, harmony emerging from violence, tenderness born from chaos. It was as if the mythology was gently insisting that these forces were not as separate as they seemed, that somewhere between the battlefield and the marriage bed there existed a space where both found their resolution. Harmonia carried that truth in her very name, and she would go on to play a significant role in the story of Cadmus and the founding of Thebes. But that belongs to another part of this story. The contradiction inherent in Ares fathering both the gods of terror and the goddess of harmony speaks to something deeper about how the ancient Greeks understood their world. They recognized that the same man could be both a bringer of violence and a protector of his own, that brutality and tenderness were not necessarily incompatible traits, but rather different expressions of the same passionate nature. This duality in Ares' character extended even to his children with other partners. creating a pattern of complex and contradictory offspring that reflected the god's own internal conflicts. The myths seem to suggest that Ares was capable of investing his full attention in whatever role he took on, whether as a father defending his child, as a divine patron of warriors, or as an unlikely source of harmony and balanced order. This complexity made him more interesting to the Greeks than a simple embodiment of destruction could ever have been. His children, in their variety and strangeness, served as proof that even the most violent and chaotic of gods contained unexpected depths of care and meaning. Beyond his children with Aphrodite, Ares fathered a great number of other offspring throughout the myths, and the breadth of that lineage is itself revealing. Various traditions trace the ancestry of fierce and warlike peoples back to him directly. Certain Thracian kings were said to have descended from Ares, which fit naturally with the Greek understanding of Thrace as a wild and martial land where the god's kind of uncompromising ferocity was not merely tolerated, but celebrated. The Spartans, too, held connections to Ares in their mythological heritage, though the precise genealogical lines varied depending on the source. What mattered was the symbolic claim. To be descended from Ares was to carry a particular kind of strength in the blood, a readiness for violence, and an indifference to softness. These were qualities that certain peoples wore as points of pride rather than sources of shame, and the figure of Ares gave them a divine ancestor worth invoking. Among the groups most closely associated with him were the Amazons, the legendary warrior women who appear throughout Greek mythology in roles ranging from allies to adversaries. Ares was considered their divine father or patron in a number of traditions, and he was said to have given them his sacred girdle, a belt of extraordinary power that became one of his most recognizable symbols. For the Amazons, Ares was not a figure of embarrassment or ambivalence. He was precisely what a god of war ought to be, and they honored him accordingly. Several Amazon queens were described in the myths as daughters of Ares, women who had inherited his fearlessness and his refusal to yield. Their relationship with him represents one of the clearest inversions of the typical Greek attitude toward their war god. Here were people who looked at everything the rest of Greece found troubling about Ares and saw instead a model worth following. But perhaps the most humanizing story connected to Ares as a father is one that involves neither Aphrodite nor the Amazons. According to the myth, Ares had a daughter named Alcippe, whose mother was a mortal woman named Aglaulos. Alerothios, a son of Poseidon, assaulted Alcippe, and Ares killed him for it. It was an act of protective fury, swift and absolute in the way that everything Ares did tended to be swift and absolute. And yet it was not mindless. It was not the violence of a battlefield god drunk on carnage. It was the violence of a father who found that someone had harmed his child and responded in the only language he had ever truly known. Poseidon, grieving his son, demanded that Ares be tried for the killing, and so the gods assembled to hear the case. The site they chose for this trial was a bare and rocky hill just outside the Acropolis in Athens, a place that would carry the memory of that gathering for centuries afterward. Ares was acquitted. The gods, having heard the circumstances, found that what he had done in defense of his daughter was not murder, but justice of a particular kind. It is a striking moment in the mythology of a god so often presented as the embodiment of violence without purpose. Here was Ares acting not out of bloodlust but out of love, and being judged not guilty for it. The hill where he stood trial for that killing, the Areopagus, the Hill of Ares, would become one of the most important judicial sites in all of ancient Athens, a strange and enduring monument to the one moment when the god of war was called to answer for his violence. Just outside the walls of the Acropolis in Athens, there is a low rocky hill that the ancient Athenians called the Areopagus. It rises only modestly above the surrounding city, bare and pale in the Mediterranean light. Its surface worn smooth and slick by centuries of rain and the soft footsteps of those who climbed it to sit in judgment or to be judged. The rock itself is ancient, older than the stories told about it. Yet the stories are the reason it has meaning at all, because according to the mythological tradition, It was on this very hill that the gods of Olympus once gathered to hear a case unlike any that had come before them, a case in which the defendant was not a mortal man or a wandering hero, but Ares himself, the god of war, called to answer for the blood on his hands. The story begins with a crime. Like so many of the most important stories in Greek mythology, it begins within a family. Ares had a daughter named Alcippe, whom he loved with a devotion that seemed almost foreign, given everything else the myths tell us about him. Olympus, a son of Poseidon, assaulted her. When Ares learned what had been done to his daughter, he did not pause, did not weigh consequences, did not consider the political complications of killing the son of the god of the sea. He simply acted with the swift and total violence that was his nature, and Olympus was dead. Poseidon, grieving and furious, refused to let the matter rest in the way that divine killings so often did, absorbed quietly into the ongoing chaos of Olympian life. He demanded a trial. He demanded that Ares stand before the assembled gods and answer for what he had done. So the gods came down to the rocky hill outside Athens. The Areopagus, the hill of Ares, received its name and its purpose on that day, according to the tradition that the Athenians themselves preserved and passed along. The trial itself was momentous, a gathering of the divine council convened not out of routine, but out of necessity. It established a precedent that would echo through centuries of human justice. The assembled gods had to determine whether the killing of Olympus fell within the bounds of acceptable action, even for a god. Whether love for his daughter and protection of her honor could justify Ares' immediate and lethal response. What is remarkable about the trial, about the myth that surrounds it, is not only its outcome, but what it reveals about the particular kind of violence Ares had committed. He was acquitted. The gods heard the full account of what Olympus had done to Alcippe. They heard Ares speak in his own defense. In the end, they found him not guilty of murder in any ordinary sense. This was because what he had done was not born of bloodlust or chaos or the mindless appetite for destruction that the myths more often associated with him. It was something closer to what the Athenians themselves valued most deeply: the protection of the innocent, the defense of a daughter, the refusal to allow a violation to go unanswered. For once, Ares' violence had a clear and human reason behind it, a reason that the gods recognized, and the Athenians who inherited the story recognized as well. The verdict sent a message that would resonate far beyond Olympus. It suggested that violence itself was not the problem. Rather, the intent behind the violence, the cause for which it was deployed, determined its moral character. An act of protection carried a different moral weight than an act of cruelty, even when both drew blood. The hill where the verdict was delivered became, over time, one of the most important judicial institutions in all of ancient Greece. The historical Areopagus was a council and a court that met on that same low rocky outcrop, handling the most serious cases in Athenian law, cases involving intentional homicide above all others. The mythological story of Ares standing trial there gave the institution a gravity and an authority that mere civic tradition alone could not have provided. A court that had once judged a god carried a different kind of weight. The Athenians understood this. They kept the story alive, not simply as a piece of old mythology, but as a living explanation of why that particular place mattered so much, why verdicts delivered on that bare and ancient stone carried consequences that verdicts delivered elsewhere could not. There is a quiet irony woven through all of this that seems to have gone largely unexamined, or perhaps was simply accepted as one of those truths too obvious to require comment. Athens was a city that had turned away from Ares in the deepest possible sense. A city that had named itself after his sister and built the Parthenon as a monument to her wisdom and her grace. A city whose intellectual tradition consistently elevated strategic, thoughtful, reasoned engagement over the raw and consuming force that Ares embodied. And yet, it was on an Athenian hill, in an Athenian court, that Ares had once been tried and found innocent. It was the Athenians who kept that story and gave that hill his name, and let that name stand through all the centuries that followed. The city that had chosen Athena over Ares, that had built its greatest temple in her honor, had also quietly named its most sacred place of judgment after the god its people were never quite sure they wanted. If there was one group in the ancient world that genuinely, wholeheartedly loved Ares, it was the Amazons. They appear throughout Greek mythology as a nation of warrior women who lived beyond the edges of the known world, somewhere to the north and east, in the wild lands that the Greeks associated with Ares himself. In Thrace and along the shores of the Black Sea, in places where the rules of settled, ordered society gave way to something older and more difficult to contain. The Greeks viewed the Amazons with a mixture of fascination and unease, much the way they viewed Ares, acknowledging their power while remaining deeply uncomfortable with what that power represented. And perhaps that is precisely why, in the traditions that survived, it was the Amazons who honored Ares most fully, who looked upon the qualities that made the rest of the world recoil from him, and found in those very qualities something worth venerating. According to various traditions, Ares was not merely the Amazons' patron deity, but their divine father, the source from which their entire people flowed. Several Amazon queens were said to be his daughters directly, born of his blood, inheriting his ferocity and his fearlessness and his absolute refusal to retreat. For peoples who built their identity entirely around the discipline and courage of war, a god who embodied war in its most uncompromising form was not a source of shame. He was an ancestor to be proud of. The Amazons were said to worship Ares above all other gods. In some accounts, they maintained a sacred island in the Black Sea, sometimes called Aretius, the island of Ares, where a temple to him stood, and where his birds, dark and unsettling, gathered in great numbers. The Greeks imagined this place as remote and inhospitable, which suited their picture of Ares perfectly. He belonged, in their view, to the wild margins of civilization. So did the women who called him father. He was said to have given the Amazons his sacred belt, his girdle, a gift that carried his divine authority and protection into every battle they fought. That belt would later become an object of legend in its own right, the prize sought by the hero Heracles in one of his famous labors. That brought him into direct conflict with the Amazon queen Hippolyta. According to one version of that myth, Hippolyta was herself a daughter of Ares. She wore the belt her father had given her as a symbol of her leadership and divine lineage. The confrontation between Heracles and the Amazons, whatever its precise details in any given telling, reflects the way the Greeks consistently imagined Ares and his people, powerful, formidable, ultimately positioned as adversaries to the heroes their own culture celebrated. This dynamic between the Amazons and the rest of the Greek world was not merely mythological. It reflected something fundamental about how different societies related to violence and power. While Athens sought to control warfare through rational strategy and civic duty, the Amazons represented an alternative vision entirely. They showed that a culture could be built upon martial values without the moderating influence of philosophy or democracy. Where the Greeks saw something that needed to be tamed and ordered, the Amazons saw something sacred. The stories told about them reveal how deeply some ancient peoples differed from the Greeks in their core values. They demonstrate that not all ancient cultures viewed Ares with suspicion and dread. For the Amazons, his unapologetic nature was not a liability, but a source of pride and strength. However, the Amazon story that most deeply illuminates what Ares meant to those who honored him belongs not to the labors of Heracles, but to the last days of the Trojan War. Long after Hector had fallen and the Trojan cause seemed nearly lost, a queen arrived to take up arms in the city's defense. Her name was Penthesilea. She was, according to the tradition Homer's successors carried forward, a daughter of Ares. She came to Troy carrying her father's blood in her veins and something of his spirit in the way she moved through a battlefield. The ancient sources describe her arrival as a moment that shifted the tenor of the entire war. At least briefly, she led her warriors into the fighting with such force and such disregard for the danger around her that even the Greeks, hardened soldiers who had been at war for years, were startled by what they encountered. There is something in the descriptions of Penthesilea that captures what Ares himself was always said to be. Not strategic, not measured, not calculating, but fully and terrifyingly present in the violence of the moment, unafraid, unwilling to hold anything back. The Greeks who recorded her story did so with a kind of grudging admiration, even as they shaped the narrative toward her eventual defeat. She was killed, according to the tradition, by Achilles, the greatest of the Greek heroes, and in some later retellings, Achilles was said to have felt grief when he looked upon her face after the battle, a grief that surprised him. That detail, whatever its origin, speaks to something the Greeks understood about Penthesilea. She was worthy of being mourned. That was a form of respect they rarely offered to anyone who came against them. She had fought as her father would have fought, with everything she had and nothing held in reserve. She had been defeated, as her father so often was, by someone who combined strength with something more, but she had made them feel it. The Amazons, through Penthesilea and through the long tradition of their divine connection to Ares, offered the ancient world a portrait of what it looked like to take Ares seriously, not to fear him and keep him at the edges of respectable worship, as the Greeks did, but to draw from him, to call him ancestor, to see in his refusal to temper or soften his nature a kind of purity rather than a flaw. In a world that preferred Athena's discipline and Apollo's grace and Hermes' cleverness, the Amazons stood apart as people who found a different kind of virtue worth honoring. Penthesilea came to Troy carrying the blood of Ares in her veins. She fought with the kind of ferocity that made even the Greeks pause, a reminder that the god of war, despised in Athens, was still very much alive in the hearts of those who called him father. Not everyone in ancient Greece found Ares shameful. While Athens built its greatest temple to Athena and named its most celebrated hill after the goddess of wisdom, there was another city, one that looked at the same mythology and arrived at entirely different conclusions. Sparta, the most formidable military power in the ancient Greek world, did not regard Ares with suspicion or embarrassment. The Spartans looked at everything the god of war represented: the unrelenting aggression, the willingness to meet violence without hesitation, the complete absence of softness, and they saw not a cautionary tale, but a model for living. To understand what Ares meant to the Spartans, it helps to understand what Sparta was. From the earliest years of a Spartan child's life, everything was organized around a single purpose: the creation of warriors. Boys were taken from their families at a young age and entered a rigorous system of training known as the agoge, in which they learned to endure hardship, to fight, and to regard pain as something beneath their attention. Girls, too, were trained in physical strength and discipline, because a society built entirely on military readiness needed its women strong as well. Comfort, luxury, and excessive intellectualism were viewed with a kind of contempt that would have puzzled most Athenians. What the rest of Greece prized, Sparta set aside. What the rest of Greece quietly feared, the raw, unadorned face of war, Sparta placed at the very center of its identity. In that context, Ares was not a god to be kept at a comfortable distance. He was a god to be drawn close, honored sincerely, and called upon with genuine devotion. The Spartans offered him sacrifices before battle, as many Greek city-states did, but their relationship with him went deeper than ritual obligation. They saw in his nature something they actively aspired to, not the cowardice that Homer sometimes attributed to him, but the part of Ares that was fearless, uncompromising, and wholly committed to the work of war. The Spartans were not much interested in the mythological episodes where Ares was humiliated or defeated. They were interested in what he stood for, and what he stood for was the thing they had built their entire civilization around. There is a tradition associated with Spartan worship of Ares that is striking in its strangeness and its logic at the same time. According to some ancient accounts, the Spartans kept a statue of Ares that was bound, wrapped in chains or fetters, and they kept it that way deliberately. At first, this might seem like a form of punishment or containment, as if even the Spartans were trying to control something they found dangerous. But the reasoning behind the binding was the opposite of that. The chains were not meant to restrain Ares or diminish him. They were meant to keep him in place, to prevent the god of war from wandering away from the city. The Spartans wanted war, or rather, the spirit and the power that war required, to remain always within their walls, never to desert them when they needed it most. It was an act of devotion dressed in iron. This kind of thinking was deeply Spartan. Where other cities might have hoped that peace would settle over them and war would stay away, Sparta invited it to stay permanently, bound it to the city's heart, and asked only that it never leave. They were not afraid of Ares. They were afraid of losing him. The contrast with Athens could not be more complete. Athens prized reason, rhetoric, philosophy, and the kind of strategic thinking that Athena personified. Its citizens debated, built, wrote, and governed with an eye toward order and civic wisdom. When Athenians went to war, they preferred to do so with a plan, with purpose, with the sense that violence was a last resort rather than a first language. Ares, with his appetite for chaos and bloodshed, represented everything that Athenian culture was working against. It made a kind of sense that the Athenians regarded him uneasily, that they built him relatively modest temples and wrote myths in which he was defeated, humiliated, and scolded. But what this difference between Athens and Sparta reveals is something important about Ares himself. He was not universally rejected in the ancient world. He was rejected by cultures for whom his qualities were genuinely threatening. Cultures that had built their sense of identity on the opposite values. In Athens, brute force without strategy was the enemy of everything the city stood for. In Sparta, it was the foundation. Ares fit perfectly in one world and threatened the order of the other, and the mythology that surrounded him reflected that divide as clearly as anything written in stone. There were other places in the Greek world that honored Ares with similar seriousness. Thrace, the wild region to the north, had long associations with him, and Thracian warriors were known for the kind of ferocity that the southern Greek city-states tended to find excessive. The Spartans shared something of that spirit, that willingness to meet war on its own terms without dressing it up in the language of wisdom or civic virtue. For them, the virtues of battle were not complicated. Courage was courage, strength was strength, and a god who embodied those things without apology was a god worth worshipping. What the Spartan relationship with Ares ultimately shows is that a god's meaning is never fixed. He is shaped by the hands that reach for him, by the prayers that are offered, by the values of the people doing the worshipping. The same deity who embarrassed the Athenians was the pride of the Spartans. The same qualities that seemed like flaws in one context seemed like virtues in another. Ares had not changed. The world around him had. The Spartans kept a statue of Ares bound in chains, not to punish him, but to keep him close, to make sure the spirit of war never wandered far from the city that had built everything on its back. No relationship in Ares' mythological life was more defining or more complicated than the one he had with his sister Athena. They shared a father in Zeus. They both claimed dominion over the experience of warfare, and they appeared together repeatedly throughout the myths in ways that were always charged with an unspoken tension, a kind of divine argument conducted not in words but in outcomes. And yet, despite everything they had in common on the surface, they were, in the deepest sense, opposites, embodiments of two fundamentally different ideas about what war was, what it was for, and what a civilization that practiced it ought to value. The Greeks understood this distinction with great clarity, and they encoded it into their mythology with a deliberateness that is still legible today, thousands of years after those stories were first told around fires and in temples and in the long, unhurried hours before sleep. Athena was not simply a smarter version of Ares. She was a different kind of war deity altogether, representing something the Greeks called the disciplined, purposeful, and ultimately civilizing aspect of conflict, the warfare that builds walls rather than tearing them down, the battle that preserves a people rather than consuming them. She was born fully formed and armored from the head of Zeus himself, and that strange and particular origin told the Greeks something essential about her nature. She emerged already thinking, already prepared, already complete. Ares, by contrast, was born in the ordinary way, the child of a troubled marriage, and grew into his nature through a long accumulation of impulse and appetite and unchecked force. Where Athena planned, Ares charged. Where Athena counseled, Ares screamed. Where Athena measured the cost of a battle before committing to it, Ares had already entered the fray long before the question of cost had occurred to him. This fundamental opposition manifested itself not merely in their temperaments, but in the very aesthetics of how they conducted themselves in battle. Athena's warfare was methodical and purposeful, marked by strategy, calculation, and an almost austere commitment to achieving specific objectives. She never fought for the sake of fighting itself. Every blow she struck served a larger purpose. Every engagement she participated in advanced some grander design. Ares, conversely, seemed to fight for the sheer joy and ecstasy of combat itself. The myths portray him as intoxicated by violence, as someone for whom the experience of battle was the goal rather than merely the means to an end. This distinction was profound and far-reaching, for it suggested to the Greeks that warfare itself could be oriented toward either destruction or construction, toward either the mere expression of power or the purposeful application of it. The choice between Athena's way and Ares' way was thus not merely a military choice, but a civilizational one. The Iliad makes this contrast vivid in the most direct possible terms. Athena moves through that great poem as a careful and attentive presence, whispering counsel to favored heroes, guiding hands and steadying resolve, shaping the outcome of the war through patient and accumulated influence. Ares moves through it like a storm, enormous, deafening, and utterly without subtlety. Homer depicts him riding into battle with a terrifying roar, rallying the Trojans with the sheer overwhelming weight of his divine fury, and for a time he is genuinely fearsome to behold. However, it is Athena who ultimately neutralizes him, and the manner in which she does it is deeply instructive. She does not match him in raw power. She does not outscream him or outcharge him. Instead, she guides the mortal hero Diomedes with careful instruction, telling him when to strike, where to aim, and how to move. And Diomedes, armed with nothing but a spear and the goddess's quiet direction, drives that spear into the god of war's flesh and sends him howling from the battlefield. The lesson the poem offers is unambiguous. Wisdom, applied with patience and precision, defeats strength every time, even divine strength, even the strength of the god of war himself. Their encounters in the Gigantomachy, the cosmic war between the Olympians and the giants, told a similar story and told it with equal clarity. Ares fought in that battle with everything he had, hurling himself into the chaos with characteristic and total commitment, and his contributions to the fighting were real and significant. But it was Athena whose conduct in the Gigantomachy was remembered with the greatest admiration. According to the tradition, she defeated the giant Pallas in single combat and then did something that the Greeks found deeply meaningful. She fashioned the fallen giant's skin into the aegis, the divine shield she wore ever afterward. In doing so, she converted her enemy's very body into her own armor, turning his strength permanently to her advantage. This act was not merely impressive as a feat of combat. It was a demonstration of the principle that intelligence transforms everything it touches, that the disciplined mind can take even destruction and make something lasting and protective from it. Ares never did anything like this. His victories, when they came, were simply victories. They ended the fight, and that was all. The cultural meaning of this divine sibling rivalry extended far beyond mythology itself. The Greeks were a people who went to war constantly, against each other, against Persia, against the endless pressures of a violent and unpredictable world. And they knew warfare from the inside, knew its weight and its cost and its strange, terrible momentum. When they chose to represent their two war deities the way they did, they were not making an idle artistic choice. They were making a statement about what kind of people they wanted to be, about which face of warfare they wished to honor when they went home from the battlefield and tried to build something worth defending. The city of Athens chose Athena as its patron, named itself for her, built the Parthenon on its highest hill in her honor, and in doing so, declared publicly and permanently that the warfare it valued was the warfare of thought, of strategy, of purpose. Ares, with all his terrifying power, was acknowledged but not embraced. He was left at the margins of the divine world, honored only in places like Sparta and Thrace, where a different set of values governed daily life. It is worth noting that some later traditions did attempt to reconcile the two deities, pairing them together as complementary aspects of the same experience: courage and wisdom, force and direction, the body and the mind of war, understood as two halves of a single whole. There is something genuinely appealing in that reading, and it is not entirely without mythological support. However, the primary Greek tradition was far less generous in its even-handedness. It elevated Athena, repeatedly and unmistakably, and it did so at Ares' direct expense, constructing story after story in which his approach to warfare led to his humiliation, while her approach led to lasting achievement. The contrast became one of the most enduring allegorical frameworks in all of Western thought. Used by philosophers, poets, and historians long after the Greek gods had ceased to be worshipped, because it spoke to something that did not expire with any single civilization. The Greeks used their two war gods to ask a question they never fully stopped asking. When men go to war, do they follow wisdom or do they follow rage? And which one, in the end, wins? Long before the Trojan War, long before any mortal had set foot on a battlefield, the gods themselves went to war. The conflict known as the Gigantomachy rose from the very earth beneath Olympus, born out of the ancient rage of Gaia, the great mother of the world, who had watched the Titans, her children, cast into Tartarus by Zeus and his siblings, who was determined in her grief and fury to see the Olympian gods brought low in return. So she called up from the deep places of the earth a race of giants, immense and terrifying beings, some of them said to have serpents in place of legs, all of them burning with a singular purpose of tearing the divine order apart and replacing it with something older, wilder, far less given to the careful arrangement of the cosmos that Zeus had worked so hard to establish. These were not ordinary adversaries. This was not an ordinary war. This was because the ancient tradition held that the giants could not be killed by the gods alone. They could only be truly defeated if a mortal fought alongside the divine. That is why Heracles, the great son of Zeus, was brought into the battle. His presence, the necessary piece that made the difference between divine victory and divine catastrophe. The gods gathered from every corner of their world. Among them, Ares descended into the battle with the full, unrestrained force of everything he was, carrying his spear and his fury and the terrible sound of his war cry. Falling upon the giants with a violence that shook the landscape around him, his chariot pulled by fire-breathing horses across a battlefield so vast and so loud that the ancient poets described it as shaking the very bones of the earth. He fought as he always fought, without hesitation, without calculation, without the kind of measured restraint that might have made him easier to admire. throwing himself into the chaos of the conflict with an abandon that was, in its own way, magnificent and terrible all at once, a god so thoroughly at home in the noise and blood of battle that he seemed almost relieved to have found a war worthy of him, a war large enough to contain the entirety of what he was. He drove into the ranks of the giants with a force that was genuinely staggering, pushing them back, wounding many, overwhelming others with the sheer relentless weight of his aggression, so that even his enemies must have understood, in those moments, why a civilization might choose to keep such a god close, if only because the alternative, having him as an enemy, was too frightening to consider. The battle itself raged across realms that mortals could scarcely comprehend, with the very fabric of existence seeming to strain under the weight of such cosmic conflict. The earth split open in places where the violence was most intense, mountains crumbled under the force of divine weapons, and the sky itself appeared to bleed with the intensity of the struggle. Each god brought their own particular gifts to bear against the giants, their unique powers and their specialized forms of divine violence, all of it necessary, all of it fearsome. The giants, for their part, fought with the same desperate fury that their mother Gaia had instilled in them, driven by the hunger for revenge and the hope of restoration. They were formidable in ways that ordinary enemies were not, sustained by the ancient power of the earth itself and driven forward by a primordial malice that predated civilization. The battle would be remembered, not just for its outcome, but for the sheer overwhelming sense of danger it represented, a moment when the cosmos itself seemed genuinely uncertain of its future. And yet, for all of that raw and genuine power, it was Athena whose actions in the Gigantomachy became the ones that endured most vividly in the memory of the ancient world. This was because Athena did not simply fight, she thought. The difference between those two things turned out to matter enormously, as it had a way of doing in the Greek tradition, wherever the two of them appeared side by side. Among the giants she faced was one named Pallas. Athena defeated him not merely by overpowering him, but by outmaneuvering him. Then, in an act that the ancient sources described with a kind of awed attention, she took the skin of the defeated giant and fashioned it into the aegis, that great divine shield or breastplate that she wore ever after, transforming her fallen enemy's very body into her own protection, his strength literally becoming hers in a way that spoke of something far beyond physical victory, something closer to the appropriation of power through intelligence and preparation, the idea that a true warrior does not merely defeat an enemy, but learns from that defeat and carries it forward as a lesson, as armor, as proof that understanding an adversary is more enduring than simply destroying one. There were other gods who played decisive roles in the battle. Apollo and Artemis brought their own gifts to the conflict. Dionysus appeared in some versions of the tradition, swinging his thyrsos with unexpected effect. Heracles moved through the battlefield, bringing the mortal intervention the gods could not themselves provide. But it was Athena's actions that the tradition seemed most eager to hold up as exemplary, as instructive, as the kind of warfare that a civilization ought to aspire to, purposeful and transformative rather than merely overwhelming. Ares had fought with everything he had. There was no dishonor in that, no laziness or cowardice. Only the pure expression of his nature poured out across a cosmic battlefield, and yet the myth seemed almost designed to make certain that his sister stood beside him in the same battle and emerged from it with more, with something richer than victory, with a symbol she would carry for eternity. The giants were defeated. The divine order was preserved. Athena walked away wearing the skin of her fallen enemy, while Ares walked away having done what he always did, fighting with everything he had and still somehow emerging with less glory than his sister. The ancient Greeks themselves had a sense that Ares did not quite belong to the world they had built. When they wrote about him, when they tried to place him within the orderly luminous world of Mount Olympus, with its marble halls and its gods who moved through the air with grace and purpose, There was always something about Ares that seemed to resist the setting, something that suggested he had come from somewhere older and rougher and less refined than the civilization that had claimed him. Many ancient sources were quite direct about this feeling, pointing northward, toward the wild and mountainous region known as Thrace, as the place where Ares truly belonged. Thrace lay at the northern edge of the Greek world, a land the Greeks regarded with a mixture of fascination and unease, a place of fierce, horse-riding warriors, of cold rivers cutting through dense forest, of people who lived by codes that had little room for the philosophical and civic values that Athens and Corinth and the other great city-states held most dear. Homer himself places Ares in Thrace, describing it as his homeland. Other ancient writers followed that tradition comfortably, as if it explained something they had always felt but struggled to articulate. The god of war, in his most raw and elemental form, came from the edges of the known world, not from its center. That geographical origin was deeply meaningful to the Greeks who told these stories. It allowed them to acknowledge his power, which was undeniable, while quietly locating that power somewhere outside the boundaries of proper Greek civilization. He was not, in this framing, a god of their world so much as a god of the world beyond their walls, the world that pressed against them with cold and violence, and the kind of unthinking force that no amount of philosophy or strategy could entirely hold at bay. Thracian warriors, for their part, did not share this ambivalence. In the traditions associated with Thrace, Ares was not an embarrassment or a figure of shame, but something closer to a sacred ancestor, a divine embodiment of the qualities that a warrior people considered essential: ferocity, endurance, the willingness to meet violence with greater violence and not flinch. He was honored there in a way he rarely was in the southern regions of Greece. That reverence said something important about the relationship between a god and the people who worship him. A deity's meaning is never fixed. It shifts depending on who is doing the honoring and what they most need from the divine. This split perception manifested throughout the classical world in subtle but persistent ways. Some city-states, particularly those with stronger military traditions or those bordering Thracian lands, maintained noticeably more reverent attitudes toward Ares. Other cities, especially the great southern cultural centers, deliberately reinforced the idea that truly civilized people should transcend the raw brutality he represented. Yet the tension within Greek religion never fully resolved itself, producing the kind of cognitive dissonance that the myths themselves recorded and reflected. Ares remained, always with the discomfort the Greeks felt in his presence. There is also a deeper question buried within this Thracian association, one that scholars of Greek religion have turned over carefully for a long time. It is possible, and some ancient sources gesture toward this possibility, that Ares represented something older than the Olympian religion as the Greeks came to practice it, an earlier conception of the war deity that predated the great myths, predated Homer, predated the elaborate divine family of Zeus and his children, and their rivalries and their stories. In many early religious traditions, the war god is not a figure of shame, but one of the highest powers in the pantheon, a deity whose function is so essential to survival that his worship is central rather than peripheral. The Greeks, as their culture developed and as the ideal of the thoughtful, strategic, civilized warrior took hold, may have gradually shifted that central position away from a figure like Ares and toward a figure like Athena, without ever entirely dispensing with the older conception. What remained was Ares as we find him in the myths, still powerful, still divine, still technically one of the 12 Olympians, but carrying something of the uncanny quality of a guest who has been tolerated rather than invited. His sanctuary near Thebes hinted at this older layer of his worship as well, connected as it was to the story of Cadmus, the legendary founder of that city, who was said to have killed a serpent sacred to Ares and was forced to serve the god for years as penance before he could lay the first stones of what would become one of the great cities of the Greek world. That story, which the next part of this telling will explore more fully, suggested that Ares could not simply be ignored or pushed to the margins, that his power demanded acknowledgement even in the heart of civilization, even from those whose ambitions were entirely directed toward building rather than destroying. There was something in the Thracian god, ancient, ungovernable, rooted in the dark soil of places the Greeks considered foreign, that kept insisting on its own reality, that refused to be entirely civilized away, no matter how clearly the culture preferred Athena's composed and strategic face. He was the god of those wild, warlike places at the edges of the Greek world. Perhaps that geographical distance was part of why the Greeks could acknowledge his power while keeping him at arm's length from the things they truly valued. Among the myths that connect Ares to the founding of cities and the shaping of civilization, the story of Cadmus stands out as one of the most quietly remarkable. It begins, as so many Greek stories do, not with Ares himself, but with someone who had the misfortune of crossing him, a Phoenician prince named Cadmus, who set out from his homeland not in search of glory or conquest, but simply to find his sister Europa, who had been carried away by Zeus in the form of a white bull. Cadmus searched for a long time, traveling across the known world, eventually arrived in Greece, where the oracle at Delphi told him something that must have been both a comfort and a grief. He would not find his sister. Instead, he was to follow a cow that bore a particular mark on her flank. Wherever that cow finally lay down to rest, he was to build a city. He did as the oracle instructed. The cow led him across the Greek countryside, walking steadily without pause, until at last she lowered herself to the earth in a region called Boeotia. It was there, on that land, that Cadmus would build the city of Thebes, one of the great cities of ancient Greece, a place that would later produce its own long chain of stories, tragedies, and kings. But before Cadmus could begin laying any foundation, before any walls rose from that earth, something stood in his way. He sent a group of his companions to a nearby spring to fetch water for a sacrificial offering to Athena. They did not return. When Cadmus went to look for them, he found the spring guarded by an enormous serpent, a creature of tremendous power, its scales glistening, its coils wound around the water as if it had always been there, as if it had grown up out of the ground itself. His companions were already dead. According to the ancient accounts, this serpent was a child of Ares, sacred to the god of war and bound to that spring in some deep and territorial way. Cadmus, with the particular courage of a man who has already travelled too far to turn back, killed the serpent. What followed was not a simple act of violence easily set aside. Killing a child of Ares, even an animal one, even a creature rather than a person, was not something the god of war could overlook. Ares made his displeasure known. Cadmus understood that before he could build anything, before his city could take root in that ground, he would need to answer for what he had done. According to the tradition, Cadmus was bound to serve Ares for a period of 8 years as penance for the killing. A long, humbling stretch of time for a man who had come to found a civilization. There is something deliberate in that number, something almost agricultural in its rhythm, as if Ares were insisting that nothing built on his sacred ground could skip the necessary years of patience and labor. But before his service was completed, something else happened at the sight of the slain serpent that would shape the destiny of Thebes for generations. At the goddess Athena's instruction, Cadmus took the teeth of the dead serpent and sowed them in the earth like seeds. From that dark planting, armed warriors rose fully formed from the soil, the Spartoi, the sown men. They immediately began fighting one another with furious, inexplicable aggression. By the time the violence subsided, only 5 remained. These 5 survivors became the founding ancestors of the great noble families of Thebes. Their lineage rooted literally in the earth and in the violence of Ares' serpent. It was a strange and shadowed beginning for a city. The Greeks seemed to understand that. Thebes carried that inheritance of violence all the way through its mythology, from Oedipus to the 7 who marched against its gates. When Cadmus had completed his 8 years of service to Ares, the god's anger was appeased. And here the myth takes an unexpected and luminous turn. Ares, together with Aphrodite, offered Cadmus a bride, their daughter Harmonia, the goddess of harmony and accord. It is difficult to overstate how striking this is. The god of war and the goddess of love produced a daughter whose entire divine domain was peace and agreement, the smooth running of things, the absence of strife, and they gave her to the man who had killed the war god's serpent as a kind of gift at the end of a long atonement, as if the violence and the years of service had somehow earned him the right to harmony. The wedding of Cadmus and Harmonia was celebrated by all the Olympian gods, and this too is notable. Divine attendance at mortal weddings was rare and significant. It marked Cadmus as someone elevated, someone whose story had touched the highest levels of the divine world. The gods came down from Olympus and feasted at the wedding, and the muses sang. Ares himself would have been there, watching the daughter born of his union with Aphrodite take her place beside a mortal king who had built a city on the very ground where Ares' sacred creature had died. There is something in that image that the Greeks seemed to find meaningful, the god of war, present not at a battlefield, not in the midst of screaming and blood, but at a celebration, at a beginning, at a moment of genuine grace. The myth carries a kind of quiet argument within it. Ares is not simply a god of destruction in this story. He is a god whose anger must be respected, whose sacred things cannot be casually harmed without consequence, but who is also capable of resolution, of releasing a debt when it has been fully paid. His daughter Harmonia is the proof of that. She does not exist in spite of Ares, but because of him, born from the union of his nature and Aphrodite's. As if something in that unlikely pairing of war and love produced the one quality capable of making civilization possible. Cadmus built Thebes not by escaping Ares, but by moving through him, by serving the god, accepting the terms of his anger, emerging on the other side into something new. Harmonia, the daughter of war and love, became the first queen of Thebes. The gods came down from Olympus to celebrate the wedding, as if in that one moment, Ares had given the world something it had been waiting for all along. If the story of Diomedes wounding Ares at Troy was not sufficient proof that the god of war could be beaten, there were other stories ready to make the point again. The Greeks returned to this theme with a kind of quiet insistence, as though they felt it was important, necessary, even to demonstrate more than once that the god who embodied raw, unthinking violence was not, in the end, invincible. And the hero they chose to make this point most memorably was Heracles, the greatest of all the mortal champions, a man who had faced monsters and titans and the edges of the known world and had always, somehow, come back. According to the tradition preserved in the works of Hesiod and later retold across many centuries, there came a moment when the paths of Heracles and Ares crossed in a way that neither god nor hero could easily forget. It began, as so many of the darker stories do, not with Ares himself, but with one of his sons, a figure named Cycnus, who had made a name for himself along the road to Delphi in a manner that was, even by the standards of the mythological world, deeply troubling. Cycnus had positioned himself along the sacred road that pilgrims travelled on their way to consult the oracle. He had been waylaying them, robbing them of their offerings, killing them, keeping their bones, their skulls in particular, with which he intended to build a temple to his father. It was a grotesque devotion, the kind of worship that carried all of Ares' most disturbing qualities without any of the martial context that might, in a warrior culture, have given it even a shadow of dignity. Pilgrims were sacred travellers. The road to Delphi was under the protection of Apollo. And what Cycnus was doing along that road was an offence against everything the Greeks believed about the sanctity of religious custom and the protection owed to those who sought the gods in peace. When Heracles encountered Cycnus on that road, he did not look away. The two fought, and Cycnus was killed. It was a swift and decisive end for a man who had built his entire existence on violence and fear. Its swiftness was itself a kind of statement about what happens when brute cruelty meets genuine heroic courage. What came next was the part of the story that elevated it beyond an ordinary hero's tale and placed it among the defining mythological moments in Ares' long, complicated history. Ares had been watching. He had seen his son fall. Whatever complicated feelings lived inside the god of war. The grief of a father, the rage of a deity who felt his honor insulted, the blind instinct to respond to violence with greater violence. All of it rose up at once and drove him down onto the field. He descended from wherever he had been observing and came at Heracles directly. The god of war in full fury, armed and intent on avenging what had happened to Cycnus. And here is where the story becomes something the Greeks clearly found worth repeating. Heracles did not run. He stood his ground against the god of war. In the struggle that followed, Heracles wounded Ares in the thigh. The god of war cried out and pulled back. The same instinct that had carried him screaming from the battlefield at Troy, away from the spear of a mortal guided by Athena's hand, carried him away now, back toward Olympus, away from a hero who had simply refused to be afraid of him. There is something worth sitting with in this image. Ares, the god whose entire identity was built around the capacity for violence and the willingness to enter the chaos of battle without hesitation, retreating from a mortal man. The wound itself was not permanent. Gods healed. Ares would go on, but the meaning of it lingered in the tradition long after the injury had faded. For the Greeks who told and retold this story, the point was not cruelty toward Ares, but clarity about what he represented. A god of war who loses to mortal heroes, who retreats when struck, who cannot defend his own son against the courage of a man favored by wiser, more purposeful divine powers. That God was powerful, yes, but he was also limited in ways that raw strength alone could never overcome. Heracles himself was not immune to the irrational and the dark. His own story was full of suffering and catastrophe. But in this moment, guided by the will of gods who valued something more than bloodlust, he had done what the myths kept insisting was possible. He had met the embodiment of unrestrained war and turned it back. The encounter with Cycnus and then with Ares fit neatly into the broader pattern that ran through so many of Ares' stories. The imprisonment in the bronze jar, the humiliation in Hephaestus' golden net, the wound on the plains of Troy. Each one said the same thing in a slightly different way, that power without wisdom, strength without restraint, violence without purpose would always find its limit. And that limit, in the Greek imagination, was not another god, but often a mortal who had learned to carry something more than a weapon into a fight. Ares limped back to Olympus for the second time, defeated by mortal courage, guided by the gods, and the great hero went on his way, unharmed. When the Romans adopted the Greek pantheon, they did something quietly extraordinary to Ares. They took a god that the Greeks had spent centuries fearing, mocking, keeping carefully at the edges of their divine affection. They made him into something altogether different, something noble, purposeful, beloved in a way that Ares himself never was in the world that created him. The Romans called him Mars. Under that name, the same essential force that the Greeks had struggled to love became the second most important god in the entire Roman religious order, surpassed only by Jupiter himself. It is one of the most striking transformations in the history of ancient religion. It tells us something important, not only about the difference between two great civilizations, but about the nature of gods in general. That what a deity means is never fixed, never absolute, always shaped by the hands and hearts of the people who are doing the worshipping. In Rome, Mars was nothing less than the divine father of the Roman people. According to the founding myth that the Romans held most dear, it was Mars who fathered the twin brothers Romulus and Remus upon the Vestal Virgin Rhea Silvia. Romulus, of course, went on to found Rome itself. That act of foundation carried the blood of Mars in every stone and street of the city. This was not a minor mythological footnote. It was the central story Romans told about who they were and where they came from. They were the children of a war god. They understood their origin not as something shameful or threatening, but as something to celebrate. Something that explained their strength, their discipline, their capacity to build an empire from a collection of hills beside a river. The Greeks never spoke of Ares that way. No great city traced its founding to his bloodline with pride. No civilization looked at the chaos he embodied and said, "That is where we come from. We are glad of it." Mars was also, in the Roman understanding, a god of agriculture and of spring, a god not merely of destruction, but of growth and renewal. The month of March carries his name still. In the Roman calendar, March marked the beginning of the agricultural season and the beginning of the campaigning season for soldiers, both understood as forms of the same fundamental energy. The world waking up, pushing forward, beginning again. This dual nature, war and growth, force and fertility, was essentially absent from the Greek conception of Ares. Ares was the battlefield and nothing else, the screaming and the blood and the collapse of everything ordered and good. Mars was the field before the planting and after the harvest, the soldier who fights so that the farm can continue, the protector whose violence exists in service of something larger than itself. That distinction changes everything. The connection between Mars and agriculture was formalized through the religious observances that structured Roman life. Festivals like the Aquaria and Lupercalia brought the community together to make offerings designed to secure the god's favor for both military success and agricultural abundance. The Salii, the priests of Mars, held one of the most important positions in Rome's religious hierarchy, entrusted with the sacred shields believed to have fallen from heaven. These observances were central to the Roman understanding of their relationship with the divine. The investment in Mars's worship reflected a genuine belief that the force powering their armies also powered the Earth's fertility. The Romans built Mars a great field in the heart of their city, the Campus Martius, the Field of Mars, where soldiers trained and citizens gathered, where the physical life of the Roman state unfolded under his watchful presence. There were temples dedicated to him, of real grandeur and civic importance, not the modest, somewhat isolated shrines that Ares tended to receive in Greece. Mars Ultor, Mars the Avenger, had a magnificent temple built in his honor by Augustus, who had vowed to build it after the assassination of Julius Caesar, who understood that invoking Mars gave his act of vengeance a sacred, civilizing weight. The Romans were comfortable asking Mars to stand behind their most important political and moral acts. The Greeks were far more cautious about asking Ares to stand behind anything at all. What this contrast reveals, when you hold the two traditions side by side and look at them carefully, is that the Greeks and Romans had genuinely different ideas about what warfare was supposed to mean. For the Greeks, or at least for the dominant strain of Greek thought that shaped the mythological tradition, war was always somewhat troubling, always carrying within it the seed of chaos and dissolution, always requiring the counterbalance of wisdom and strategy. Ares represented the part of war that had no counterbalance, the part that existed purely for itself. That was why they could not fully embrace him. For the Romans, war was inseparable from the idea of civilization itself. It was through military force that roads were built. That law was extended, that the known world was brought into a kind of order. A god of war, who was also a god of agriculture and spring and civic protection, made perfect sense in that framework. This was because in Roman life, those things were never really separate to begin with. It is worth sitting quietly with this for a moment. This was because it reflects something gentle and important about the way human beings relate to the forces they cannot control. The Greeks acknowledged Ares. They placed him on Olympus, gave him a seat at the divine table, told stories about him for centuries. But they kept him at a remove, kept him somewhat ridiculous, kept him defeated and humiliated often enough that no one would mistake him for something to be admired. The Romans took that same force, and wrapped it in purpose, gave it a lineage and a legacy. Let it stand at the center of who they believed themselves to be. Neither tradition was wrong exactly. They were simply honest about different things, honest about different fears and different ambitions, honest about different relationships with the violence that runs through human history, like a river that never quite dries up. The Romans worshipped Mars as a father, a protector, a source of national strength, and in doing so, they showed that the god the Greeks had feared and looked away from could, in different hands, become something a civilization was proud to call its own. It would be easy to leave Ares where the Greeks left him, despised, defeated, embarrassing, and call that the whole story. But the myths, read carefully and without the lens of cultural preference, reveal something more complicated beneath the surface of all that blood and noise. There are moments scattered across the ancient tradition where Ares appears not as a mindless engine of destruction, but as something far more recognizable, a being capable of love, of grief, of loyalty, of something that resembles, however imperfectly, the tenderness that the Greeks reserved for more admirable gods. Consider what the myths say about him as a father, a god known for charging headlong into carnage, for screaming when wounded and retreating from battlefields in shame, was also a god who killed to protect his daughter. When Poseidon's son Alirotheos assaulted Alcippe, the daughter of Ares, the god of war did not weigh the political consequences or consider the strategic wisdom of his response. He simply killed the man who had harmed his child. This was not the act of a creature without feeling. It was the act of a father so consumed by protective love that divine politics meant nothing to him in that moment. The Greeks put him on trial for it, assembling the gods on the rocky hill that would ever after carry his name, and they acquitted him. Even in a tradition that found Ares deeply uncomfortable, even in a culture that preferred Athena's composed restraint at every turn, the gods gathered on the Areopagus and acknowledged that what Ares had done was not simply slaughter, it was justice, or something close enough to it that no one could bring themselves to condemn him. His children reflected him in ways that go beyond the obvious. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, accompanied him into battle and wore his nature openly, as children often do. But Harmonia, the goddess of accord and concord, was also his daughter, born of his union with Aphrodite. The fact that harmony emerged from the coupling of war and love is one of the more quietly astonishing details in all of Greek mythology, and it suggests that the ancient imagination understood something nuanced about Ares that the broader cultural preference for Athena tended to obscure. Violence and beauty together do not only produce terror, they also sometimes produce peace. Ares gave his sacred belt to the Amazons, those legendary warrior women who alone among the peoples of the mythological world looked upon him without contempt. For the Amazons, what Ares embodied was not a shameful excess, but a virtue, the willingness to meet the world without flinching, to carry no illusions about what conflict demands of those who enter it. He was their father and their patron, and they honored him in a way that most of Greece never did. There is also the matter of his penance to Cadmus. After Cadmus killed the sacred serpent that guarded the spring at what would become Thebes, a serpent that was, in some tellings, a child of Ares, the god of war demanded 8 years of service from the Phoenician prince. Cadmus gave those years willingly, and at the end of them, Ares and Aphrodite bestowed upon him their daughter Harmonia as a bride, and all the gods came down from Olympus to celebrate the wedding. This is Ares as a god who can be appeased, who recognizes genuine contrition and responds to it with genuine generosity. He is not simply a force that cannot be reasoned with. He is a divine power who demands acknowledgement, who requires that his sacred things be respected, and who, when that respect is given, can offer something extraordinary in return. And then there is Aphrodite. Their affair was humiliating in its exposure. Caught in Hephaestus's invisible net, displayed before the assembled gods, laughed at and ridiculed. But the relationship itself, across many versions of the myth, was not a passing encounter. Ares returned to Aphrodite again and again. He was drawn to her across years and tellings, across the full breadth of the mythological tradition, and she to him. There was something between them that outlasted the humiliation, that persisted through the laughter of the other gods. A god who could sustain that kind of attachment, that kind of devotion to a single figure across the long life of mythology, was not simply a creature of appetites without depth. He loved her, or whatever the divine equivalent of love looked like in that world, and he kept loving her long after the trap had sprung and the story had made him a figure of ridicule. Perhaps the most telling detail of all is the way Ares responds to pain. When Diomedes wounded him at Troy, Ares screamed. The sound, Homer tells us, was like the shouting of 10,000 men, and he fled the battlefield and went to Zeus, crying out about what had been done to him. The Greeks read this as cowardice, and perhaps it was, but there is another way to understand it. The other Olympians, when wounded or humiliated, often responded with cold composure, with scheming, with the kind of controlled dignity that conceals feeling beneath a surface of power. Ares felt everything and showed it immediately and completely. His pain was real, and he made no effort to hide it. His grief was genuine, and he carried it without pretense. In a pantheon full of gods who dressed their desires in the language of fate and wisdom and divine order, Ares simply was what he was: loud, raw, exposed, and entirely without artifice. That quality, the utter absence of pretense, was precisely what made him so difficult for the Greeks to accommodate. A civilization that valued strategy, composure, and the careful management of appearances had little use for a god who could not manage any of those things. He was the one Olympian who never learned to perform. He never pretended to be something he wasn't, never dressed his violence in the language of wisdom or strategy. And in a pantheon full of gods who did exactly that, there was something almost honest about him. The ancient Greeks were not naive about war. They had lived inside it for generations, city turning against city, seasons marked not only by harvests but by campaigns, by the slow return of soldiers and the grief of those who waited at home. They understood what violence did to the body, what prolonged conflict did to communities, what it meant to build a civilization in the shadow of constant military threat. And so when they sat down, across centuries and in many different voices, to make sense of the world through the language of their gods, they did not create a god of war who was glorious and beloved and admirable. They created Ares, despised, chaotic, perpetually humiliated, kept barely tolerated at the fringes of the divine family. That choice was not accidental, and it was not a failure of imagination. It was, in its own way, one of the most honest things they ever said about themselves and about the nature of human violence. The Greeks knew war was real. They knew it was powerful, inescapable, woven into the fabric of existence in a way that could not simply be wished away or reasoned out of being. But they refused, in their mythology, to make that power beautiful. They looked at the rawest, most purposeless kind of violence, the bloodlust that has no strategy behind it, no goal beyond destruction, the kind of fighting that feeds on itself and produces only terror and ruin, and they gave it a face and a name. Then they made sure that face was one nobody on Olympus could quite bring themselves to love. Ares stood in the divine assembly as the embodiment of a truth the Greeks did not want to celebrate, only to acknowledge. He was the god of what war actually felt like, from the inside of it, the screaming, the chaos, the ground soaked through, and the sky full of noise, rather than the god of what war was supposed to look like from the outside, dressed in the language of strategy and honor and civic virtue. That outer version belonged to Athena. Ares was what remained when you stripped all of that away. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that the Greeks could not simply omit him. Other traditions might have quietly set aside a deity so deeply uncomfortable, might have folded his attributes into a more respectable divine figure, or let him fade from the center of religious life into legend. The Greeks did neither. Ares appears in Homer, in Hesiod, in the fragments of hymns and in the long prose accounts of mythology that survive into later centuries, always present, always recognizable, always occupying his uneasy place among the Olympians. His temples were few, and his worship was not widespread through most of the Greek world. Yet his existence was never in doubt. He sat at the divine table because the Greeks understood, at some deep level, that removing him from the story would be a kind of lie about what the world contained. Every civilization that knows war also knows the specific terror that Ares represented, the violence that erupts without plan or purpose, that destroys without building, that makes the battlefield into something entirely beyond the reach of wisdom or restraint. The Greeks had a name for it, and they put it on Olympus. They made Zeus himself say plainly that he found it hateful. They let that statement stand as something close to a moral position. Not that war itself was wrong. The Greeks were far too practical and too experienced to make that claim, but that this particular face of war, the face without wisdom or honor or purpose behind it, was something to approach with dread. Ares was necessary in the way that certain hard things are necessary, not because they are good, but because they are true. A story about human life that left them out would simply be false. He could not leave Olympus any more than violence could leave the world. But the gods of Olympus kept him at a distance. The Greek people, in the cities where philosophy and law and art were taking shape, honored him with far less devotion than they offered to Athena, to Apollo, to Hermes, to almost any other figure in the pantheon. That distance was deliberate. It was a way of saying that to know a thing exists is not the same as to celebrate it, that to acknowledge the reality of brutal, purposeless war is not the same as building temples to it or teaching your children to admire it. Ares endured across all the centuries of Greek religious life. As a god who was real but not revered, powerful but not respected, divine but not, in any ordinary sense, beloved. That is the particular quality of his mythology, the thing that makes him unlike almost any other figure in the ancient imagination, the thing that perhaps speaks most directly across the long distance of time. The ambivalence that the Greeks felt toward Ares, the recognition that war in its most chaotic and bloodthirsty form was something that had to be acknowledged but must never be admired, was not a contradiction in their thinking. It was a kind of wisdom. They kept him on Olympus because they knew they could not wish war away. They kept him despised because they understood, perhaps better than most, what happens when a society stops being afraid of it. Of all the gods and goddesses who made their home on Mount Olympus, Hestia is the one you are least likely to have heard a story about. She appears in almost no myths. She sets out on no quests, falls in love with no one, transforms no mortals into animals, wages no wars across the heavens or the earth. She does not carry a bow, does not wear armor, does not emerge from the sea in a shower of sea foam. She is not present at the judgment of Paris, not among those weeping at the fall of Troy, not seen navigating any of the great episodes that shaped the Greek mythological world as we know it. And yet she was, by any measure, one of the most important divine presences in all of ancient Greek life, not merely worshipped, but invoked daily, in every household, across every region, by people of every class and circumstance. From the wealthiest citizen in Athens to the most ordinary family keeping a fire burning in the countryside. She was called upon more consistently, by more people than almost any other deity in the entire Greek pantheon. Her name, in the ancient language, simply meant hearth, the word for the fire at the center of the home, the warm and steady flame around which a family gathered to eat, to speak quietly to one another, to shelter from the cold and the dark. Her name was her nature. She did not need to explain herself with myths and adventures. This was because she was already present in the one place every person understood, the place you return to at the end of the day, the warmth you feel when you step through the door. It is worth sitting with that contradiction for a moment. This was because it tells you something true about the kind of goddess Hestia was, and the kind of presence she occupied in the ancient world. Homer, who composed the Iliad and the Odyssey, the two great poems that shaped so much of how the Greeks understood their gods and their own history, never once named her. In all of those thousands of lines of verse, describing the gods quarreling and scheming and taking sides in the long siege of Troy, describing Odysseus blown across the sea for 20 years, encountering gods and monsters and the shades of the dead, Homer found space for nearly every deity in the pantheon and never once mentioned Hestia by name. Some scholars have seen this as an oversight, but it seems far more likely that it reflects something essential about her character. She was not a god who went to war, not a god who travelled, not a god whose presence could be felt in the great dramatic movements of the world. She was, instead, the god of the place that heroes leave behind when they go to war, the warmth they dream of returning to, the fire that is still burning when they finally come home. She was quiet in the way that necessary things are quiet, the way that bread baking or a lamp glowing through a window at night is quiet, not because she lacked importance, but because her importance was so constant and so close that it required no announcement. And yet in every home across ancient Greece, every single day, her name was spoken first. Hestia came into the world as the firstborn child of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, and almost immediately her world went dark. She had barely drawn breath, barely opened her eyes to the light of a world that was still finding its shape, when her father reached down and swallowed her whole. It was not rage that moved him, nor cruelty in the ordinary sense of the word. It was something colder than that, a fear so consuming that it had long since swallowed his reason, the way he would soon swallow his children one by one. The prophecy had come to him, as prophecies always do in these old stories, not as a question, but as a certainty. He had overthrown his own father, the great sky titan Aranos, seizing power in a moment of terrible violence, and now the same fate had been promised to him. One of his own children would one day rise against him and take everything he had built. And so, believing that foresight was the same thing as prevention, Cronus decided he would simply ensure that no child of his ever had the chance to grow old enough to try. Rhea, who was his wife and herself a titan of deep and ancient power, watched all of this unfold with the particular grief of a mother who understands exactly what is happening and finds herself unable to stop it. She had carried each child with care and love and the ordinary hope that comes before knowledge arrives and changes everything. And then, one after another, her children disappeared into Cronus before they had lived a single full day in the world. Hestia was the first. After her came Demeter, then Hera, then Hades, and then Poseidon. Each time, Rhea's grief deepened, and each time, Cronus walked away satisfied, reassured that the prophecy could not reach him from inside his own body. He was the lord of time itself in some tellings of this story, and he could not imagine that time would find a way around him. The particular arrogance of that belief, that a parent can contain the future by containing the child, is one of the things that makes this myth feel less like an ancient tale and more like a quietly recognizable truth. When Rhea found herself carrying her sixth child, she made a decision. She could not bear to hand another newborn into those hands, knowing what would follow. According to the myth as it has come down to us through Hesiod's theogony, she went to her own parents, Aranos and Gaia, the sky and the earth themselves, and asked them what could be done. They told her what was to come, and they helped her make a plan. When the child was born, she wrapped a large stone in swaddling clothes, the kind of cloth a newborn would be bundled in, and offered it to Cronus in the infant's place. Cronus, who apparently trusted the wrapping more than he bothered to examine what was inside it, swallowed the stone without any hesitation. He felt the familiar weight, the familiar finality, and he was satisfied. The child, this one named Zeus, was carried quietly to the island of Crete, where he was hidden away and raised in secret, far from his father's reach. There is something almost gentle in the way Rhea's deception works. She did not outwit Cronus with elaborate machinery or divine power. She used cloth and stone, and the simple fact that a tyrant who trusts his own certainty will not look carefully at what he is given. She hid the most important thing in the plainest possible way, and it worked. Zeus grew up in Crete, tended by nymphs, nursed and kept safe until he had grown into the god he was always going to become. And when the time came, when he had the strength and the knowledge and the will, he returned to confront his father. The liberation of the swallowed children is told with the particular economy that Greek myth often prefers when it comes to the actual mechanics of the impossible. In most versions of the story, Zeus obtained a potion, sometimes described as an emetic, something that induces purging, and managed to get it into Cronus's drink. What followed was the reversal of everything Cronus had done. He vomited up, first, the stone he had swallowed in Zeus's place, and then, one by one, the gods he had consumed. Poseidon emerged, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and finally, last of all, Hestia, the one who had gone in first, who had spent the longest time in that strange inner darkness, who came blinking back into the world after all her younger siblings had already been returned to it. This is the detail that the myth preserves, and that is worth sitting with for a moment. Hestia was both the oldest and, in a very real sense, the youngest of the six. She had entered that darkness before any of the others, and she emerged from it after all of them had already taken their first breath of free air. She was, depending on how you count, the first child and the last born, the eldest and the newborn at once. Ancient sources acknowledge this paradox without quite resolving it, and perhaps it was never meant to be resolved. It simply becomes part of who she is, a figure defined by a kind of doubled identity, both beginning and end contained within the same quiet presence. What those years of darkness inside Cronus might have meant, what they might have made of her, is not something the myths say directly. But it is hard not to notice that the goddess who emerged from that long swallowing became, of all the Olympians, the one most associated with stillness, with staying in one place, with the interior spaces of the world, the home, the hearth, the room where the fire burns at the center of everything. There is something in her character, in every description that survives of her, that suggests a being who had been in a very dark and enclosed place for a very long time, and had made her peace with it. She did not emerge ready for war or intrigue or the long dramas of power. She emerged, and she found the fire, and she stayed beside it. The other gods went on to divide the cosmos among themselves. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon took the sea, Hades took the underworld. They drew lots, or fought or negotiated. The stories vary, but each of them reached outward for dominion over something vast and ungovernable. Hestia reached for something smaller and perhaps more lasting. She had been there at the very beginning, and she would be there at the very end. It was a pattern that would define her entire existence. When Apollo came to Hestia with the intention of winning her as his bride, he was not the first god to try, and he would not be the last. Poseidon had already made his own interest known. Poseidon, who commanded the oceans and held dominion over everything the sea touched, who was counted among the three greatest rulers the cosmos had ever produced, and who was not accustomed to being refused. Between the two of them, Apollo and Poseidon represented a kind of divine pressure that most beings, mortal or otherwise, would have found difficult to resist. Apollo was radiant in the way that only the god of light and music and prophecy could be radiant. Beautiful, golden, sovereign over the arts and over the future itself, the kind of god whose attention felt like a gift simply by virtue of being given. And yet Hestia received both of these suitors with the same quiet composure, the same gentle and unmoving certainty, and in the end she turned away from each of them in turn and went to Zeus. She placed her hand on his head, for to swear by the head of Zeus was the most solemn and binding oath any god or goddess could make, and she spoke her vow aloud, She would remain a virgin always. She would not be given in marriage. She would not take a husband from among the gods or from anywhere else. And this was not a temporary decision or a wish she expected to be overruled, but a permanent and irrevocable commitment that she had arrived at entirely on her own. He honored it completely. And because he understood that Hestia had asked for nothing when she could have asked for a great deal, he offered her something in return. A privilege that would place her at the center of every act of worship and every sacred meal across the whole of Greece. From that point forward, the first and last offerings at every sacrifice belonged to her. Before any god was honored, before any feast began, before the first prayer rose with the first smoke, Hestia's portion went into the fire. And when the last libation of the evening was poured, when the meal was drawing to its close and the gathering was beginning to quiet, her name was spoken again. It was a gift that suited her nature perfectly, not a throne, not a consort, not a kingdom of her own, but a presence woven into the rhythm of every ordinary day. The significance of Hestia's renunciation becomes clearer when examined against the backdrop of divine genealogy and familial obligation. As the eldest Olympian, the first of the 6 children that Cronus and Rhea had brought into existence, Hestia occupied a place of particular significance in the hierarchy of the divine family. She had been swallowed by her father and then restored by Zeus during the war with the Titans, experiences that marked her as someone who had witnessed the oldest struggles of the divine world from the inside. Her position as eldest carried expectations of precedence, of leadership, of the kind of authority that should naturally accrue to the firstborn. And yet, she had chosen to step deliberately aside from the structures of power that such a position might have granted her. In refusing marriage, she was refusing not merely a romantic attachment, but the establishment of dynastic lines, the creation of children who might be heirs or challengers, the whole apparatus of continuation and succession that marriage represented in the divine order. This was not simply celibacy, but a form of self-withdrawal from the very mechanisms by which divine power perpetuated and extended itself into future generations. What makes the vow worth dwelling on is the way it differs from the similar vows made by Artemis and Athena, the 2 other virgin goddesses of the Greek world, whose commitments to chastity are usually described as fundamental to who they were from the very beginning. Athena, born fully formed from her father's head and never oriented toward love in the way other gods were, Artemis requesting her bow and her freedom as a child, as if she had always known exactly what kind of existence she intended to live. Hestia's situation was different in a way that mattered. She was not born virginal in the way those 2 were understood to be. She was the eldest, a grown goddess who had already lived through the long darkness inside Cronus, who had been present at the making of the world, who had every opportunity the divine order could provide, and she looked at all of it clearly and made her choice. In a world where marriage was not considered something a woman, divine or mortal, simply chose or declined for herself, where even goddesses found their fates decided by the desires of the more powerful gods around them, that particular act of choosing carried its own kind of weight. Marriage in the ancient Greek world was understood as the natural condition of a woman's life, the arrangement through which she passed from one household to another, the mechanism by which the domestic world continued its work. The question of whether a woman wished to marry was rarely asked, because the assumption was that she would, and that the decision belonged to others. Hestia acknowledged all of that, and stood before Zeus anyway, her hand on his head and her mind already made up. The gods had taken Persephone from her meadow without asking. They had pressed Demeter's grief into the turning of the seasons. They had woven Hera into a marriage that would bring her as much bitterness as joy. Hestia had watched all of that unfold from the place where she stood, and she had made sure that none of it would be her story. There is something in the ancient sources, some quiet sense of admiration running beneath the lines, for the fact that she achieved this, not through conflict or cunning or the kind of dramatic intervention that fills the rest of Greek mythology, but simply by going to Zeus directly and asking, and by asking in a way that he could not refuse, without dishonoring the most sacred form of promise the Greek world knew. From that moment on, every sacrifice in every temple across Greece began and ended with her name, which, for a goddess who wanted nothing more than to be left in peace, was perhaps the most fitting honor anyone could have given her. To understand Hestia, you have to understand what a hearth fire actually meant to the people who kept it burning. In the modern world, fire is something you summon with the turn of a knob or the press of a button, and it disappears just as easily. It is a convenience, not a companion. But in ancient Greece, the hearth fire was something else entirely. It was the living center of the home, as essential to daily existence as the walls themselves, and in many ways more so, because a house without fire was not truly a home at all. It was the first thing established when a family moved into a new dwelling. Before furniture was arranged, before beds were laid out, before the household goods were unpacked from their traveling baskets, the hearth was lit. That first flame was not struck carelessly from flint and tinder and left to catch on its own. It was kindled with intention, often carried as a live coal or burning brand from the family's previous hearth, so that the fire was never truly extinguished, but only moved, like a continuous thread of warmth passing from one life to the next. The hearth itself was usually situated near the center of the main room, open to the air above so that the smoke could rise and escape through a hole in the roof. There was no chimney in the modern sense, no neat flue channeling everything away. The smoke gathered softly under the rafters before finding its way out, and the smell of it, wood smoke and cooking, the faint char of burned offerings, would have been the first thing anyone noticed when they came through the door. Around the hearth was where the family gathered, to eat, to talk, to shelter from the cold, to keep themselves company in the dark hours of evening. The light it gave was warm and shifting, throwing amber shadows across the walls and faces of everyone seated near it. There were no lamps bright enough to replace it, no other source of warmth in the room when the nights grew cool. The hearth was not one element of domestic life among many. It was the foundation around which everything else was arranged. Cooking happened there too, of course. The fire that warmed the household was the same fire that boiled the water and roasted the grain and simmered the stew. A woman who tended the hearth well was keeping her family alive in the most direct and tangible sense, making sure that the fire never dropped too low to be useful, that there was always enough fuel, that the flames were steady and reliable rather than fitful and hungry. The cooking pot hanging over that fire, the bread baking near its edges, the oil warming slowly in a small clay vessel set against the coals. All of it depended on the fire being there and being tended. This is why Hestia's symbols included the kettle alongside the flame. The two things were inseparable. Warmth and nourishment came from the same source, and that source had to be protected. The responsibility of tending the hearth fell primarily to the women of the household, and in particular to the senior woman whose authority within the domestic sphere was absolute. She was the one who understood the particular moods and quirks of her fire, who could judge by sight and experience whether the flames needed encouragement or restraint. Young girls would have learned these skills from their mothers and grandmothers, absorbing not just the practical knowledge, but the deep reverence with which the fire was approached and maintained. When the fire went out, through carelessness or catastrophe or the simple misfortune of a night when the wood ran low, it was understood to be a serious matter, not merely an inconvenience. An extinguished hearth was a household in disarray, a family whose inner order had somehow failed. Rekindling it required more than just striking a new spark. In some traditions it was done with ceremony, with prayer, with a recognition that the fire returning to the hearth was itself a kind of restoration. There were specific days in the ritual calendar when fires might be formally extinguished and then rekindled, marking the passage from one period of time to another, from an old state of things to a new beginning. But these were deliberate, ceremonial extinctions, carefully planned. An accidental one was a different thing, something to be remedied as quickly as possible, with appropriate attention to the goddess whose presence had, for a time, departed. It is easy to understand from our modern vantage point of electric light and instant heat why the protection of the fire was taken so seriously. But there is something deeper at work here, something that transcends mere survival. The fire itself became a kind of presence in the home, almost a living member of the family. It had to be fed like a dependent. It could be healthy or weak, vigorous or temperamental. It demanded respect and constant attention, and in return it offered not just warmth and nourishment, but a sense of continuity, a feeling that the household itself was alive. This understanding shaped the ritual of the Amphidromia, one of the most intimate and meaningful ceremonies in the life of a Greek household. When a child was born, the family would wait several days before formally welcoming the infant into the household. During that time, the child existed in a kind of threshold state, present in the home, but not yet truly part of it, not yet named, not yet claimed. Then, on the appointed day, the father or a designated family member would carry the newborn around the hearth fire, walking the baby in a circle around the flame as the family watched. This circuit was not decorative. It was the act of introduction, the moment when the child was placed under Hestia's protection and formally received into the warmth and shelter of the household. To carry a child around the hearth was to say, in the language that needed no words, "This person belongs here. This fire is theirs, and they are under its care." The name Amphidromia translates roughly as running around, though in practice, the ceremony seems to have been more of a slow and careful procession than anything vigorous. The fragile newborn held close, the fire burning steadily nearby, the family gathered around. Food was shared, gifts were sometimes brought by neighbors and relatives, and the child was welcomed into the web of relationships and obligations and warmth that made a household what it was. Without this ceremony, without that encircling of the fire, the child had not yet fully arrived. It was Hestia's fire that received them, and Hestia's protection that was invoked on their behalf. All of this points to something that the ancient Greeks understood intuitively and that we have largely lost. The idea that the physical center of a home carries a kind of spiritual weight. The hearth was not a metaphor for the family's unity. It was the actual, material place where unity was enacted, day after day, meal after meal, winter after winter. The family that shared the same fire shared something real and irreplaceable. When a son left to found a household of his own, he carried fire from his father's hearth to kindle his own, and in that act he was not only securing warmth for practical reasons, but extending a living connection backward in time through all the families that had tended the same flame. Every family that gathered around those flames was, whether they said it aloud or not, gathering in Hestia's presence. Before anyone at the table took their first bite of food, before the first sip of wine was raised to any lips, a small portion was set aside for the fire. This was not a grand ceremony, not something that required a priest or a special occasion or a carefully rehearsed prayer. It was simply the way a meal began, the way it had always begun, in every household across the Greek world, in homes that were wealthy and homes that were modest, in cities along the Aegean coast and in small farming villages far from the sea. A piece of bread, a little grain, a drizzle of oil, or whatever the meal happened to include that evening, some small part of it belonged to Hestia before it belonged to anyone else. It was placed near the fire, or offered directly into the flames, which received it quietly, the way a fire receives everything. There was no drama in the moment, no theatrical gesture meant to impress anyone watching. The family was simply acknowledging, before they fed themselves, that the warmth making the meal possible was not entirely their own. The hearth had made it. The goddess of the hearth had made it, and so she was remembered first. Wine followed a similar pattern at gatherings that included it. At any feast, large or small, the first libation of wine was poured in Hestia's honor, and so was the last. The cup that opened a meal and the cup that closed it both belonged to her, which meant that every communal meal in ancient Greece was, in a quiet and unspoken way, framed entirely by her name. Guests reclining at a table full of laughter and conversation, the room warm and flickering with firelight, would begin and end their evening in her presence without necessarily pausing to think about it. The ritual had become so woven into the rhythm of daily life that it no longer felt like a ritual at all. It felt like the natural shape of how things were done. And that, in a sense, was exactly what it was meant to become. Something so ordinary and so steady that it could not be separated from the act of living itself. At the beginning of the day, too, households turned to her. Morning prayers were offered at the hearth before the work of the day began, and when the day drew to a close and the fire was banked for the night, she was addressed again, quietly, briefly, in the way that one might say good night to someone whose presence has been a comfort throughout the hours. The fire was never abandoned without acknowledgement. It was tended and spoken to with a kind of domestic reverence that modern life does not have an easy equivalent for, because modern life does not have a single object at the center of the home that also keeps the family alive. In ancient Greece, the hearth was that object, and Hestia was its living presence. Across a year, this amounted to an extraordinary number of invocations, more, almost certainly, than any other deity received. The great gods of Olympus were called upon in moments of crisis, before a voyage, before a battle, during a festival held once or twice a year. Hestia was called upon every morning, every evening, at every meal, at every gathering. She received more quiet attention than Zeus, more daily devotion than Apollo or Athena or Aphrodite, more consistent remembrance than any god whose stories fill the pages of the epics. And yet her name appears in none of those epics. The poets who celebrated the deeds of the Olympians, who told of wars and transformations and the long sufferings of heroes, passed over her almost entirely. There is something almost paradoxical in this, until you sit with it for a moment and realize that it makes a certain kind of sense. Epic poetry was drawn to movement and conflict, to things that could be narrated across an arc, a quest, a betrayal, a return. Hestia offered none of that. What she offered was repetition, and repetition is not what epic poetry is built from. It is, however, what daily life is built from. The family that sat down to supper and offered a little grain to the fire before eating did not record that moment anywhere. They did not compose a hymn about it or carve it into marble. They simply did it, and then did it again the next evening, and the one after that, in the same unhurried and unremarkable way that people draw breath. The constancy of it was the thing. Not the beauty or the drama or the scale of it, but the fact that it happened without fail, that no meal began without it and no day ended without it, that through every season of a person's life, childhood and old age, abundance and hardship, grief and ordinary contentment, the offering was made and the fire received it. Day after day, season after season, it was the same. And the steadiness of it was the whole point. The house fire burning in a family's home was one kind of hearth, but each Greek city had another, a larger, more permanent one, tended not by a single household, but by the whole community. This was the Prytaneon, and it stood at the heart of nearly every Greek city-state, not as a temple in the traditional sense, with great columns and votive offerings stacked against the walls, but as something harder to categorize, part civic hall, part sacred ground, part shelter, and part the living embodiment of Hestia herself. If the household hearth was the place where a single family gathered in her presence, the Prytaneon was where an entire city did the same. The building itself was generally not the grandest structure in any given city. It was rarely the largest or the most elaborately decorated. What made it significant was not its architecture, but what it contained. A fire that was never allowed to go out, burning steadily through every season, every change of leadership, every war and festival, and ordinary grey morning alike. This flame was understood to be Hestia's flame, as direct and literal a presence as the Greeks believed a deity could have in the physical world. To let it die, even briefly by accident, was considered a grave misfortune, a a sign that something had gone deeply wrong in the life of the community. When that did happen on rare occasions, when the fire guttered and failed despite every effort to maintain it, the process of rekindling it was treated with great seriousness. The new flame could not simply be struck from a flint or borrowed from a neighbor's torch. It had to be drawn from the sun itself, using a burning glass or a concave mirror that concentrated sunlight into a point of heat intense enough to catch. The logic behind this was not merely practical. It meant that the fire of the Prytaneion was always, in some meaningful sense, a fire that had never truly been extinguished, always returning to its original source, always beginning again from the warmth of the sky. In Athens, the Prytaneion stood near the Acropolis, in one of the oldest and most settled parts of the city. Its location was not accidental. The oldest parts of any ancient city tended to carry the deepest religious significance, and placing the Prytaneion there rooted it in the long memory of the place. Athenian citizens would have grown up knowing where it was, passing it in the course of their daily lives, aware of the fire burning inside even when they were not thinking about it consciously. It was one of those presences that shaped a city without demanding to be noticed. The people who worked most closely with that flame were the Prytanes, the rotating group of officials drawn from the citizen body of Athens who held administrative authority for a portion of each year. When they came into office, one of their first acts was to offer a sacrifice to Hestia at the Prytanean Hearth. This was not incidental or purely ceremonial. It was the formal beginning of their time in service, the moment at which they placed themselves under her protection and acknowledged that their authority carried an obligation toward the welfare of the whole community. Hestia, in this sense, was the divine witness to the taking of civic responsibility. The Prytanes also ate their meals at the Prytaneon during their term of service, which meant that the building functioned something like a residence as well as an office, a place of both governance and daily life. In this way, it mirrored the structure of the household in miniature, with the hearth at its center and the people responsible for maintaining order gathered around it. The parallel was deliberate. The city was understood to be, in some essential way, a larger version of the home, and Hestia, who presided over the home, presided over the city by the same logic. Foreign ambassadors who came to Athens on diplomatic business were received at the Prytaneion. This was not simply a matter of convenience. Hosting a visitor at the hearth placed that visitor under Hestia's protection, which meant under the protection of the community's deepest values and obligations. The sacred law of hospitality that governed individual households extended here into the realm of international relations. A foreign dignitary welcomed to the Prytanean fire was being told, in the clearest way the Greeks knew how to express it, that they were safe, that the city stood behind its welcome, that Hestia herself was watching over the encounter. The Prytaneon also served as a place of sanctuary, a refuge for those seeking protection. Someone who reached the public hearth and appealed to it was understood to have placed themselves under divine care, which made them, at least temporarily, untouchable. The flame that provided warmth for the city's official business also offered shelter to the desperate and the frightened. This was entirely in keeping with Hestia's nature. She had no interest in power struggles or political maneuvering, but she held a deep and quiet concern for anyone who came to her fire in genuine need. The honors extended to individuals at the Prytaneion are also worth noting, because they reveal just how seriously the Greeks took the connection between Hestia's flame and civic recognition. Certain distinguished citizens, generals who had won great victories, athletes who had brought glory to their city at the Pan-Hellenic Games, statesmen who had served with exceptional dedication, were sometimes granted the right to dine at the Prytaneion for life. This was one of the highest honors Athens could bestow. It meant a permanent place at the hearth, a seat at the table that never expired, a kind of ongoing welcome that most citizens could only imagine. To be granted that privilege was to be welcomed, permanently and formally, into the presence of the goddess herself. What is remarkable, when you step back and consider it, is how completely Hestia made this transition from domestic to civic life. without anyone appearing to notice the strangeness of it. She was a goddess of the home, of cooking fires and newborns carried around the hearth, and quiet daily offerings before the evening meal. And somehow she was also the goddess at the center of every political ceremony, every act of diplomacy, every grant of sanctuary in every city across the Greek world. She moved between those scales, the deeply personal and the broadly public, without contradiction, because in the Greek understanding, they were not really separate things. A city was a home was a city, and Hestia was the fire at the center of both. The same fire that warmed a family's bread in the morning also received the prayers of senators and the pleas of refugees, and all of it burned in her name. When a Greek city sent its people out across the sea to build a colony on foreign shores, they did not travel alone. They carried fire with them. It was not a symbolic gesture or a poetic metaphor. It was a literal act, performed with great care and intention, before the ships were loaded. Before the families gathered at the harbour with everything they owned bundled into cloth and baskets, someone would go to the Prytaneion, to the hearth at the very centre of civic life. Take from its sacred flame a portion of fire that had been burning, in some cases, for generations. That fire was placed in a vessel, a clay pot or a bronze lamp, packed carefully among the supplies, carried aboard the ship as one of the most precious things the colonists possessed. It was not merely warmth they were taking with them, it was Hestia herself, or at least a piece of her, a living fragment of the mother city's identity, passed from hearth to hearth across open water. When the colonists finally reached their new shore, exhausted and uncertain, the first thing they did was build a hearth and light it from that carried flame. The fire that burned in their new Prytaneion was the same fire, in an unbroken line, as the one burning back home. And in that continuity, however far the sea had carried them, they were still connected to everything they had left behind. This practice was not left to chance or casual arrangement. The Greeks understood the fragility of fire at sea and took precautions accordingly. The vessels chosen to carry the flame were often specially designed, sealed clay containers with small openings, or bronze lamps with protected wicks that could withstand the salt spray and wind of ocean passages. Sometimes multiple vessels would be carried, redundancy built in against the possibility of loss. The firekeepers, those entrusted with maintaining the flame during the voyage, held a position of considerable responsibility and honor. They would be among the most trusted members of the expedition, individuals whose sole duty during the crossing was to tend the flame, to shield it from wind and moisture, to feed it carefully with dry wood and kindling they had brought for that purpose alone. There are accounts of voyages where the carried fire was lost to storms or accident, and the grief that followed was genuine and profound, not merely for the loss of a practical tool, but for what it represented, a severing of connection to home, a break in the chain that was meant to remain unbroken. There is something deeply moving about this practice when you sit with it quietly. The Greek world, during the centuries when colonization was most active, stretched across an enormous arc of coastline and island. Cities sent their people to Sicily, to the southern coast of what is now Italy, to the northern Aegean shores, to the coast of what we now call southern France, as far as the western edges of the Black Sea, into regions that correspond today to Ukraine and Romania. These were not short voyages, and the people making them understood that many of them would never return. They were building new lives in places where the landscape was unfamiliar, the neighbors were strangers, the comforts of home were entirely absent, and yet they arrived with something real, something warm and undeniable that tied their new community to the one they came from. The fire from the Prytaneion travelled with them and burned in the centre of their new settlement. When other colonists came after, they would sometimes take their fire in turn from that second half, and so the chain continued. Extending itself further and further, each new flame descended from the last. What had begun as a single fire burning in a single city became, across several centuries, a web of connected flames scattered all the way across the known world, each one burning in Hestia's name, each one carrying, in its glow, the warmth of a home that might be 1,000 miles behind them and a lifetime away. The implications of this web were profound for how Greeks understood themselves and their place in the world. A citizen of a colony founded generations earlier could trace their Hearth's lineage back through multiple stages of settlement, reconnecting themselves through flame to cities they had never seen. In times of conflict or uncertainty, this literal connection mattered. It was possible to look at the fire burning in one's own Prytaneon and know with absolute certainty that one stood in an unbroken line with Athens, or Corinth, or Thebes, that the very thing warm in one's city was descended from theirs. This was not metaphorical belonging. It was kinship made visible and tangible, encoded in fire. This was, in the most tangible sense available to them, how the ancient Greeks understood belonging, not as a place fixed on a map, but as a fire kept alive, passed carefully from hand to hand, generation to generation, city to city, across whatever water lay between. When the people of a new colony gathered around their hearth for the first time and poured the first offering into its flames, they were doing exactly what their parents had done, their grandparents before them, in a city they might never see again. The ritual was the thread, Hestia was the thread, and the fire, small and steady in its new home, carried all of that meaning without needing to announce it. There is a reason the Olympic flame, even today, is still kindled at Olympia from the sun's heat, carried in a torch, passed from runner to runner across continents before it reaches the city where the games will be held. The ancient sanctuary at Olympia had its own Prytaneon, its own sacred hearth, where Hestia's flame burned beside the altars of the gods, where offerings were made to her as part of the rituals surrounding the games. The torch that travels the world now is not a modern invention built from nothing. It is a continuation, conscious or not, of the same impulse that moved a group of colonists to carry a clay pot of fire onto a ship 2,500 years ago. The belief that a flame passed from one place to another carries something more than heat, that it carries identity, memory, the quiet presence of something worth protecting. Every time that torch is carried around the world today, it retraces a path that Hestia's flame has been traveling for more than 2,000 years. Apollo came to Hestia in the full radiance of his youth and beauty, the god of music and prophecy and the sun. She turned him down without a great deal of ceremony. He was, by nearly any measure the ancient world could devise, among the most compelling figures in all of the divine household. The one whose golden hair and effortless grace moved poets to compose entire hymns before they had worked out what else they wanted to say about him. The one who drove a chariot of light across the sky each morning and who spoke in riddles from his great oracle at Delphi. The one who understood the shape of the future and whose music was said to calm even wild animals into stillness. A marriage between the god of the sun and the goddess of the hearth would have had a certain logic to it, in the way that ancient minds like to find harmonies between related things. Fire above and fire below, the great public blaze of the sun and the quieter, more intimate warmth of a household flame. Poseidon came to her as well. His case for himself was, if anything, even more impressive in terms of raw cosmic standing. He was one of 3 brothers who had divided the whole of existence among themselves after the defeat of the Titans. His portion was the sea, not just the sea as a body of water, but the sea as a primal force, the restless, ungovernable immensity of it, the earthquakes that radiated from his mood, the storms that sailors prayed against before they ever left the harbour. He was never a god who made small gestures. There is no reason to imagine he was especially understated in whatever offer he brought to Hestia. And yet she said no to him as well, without recorded drama. To refuse such deities required a kind of clarity that was rare among immortals. These were not minor figures she was rejecting. Apollo was not merely beautiful, he was the embodiment of order, of music and light and prophecy, all the things that helped mortals make sense of their existence. Poseidon was not simply powerful, he was essential, one of the three pillars upon which all reality rested. To say no to such beings was to say no to the kinds of power and prestige that other divinities spent eternity pursuing. It was to decline the very thing that organized most divine existence, the search for dominion, for influence, for the kind of significance that came from controlling others or being controlled by someone of equal or greater power. Hestia's refusals suggested a fundamentally different calculus about what made life worth living, without the kind of long and painful negotiation that colored so many divine relationships. She went before Zeus and laid her hand on his head and swore an oath by it, the most binding oath available in that world, that she would remain unmarried and untouched for as long as she existed. Zeus, according to the story, honored this willingly. As a mark of that honor, he granted her the privilege of receiving the first and last portions of every sacrifice and every offering made across all of Greece. In every home and every temple, every feast and every libation. This privilege was not merely ceremonial. To receive the first portion of a sacrifice meant that in the moment before any god received honor or any mortal received nourishment, Hestia was acknowledged. The last portion meant that long after the excitement and drama of a ritual had faded, after the petitions had been made and the requests offered up and answered or denied, Hestia remained. She had the final word, in a sense, in the shape of offerings that returned to her even as the festival itself concluded. This was a form of presence and power that operated according to entirely different principles than the kind wielded by the other gods. It was not the power to compel or to seduce, not the power to punish or to reward in the dramatic, visible ways that characterize divine intervention in mortal affairs, but it was power nonetheless, the kind that came from being essential, from being trusted, from being invited into the most intimate and sacred moments of human life on a scale that no other deity achieved. What is worth sitting with, when you think about those two refusals, is not simply that she said no, but what saying no meant in the world she inhabited. What might have happened if she had said yes? The myths of ancient Greece are full of goddesses and mortal women alike who were pursued by gods. Those stories almost never resolve into something peaceful. Persephone, gathering flowers in a meadow, was taken by Hades before she had any opportunity to form a preference about the matter. The grief of her mother Demeter was so total that the earth itself stopped producing, and the people living on it began to go hungry. Demeter herself was pursued by Poseidon in one version of the stories, the same Poseidon who had approached Hestia, and that particular myth does not end well for Demeter's sense of peace or wholeness. Hera married Zeus of her own accord, in most tellings, but the marriage she entered into became one of the most turbulent relationships in all of the mythology, marked by his repeated infidelities and her equally relentless and sometimes very destructive responses to them, so that the goddess of marriage found herself living, in many ways, a story about the costs of loving someone who was incapable of constancy. Even Aphrodite, who was herself the source of desire rather than its object, was bound to a marriage she had not chosen and spent her mythological life in a series of entanglements that brought more conflict than ease. Against that backdrop, Hestia's two quiet refusals look less like a withdrawal from life and more like a very clear-eyed reading of what life among the Olympians tended to produce when you allowed yourself to be claimed by one of them. Her virginity was not a condition she had been born into. The way Athena seemed to carry hers as part of her fundamental nature, it was not a fierceness or a hardness, the way Artemis held hers with something close to militancy. It was a choice that Hestia made by looking at the world around her and deciding, with what the ancient sources suggest was a kind of serene and unhurried deliberateness. that the existence she wanted was not one organized around the will or the appetite or the moods of another being, however powerful or beautiful that being might be. The hearth she tended was entirely her own. The fire she kept was answerable to nothing outside itself. And the domain she held, every household in Greece, every family gathered around every flame from the mountains of Thessaly to the farthest island, was not something that had been given to her by a husband or won through a rivalry or taken by force. It simply was hers, in the same way that the fire was simply fire. This was because that was its nature, and because nothing about that was going to change. Of all the goddesses in the Greek pantheon, Hestia may have been the only one who was never taken from herself. There is one myth in which Hestia appears not as a distant symbol or a name spoken in prayer, but as a sleeping woman at a party. It is a brief story, told most fully by the Roman poet Ovid in his Fasti. It carries within it something that none of the hymns or genealogies quite manage to capture. A glimpse of Hestia as a presence in the world, a being who could be tired after a long evening, who could find a comfortable place among the grass and flowers and close her eyes, who could be entirely at rest and still, in the end, be kept safe. The myth begins with a gathering of the gods, a feast held outdoors in the manner of those long divine celebrations that could stretch across an entire day and well into the warmth of the night. The gods ate and drank at their ease, surrounded by the nymphs and satyrs and the minor deities who attended such occasions. As the night deepened and the wine went around again, the gathering grew slow and drowsy. One by one, the revelers settled into the meadow grass. The sounds of the feast gave way to the sounds of sleeping, of slow, even breath, of the insects in the surrounding trees, of the light wind moving through the grasses. Among those who had fallen asleep was Hestia herself, lying quietly at the edge of the gathering, undisturbed by the night around her. Nearby, tethered where someone had left him, was a donkey, an animal belonging, in some versions of the telling, to the old satyr Silenus, who had brought it along to the celebration. The donkey stood quietly in the dark while the rest of the world slept. And then there was Priapus. He was a minor god, a figure associated with fertility and gardens. He was not particularly known for his restraint or his good judgment. Finding himself awake while the meadow lay still and quiet, he moved through the sleeping figures and came to where Hestia lay. His intentions, the story makes clear, were dishonorable ones. He was not seeking conversation. He drew closer to her in the dark, the rest of the gods around him still entirely unaware, the night holding its breath, and then the donkey brayed. The sound rose up sudden and absolute across the meadow, sharp enough to startle anyone awake, and Hestia's eyes opened. The other gods stirred around her. In a moment the scene was illuminated by the awareness of everyone present. Priapus was found exactly where and how he was, caught, exposed, his intentions transparent. The gods drove him away from the gathering in humiliation. The night that had been so still a moment before rang with the very different sounds of his departure. What makes this myth worth sitting with is not the drama of it, which is over quickly, but the particular shape of the protection it describes. Hestia did nothing to defend herself. She was asleep. She had no weapon, no warning, no divine power she reached for in the moment of danger. It was the world around her, specifically an animal, an ordinary creature tethered at the edge of the party, that intervened. The ancient Greeks who told and retold this story understood something quietly significant in that detail. Hestia's purity was not a thing she maintained through vigilance or effort, or the constant exercise of will. It was something that the world around her conspired, almost instinctively, to preserve. The donkey brayed because that is what donkeys do, but in doing so, it became, for that one moment, the instrument through which her peace was kept. There is a tenderness in that idea, that a goddess so gentle and so removed from conflict that she could fall asleep at a party full of rowdy divine company was also, by some deep logic of things, not entirely unprotected. This understanding of protection through the natural order rather than through strength or vigilance was particularly important in ancient religious practice. Hestia's followers would have recognized in this story a reflection of how she herself functioned in the world, not through intervention or demand, but through a kind of quiet assurance that came from her very nature. The gods understood this principle too, it seems, which is why their response was not merely to punish Priapus, but to honor what had saved her. The donkey's action had not been heroic in the traditional sense. It had not required courage or cunning or any deliberate choice. It was simply the creature doing what came naturally, what belonged to its own essential nature. Yet in that moment of simple, instinctive action lay a profound protection. It is this aspect of Hestia, her reliance on what is true and natural, that sets her apart from so many other deities in the Greek pantheon. The story has sometimes been compared to a parallel myth in which Priapus behaves similarly toward the nymph Lotis. The two stories are clearly related, possibly drawing from the same source in the rich, overlapping traditions of the ancient Mediterranean world. But the version involving Hestia carries its own particular weight because of who she is. For a goddess who appears so rarely in narrative myth, who stays so consistently outside the tumult of Olympian drama, to show up here, in a story about a feast and a moonlit meadow and a sleeping figure almost caught unaware, feels both unexpected and somehow entirely right. She is not fighting anyone. She is not pronouncing judgment. She is resting, and the story confirms that even in rest, something watches over her. The donkey was garlanded with flowers afterward, in her honor. At her festivals, it was not uncommon to see the animals decorated in this way, acknowledged for what that one loud and badly timed bray had accomplished. It is a small mythological footnote, the kind of detail that ancient storytellers preserved without always explaining. Yet it reveals more about how people thought of Hestia than many longer accounts do. She was not helpless, and she was not fragile, but she was also not a warrior, not a schemer, not a goddess who protected herself by making herself feared. She was protected, instead, by something older and simpler, by the natural order of things leaning, quietly, in her direction. The gods laughed. Priapus fled in shame. Hestia returned to her rest, and from that point on, donkeys were considered sacred to her and were sometimes garlanded with flowers at her festivals. At some point in the mythology, a new god arrived at Olympus, young, wild, irresistible, and demanding a seat among the 12. Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, and the strange dissolution of ordinary life, had made his way into the divine household by a path unlike any other god's, born of a mortal mother and raised in secret far from the halls where his father Zeus held court. His arrival was not quiet. He came with vineyards trailing behind him, with the sound of drums somewhere just beyond the edge of hearing, with followers who had left their ordinary lives willingly and without looking back. He was a force that did not ask permission easily, and he had come now to ask for the one thing that would confirm his place among the greatest gods of the world, a throne in the hall of the Olympians. The hall, however, had only 12 seats, and every one of them was already filled. The other gods had their places, their titles, their long-established claims, and the arrangement had held for a very long time. It is not entirely clear, in the various ancient sources that touch on this story, how the question was put, or who considered it first. But what the tradition does tell us is that it was Hestia who resolved it, not by argument, not by reluctant compromise, but by standing up and offering her seat before anyone else had fully understood what was happening. She told the assembled gods, in some versions of the telling, that her true place had always been the hearth, that she had never required a throne to know who she was or what she was there to do, and that if Dionysus needed a seat at the table, then she would give him hers with no ill feeling. Zeus honored the decision. The exchange was made. And from that moment on, depending on which ancient writer one consulted, the list of 12 Olympians might include Dionysus in the position that Hestia had once held, or it might not, which is why, even today, Different sources give slightly different answers when asked to name the 12, and why Hestia sometimes appears on the list and sometimes does not. The decision itself became part of the divine record, spoken of among gods and mortals alike. In some tellings, other Olympians had suggested alternatives. Perhaps Hestia could share the throne, or perhaps a separate space could be created elsewhere in the divine realm. But Hestia had already made her choice, and it was absolute. She did not waver or second-guess herself. There was a clarity in her action that seemed to surprise even those who knew her well. Zeus, who was accustomed to far more complicated negotiations among the divine family, accepted it without the need for lengthy discussion or formal debate. The other Olympians, each with their own concerns and territories, seemed to understand that they were witnessing something beyond ordinary politics, an act of genuine self-knowledge rather than forced compromise. What made this moment different from other divine conflicts was the complete absence of resentment. When gods were displaced or diminished in the ancient myths, there was typically a story attached: anger, shame, a curse, or a burden that followed the displaced deity into exile or diminished power. But Hestia's departure carried no such weight. She did not rage against Dionysus or condemn the gods who accepted her offer. There was no hidden resentment festering beneath the surface, no promises of future revenge or retaliation that would emerge in subsequent stories. This was perhaps the most remarkable aspect of her choice. It was genuinely free from bitterness. She gave because she was choosing to give, not because she had been forced or manipulated by circumstances beyond her control. The distinction mattered greatly in a world where every transaction between gods seemed to carry hidden costs and long-term consequences that rippled across generations. The worship patterns shifted noticeably after the exchange was made. Dionysian cults proliferated across the ancient Mediterranean, with their ecstatic rituals and transformative experiences drawing followers from every walk of life. Hestia's worship, by contrast, never developed into anything so dramatic or publicly visible. She had no major festivals with grand processions or spectacular sacrifices that drew crowds to specific sacred sites. Her presence was acknowledged instead in quiet, domestic ways. The small portion of food left at the table before a meal began, the prayers whispered by those tending the hearth fire, the acknowledgement of her presence before wine was poured. What is worth sitting with in this story is the quality of the act itself. It would be easy to read it as a diminishment, a goddess quietly pushed aside to make room for someone louder and more dramatic, someone whose worship involved ecstasy and transformation and all the things that drew attention to itself. But that is not quite what the ancient telling suggests. There is no grief in Hestia's departure from the hall, no sense that she was made smaller by what she did. If anything, the act is entirely in keeping with everything else the tradition tells us about her, that she was a goddess who had no investment in appearances, no need for the kind of recognition that required a golden chair and a view from the highest mountain in the world. She had been content at the hearth of every mortal home, present in the daily rhythms of people who did not build grand temples in her name, but who would not have thought to eat a meal or pour a cup of wine without first acknowledging her. The throne had never been the source of her importance, and so leaving it behind cost her nothing that she actually valued. The Hall of the Olympians was a place of power and negotiation and the particular vanity of gods who measured themselves against one another. And Hestia, throughout her long existence, had shown very little interest in any of that. Her authority was not the kind that needed to be displayed from an elevated seat. It lived in the warmth of the fire, in the first portion of a meal set aside before anyone ate, in the safety felt by a traveller who had finally come in from the cold. None of that required her to remain in the grandest room in the world. She walked away from the grandest hall in existence and went home to the fire, and somehow that made her more herself than she had ever been before. For a goddess worshipped more consistently than almost any other deity in ancient Greece, Hestia had surprisingly few temples built in her honor. This is not an accident of history, nor is it a sign that her worshippers valued her less than they valued Athena with her great gleaming Parthenon, or Poseidon with his cliff-edged sanctuaries overlooking the sea. It is, if anything, the opposite, a reflection of the understanding that Hestia did not require a monument. This was because she already had one in every home, in every courtyard hearth where a family gathered to cook their evening meal and feel the warmth rise gently around them in the cooling air. Her temple was the one thing that nearly every Greek household possessed from the earliest age of the civilization, a place where fire was kept, tended, never carelessly left to die, and so the ancient world directed toward her what it directed toward no other god with quite the same constancy, not spectacular festivals or elaborate sculptural programs, but the steady daily gift of attention. The archaeological record bears this out with striking clarity, where excavations of Greek homes and public spaces reveal the careful placement and maintenance of hearths in nearly every structure. Evidence suggests that these domestic altars served as the primary sites of Hestia worship. The absence of her temples is not, therefore, evidence of neglect, but rather of a fundamental shift in how the Greeks conceived of sacred space. Unlike other deities who required specific architectural interventions to be made manifest, Hestia could be encountered within structures already built for mundane purposes. Her presence transformed the ordinary into the sacred simply by its existence there. This may account for the relative sparsity of literary references to her worship compared to other gods, not because she was less important, but because her worship was too omnipresent to require special documentation or artistic celebration. There were places where formal worship of Hestia was organized at the civic level. We know from ancient sources that certain festivals were held in her name in various city-states, though the details that survive are sparse, far less complete than what we know of the great Panathenaic festival for Athena, or the Thesmophoria honoring Demeter. What has come down to us suggests celebrations marked by communal meals, by the tending and renewal of sacred flames, by the particular solemnity that gathered whenever a community paused to acknowledge the fire at its center. But even without a full calendar of celebrations, Hestia's presence in public religious life was unmistakable, woven into the fabric of how Greeks understood their relationship to both the divine and to one another. In rural communities particularly, the rhythm of her worship followed the seasonal cycles that governed agricultural life. Spring planting required her blessing for fertility and safe growth. Harvest required her protection of stored grain, and the hearth fires where meals would be prepared from the year's bounty. Winter itself, with its long dark evenings, seemed to demand her warmth and constancy most urgently. Even the transitions between seasons, marked by particular agricultural rituals, often included formal acknowledgement of her role in preserving the household through the shifting year. The intimate connection between her fire and the community's survival gave her worship a practical dimension that other religious observances lacked. The animals most closely associated with her in sacrificial practice were cattle and pigs, creatures connected to the abundance of the household and the fertility of the land that sustained it. When offerings were made specifically in her name, they tended toward the simple and nourishing rather than the spectacular. There was no thunder in her worship, no procession of soldiers or athletes, no competitive games held to honor her power. What she received was food and fire. That is to say, the very things she presided over, returned to her in gratitude for having been given in the first place. It was a kind of quiet reciprocity that suited her perfectly. Her formal titles offer perhaps the clearest picture of how different communities understood her role and what they needed from her. She was called Hestia Boulea, Hestia of the Council, in those civic contexts where her flame burned in the Bouleuterion, the assembly hall where civic decisions were made, tying her presence to the deliberations of men who governed cities and were expected to carry that governance with integrity. She was Hestia Prytaneia in her role at the Prytaneion, the central public hearth of the city, where the eternal flame she embodied was the spiritual heart of the entire community rather than any single family. and she was Hestia Hagne, Hestia the Pure, a title that reached toward the more interior, more personal dimension of her nature, the virginal sanctity that placed her outside the web of desire and conflict that so frequently entangled the other gods. Each of these names belonged to the same goddess, yet each illuminated a slightly different facet of who she was, the same fire. You might say, examined by different kinds of light. What is remarkable about these epithets, taken together, is the range they imply, from the most intimate domestic hearth where a mother woke early to coax the morning fire back to life, all the way up to the councils and courts and gathering halls of the polis. Hestia moved seamlessly between those registers because fire itself moved that way. The same element, the same warmth, the same careful tending required whether the flame was small and personal or large and civic. And in the absence of grand temples to her name, this is where she truly lived, not housed within carved stone walls, but burning already in the structures people had already built for other purposes. Welcomed into the center of every room that mattered, to need no temple was not a lack. It was the fullest possible expression of what she was. The gods who required monumental architecture required it, partly because they needed to be sought out, approached, journeyed toward. Hestia asked only that you look down at the fire already burning in the room where you stood. Every fire that was kept burning was already hers. In ancient Greece, there was a set of obligations between host and guest that carried the weight of divine law. At the center of all of it was the hearth. The Greeks had a word for this sacred relationship, xenia, and it governed the way a stranger was to be received with a care and seriousness that went far beyond simple politeness. When a traveler arrived at your door, exhausted and dusty from a long road, having walked perhaps for days through sun and wind, and the uncertainty that comes with moving through unfamiliar country, the proper response was not caution or suspicion. It was welcome. The traveler was to be brought inside, offered water to wash with, and seated near the fire. Food was to be prepared and placed before them before a single question was asked about who they were or where they had come from. Only after they had been warmed and fed and given the chance to rest. Only after they had been made to feel that the house around them was safe. Only then would their host gently inquire after their name and their business. This was not merely custom in the way that table manners are custom. It was understood to be a divine obligation, one overseen by Zeus himself in his role as Zeus Xenios, the protector of travelers and guests. But it was Hestia whose fire made the whole thing real. She was the one whose presence transformed an act of hospitality from a social grace into something closer to a sacrament. To bring a guest to the hearth was to bring them under her protection. That protection was not merely symbolic. It was understood to carry genuine and serious weight in the eyes of both gods and people. A stranger received at your fire was, in some deeply felt sense of the word, under the care of the goddess herself. To harm that person afterward, or to turn them away in want, was not simply bad manners but a kind of impiety that the gods would notice and in time answer. The hearth fire crackled and threw its warm light across the walls, the smell of wood smoke settling into the fabric of the room. If you imagine yourself there, sitting close enough to feel the heat press gently against your face, listening to the sound of the fire working away at the wood, then you can begin to understand what it meant for a tired traveler to arrive at such a place after hours or days of cold roads and open sky. It was the most complete form of safety that the ancient world had to offer. Hestia was the reason why. The obligations of Xenia extended into the details of daily practice in ways that shaped the entire structure of Greek society. A host was not merely expected to feed a guest, but to feed them well, to offer the best that the household possessed, even if that meant sacrifice for the family itself. There were stories of families who had given their last stores of grain or wine to honor a traveler who arrived at their door. In doing so, they trusted that Hestia would ensure their own survival, that the goddess would repay their generosity many times over. This was not blind faith, but a kind of reciprocal agreement woven into the fabric of existence itself. The sacred obligation worked in both directions. The host's willingness to give was matched by the guest's responsibility to accept the welcome graciously and to remember the kindness shown to them. Many Greek myths carried stories of divine beings who had arrived at mortal homes in disguise, testing whether the family would extend xenia to a stranger whose status they could not initially determine. These tales reinforced what every Greek child learned, that any stranger might be a god in disguise, that every act of hospitality was potentially an encounter with the divine. The stakes of refusing or neglecting xenia were therefore existential. They touched not just social standing, but one's relationship with the gods themselves. This same principle of sanctuary extended beyond the private home and into the civic life of every Greek city, where the public hearth in the Prytaneum served a role that was in some ways even more expansive and far-reaching than the domestic one. Anyone who approached the sacred fire burning in the Prytaneum could claim the protection that came with it. The ancient Greeks took that claim seriously. The hearth was not a place where grievances could be settled by force, not a place where someone seeking refuge could be dragged away and punished without consequence. It was a threshold of a particular kind, one that even the powerful were expected to honor. Foreign ambassadors arriving in a city were received formally at the Prytaneum, where they were welcomed in Hestia's presence and offered the hospitality of the city as her guests. New magistrates taking up their civic duties made their first offerings to her fire before they turned to the business of governance. There was something quietly remarkable in all of this, the idea that the goddess who asked for nothing, who sought no adventure and no glory, was in fact the one whose presence guaranteed the safety of strangers, the legitimacy of public office, the bond between cities that had sent their people far across the sea to build something new. Her fire was not just warmth. It was the thing that made a collection of walls and rooftops into a home, a collection of citizens into something they could recognize as a community. The ancient Greeks were building a world that depended, more than perhaps they always acknowledged, on the shared willingness to welcome those who arrived in need, to feed them before questioning them, to keep the fire burning long enough for everyone within reach of it to feel its warmth. Hestia was the quiet force behind that agreement. She did not appear in the stories the poets told about the Trojan War or the wanderings of heroes across stormy seas. But she was there in the moment when Odysseus finally sat by a hearth after years of being lost, in the moment when any stranger, mortal or divine, came to a door in the gathering dark and found it open to them. The Greek world was large and often dangerous, full of long distances and uncertain roads, and the kind of loneliness that comes from being far from the people who know your name. Xenia was the answer to that loneliness, the human agreement to treat one another with the warmth that the hearth itself embodied. And it was a goddess who embodied that warmth in return, not the loudest or the most celebrated among the Olympians, but the one whose fire was already burning when the traveler arrived, still burning after they had rested and gone on their way. To welcome someone to your fire was to bring them into Hestia's presence. No one with any understanding of the gods would treat that lightly. Homer wrote about the Trojan War, about gods and monsters and the long way home from battle, and never once mentioned Hestia by name. Across the vast sweep of the Iliad and the Odyssey, two of the longest and most detailed works to survive from the ancient world, her name simply does not appear. There is no version in which she slips through the margins unnoticed or is briefly referenced in a list. She is not there at all. And what is remarkable is not that this feels like a wound to her reputation, but that it feels somehow appropriate, the way that silence in a piece of music can feel not like absence, but like intention. The Iliad is a poem about war, about rage and pride and the burning of a great city, about men killing one another in the dust while the gods above them quarrel and scheme. The Odyssey is a poem about wandering, about the impossibility of returning home when the sea itself seems arranged against you. Both of these stories are built on conflict, on movement, on the collision of ambitions and desires. They are, in the deepest sense, stories about what happens when people leave. And Hestia, by her very nature, was the one who stayed. She was the goddess of the place you came back to. She had no particular interest in what happened on the road, in the courtyard of a foreign king, or on a wind-battered ship in the middle of the Aegean. Those were other gods' territories. Poseidon churning the water into fury, Athena whispering strategy into the ear of a clever hero, Hermes slipping between worlds with his nimble sandals. Hestia was elsewhere, which is to say she was home, tending the fire, keeping the center of things warm and steady while everything else in the mythological universe spun and crackled and threatened to fall apart. When you look at the stories of her siblings and understand what kinds of lives the other Olympians led through myth, her absence from those narratives begins to read not as neglect, but as a kind of quiet statement about who she was. Zeus, her brother, accumulated affairs and deceptions and illegitimate children at a rate that kept the rest of the pantheon in a state of more or less constant outrage. Hera spent enormous amounts of her divine energy in retaliation, hunting down the women Zeus had loved, punishing children who had done nothing more than be born from the wrong union, sending serpents and plagues and monsters in directions that her fury required. Poseidon shook the earth when he was slighted, and flooded coastlines and held grudges that lasted decades of mortal time. Demeter, when her daughter was taken from her, withdrew her gifts from the world entirely and sat in grief while the harvests failed and human beings began slowly to starve. Hades kept a kingdom of the dead beneath the earth and had abducted the one person who would become his queen. Even Artemis, another virgin goddess, sent a great boar to devastate a kingdom when a king forgot to honor her at his harvest festival. All of this, the jealousy, the vengeance, the grief, the territorial fury, was the stuff of myth. Stories needed that kind of energy to move. They needed gods who wanted things desperately, who could be offended, who would act in ways that had consequences for the mortal world. And ancient sources describe Hestia as aloof from the other gods, and their all-too-human weaknesses, which is a remarkable phrase to find attached to any Olympian, and perhaps the most precise description of her that survives. She was, in some real sense, outside the drama, not above it in the way that might suggest judgment or superiority, but simply elsewhere, uninvested in those particular currencies of desire and pride. This meant she generated very few stories. A story requires a want, a conflict, a changing condition. Hestia had made a choice early on, her vow of virginity, her preference for the hearth over the throne, that removed her from the most generative sources of mythological narrative. She would not be seduced, pursued, taken, lost or found. She would not transform anyone in jealousy or be transformed herself. She would not weep on a desolate shore or walk the earth in disguise looking for something she had been robbed of. She would stay, and the fire would burn, and everything else would happen somewhere else. There is something worth sitting with in that. In a tradition where the most celebrated figures are the ones who act, who change things, who leave a mark that can be traced across generations of conflict, Hestia represents a different kind of presence entirely. She is the god of the unchanged thing, the warmth that was there when you woke up and was still there when you came home, the one constant in a world in which every other divine force seemed to be perpetually rearranging the furniture of the cosmos. The ancient writers who noted her aloofness were not criticizing her. They were observing, with some precision, that she had found a way of existing that the other gods had not. There is a phrase sometimes used in the study of sacred traditions to describe a figure or a place that serves as a point of stillness amid everything surrounding it, a center that holds even as the edges move. Hestia was something very much like this in the Greek religious imagination. While Zeus's attention traveled across the sky and into the beds of mortals and across the surfaces of the earth, wherever lightning could reach, And while Poseidon's moods sent waves crashing against shores from one end of the Mediterranean to the other, and while Hermes' quick feet carried messages in every direction at once, Hestia remained at the center. She was the point everything else moved around. What is perhaps most striking is that the ancient Greeks worshipped her anyway, more frequently, in fact, than most of the gods whose stories they knew by heart. They did not require narrative to maintain devotion. The fire on the hearth was its own argument. It needed no myth behind it to feel sacred. The warmth was real, the light was real, the gathered family was real. And in that reality, Hestia was entirely present in a way that the gods of great stories, for all their dramatic power, perhaps were not. They lived in the poems. She lived in the house. While the other gods burned cities and turned lovers into animals and wept for children they had lost, Hestia kept the fire going. And perhaps that was the point of her all along. In the Homeric hymn dedicated to Aphrodite, amid all the praise for the goddess of love and beauty, there is a quiet line that calls Hestia chief among goddesses. It is an extraordinary thing to say, especially in the middle of a poem that is really about someone else entirely, someone far more visible and far louder in the life of the ancient world. And yet the line is there, slipped in almost without ceremony, the way you might mention something so obvious that it barely requires elaboration. The ancient Greeks who wrote and sang and listened to those hymns clearly understood something about Hestia that is easy to miss from a distance, that her quietness was not a diminishment, that her absence from the grand stories was not a failure, that the word chief was not being used loosely or by accident. She was described in ancient sources as kind, forgiving, discreet, a goddess with a genuinely peaceful nature that set her entirely apart from the rest of the Olympians, where so many of the gods were capricious, vengeful, proud, easily wounded in their enormous divine egos. Hestia seems to have stood at a slight remove from all of that, not coldly, not indifferently, but with something more like a settled calm that she had chosen and maintained with great care. Ancient writers occasionally described her as aloof from the quarrels and passions of the other gods. That aloofness was not the aloofness of someone who could not be bothered, but of someone who had made a deliberate and considered peace with what she was and what she wanted her existence to be. She never took sides in the long divine disputes that rippled through mythology. She never engineered the downfall of a mortal who had slighted her, never transformed anyone into a lesser creature out of wounded pride, never sent storms or madness or grief onto the world because someone had forgotten to honor her properly. In a family of immortals whose emotional lives were colossal and frequently catastrophic, that restraint was genuinely remarkable. She had arranged her life, through her vow and through her choices, in such a way that the particular losses and humiliations that brought so many other gods low simply had no path to reach her. She did not weep for children taken from her, because she had none. She did not rage at a faithless husband, because she had taken none. She did not grieve the end of a love affair, or burn with jealousy at a rival's beauty. This was because she had stepped carefully around all of those possibilities and kept her inner world clean of them. There was something in that which the ancient Greeks found genuinely worthy of reverence, not a goddess who triumphed over her enemies, but one who had never needed enemies at all. In the classical Greek pantheon, Hestia's distinctiveness became increasingly apparent when set directly against her divine siblings. While Zeus commanded the sky with thunderbolts, and Poseidon ruled the seas with mercurial temperament, while Athena and Ares waged elaborate wars, Hestia remained steadfastly in the domestic sphere, not through exclusion, but through deliberate spiritual priority. She had been established in her role before many others came into their full power. Ancient texts suggest she had been offered various honors and domains over the centuries, genuine opportunities to step into greater visibility, yet she consistently chose her simple role at the hearth. This choice, repeated across generations and reaffirmed through her steady example, held a particular kind of authority. What her example might have meant to ordinary people, is worth sitting with for a moment. This was because the myths that survive tend to focus on kings and heroes and the great tragedies of divine and semi-divine lives. In all of that, it is easy to lose sight of the person who got up before dawn every morning and coaxed a fire back to life in the hearth and began another quiet day. For the woman tending a household fire in a small Greek city, cooking the morning meal, managing the domestic life of the family, receiving guests, overseeing the household's daily rhythms, Hestia was not a distant figure of legend, but something closer to a constant companion, a presence recognized in the warmth of the flames themselves. She was the goddess who had never been in an epic poem, and never would be, the goddess who did not have a dramatic origin story full of battles and betrayals, who did not travel to the underworld, or transform herself into animals to achieve her purposes. She simply stayed and tended the fire, and received the first offering every morning, and the last one every evening. In doing so, she presided over the part of life that was not grand, but was, in the end, perhaps the most essential, the warm room. The prepared food, the fire that had not gone out in the night, the household intact and continuing. Ancient writers who did speak of her used words that are almost gentle in their simplicity. She was pure, she was peaceful, she was kind. She was, by several accounts, regarded as one of the most compassionate of all the gods, the one least likely to send suffering into the world, and most likely to receive a sincere prayer with something like mercy. In a pantheon that could be terrifying, capricious, indifferent to human suffering, those qualities were not small things. The people who poured the first cup of wine into her fire and spoke her name at the start of each day were not doing so out of fear, the way one might propitiate a god known for violent moods, but out of something more like genuine affection and gratitude, the way you might thank someone who has been quietly reliable and warm for as long as you can remember. She asked for very little. She did not require elaborate temples or spectacular festivals or great sacrifices in her name. She required only that the fire be kept burning and that she be remembered at the threshold of each day and again at its close. That was the entirety of what she wanted from the mortal world. A moment of acknowledgement. First and last, a small offering placed in the flame before anyone else was served. In a pantheon full of gods who demanded things from people, Hestia was perhaps the only one who simply asked to be remembered at the beginning and end of each day. When the Romans absorbed the Greek pantheon into their own religious world, they found in Hestia something they recognized immediately, a goddess they already had, whose name was Vesta. The identification was so natural, so instinctive, that it required almost no translation at all. Both goddesses presided over the hearth fire. Both were virgin goddesses who had refused the overtures of other deities. Both received the first and last offerings of every sacrifice. And yet what happened to this quiet, self-effacing goddess when she crossed from the Greek world into Rome was something remarkable. Because in Rome she did not remain quiet at all. The Romans took everything that Hestia represented in the intimate life of a Greek household, the steady flame, the warmth at the center of the home, the sanctity of the domestic fire, and they expanded it, formalized it, and ultimately placed it at the very heart of their civic and imperial identity. In Greece, Hestia had needed no priesthood and no dedicated temple, because every hearth was already her temple, and every family was already her devoted congregation. Rome was different. The Romans institutionalized her worship in a way that transformed what had been a deeply personal domestic practice into something closer to a matter of state policy. At the center of this transformation was the Temple of Vesta, which stood in the Roman Forum, the great open space around which the political, legal, and religious life of the city revolved. The temple itself was unusual in its architecture, small, circular, and very old in its origins. Its round shape, believed by some ancient writers to echo the form of the earliest Roman homes, those simple circular huts of the city's founding period. Inside the temple burned the sacred flame, and that flame, more than any statue or ritual object, was the true presence of Vesta herself. The women who tended it were the Vestal Virgins, and they occupied one of the most extraordinary positions in all of Roman religious life. There were 6 of them at any given time. They were chosen in childhood, typically between the ages of 6 and 10, from families of good standing, and they committed to 30 years of service, 10 years as novices, 10 years performing their full duties, and 10 years teaching those who came after them. During those 30 years, they were bound by a vow of chastity that was treated with a gravity almost impossible to overstate in the modern world. They lived together in the House of the Vestals, a large and well-appointed building beside the temple, and in their daily lives they enjoyed a remarkable set of privileges that set them apart from every other woman in Rome. They could own property, they could make wills, they could travel through the city in a covered carriage, and were preceded by a lictor, an attendant who normally escorted only the most senior Roman magistrates. At public games and spectacles they were given seats of honor. If a condemned man being led to his execution happened to pass a Vestal Virgin on the road, and if she testified that the encounter was accidental, the man was pardoned and set free. These were not trivial honors. They were signs of how deeply the Romans trusted these women to carry something sacred. Their central duty was the one that never changed across all 30 years of service. They kept the flame burning. The fire in the temple of Vesta was never allowed to go out. They tended it in rotation, maintaining a continuous watch, feeding it carefully, guarding it against the accidents and negligence that might extinguish an ordinary household fire. And the Romans were not merely being careful about a symbolic light. They believed, with a seriousness that shaped their understanding of history, that the fire of Vesta was directly connected to the survival of Rome itself. If the flame went out, it was understood to be a sign that something had gone terribly wrong, that the city was in danger, that the divine protection Vesta extended to Rome had been withdrawn, that disaster of some kind was approaching. The sources describe occasions when the flame did go out, and in each case the event was received not as an inconvenience but as a crisis, a portent requiring immediate and careful ritual attention. When the flame was extinguished, whether by accident, by negligence, or by the rare occasion of a deliberate ritual renewal, it could not be rekindled by any ordinary means. A torch lit from another fire would not do. The Romans relighted Vesta's flame by friction, using pieces of wood rubbed together until the spark came, generating fire from nothing, from the most primitive and original source of all. The ceremony was precise and deliberate. There was something deeply intentional in this insistence on returning to the beginning, on starting the fire again from the very same method by which human beings had first made fire at all, as if to say that each rekindling was a kind of refounding, a renewal of everything the city stood for. The consequences for a Vestal Virgin who allowed the flame to go out through negligence were severe. She was subject to a ritual scourging, a punishment carried out by the Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest of Rome, who oversaw the Vestals and was ultimately responsible for their conduct. The humiliation was not only personal but religious, understood as a failure that had put the whole city at risk. And yet this punishment, severe as it was nothing compared to what awaited a Vestal who broke her vow of chastity. The Romans believed that a Vestal who was unchaste had polluted not only herself, but the sacred fire she tended, and therefore the city that fire protected. The penalty was burial alive, a form of execution specifically designed so that no Roman blood was technically shed in the city, a technicality that reveals how carefully the Romans thought about the boundaries of sacred law. The offending Vestal was entombed in a small underground chamber with a lamp, a little food and water, and then sealed in. These cases were rare, and not every accusation was genuine or just, but the fact that the law existed, that it was used, and that Romans accepted it as appropriate, tells us something about how seriously they took Vesta's flame. What had begun, in its earliest form, as the same quiet domestic custom that a Greek family performed every morning when they offered the first portion of their meal to the hearth. A gesture intimate, private, unhurried, had become in Rome something that touched the fate of an empire. The Vestal Virgins were not merely priestesses of a household goddess. They were, in the Roman understanding, the living guarantors of Roman permanence, tending a fire whose continued burning was equivalent to the continued existence of the city itself. Generals about to depart for war sought their blessing. The sacred objects of Rome, among them certain items so holy that their exact nature was kept secret even from most Romans, were stored within the Temple of Vesta, under the protection of these 6 women and their unbroken flame. The goddess who had asked for nothing more than to tend a quiet fire had become, in Rome, the divine guardian upon whose faithfulness an entire empire believed it rested. When Greek artists chose to depict Hestia, which they did rarely and without fanfare, they did not reach for the imagery of power or beauty that marked so many of the other gods. There was no lightning bolt raised in a commanding fist, no helmet glinting with divine authority, no flowing hair catching the wind of some immortal drama. When they depicted her at all, what they gave her was quieter and more considered than any of that. A veiled woman, standing or seated, robed simply in long garments that covered her from shoulder to foot, her posture composed and still, her expression turned neither toward the viewer nor toward any particular drama unfolding around her. She holds a staff sometimes, or a branch heavy with flowers, or a small flame cupped in her open palm, burning steadily as if it has always been there and always will be. The rarity of her appearance in ancient vases, sculptures, wall paintings is itself something worth sitting with for a moment. This was because it was not the rarity of an unimportant goddess, but something closer to the opposite. She was too present in daily life to require a grand monument. Every hearth was already her image. Every fire that a family lit in the morning and tended through the evening was, in its own way, a portrait of her. When you understand that, the scarcity of her artistic representations begins to feel less like neglect and more like a kind of theological honesty. The Greeks knew well enough that no sculptor's chisel could improve on a living flame. Her symbols, though, did carry meaning. Each of them was chosen with the same quiet precision that seemed to characterize everything about her. The hearth fire was the most fundamental of all, the burning flame at the center of the home, the warmth that pushed back the dark and the cold, the source from which food was cooked and prayers were offered, and the rhythms of family life were organized each day. It was not a decorative symbol, but a living one, the actual thing itself rather than a representation of it. That is perhaps why it suited her so perfectly. A flame is not merely an emblem of warmth, it is warmth. Hestia was understood in much the same way, not a symbol of the home, but the home's actual animating presence, the thing that made a house into a place people could truly inhabit. The kettle or cooking pot carried related meaning, rooted in the same domestic reality. Food prepared over her fire, warmth delivered from her flame into the vessels that sustained the household. The kettle was a symbol that belonged entirely to the practical and the everyday. That was precisely the point. There was nothing abstract or remote about Hestia's domain. She presided over the work that simply had to be done, day after day, without ceremony or celebration. The cooking pot was an honest emblem of that. The circle, too, was associated with her, a shape without beginning or end, suggesting the kind of continuity and wholeness that she represented in the life of both the family and the city. Some scholars of ancient Greek art and religion have noted that the circular form of the hearth itself, a round pit at the center of a room, carried this same visual meaning. The household gathered around a shape that had no sharp edges and no point of rupture. Her veil was another symbol that communicated something specific and deliberate within the visual language of Greek artistic tradition. When a goddess was depicted veiled, it indicated modesty and a removal from the ambitions and conflicts that drove so many divine stories forward. The veil said, gently but clearly, that this was a figure who had stepped back from all of that not out of weakness, but out of a considered preference for a different kind of existence altogether. In a tradition where goddesses were so often depicted with their beauty foregrounded as a source of power and influence, the veiled figure of Hestia communicated something almost entirely different, that her authority did not depend on being looked at. The flowered branch she sometimes carried in paintings and carvings softened what might otherwise have felt like pure austerity, offering a reminder that her domain included not only the fire and the hearthstone, but the natural world from which the household drew its sustenance, the garden and the grove and the orchard whose fruits ended up on the family table. And then there is the depiction of her holding a flame in her open palm, not a torch, not a lamp, but simply a fire burning in her hand as if it were the most natural thing in the world, as if she were the source from which every other fire in every other home had originally been kindled. It is one of the most quietly powerful images in all of ancient Greek religious art. It appears, characteristically, without drama. She does not brandish the flame. She simply holds it, steady and unassuming, the same way she was said to hold her place in the lives of ordinary people. That she was typically depicted as a middle-aged woman rather than a young one was equally deliberate. In Greek artistic tradition, youth and physical beauty often signaled a certain kind of divine energy, passionate, restless, transformative. The mature woman suggested something else, a presence that had already done its growing and could now simply be, reliably and warmly, in the place where it was needed. She carried fire in her hand, wore a veil over her face, held a branch of flowers, and somehow that was enough to know exactly who she was. The ancient world left behind 2 short hymns dedicated entirely to Hestia. Together, they take up less space on a page than most entries in a dictionary. That is not a complaint or a criticism. It is simply the reality of what survives. There is something entirely appropriate about it. Hestia, after all, was never a goddess who demanded large gestures or elaborate monuments. What she received from the poets, she received quietly. What they gave her, they gave with a certain measured tenderness that feels nothing like the soaring praise offered to Zeus or the elaborate mythological tapestry woven around Aphrodite or Apollo. The 2 hymns that carry her name are brief, composed, careful, much like the goddess they describe. They are known among scholars as Homeric Hymn 24 and Homeric Hymn 29, though the word Homeric here means only that they belong to the same ancient tradition of Greek hymnic verse, not that Homer himself composed them. He, as we have already noted in these pages, never wrote her name at all. Whoever did set these words down understood something about her that Homer perhaps set aside in favor of the wars and wanderings that drew his attention elsewhere. Homeric Hymn 24 is among the shortest of all the surviving hymns, only a handful of lines in its entirety, yet it manages to say something genuinely felt. It addresses Hestia directly, calling her the one who tends the sacred dwelling of Apollo at Pytho, the sanctuary at Delphi, one of the most revered places in all of ancient Greece. The pairing is worth pausing over. Apollo, the god of prophecy and radiant light, was the presiding deity of the oracle at Delphi, the place where mortals came from across the entire Greek world to hear the will of the gods. And yet even there, even in that most splendid and celebrated of sanctuaries, it was Hestia who tended the inner fire. The hymn then turns from Delphi to something smaller and more intimate. It asks Hestia to come with goodwill into a house, together with Zeus's clever son Hermes. Hermes, the messenger god, was the deity who guided travelers, facilitated communication, and moved between worlds with ease. The image of Hestia and Hermes arriving together at a threshold is a quietly resonant one. She who stays and he who travels, both essential, arriving side by side. The hymn closes by asking that both deities grant grace and prosperity to the household. That is another way of saying that a home needs both the warmth of the hearth and the good fortune that comes from the wider world beyond its walls. Homeric Hymn 29 is somewhat longer and speaks with a slightly fuller voice, though it remains compact by any measure. It praises Hestia for having received honor in all the dwellings of immortal gods and mortal human beings alike, an observation that captures with precision the dual nature of her domain. She belongs equally to Olympus and to the humblest family home. She keeps faith with both, without preference or neglect. The hymn describes her as dwelling in the great houses, tending the eternal fire. It asks her to enter the house with a cheerful heart and a willingness to bless the people within. There is a warmth in the phrasing that doesn't reach for grandeur. It asks only that she be present and well-disposed. That turns out to be everything. The poem ends with a prayer for blessings on the household, for wisdom and good counsel to follow where she leads. That last detail is notable. Wisdom and good counsel to follow where she leads. That last detail is notable. Wisdom and good counsel to follow where she leads. Yet the ancient writer connected them naturally to her presence, as though a home where her fire burned steadily was also a home where clear thinking and honest judgment were more likely to take root. Then there is the passage in the Homeric hymn to Aphrodite, a much longer and more celebrated poem, where Hestia's name appears briefly but with unmistakable weight. The hymn is largely a tribute to Aphrodite's irresistible power over gods and mortals alike. But early in the poem, the poet identifies three goddesses over whom Aphrodite holds no sway. Athena is one, Artemis another, and Hestia the third. What the poet says of Hestia is worth holding gently for a moment. She was, the hymn tells us, the first child of Cronus. She chose to remain a virgin, despite the courtship of both Poseidon and Apollo. Zeus, the hymn continues, gave her a great privilege in return. She was to sit at the center of the house and receive the richest portion of the offerings. She was, in the language of the poem, honored in all the temples of the gods. This mention is almost parenthetical within the larger poem about Aphrodite, yet it carries the full weight of her story in just a few lines. She refused love's goddess, not out of any deficiency, but because she had made a considered and irrevocable choice, and the king of the gods honored that choice by placing her at the very center of sacred life. What these texts reveal, taken together, is that the ancient Greeks understood Hestia not as an afterthought, but as a foundation. The hymns do not dramatize her or perform enthusiasm for her. They speak to her quietly, gratefully, as one might speak to someone whose presence you have always depended on and whose absence you do not like to contemplate. They ask her to come in with a willing heart, to sit at the center, to let her fire continue to burn. For a goddess whose name appears so rarely in the great poems, those few lines carry a tenderness that is hard to miss. A new bride arriving at her husband's household for the first time would be led to the hearth before she was taken anywhere else in the house. It was not a dramatic ceremony, not something that required priests or elaborate preparation. It was simply understood. Before she saw the bedroom, before she was introduced to the household servants, before she sat down to share a meal, she came first to the fire. The groom's family received her there, in the warmth and light of the flame that had been burning in that house perhaps for generations, and in standing beside it she became, in a way that mattered to everyone present, part of the household. Hestia had recognized her, the fire had accepted her, and from that moment she belonged. The ancient Greeks understood marriage as a transition between two worlds, and transitions of that kind required divine attention. A young woman leaving her father's hearth was, in the most literal sense, leaving Hestia's protection in one form to receive it in another. Some accounts suggest that before the wedding procession departed, an offering was made at the hearth of the bride's family home. A farewell of sorts, a last acknowledgement of the fire she had grown up beside. The new household's hearth then received her with its own offering, and the two fires, though separated by distance, were understood to share something of the same warmth. She had not been abandoned by one goddess and taken up by another. She had simply moved from one hearth to the next, and Hestia was present at both. The ceremony of welcoming a newborn into the household worked in much the same spirit, though its details were their own. When a child was born, the family did not simply welcome it into the world and carry on. There was a ritual to be observed, one that Greeks called the amphidromia, which took place a few days after the birth. The father, or sometimes the midwife, would carry the infant around the hearth, circling the flames slowly, with care, the newborn held close. This act of encircling the fire was the household's way of presenting the child to Hestia and claiming it as a legitimate member of the family. Until this moment, the child existed in a kind of threshold state, neither fully inside the household nor fully outside it. The amphidromia resolved that uncertainty. The fire had seen the child. The child had been drawn into the circle of warmth and recognition that the hearth represented, and it was now, undeniably, home. There is something tender in the image of that procession around the fire, the small body being carried in careful arms, the flames steady and unchanging as the family revolved around it, the house quiet except for the sound of footsteps and perhaps the low murmur of prayers being offered. It was not a loud or festive occasion in its central moment. It was intimate, almost whispered, a private matter between a family and their goddess. Friends and relatives would join the celebration afterward, and there would be food and the pouring of wine, but the ritual itself belonged to the household alone, to the circle of the hearth, to Hestia. What is striking about both of these rituals, the welcoming of the bride and the presentation of the newborn, is how much they depend on the same simple gesture, bringing someone to the fire, not performing elaborate prayers, not sacrificing an animal, not making a journey to a distant temple, just crossing the threshold and standing close to the flame. Hestia's domain was the home, and so her sacraments were domestic ones, requiring nothing more than the fire that was already burning. Yet Hestia's influence extended far beyond the threshold of a single home. In every Greek city, the same reverence for the hearth that governed private households was replicated in the public sphere. The Prytaneion, the civic hearth, burned at the center of each city's government and religious life, tended by officials with the same careful attention given to household fires. It was Hestia who presided over these communal spaces just as she presided over families. The principle was identical. The fire represented the city's continuity, its collective identity, and its sacred connection to the divine. Just as the home could not function without her blessing, neither could the city itself. When a Greek city prepared to send a group of colonists out across the sea, something similar happened on a far larger scale. The colonists were not only leaving their homes, they were leaving their city, their Prytaneion, the public hearth that had burned at the civic center for as long as anyone could remember. To found a new settlement without that fire would have felt like sailing without any kind of anchor. And so they did not go without it. Before the ships departed, fire was taken from the Prytaneion of the mother city, carried in a vessel designed to keep it alive across the journey, protected from wind and spray, and brought aboard. When the colonists arrived on whatever shore they had been sent to settle, one of the first acts of the new community was to establish a hearth and light it with that flame. The fire burning in their new Prytaneion was, in a direct and unbroken line, the same fire that had burned at home. This was not merely symbolic in the way that a ribbon cutting might be symbolic today. For the Greeks, it carried genuine spiritual weight. The colony was connected to the mother city through that flame in a way that was as real as any treaty or blood relationship. The fire proved that Hestia had come with them. Her protection had crossed the water, had travelled through whatever storms the sea had offered, and had arrived intact on the other side. The new colony was, in the most fundamental sense, a home, because Hestia was there. Colonies were founded all along the coastlines of the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, in places that are now southern Italy, Sicily, the southern coast of France, and as far east as the shores of what is now Ukraine. In each of those places, a flame descended from a Greek hearth fire was burning at the civic centre. Each of those fires had a lineage. Each of them could trace their warmth back through the hands that had carried them, across the sea, to the city that had sent its children out into the world. Hestia, who was both oldest and youngest, first swallowed and last released, seems always to have belonged to these moments of crossing over, the ones where something is left behind and something new is begun. Every threshold has two sides, and she was the constant presence at both of them. The bride crossing into her new home, the infant being carried into the circle of the family's life, the colonists stepping off a ship onto unfamiliar ground. All of them were received, in their different ways, by the same quiet fire. Every new beginning in the Greek world passed through her fire, and every ending left its warmth behind. In the end, the thing that is most striking about Hestia is not what she did, but what she didn't do. She did not chase anyone across the sea, did not transform a rival into a creature, did not weep at the foot of a mountain or throw lightning across the sky. She did not demand temples to be built in the finest marble, did not appear in disguise among mortals to test their virtue, did not ride a chariot into battle or preside over the fates of kingdoms, while her brothers and sisters filled the myths with noise and motion and consequence. She remained exactly where she had always been, close to the fire, attending to the quiet work of keeping things whole. And yet, when you hold the whole of ancient Greek religious life in your mind and ask which deity was called upon the most, that name was spoken with the greatest frequency across the widest number of homes. The answer is not Zeus, not Athena, not Apollo with all his oracles and hymns and shining temples. It is Hestia, whose name opened every meal and closed every feast, whose flame burned at the center of every household and every city, who received the first portion before any god and the last libation after all the others had been honored. There is something in that arrangement that feels true in a way that goes beyond religion. The idea that the one who stays home, who tends the fire and keeps the warmth available for everyone who comes through the door, is not somehow lesser than the ones who go adventuring, but is in fact the condition that makes the adventure possible at all. Without Hestia, there was no home to return to. Without her fire, there was no warm meal waiting at the end of the long road, no hearth to sit beside while the story of the journey was told. She was the reason the return was worth making. Perhaps the ancient Greeks understood that better than they are sometimes given credit for. This was because they never once forgot to say her name first. The practice of invoking her name at the beginning and end of meals was not merely ceremonial, but deeply embedded in daily religious life. Every family, regardless of wealth or status, maintained a hearth fire and acknowledged her presence there. The ritual did not require elaborate preparation or special occasions. It occurred in the simplest moments: a handful of grain cast into the flame, a cup of wine poured at the fire's edge, a whispered acknowledgement before breaking bread. In this way, Hestia was woven into the texture of ordinary existence, present in the mundane acts that structured each day. She was not the deity one sought in moments of crisis or ambition, but the one constant in times of peace and stability. The absence of grand myths about her was itself a kind of statement, that not everything worthy of honor needs to be dramatic or exceptional, that the sacred could be found in the repetition of small gestures, in the commitment to show up day after day with the same care and attention. The ancient Greeks seemed to grasp something that modern sensibility sometimes misses: the reliability and continuity of their own form of power, that the person who remains steady and dependable, who provides shelter and sustenance without fanfare, performs a kind of heroism that is no less real for being invisible. What she offered was not drama, and it was not the kind of power that announces itself. It was something quieter and, in its own way, more demanding: the commitment to remain, to continue, to keep the flame alight through every ordinary day and every difficult one, through cold seasons and abundance alike, never wavering, never leaving. There is a kind of strength in that which is easy to overlook, precisely because it never calls attention to itself. The fire does not ask to be noticed. It simply burns, and everything that depends on it, The warmth of the room, the cooking of the food, the safety of the space, the welcome extended to a stranger arriving, tired at the door, all of it proceeds quietly from that one steady source. That was Hestia. That was what her worshippers were honoring every morning when they placed a small offering at the edge of the flame before they sat down to eat. Every evening, when the last pour of wine was tipped slowly into the fire and the coals began their long, gradual dimming towards sleep, they were honoring continuity itself. They were saying, without quite putting it into words, that the ordinary day mattered, that the home mattered, that the warmth gathered around a hearth at the end of the afternoon was not a small thing, but a sacred one. And now the household is settling into the last hours of the evening, the way households have always done. The fire has been burning since morning. The room holds the particular quality of warmth that only a real fire produces, something that reaches into the body rather than simply touching the surface of the skin. The last meal has been eaten. The last words of the day have been exchanged. Someone has poured a small offering into the flame in her honor, as their parents did. Their parents before them, stretching back through generations too numerous to count. The fire accepts it without ceremony. The flame shifts slightly, settles, and begins to quiet itself toward coals. The room dims by slow degrees. Outside, the night has fully arrived, and the world beyond the walls of the house has gone still. Inside, there is only the low murmur of the fire finding its rest, the warmth it leaves behind in the walls and the floor and the air of the room, a warmth that will still be there when morning comes and the flame is coaxed back to life again. The fire burns low, the house grows quiet, and somewhere in that warmth, she is still there. Of all the gods who lived on Mount Olympus, Hephaestus was the only one who had ever been thrown from it. That single fact contains, within it, nearly everything you need to understand about him. Not just what happened to him, but what he became because of it, what the gods who cast him out could never quite anticipate, that the being they discarded would eventually return, not as a supplicant, but as the one craftsman in the entire cosmos whose work they could not live without. There is something quietly remarkable in that reversal, something worth sitting with for a moment before the full story begins. Most of the gods of ancient Greece were powerful in the way that mountains or storms are powerful, broad, overwhelming, indifferent to the smaller things moving at their feet. Hephaestus was powerful in a different way entirely. He was powerful the way a careful hand is powerful, the way patience and fire and the slow accumulation of skill can reshape even the hardest thing in the world. He was the god of the forge, the god of fire and metalworking. If you had stood at the edge of his workshop, deep beneath a mountain, surrounded by heat and the low ringing of hammer on metal, you might have thought he looked like the least divine creature you had ever seen. His legs were twisted, his body broad and heavy, his face not the kind of face the ancient Greeks painted on their finest pottery when they wished to illustrate something beautiful. And yet, from those hands came the thunderbolts that Zeus carried into battle, the shield that carried Achilles through the final terrible days of the Trojan War. A golden throne so cunningly built that the most powerful goddess in the world could not rise from it once she had sat down. He was, by every account that survives, the ugliest of the Olympians, the maker of the most beautiful things that the divine world possessed. The ancient sources do not all agree on where he came from. That disagreement turns out to be one of the more interesting things about him. In one tradition, the one that Hesiod largely follows, Hephaestus was the son of both Zeus and Hera, born to the ruling couple of Olympus as any ordinary child of powerful parents might be born. But in another and equally ancient tradition, Hera conceived him entirely on her own, without Zeus, in a deliberate act of parthenogenesis, that is, a miraculous birth with no father at all. According to this version, Hera had grown resentful of Zeus's ability to produce Athena, the goddess of wisdom, seemingly from his own mind, without any mother involved. She wished to demonstrate that she was capable of the same kind of singular creation. She succeeded, in the sense that a child was born. But Hephaestus came into the world lame and imperfect, not the strong and fully formed ally she had been hoping to produce. This version of the story suggests that something went wrong in the making of him, as if a birth without its natural conditions produced something incomplete. What both versions share, however, is the mother's response. She was not pleased with what she saw. Whether she acted because she was disappointed by a son who did not meet her expectations, or because she was startled or repulsed by his deformity, the result was the same in every tradition. She let him go. There are, in turn, two different accounts of what that letting go actually looked like. In the earlier and perhaps starker of the two, Hera herself cast her infant son from the heights of Olympus, down through the open air, the sky receiving him and offering nothing in the way of mercy, until he landed far below. In a separate tradition, preserved most memorably in Homer's Iliad, the fall happened later, not at birth, but after Hephaestus had already grown up and taken his place among the gods. In this telling, he came to his mother's defense during a quarrel with Zeus. Zeus, furious at the interruption, seized him by the foot and hurled him from the mountain. He fell for an entire day. That is the kind of detail that only mythology can offer with a straight face. When he finally struck the earth, it was on the volcanic island of Lemnos, where the people who lived there, a people called the Sintians, found him and took him in. That island, sitting in the northern Aegean, all black rock and sulphurous warmth, would become the first place he truly belonged. The ancient Greeks seem to have held both of these falling stories simultaneously, without feeling a great need to choose between them. That suggests that the fall itself, the falling, the long descent, the landing far from home, was the essential image. The thing that mattered more than any precise accounting of when or how it happened. A god who fell, a god who was thrown, a god who landed somewhere unexpected, and in that unexpected place began the slow and extraordinary work of becoming who he was. And in that sense, the story of Hephaestus begins not with a birth, but with a fall. The question of exactly who Hephaestus's father was, whether Zeus or no one at all, troubled ancient writers far more than you might expect. It was not simply a matter of genealogy, the way one might casually wonder about the lineage of a minor figure tucked into the margins of a myth. It was a question that cut to the very heart of who Hephaestus was and why he came into the world the way he did. The ancient poets did not agree with one another, and the disagreement was not accidental. Each version carried its own logic, its own emotional truth, and its own way of explaining how a god could be born imperfect into a pantheon that prized perfection above almost everything else. In the older and perhaps more widely accepted tradition, Hephaestus was the son of both Zeus and Hera, conceived and carried the way a child might be, and born into the warm light of Olympus as the legitimate offspring of its two most powerful rulers. He was a true child of the divine marriage, with all the inheritance that implied. And yet, for reasons that the ancient accounts do not linger over very gently, he was born lame. His feet were bent, or his legs were twisted, or some part of him did not form the way that divine children were expected to form. The sources vary on the exact nature of what set him apart, but they agree on the fact of it. He entered the world already marked as different, already carrying something that his mother found difficult to look upon. In this version, it was Hera herself who cast him away, her own child, born of her own body, because what she saw did not match what she believed a son of hers ought to be. There is something in that which is very hard to hold comfortably in the mind. A mother looking at a newborn and finding him wanting. But the ancient Greeks were not always gentle storytellers, and they preserved this version faithfully, even knowing what it revealed about their Queen of Heaven. What makes this version particularly significant is what it tells us about the ancient world's understanding of disability and divine nature. In the accounts that preserve this tradition, the act of rejection is described with a kind of matter-of-fact horror. Hera did not hesitate, did not deliberate, did not attempt to find meaning in what had happened. She simply could not accept what she had produced. Some versions of the story say she threw him from Olympus in her disgust, casting him down toward the mortal world below as though he were refuse rather than a divine child. The fall itself, whether it lasted for a day or for 9 days, depending on which account one reads, became the origin of his lameness in some tellings, replacing his congenital condition with an injury, though the result was identical. The mythology here seems to be wrestling with a profound anxiety. What happens when the divine produces the imperfect? What happens when the very sources of creation and power in the cosmos cannot or will not accept what they have made? These questions haunted the ancient imagination, and the figure of the cast-down Hephaestus became a kind of embodiment of divine failure and rejection. And yet, even in rejection, there was paradoxically a kind of protection. Cast away from Olympus, removed from his mother's presence and her judgment, Hephaestus would eventually find his own place in the world, his own purpose that did not depend on maternal acceptance or divine approval. The rejection that seemed like an ending became, in time, a beginning of another kind. The second tradition is stranger, and in its own way more poignant. Some ancient writers, including Hesiod in his Theogony, offered a version in which Zeus had no part in Hephaestus's birth at all. According to this telling, Hera conceived him entirely alone, a deliberate, defiant act meant to answer the birth of Athena, who had sprung fully grown and armoured from the head of Zeus in a manner that seemed to make mothers unnecessary altogether. Hera, proud and wounded by that display of divine self-sufficiency, resolved to match it. She would bear a child without him. She would prove that she was capable of the same extraordinary act of creation. The result, however, was not what she had imagined. Where Zeus had produced Athena, radiant, powerful, perfectly formed, Hera's solitary effort produced a child who was lame from the moment of his birth. There is something quietly devastating about that version of the story. Her attempt to assert her own power and independence yielded the very thing she had not wanted. Proof, it must have seemed to her, that she had somehow failed. Whether Hephaestus's lameness in this account was understood as a consequence of the unusual circumstances of his conception, or simply as a cruel twist of divine fate, the ancient writers do not entirely explain. They leave it as a fact, hanging in the air, the way difficult facts often do. What matters, in either version, is the shape of the moment that followed. The Greeks who told and retold these stories lived in a world where the beauty of a god was not merely an aesthetic quality, but a theological one. The gods were radiant because they were divine, and their physical perfection was understood as the outward expression of something inward and essential. To be a god was to be free from the imperfections that plagued mortal bodies, the crooked limbs, the clouded eyes, the slow decay of flesh. A god who was born lame was therefore not just unusual. He was, in a certain sense, philosophically troubling. He upset a category that the Greeks had not prepared themselves to revise. You can feel, reading through the ancient sources, a kind of collective discomfort, a reaching for explanations, a need to account for why this one god, among all the gods, had arrived in the world with a body that told a different story than the rest of them. And so the two traditions existed side by side, each offering a different cause for the same undeniable fact. Either way, the result was the same: a newborn god who did not look the way a god was supposed to look, lying at the feet of a mother who was not sure what to do with him. When Hera looked upon her newborn son, what she felt, according to this version of the story, was not love, but something closer to revulsion. He was small in the way that all newborns are small. Perhaps that alone should have softened her, but his legs were bent in ways that legs were not supposed to bend. His face, though unmistakably divine in some deep and unnameable way, did not carry the luminous perfection that the gods took for granted in one another. The other Olympians moved through the world as if beauty was simply their natural condition, as easy and unconsidered as breathing. Hera, who was herself considered among the most magnificent of all the goddesses, whose bearing alone could silence a room, could not reconcile what she held in her arms with the idea of what a son of hers was supposed to be. And so, in a moment that the ancient storytellers recount with a kind of quiet devastation, she made the decision that would shape everything that followed. She carried her newborn child to the edge of Olympus, that brilliant cloud-wrapped height that stood above all the world. She let him go. The fall, according to the old accounts, lasted an entire day. You might sit with that for a moment. A full day of sky, of open air rushing past, of the world spread out below in all its greens and blues and browns, growing slowly larger and more real as the hours passed. There are no words in any ancient text that describe what that fall felt like from the inside. Perhaps that silence is its own kind of eloquence. What we know is the geography of it, the heights of Olympus above, the Aegean Sea below, the island of Lemnos rising from the water somewhere in between, dark with volcanic rock and edged with the particular stillness of a place that sits apart from the rest of the world. It was there that the child landed. Some versions say in the sea first, others say directly on the island shore, and it was there that the Sintian people found him. The Sintians were the original inhabitants of Lemnos, a people about whom the ancient Greeks knew relatively little and said relatively less, but whom Homer himself took care to mention when he told this story, noting that they received the fallen god with kindness. That word, kindness, is worth holding on to. It is not a word that appears often in the stories of divine encounters between gods and mortals. Usually there is awe, or fear, or bargaining, or some combination of all three. But what the Sintians offered Hephaestus was simply kindness, the quiet and uncomplicated variety that asks nothing in return and does not require the recipient to be extraordinary or beautiful or whole. Lemnos itself was a place that seemed to belong to a different register of the world than the gleaming marble heights of Olympus. Its landscape was shaped by old volcanic activity, black and rust-colored rock formations, soil that smelled faintly of sulfur, hot springs that bubbled up from somewhere deep in the earth where the heat had not yet gone out of things. The island sat in the northern Aegean, far enough from the mainland to feel genuinely isolated. Its geography gave it a quality of enclosure, of being held apart from the ordinary flow of the world. For a child who had just spent a day falling through the sky, there is something almost right about landing in a place like that, a place that had itself been shaped by forces it did not choose. That wore the evidence of old fire and old pressure in every stone. The mythological association between Hephaestus and Lemnos was not an accident of storytelling. The island's volcanic character made it a natural home for the god of fire and metalworking in the minds of the Greeks who told these stories. The connection between them ran so deep that Lemnos became one of his most ancient sacred places, a site of worship that predated, by some scholarly accounts, the fully formed Olympian tradition in which he would eventually take his place among the 12. The recovery itself was neither quick nor simple. Ancient sources hint at injuries sustained in the fall, bones that had to mend, skin that had to heal. The Sintians possessed knowledge of medicines and of tending wounds, knowledge born from the practical necessities of living on an island far from other sources of aid. They applied both their skill and their patience to the broken child in their care. What might have killed a mortal became instead a crucible of survival. The boy's body knitted itself back together in ways both miraculous and deeply imperfect. His legs, already bent, remained bent. But he lived. And in living, in remaining alive despite everything that had been done to send him away, he began the slow work of becoming. Not what his mother had wanted him to be, perhaps, but something nonetheless. But all of that came later. In the immediate moment of the story,
What matters is simpler and more tender than any of it. A child had been thrown from the only home he had ever known, by the one person in the world who should not have been capable of doing such a thing. He had landed among strangers who chose, for reasons the myths do not explain and perhaps do not need to take him in. The Sintians, who had no obligation to a discarded god and no particular reason to invite trouble by keeping him, simply did what the ancient storytellers describe as ordinary human decency. They gathered him up, they tended to him, they gave him a place within their community. There is something quietly extraordinary in that, something that stands in stark contrast to the divine indifference that had preceded it. The gods of Olympus, for all their power and radiance, had looked at this child and found him wanting. The people of Lemnos looked at him and found a child. What Hephaestus made of all this in the years that followed, what it meant to grow up in the shadow of a rejection so total and so early, is something the myths can only gesture toward. But Lemnos gave him time. The volcanic earth of the island gave him material. The slow, patient work of the forge gave him a language for everything he could not otherwise say. The island was not Olympus. It did not shine the way Olympus shone. It did not carry the easy grandeur of the divine mountain, but it was solid beneath his feet. It was warm with the kind of subterranean heat that never entirely goes out. The people who lived there did not ask him to be anything other than what he was. It was on Lemnos, in the care of ordinary people who asked nothing of him except his presence, that Hephaestus first began to understand what he could do with his hands. Homer tells a different version of the fall, and in this one, Hephaestus was not an infant. He was already a god living among the Olympians. He had a seat at the table, a place in the halls, a name that was spoken alongside the other great gods. He had come back from Lemnos, from his time among the Sintians and the volcanic black rock, and whatever had brought him home to Olympus, he was there now, living among the very gods who had either witnessed or ignored what had been done to him. This version of his story comes from the first book of the Iliad, told almost as an aside, a piece of old family history that Hephaestus himself brings up gently, by way of calming everyone down. The quarrel between Zeus and Hera was not unusual. They argued often and with force, and the other gods generally knew better than to involve themselves in whatever storm was moving through the palace. But this particular argument had grown sharp and threatening, and Hera was on the receiving end of Zeus's anger in a way that seemed to go beyond an ordinary disagreement. The atmosphere in the hall had gone quiet, with the kind of tension that precedes something breaking, and Hephaestus, watching his mother, decided to step in. He moved through the hall with a cup of nectar, offering it to each of the gods in turn, trying to bring something light and easy back into the room. He spoke to his mother with warmth, telling her gently that it wasn't worth the trouble, that Zeus was too strong, that provoking him further would only bring more pain. His words were careful and kind. He reminded her, according to Homer, of what he himself had once suffered because of her, though he did not say that part with bitterness. He was trying, in the way that people sometimes do in difficult families, to absorb the tension rather than add to it. For a moment, it seemed to work. Hera took the cup. The other gods, relieved, began to laugh and settle back into their seats. The crisis appeared to have passed. But that is not where this particular story ends. In an earlier moment of the same quarrel, or in a version of these events that other ancient writers drew upon, Hephaestus had intervened more directly. He had spoken on his mother's behalf, or placed himself between her and Zeus, or otherwise made it clear enough whose side he was taking. And Zeus, who did not receive challenges to his authority with patience or generosity, responded the way he sometimes did, when something small became suddenly intolerable to him. He reached for his son. He took him by the foot, or by the leg, and he threw him. Out of the hall, out of the palace, out through the air and sky and clouds, Hephaestus fell again. Homer describes it with the same measure of time as the earlier tradition. A full day falling, from the brightness of morning until the light was fading from the sky, tumbling down from the height of Olympus with nothing to slow him and nothing to catch him. He came down, at last, on the island of Lemnos. The impact was tremendous. The Sintians found him there in the old accounts and took him in again, just as they had before, or just as their traditions said they had. It is worth pausing here, because the injury Hephaestus carried in his legs, the lameness that defined him in the eyes of every artist who ever painted him, every poet who ever described him, is explained differently depending on which account you follow. In some traditions, he was born lame, cast out because of that condition before he had any chance to demonstrate who he was. In others, the lameness came from the fall itself, the damage done when a divine body struck the earth after a full day in free descent. And in this Homeric version, it is possible that the second fall, the one Zeus caused, is what broke something in him permanently, or made permanent what had already been damaged. The ancient writers did not always agree on this, and some of them seem to have been aware of the confusion, noting that the stories had become layered over time in ways that were difficult to fully untangle. What is clear is that the two falls, the one his mother caused and the one his father caused, became woven together in the mythology in a way that made it nearly impossible to separate them cleanly. Later writers sometimes treated them as a single event, or as two events so close in character that distinguishing between them seemed unnecessary. But they were not the same. They came from different sources, described different moments in his life, and carried very different emotional weight. The first fall, if it happened, was the act of a mother who looked at her newborn and could not accept what she saw. It was cold and swift, the rejection of something that had never yet had the chance to prove itself. The second fall was something else. It was the punishment of a son who had already come back, who had already made his peace, or something like it, with a family that had not treated him well, who had returned to a hall where he ate and worked and sat alongside gods who had known about his first exile and said nothing. And when a quarrel rose in that hall, when his mother was in danger of Zeus's anger, he did not stay silent or look away. He stepped in. He offered the cup and the gentle word, and before that, according to some accounts, he had spoken on her behalf more directly still, and Zeus threw him from the mountain. There is something almost unbearably quiet about the irony of it. Hera, who in the other tradition had been the one to cast him out of birth, was the person he was trying to protect. He knew what she had done, or what she was said to have done. He had carried that knowledge all the years of his exile, through the fire and the forge work and the long, slow mastery of his craft. And still, when it mattered, he chose her side. He had defended his mother twice now, once in ways she never asked for, and once in ways she never thanked him for, and both times it had cost him everything. The island of Lemnos was volcanic country, black rock and sulphurous heat, a landscape shaped by fire, and for Hephaestus, it must have felt like home. The ground there was dark and porous, riddled with the kinds of fissures and vents that speak of deep heat moving just beneath the surface, and the air carried with it a faint mineral sharpness that had no equivalent anywhere else in the Aegean. It was not a soft island. It was not the kind of place where one lingered in meadows or watched the sun set over a calm blue harbour. It was a place of edges and temperatures, of stone that remembered fire, and yet, when you consider that Hephaestus had been thrown from the sky and had survived, that he had fallen for an entire day through the open air and still drawn breath when it was over, there is something fitting about the island that received him. The Sintian people, who were Lemnos's earliest inhabitants according to the ancient traditions, had taken him in without ceremony or condition, and in doing so, they had given him something far more valuable than sympathy. They had given him time to learn what his hands were capable of, time to discover that the same fire which scarred the landscape around him could be invited into a forge and made to obey,
In those early years, working among the Sintians with the smell of sulfur in the air and the warmth of the earth rising through the soles of his feet, Hephaestus began to understand that exile was not the same as emptiness. He had been cast down, yes. He had been found unwanted by the very mother who brought him into existence. But the earth had caught him, and the earth, it turned out, was full of things worth making. He worked with raw ore at first, learning the textures of different metals, the way heat transformed one thing into another, the strange intimacy of holding something molten and coaxing it into a shape that had never existed before. He built simple tools for the Sintians, blades, clasps, hinges, things of modest beauty that nonetheless bore a quality that no ordinary craftsman could replicate. There was something in the work that felt innate to him, as if his hands had always known the language of metal and fire and only needed a place quiet enough for him to hear it. Lemnos gave him that quiet, and in that quiet, something remarkable began to grow. The transformation on Lemnos was not simply learning a craft. On Olympus, Hephaestus had been defined by his appearance, the way he disrupted the visual perfection the other gods embodied. But in the forge, surrounded by the Sintians who asked only that he work, he discovered categories of value entirely separate from appearance. A thing was good because it was well made. That was the logic. It was simple, absolute, and it changed everything about how he understood himself. Later traditions also placed him beneath the slopes of Mount Etna in Sicily, and it is here that the mythology becomes most vivid and most elemental. Etna was, and still is, one of the great fire mountains of the world, a volcano whose eruptions the ancient Greeks understood not as geological events, but as the sound of Hephaestus at work deep in the earth, his hammer rising and falling against the divine anvil in the workshop he had built for himself below the surface of the world. In some accounts, his forge on Lemnos and his forge beneath Etna were simply different expressions of the same underground realm, a vast and glowing kingdom of heat and craft that had no fixed address, because fire itself has no fixed address. Whatever the precise geography of the myth, the image is consistent. A god who had been thrown from the highest place in the world had descended to the lowest and had made it magnificent. Homer tells us that his palace on Olympus was fitted with 20 bellows, each one able to breathe air into a fire with varying degrees of force, so that he could control the temperature of his work with extraordinary precision. The great anvil stood at the center of the forge, worn smooth in some places and roughened in others by generations of work, and beside it, according to the tradition, moved the golden women, assistants he had fashioned from metal himself, figures of pure gold who could walk beside him, hold his tools, and even speak intelligently to him as he worked. They were, in a sense, his first great creations, not weapons, not armor, but companions, made not because anyone had asked him for them, but because he understood loneliness with a thoroughness that would have been difficult to explain to anyone else. Alongside these golden figures, other traditions brought the Cyclopes into the forge with him, Brontes, whose name carried the sound of thunder, and Steropes, whose name held the flash of lightning, and Arges, who was said to embody the brightness of the bolt itself. These three enormous beings worked beside Hephaestus at the anvil, their hammers falling in rhythms that shook the mountain above them, their single eyes reflecting the orange glow of the fire. When Etna rumbled and sent smoke curling into the Sicilian sky, the people living on the slopes below understood it as evidence of this work proceeding, of something extraordinary being brought into existence in the depths of the earth. There was very little fear in that understanding. There was, if anything, a kind of reassurance. The mountain was not angry. The mountain was busy. The work of the forge was ceaseless, and Hephaestus seemed to want it that way. There were always commissions to fulfill, weapons for Ares, robes for Athena, treasures for those persuasive enough to petition the gods, but also work he undertook for himself, projects that emerged from his imagination, objects serving no practical purpose but existing because he had envisioned them. These were perhaps his truest creations, the ones that revealed not what the gods required, but what he required of himself. It is worth pausing on what Hephaestus had built, because it was not merely a workshop. It was an entire world ordered according to his own principles, one where physical beauty mattered not at all, where what you could produce was the only currency, where intelligence expressed through the hands was the highest form of power. In the halls of Olympus, he had been something to be ashamed of, something that disrupted the elegant visual harmony of the divine court. Down in the forge, he was incomparable. Nothing moved, nothing was made, nothing of lasting significance came into being except through him. The Cyclopes needed his direction. The golden women needed his hands to have brought them to life in the first place. The fire needed his understanding of it before it could become anything other than destruction. He had, in the years since his fall, become exactly what the gods on Olympus would have least expected from a child they threw away, indispensable. And he knew it. There is something in the ancient accounts that suggests Hephaestus felt no particular urgency about returning to the world that had rejected him. He was not counting the days until Olympus called him back. He was working, the forge was going, the bellows were breathing, and on the great anvil, under the light of fire and the careful eyes of golden companions, the most beautiful things in the world were slowly taking shape. Down in the dark, surrounded by fire and the ringing of hammer on metal, the rejected god of Olympus had built himself a world that no one could take from him. At some point, and the ancient writers are not entirely clear on when, Hephaestus decided to send his mother a present. He had spent years in his forge by then, years of solitude and fire, and the slow, patient accumulation of skill. Whatever he felt toward Hera in those years, grief, anger, something that had quietly calcified into something colder, he kept it close and worked it into the metal the way he worked everything else. The gift he was preparing was not made in a single afternoon. It would have required the kind of sustained, meticulous attention that only someone with a very clear purpose could sustain. He was building a throne. He was building it to be the most beautiful thing Hera had ever seen. According to the tradition that has come down through the ancient sources, the throne was extraordinary even by divine standards. It was made of gold, a deep, warm, impossible gold, and it was decorated with the kind of intricate detail that could occupy the eye for hours without exhausting itself. Some accounts describe delicate figures worked into its surface. Others speak of the way the light moved across it as if the metal itself were breathing. Whatever its exact appearance, it was the sort of object that a goddess could not look at without wanting to sit in it immediately. That was precisely the point. Hidden within its arms and legs and seat, worked so finely into the structure that no one examining it from the outside could have detected them, were chains. Dozens of them, perhaps, articulated and spring-loaded and waiting for the weight of someone settling into that beautiful seat. Hephaestus sent the throne up to Mount Olympus as a gift for his mother. Hera received it the way someone receives any extraordinarily beautiful thing, with pleasure and without suspicion. The throne was placed in the hall of the gods. In due course, Hera sat down in it. The chains came out at once. They wrapped themselves around her arms and legs and waist with a speed and precision that left no time for resistance. Hera, queen of all the gods, found herself bound fast to a piece of furniture she could not leave. The other gods on Olympus tried everything they could think of. They tried to pry the chains loose by force. They tried to coax the mechanism apart by hand. Ares, the god of war, who was not a figure known for delicate problem-solving, reportedly offered to go down to Hephaestus and drag him back by force. According to at least one ancient account, he tried and was driven away by jets of fire from the forge. None of it worked. The chains held Hera exactly as they had been designed to hold her. The only person who could undo them was the person who had made them, who was deep underground on his island, declining every invitation to return. The gods sent messengers.
Hermes, who could travel between the realms with a speed that no other divine being could match, went to speak with Hephaestus more than once by some accounts. Hephaestus was polite perhaps, and absolutely unmovable. He had nothing to say to Olympus. He was busy. His mother could remain where she was. There is something almost serene in how the ancient sources describe his refusal. He was not raging, not gloating loudly, not making speeches about what had been done to him. He simply would not come, and no argument could change that. What the gods needed was not a messenger but a negotiator, and eventually the task fell to Dionysus. The choice makes a kind of mythological sense. Dionysus was not a figure of brute authority or formal diplomacy. He was the god of wine and altered states, and the unexpected approach. Where other gods had tried commands and arguments, Dionysus tried something else entirely. He went to Hephaestus with wine. He was generous with it. He was patient, and he stayed until Hephaestus had drunk enough that the sharp, still anger that had kept him anchored to his forge for so long softened into something warmer and less certain. The two of them, by several ancient accounts, became something like companions in that time, not adversaries, not supplicant and reluctant god, but two figures sharing wine in the firelight. When Hephaestus was thoroughly cheerfully drunk, Dionysus helped him onto the back of a mule and led him up toward Olympus. Ancient vase painters loved this scene. It appears across hundreds of surviving pieces of pottery. In those images, Hephaestus is usually shown slumped comfortably on the mule, wine cup still in hand, with Dionysus and a procession of satyrs and nymphs accompanying him in what appears to be a very good mood. There is something gently comic about it, but there is also something worth sitting with. This god who had held Olympus at a standstill, who had managed what no warrior could manage, was returning to the world not in triumph, but swaying pleasantly on the back of an animal, having been talked into it with hospitality rather than force. When he was sober again, the situation was what it had always been. He had leverage, and he knew it, and the question was only what he would accept in exchange for releasing her. The ancient sources suggest that what he was eventually promised included two things: a recognized seat among the 12 Olympians, and a wife. The wife was to be Aphrodite. Whether those promises were made before he released Hera, or whether his return itself was considered the gesture of a son who had made his point and was ready to let it go, is something the ancient writers do not all agree on. What they do agree on is that Hephaestus eventually freed his mother from the throne he had built for her. It is worth thinking about what this myth was really describing, underneath the clever mechanism and the drunken procession. Hera had cast her own child from the sky because he was not what she had expected a god to look like. She had done this, depending on the version, either out of disgust at his imperfection, or out of the cold calculation that a lame son was no use to her in her ongoing rivalry with Zeus. In either case, she had made a judgment about him at the moment of his birth. She had never been asked to account for it. The golden throne was the accounting. It did not injure her. It did not shame her in front of an audience. It did not destroy her dignity in any permanent way. What it did was hold her completely still and make her wait in discomfort and helplessness, for as long as her son chose to let her wait. There is a quality of restraint in that revenge that feels, in some ways, more eloquent than violence would have been. He could have made her something worse. He was capable of it. Instead, he made her something that asked only that she sit and be unable to move, the way an infant is unable to move, the way a child thrown from the sky and falling toward the earth below has no choice but to fall. The reversal is quiet, but it is there. Worked into the metal, the way everything he felt was always worked into the metal. Whether Hera acknowledged any of this, whether she understood, sitting bound in her own throne hall, exactly what her son had built and why, is something no ancient source tells us.
The gods were not always given to that kind of reflection in the stories that survived, but Hephaestus had made his point in the only language that had ever truly belonged to him. The point had been understood well enough that the whole of Olympus had stood still until he chose to make it. He released Hera from the throne. In doing so, he stepped back into the world that had thrown him out, not as a castaway, but as a god who had earned his place the hard way. His place among the 12 Olympians came with a palace, a forge, and a wife who had not chosen him. The return had not been graceful. He had arrived on the back of a mule, leaning sideways with wine-heavy eyes, led by Dionysus through the gates of Olympus, while the other gods watched with expressions that ranged from amusement to something more difficult to name. And yet, when the haze of the wine had cleared and the goddess Hera had been released from her golden prison at last, something shifted. The matter of where Hephaestus stood among the gods, a question that had gone unanswered for a very long time, was finally resolved. According to some ancient accounts, Zeus offered him a formal place among the Olympians as part of the agreement that brought him home, and with that place came all the things a god on Olympus was meant to have: standing, recognition, and a household of his own. The palace he was given was, by all accounts, extraordinary. This was not surprising. Hephaestus had spent years below the world, building things of impossible beauty for others, and when it came time to build something for himself, he did not hold back. Ancient sources describe a gleaming structure of bronze and precious metal, fitted with every refinement that the god of the forge could imagine. At its heart was what mattered most to him, not a throne room or a great hall for receiving guests, but a workshop. There was a forge there, with 20 great bellows arranged around a central fire, each one responding to his will, breathing heat into the flames at whatever intensity the work required. There was an anvil of sufficient weight and breadth for the largest commissions he might undertake. The tools of his craft lined the walls, everything in its place, the whole space organized with the quiet logic of someone who had spent a lifetime thinking about how to work efficiently and well. It was a palace built around a workshop, rather than a workshop tucked reluctantly into a palace, and that distinction said everything about who Hephaestus was. The marriage was a more complicated gift. Aphrodite was, in the Greek imagination, the most beautiful being in existence, a goddess whose appearance caused something close to pain in those who looked at her directly, the way very bright light does. She had emerged, according to the older tradition, from the sea itself, born from the foam near the island of Cyprus, and she carried with her a kind of radiance that the other gods found difficult to ignore. This was, it turned out, precisely the problem. Her presence on Olympus had been a source of constant friction from the beginning. Gods quarreled over her attention. Mortals went to war on her behalf. The tension she generated simply by existing was a disruption to the order that Zeus spent considerable energy maintaining. A beautiful, unmarried goddess of love was, from Zeus's perspective, an ongoing administrative difficulty. Binding her in marriage to Hephaestus resolved that difficulty in a way that was, from a purely practical standpoint, rather elegant. Hephaestus was not the sort of god who attracted rivals. He was not a warrior, not a figure of conventional beauty, not someone whose marriage to Aphrodite would cause the others to simmer with jealousy in the same way that a union between her and a more conventionally desirable god surely would have. He was also deeply loyal, deeply capable, and wholly dedicated to Olympus in a way that had been demonstrated, at considerable personal cost, more than once. Zeus appears to have regarded the arrangement as sensible. Whether he considered how either of the two people involved might feel about it is less clear from the ancient sources. Aphrodite had not been consulted. This much is consistent across the tradition. She was presented with the arrangement rather than invited into it, and the accounts that survive suggest she accepted it the way a person accepts weather, as a condition of the world, rather than a decision she had made. She was not cruel to Hephaestus, at least not openly,
at least not at first. But there was no warmth in the union that the ancient stories ever describe, no moment of recognition or tenderness between them. They were, from the beginning, two beings who had been placed beside each other by someone else's reasoning. The strangeness of the pairing was not lost on the Greeks who told these stories. Here was the god described as the most physically unlovely of all the Olympians, lame, heavy-shouldered, often covered in the soot and grime of his work, married to the goddess who embodied physical beauty in its most absolute form. The two of them sat together at the divine feasts and moved through the same gleaming halls, and the contrast between them was, depending on how you looked at it, either deeply funny or quietly sad. Ancient poets noted the mismatch with the particular tone that Greeks reserved for things that were true and uncomfortable at the same time. Not quite mockery, but not quite sympathy either. There is something worth sitting with in that pairing, even now. The Greek divine order was not designed around fairness. The gods rewarded the powerful and the beautiful, and they arranged their world according to what was convenient rather than what was just. Hephaestus had earned his place on Olympus through suffering and skill and a kind of dogged perseverance that none of the other gods had ever been asked to demonstrate. And what he received in return for all of that was a palace, a seat at the table, and a wife who regarded the whole arrangement with the polite distance of someone counting the days. Zeus had given him the most beautiful goddess as a bride, and it had the texture of a gift that was also, in some ways, its opposite, a reminder that even in triumph, Hephaestus was still someone to whom things were given and taken away by others. For his part, Hephaestus seems to have hoped, at least in the beginning, that it might become something real. The ancient tradition does not describe him as indifferent to Aphrodite. He had built her a palace of luminous bronze, had filled it with every beautiful thing he was capable of making, had arranged it as carefully as any object that had ever come from his forge. Whether that constituted love in any recognizable sense is a question the myths leave open. It was, at the very least, the gesture of someone who wanted things to be different from the way they had always been for him. The palace shone on Olympus, and the bellows breathed steadily in the forge at its heart, and the god who had once fallen through the open sky for a full day before landing among strangers took his seat among the 12. Aphrodite took her seat beside him in his gleaming palace, and if she smiled, it was the kind of smile that concealed rather than revealed. It was Helios who told him, the sun god who saw everything, every day, as he drove his chariot across the sky. From that high, luminous passage above the world, there was nothing in the mortal or the immortal world that escaped his notice, and what he had observed in the palace of Hephaestus on Olympus was not something he could quietly set aside. He came to Hephaestus and told him simply and without embellishment what had been happening. Aphrodite, his wife, had been meeting with Ares, the god of war, with his bronze armor and his restless appetite for conflict. In the very rooms of the palace that Hephaestus had built with his own hands. It hadn't been a single occasion. It had been continuing for some time, and Helios had witnessed it from the sky with the dispassionate thoroughness that only the sun can manage, seeing everything and warming everything equally, without preference or mercy. When Hephaestus heard this, he didn't shout or make any dramatic declaration. He didn't move through the halls of Olympus, demanding an audience with Zeus. He went, instead, back to his forge, and he sat quietly with what he had been told for a long while before he began to consider what to do. The pain of it was real. There's no version of this story in which Hephaestus wasn't genuinely wounded by what Helios had told him. Aphrodite had not chosen him. She had made that clear enough from the earliest days of their marriage, in the way she moved through the gleaming palace, in the way she accepted his carefully made gifts with a kind of cool, remote politeness that never softened into anything warmer. She was the goddess of love, and she didn't love him. He had known this the way that people sometimes know things they would rather not examine too closely, the way a thought can live in the quiet back of the mind for a long time without ever being spoken aloud.
But there is a difference between suspecting something and having the sun god arrive at your door to confirm it with complete certainty. Hephaestus lived with that difference now, and the way he had always lived with difficult things was the same. He went to his forge, and he made something. What he decided to make this time was not a weapon in any familiar sense, and it wasn't a work of beauty in the way that his shields and thrones and crowns were works of beauty. It was a trap, quiet, measured, and devastatingly precise. He worked at his bench with the kind of unhurried patience that only a craftsman of his particular gifts could sustain through grief, drawing the metal out into threads so fine they were nearly transparent, even when held directly in the firelight of the forge. Each strand was slender enough to pass through the eye of a needle, and when they were woven together in the careful pattern he had spent hours designing, they formed something that no force available to any god could break or pry apart. He worked through the heat and the glow of the fire, and the golden figures that assisted him moved silently around the bench, handing him what he needed without being asked. It was, in its quiet way, one of his finest creations, though it was not the kind of thing that would ever be admired or spoken of at a feast. When the net was finished, he carried it up from the forge and spread it with extraordinary care over the bed in his own palace, arranging it against the coverlet so that it lay completely invisible, its hidden clasps positioned to close at the slightest disturbance, silent and certain and waiting. Then Hephaestus announced that he was leaving Olympus. He said he was going to Lemnos, his island, the one that had always suited him, with its volcanic black rock and its quiet shores and its fires burning somewhere deep in the earth below. He departed in the manner of a god who has decided, with something very much like relief, to remove himself from a situation that had long since stopped serving him. Whether Aphrodite believed this fully, or whether she simply didn't trouble herself to question it, the ancient accounts don't entirely clarify. What is known is that she sent word to Ares, and that Ares came. The net closed around them the moment they settled together on that bed. Its threads, invisible an instant before, drew taut with a quiet, absolute certainty, not with violence, but with the composed and irresistible logic of something designed by a very precise craftsman for exactly this purpose. They couldn't move. They couldn't free themselves. Every physical strength that Ares possessed, every divine grace that Aphrodite could bring to bear, none of it made any difference against the net that Hephaestus had woven in those long, careful hours of his grief. And it was at this moment that Hephaestus returned. He stood in the doorway of his own palace and looked at what the net had caught, and then he called upon the other Olympians to come and witness it for themselves. What followed was not, by most ancient accounts, a particularly solemn occasion. The gods who gathered, the male gods in particular, found the scene considerably more amusing than tragic. There was laughter, and a certain amount of commentary that Homer records without much moralizing. And Hermes reportedly said that he wouldn't mind being in Ares's position if it meant being beside Aphrodite, the kind of remark that lands squarely at someone else's expense and still manages to draw a laugh from the room. The goddesses, according to the story, chose not to come at all, holding themselves back from something that seemed to call for discretion rather than observation. Hephaestus stood apart from all of it. He wasn't participating in the laughter, and he wasn't performing his anger for the benefit of anyone watching. What he was doing was something quieter and more deliberate than any of that. He had taken a private betrayal, an invisible wound that he had been carrying alone, and placed it in full view of everyone on Olympus. The humiliation that had been his, the thing he'd been carrying since the morning Helios came to his door, he had transferred with his characteristic precision to the two people who had put it there in the first place. It was Poseidon who eventually stepped forward from among the gathered gods and spoke with genuine seriousness, asking Hephaestus to release the net and offering, on behalf of Ares, a pledge that restitution would be made, that whatever Hephaestus considered fair compensation for what had been done would be honored. Hephaestus agreed, though some tellings of the story suggest he did so with a degree of reluctance, noting that a pledge given by Poseidon on behalf of Ares was a somewhat uncertain guarantee. Those doubts seem, in retrospect, to have been reasonable ones. Nevertheless, he released the net, and Ares departed from Olympus, and Aphrodite made her way south to Cyprus, to the temple at Paphos, where the gardens and the warm sea air restored her composure with remarkable efficiency. Their marriage continued in name after that, as it had always been a marriage mostly in name, and both of them understood this now with a clarity that left nothing softened or ambiguous between them. He had been humiliated once by a wife who didn't want him, and he had answered that humiliation the only way he knew how, with something he made with his own hands. Section. The most powerful weapon on Mount Olympus did not belong to a warrior god, and it was not forged by one either. It belonged to Zeus, the king of the gods, the lord of the open sky, the one who sat at the highest seat of all. And it was made for him by his lame son, working alone in the deep heat of a volcanic forge, far from the light of Olympus. The thunderbolt was not simply a weapon in the way that a sword or a spear might be called a weapon. It was something more particular than that. When the ancient Greeks looked up at a sky split open by lightning, at the sudden white fracture of light across the clouds and the low thunder that rolled afterward across the hills, they understood that what they were seeing was an expression of divine will made visible. It was the King of Gods, reaching down into the mortal world and making his authority felt in a way that left no room for doubt. And all of that, the terror, the majesty, the undeniable presence of Zeus in the sky, began in the underground workshop of a god who had twice been thrown from the very mountain Zeus called home. The thunderbolts were, in the oldest traditions, crafted with the help of the Cyclops, those massive, single-eyed beings who worked beside Hephaestus at his forge, their great arms swinging hammers that shook the rock around them. Their names, in some accounts, were Brontes and Sterapes and Arges, names that carried within them the sounds of thunder, lightning and brightness, and together they drew from the fires of the earth a metal unlike anything that existed elsewhere in the world. It was a metal that did not merely conduct heat or hold an edge. According to the ancient stories, it seemed to hold living lightning within its grain, as though the forge had captured something elemental and sealed it inside the finished bolt. You could imagine the glow of it even before Hephaestus lifted his hammer, a restless, shifting light moving just beneath the surface of the metal, waiting. The forging itself would have taken the whole of the forge's heat, all 20 bellows working at once, the Cyclops turning the raw material over and over in the fire until it reached the temperature only the deepest volcanic fires could provide. And then the hammering, methodical, unhurried, each strike landing with a precision that no other craftsman in the world, divine or mortal, could have matched. By the time Hephaestus set the finished bolt aside to cool, he had made something that was less like a weapon and more like a concentrated piece of the sky itself, hammered into a shape that a hand could hold. The process of making even a single thunderbolt was exhausting beyond measure. The Cyclops would labor for days, sometimes weeks, to complete even one of these divine weapons, and the forge would glow so intensely that mortal craftsmen working on the island would retreat to the farthest caves to escape the heat. It was not merely a matter of skill, though skill was certainly required in abundance. It required an understanding of something that transcended ordinary metallurgy, a knowledge of how to bind the raw forces of the earth into a form that could be wielded, how to make the infinite finite, how to capture something that was almost alive within the structure of inert metal. Once Zeus had commissioned his first batch of these weapons, he would return to the forge regularly, never satisfied, always demanding more. The thunderbolts would never run out, but neither would his appetite for them, as though possessing them made him continually aware of what he might lose without them. This cycle of creation and demand would define the relationship between the king of gods and his craftsmen for the duration of their existence. What made the thunderbolts remarkable was not only what they were, but what they meant for the god who carried them. Zeus's authority over the other Olympians was never simply a matter of his strength or his will. The gods were a contentious and proud gathering of beings, each with their own domains and their own considerable powers, and they did not submit easily to being governed. What Zeus had, that the others could not easily counter, were those bolts. The ability to strike with a force that transcended ordinary divine conflict and expressed something absolute. Without them, his dominion would have been a more uncertain thing, requiring constant negotiation and display. With them, he could silence a hall of gods with a single raised arm. He could remind even the oldest and most powerful of the Titans that the order of the world had changed and that the change was permanent. In this way, the thunderbolts were not merely instruments of violence. They were instruments of cosmic order, and the order they maintained was the order that made Olympus itself possible. There is something quietly remarkable about that, if you sit with it for a moment. The god who sat at the center of everything, the god whose authority was supposed to be self-evident and complete, depended for his most essential symbol of power on someone else entirely, and that someone else was not one of his trusted allies, not one of the great warrior gods, not even one of the ancient Titans who had been around since the beginning of the world. It was Hephaestus. It was the sun who had been cast off the mountain, who had grown up among mortals on a volcanic island, who had built his forge in the dark below the earth because there was nowhere else for him to go. Every commission Zeus placed at the forge was, whether he acknowledged it or not, an admission of something his pride would never have allowed him to say aloud, that the god he had thrown from the sky was the only one who could make what he needed most. Hephaestus, for his part, does not appear in any of the old stories to have withheld his work, or to have taken any particular satisfaction in this arrangement. He made the bolts because they were his craft, because the forge was his domain, and because making things of extraordinary power and beauty was simply what he did, regardless of who had asked for them, or what had passed between them in years gone by. His hands did not seem to carry resentment into his work. Every time Zeus raised his arm to throw that bolt of living fire, the authority behind it was borrowed, in part, from the hands of the god he had once thrown from the sky. Athena, of all the Olympians, may have understood Hephaestus best, perhaps because she was, in her own way, also a god of making things. Where the other gods concern themselves with dominion over natural forces or the affairs of mortals, Athena and Hephaestus both found meaning in the act of creation itself, in the careful, deliberate shaping of materials into something that had never existed before. She was the goddess of wisdom and warfare, yes, but she was also the patron of weavers, potters, artisans, the deity invoked by anyone who worked with their hands toward a purposeful end. He was the divine craftsman, the one who understood better than any being in the Greek world what it meant to take raw, unformed matter and transform it into something extraordinary. Between the two of them, there existed a kind of mutual recognition that rarely found its way into the stories told about Hephaestus and the other gods, not rivalry, not the particular tension that defined so many of his divine relationships, but something quieter and more collaborative. When Athena came to him, needing something made, she came as one maker to another. This kind of relationship fundamentally shaped how Hephaestus approached the work itself. Where he might have created weapons for other Olympians, with the detachment of a master craftsman fulfilling a commission, the items he made for Athena carried something additional, a collaborative intelligence that went into every detail. The Aegis was not simply forged, it was designed with the kind of deliberate intention that only emerged when both maker and user understood the deeper purposes of creation. Every choice, from the placement of the serpents to the specific positioning of Medusa's head,
reflected a shared vision of how divinity could be expressed through physical form. That difference in the nature of their relationship left its mark on everything he created for her. The Aegis is perhaps the finest example of what that relationship produced. Ancient sources describe it in varying ways, sometimes as a shield, sometimes as a kind of divine breastplate or protective garment. But in almost every telling, it bore the same remarkable features: a border of coiling serpents, their scales catching the light as if alive. At its center, the severed head of the Gorgon Medusa, fixed there not as an ornament, but as a living power, a force capable of stopping an enemy cold before a single blow had been exchanged. The serpents that ringed the Aegis were not merely decorative either. In the older layers of Greek religious thought, serpents carried associations with the earth, with hidden wisdom, with transformative power, and the goddess of wisdom wearing a garment edged with serpents was no accident of design. Hephaestus would have understood this, the way a skilled craftsman understands that the best work always carries meaning layered beneath its surface. He built into the Aegis something that went beyond mythology and into the realm of symbolic intelligence, the knowledge that what a thing represents can be as powerful as what it physically does. The Gorgon's head at the center of the Aegis had its own mythology, of course. Medusa, whose gaze had the power to turn any living creature to stone, whose face was so terrible that even in death it retained the capacity to inspire paralyzing dread. The Gorgon's head itself bore the marks of Hephaestus's unprecedented skill. Not only had he created a shield that could turn away weapons, but he had captured within it a power that preceded all physical conflict. The shield was crafted in such a way that even the approach of battle could be forestalled by the mere presence of the Aegis, the goddess's appearance enough to halt aggression before it began. Fixing that face to a shield was an act of profound mythological thinking. It meant that Athena, when she raised the Aegis in battle, or appeared wearing it before a gathered assembly, was not merely defending herself. She was wielding the oldest and most primal kind of fear, the kind that bypasses reason entirely and strikes at something deeper. Enemies who looked upon the Aegis were not simply threatened. They were, in a sense, already defeated, their courage undone before the goddess had moved a single step toward them. Hephaestus would have known, when he set that image into the metal, exactly what he was making. The two of them shared this, the understanding that a well-made thing is never only what it appears to be, that the finest work carries within it layers of intention and consequence that unfold long after it has left the maker's hands. Their connection extended beyond the singular commission of the Aegis and into the broader life of Athens, where both deities were honored together as the joint patrons of craft and artisanship. The Chalcaea, a festival held each autumn in the city, was dedicated to them both, a celebration observed by smiths, potters, weavers, every kind of skilled worker who understood that what they did with their hands was itself a form of devotion. The two gods shared an altar in that tradition, their names joined together in a way that acknowledged something the myths themselves had always quietly suggested, that wisdom without craft is incomplete, craft without wisdom is blind, that between them they represented something whole. This shared altar space represented far more than a mere acknowledgement of two related crafts. It embodied a principle central to Athenian values, that the practical work of making things was inseparable from the wisdom that guided the maker's hands. Artisans who stood before that shared altar understood that they were honoring not just deities, but a philosophy of creation itself. The Hephaestion, the great temple built on the hill overlooking the Athenian agora, housed cult statues of both Hephaestus and Athena standing together, a pairing that would have meant something immediate and recognizable to every artisan who climbed that hill to offer a prayer before beginning a day's work. In the Aegis, the two of them had created something that was more than a shield. It was a statement about what craft and intelligence could accomplish when aimed at protection
rather than destruction. Thetis arrived at the forge with salt water still glimmering on her arms, having risen from the sea to ask for something only Hephaestus could make. She had made the journey in grief, moving upward through the cold and darkening water with her mind already fixed on what she needed. By the time she reached the place where heat replaced the chill of the deep sea, she was carrying the particular quietness of a mother who has not yet begun to cry. The story, as Homer tells it in the Iliad, begins just after the warrior Patroclus has been killed on the plains outside Troy. Patroclus had gone into battle wearing the armor of Achilles, borrowed armor, meant to give him the appearance of that great warrior and steady the faltering Greek lines, and when Hector struck him down, he stripped that armor from the body and claimed it as his prize. Achilles was left without protection and without the one person in the world he had truly loved. Thetis, who knew her son's fate better than anyone, understood that if he was going to fight again, he would need something new. Not replacement armor exactly, but something made specifically for him, by hands that could not be matched anywhere in the world. The forge was deep in its working when she arrived. Homer describes the great smith moving between his bellows, from one task to the next with the practiced ease of someone who has spent more time in that place than anywhere else. The golden women who assisted him moved around the forge with the same ease, animate figures he had made himself, possessing strength and speech and something resembling thought, carrying tools and steadying the work with a competence that no ordinary assistant could have offered. The air was thick with heat and the smell of hot metal. The light came not from the sky, but from the fire itself, shifting and orange. Thetis stood at the edge of all of this and waited. When Hephaestus saw her, he set down his work immediately. He knew what she had done for him, in some traditions at least, how she had caught him when he fell into the sea, how she and the sea nymph Eurynome had sheltered him in an underwater grotto for 9 years while he learned his craft in secret, far below the world that had rejected him. He owed her something, and beyond debt, he felt genuine warmth toward her. He called her dear and old friend, and asked her to sit and listen to what she needed. She told him everything: the death of Patroclus, the lost armor, her son standing on the shore in mourning too raw to carry, the war that was waiting for him. Hephaestus did not hesitate. He promised her he would make Achilles' armor that any man alive would be glad to have. He meant it in the way that only someone who genuinely loves their work can mean it. He turned back to his forge, and he worked through the night. There was something in Hephaestus's commitment that went beyond the ordinary obligations of divine hospitality, or even the debt he carried from Thetis's kindness. This was his opportunity to create something that would outlast him, a work that would move through the world still bearing his intention long after his hands had released it. He understood, in the way that only a true craftsman ever can, that this armor would carry a story, not just the story of its making, but the story of everything he had witnessed from his forge, everything he had learned about the world despite his isolation from it. The night stretched before him, and he did not rest. His assistant golden women did not rest either, moving with tireless efficiency as he called for what he needed. The metal was ready, the tools were sharp, and his mind was clear about what had to be done. He made the greaves first, the armor for the lower legs, bending and shaping the bright metal with the bellows singing behind him. Then the breastplate, heavier and more intricate, designed to sit against a man's chest like a second skin made of something the earth had never grown. The helmet followed, fitted with a crest and worked with such precision that it would sit on Achilles' head the way a crown sits on a king's, naturally and without effort. Each piece was finished to a perfection that ordinary metalwork does not approach. The surface is smooth and the joins invisible, the weight distributed exactly right. But it was the shield that required most of the night, the shield that would become what people remembered. Homer's description of it runs for well over 100 lines in the Iliad. Even across the distance of nearly 3,000 years, You can feel the care that the poet gave to it, the sense that this object deserved that kind of attention, that it contained something worth describing slowly and in full. Hephaestus laid down layer after layer of metal. Bronze and tin and gold and silver worked together, and on its face he placed the world. Not a version of the world, not a symbol of it, but the whole of it as closely as a craftsman's hands could render, beginning with the earth and sky and sea, the tireless sun and the full moon, the Pleiades and the Hyades and Orion and the Bear turning always in place, never dipping below the horizon. He put the stars on the shield as they actually appeared, as he had observed them from his forge on those long nights when the only light above the mountain came from the sky itself. Then, moving inward on the great round surface, he placed 2 cities of men. The first city was at peace. There were weddings in it. The torches were lit. The young men were dancing in the streets while women stood in doorways watching them go by. In the marketplace there was a legal dispute, 2 men arguing over the blood price owed for a killing. The elders were seated in a circle on polished stone, holding their staffs. Each was speaking his judgment in turn. It was the ordinary friction of people living together, handled with ceremony and patience. Hephaestus rendered it so that you could almost hear the voices. The second city was at war. 2 armies camped around it, gleaming with bronze, debating whether to divide everything inside by force or to accept half and leave the rest to the people within. A river ran nearby. Along its banks there was an ambush, armed men crouching in the reeds, waiting, while shepherds came down from the hills with their flocks, not yet knowing what was there. The attack came, and the cattle lowed, and the shepherds cried out, and all of it was caught in metal, suspended in the moment before its conclusion. Beyond the cities he placed the soft world of working life, fields being ploughed, the oxen turning at the end of each long furrow, while a man offered the ploughman wine. Behind them the earth turning dark and rich, a king's estate where the harvest was coming in, the reapers moving in rows with their curved blades, children gathering the cut grain behind them and binding it into sheaves, a vineyard heavy with grapes, the clusters black and ripening, a silver irrigation ditch running along one edge, a hedge of tin around it all, a single path through which the pickers moved, singing with baskets on their arms, while a boy played a lyre and sang to them in a thin, sweet voice, a herd of cattle moving toward a river through a meadow, the lead cows gold and the rest worked in tin. At the edge of that meadow, 2 lions had seized the nearest bull and were dragging it down, the dogs circling and barking and not coming close enough to do anything useful. A sheepfold in still country, the sheep silver, the pens and the herdsmen's shelters carefully there. And then the dancing floor. Hephaestus saved this for near the end of the shield's face. A place like the dancing floor that Daedalus had once made in Crete for Ariadne, where young men and women moved together in a great turning pattern, their hands linked, the young men in linen and the young women in gowns with garlands in their hair, the whole circle moving first one way and then the other, like the movement of a potter's wheel, but made of people and joy. A crowd stood watching them, and an aulos player stood at the center. 2 acrobats threw themselves spinning through the air among the dancers. Around the very outermost edge of all of it, the deep and powerful river of Oceanus ran in a circle, enclosing everything, the cities, the farms, the animals, the dancing children, the war, as if even the boundary of the world was something that could be held in a craftsman's hand. This was the shield that Hephaestus made for Achilles. What he had placed on it was not a decoration or a celebration of Greek military virtue, but something closer to a complete account of what human life actually was, its arguments and its weddings, its harvests and its violence, its music and its grief and its ordinary moments of watching the oxen turn at the end of a row. He had been watching all of it from below the earth for a very long time,
When the opportunity came to put what he had seen into something permanent, he made it as full and as honest as the metal would allow. When it was done, Thetis took the armor in her hands, the greaves and the breastplate, and the helmet and the great shield, and she descended back the way she had come, carrying all of it through the morning light, the brightness of the metal moving with her. She carried it back across the water to her son. When Achilles looked at his own reflection in that shield, at the world his mother had carried to him, hammered out of divine metal by the hands of a god who knew what it was to be in pain, he picked it up and went to war. Zeus came to Hephaestus with an unusual commission, not a weapon, not armor, but a person. Prometheus had stolen fire from the gods, had crept close to the divine flame and carried it down to the mortal world in the hollow of a fennel stalk, and the humans who received it had grown stronger, more capable, and in Zeus's estimation, far too comfortable. Zeus wanted to restore a kind of balance, or perhaps what he truly wanted was simply to answer an insult with one of his own. Whatever his reasoning, he decided that his response to the theft of fire would not be another weapon, not a flood or a plague sent down from the sky, but something more quietly devastating. A woman, the first woman ever made. And the one he asked to make her was Hephaestus, who knew better than almost anyone what it meant to be shaped by someone else's intentions and sent out into a world that had not asked for you. The brilliance of Zeus's plan lay in its subtlety. Fire itself was a gift, a tool that could warm, cook, and illuminate. But in placing it in mortal hands, Prometheus had given humans access to divine knowledge and power. A simple punishment would have been expected, even deserved in the eyes of many gods. Instead, Zeus chose something far more complex, a response that would work not through force, but through desire, through the internal divisions that would grow within human civilization itself. Pandora would be sent as a bride, ostensibly a blessing, but carrying with her consequences that would unfold slowly, almost imperceptibly, across generations. It was the kind of revenge that required patience, the kind that worked through the very fabric of human relationships and daily life. The gift would seem precious, would seem like fortune, and only in time would its true nature become apparent. According to Hesiod, who tells this story in both his works and days and his theogony, Hephaestus mixed earth with water and formed from that soft, common mixture a figure in the likeness of the immortal goddesses. He gave her a face of extraordinary beauty and a form that seemed almost familiar, as if the gods had always known her, though she had never existed before. Once she had taken shape, the other gods came forward one by one to complete what Hephaestus had begun. Athena clothed her in a shimmering silver gown and taught her the art of weaving, passing along something of her own patient intelligence. Aphrodite breathed into her grace and longing, a quality that would make her compelling and difficult to look away from. Hermes, the messenger and trickster, gave her a voice full of persuasion and a mind that moved sideways, capable of cleverness in ways that might not always serve her well or those around her. The Graces adorned her with golden necklaces, and the Horae, the goddesses of the seasons, crowned her with early spring flowers. Hephaestus himself fashioned for her a crown of gold, and on that crown he rendered images of every creature that moved across the land and swam through the sea. It was an elaborate and beautiful thing, and it was the kind of work he did with total care, regardless of what the object would eventually be used for. He did not make things carelessly. He never had. Each divine gift carried within it a particular kind of danger, though perhaps the danger was not always visible on the surface. Athena's weaving was a genuine skill, but it was also a tool for creation and deception alike. Aphrodite's grace and longing could inspire both love and obsession, both connection and the suffering that comes from desire unsatisfied. Hermes' gift of persuasion and lateral thinking was perhaps the most ambiguous of all. The ability to talk one's way through the world, to navigate social situations with intelligence,
but also the capacity to mislead and manipulate. Together, these gifts created a being who was not merely beautiful, but dangerously equipped to influence those around her. She was fashioned to be irresistible, to be welcomed, to be brought into the heart of human households and communities. And it was in this very welcome that the catastrophe would eventually unfold. She was named Pandora, which in this tradition Hesiod understood to mean something like all gifted, a name that described the abundance of what each god had poured into her, and that carried within it a note of irony. She was given a pithos, a large sealed storage jar, and was then sent as a bride to Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. Prometheus had warned his brother never to accept a gift from Zeus, and Epimetheus, whose name has been translated to suggest a certain slowness of foresight, accepted her anyway. Some ancient sources describe the jar as having been brought with her as part of what she carried into her new life. Others suggest the jar was already present in the household. In either case, the moment came when Pandora lifted the lid, and out from that sealed vessel came everything that had been held inside it. Illness, labor, suffering, grief, the full weight of what mortal life would become. They scattered into the world before she could close the jar again. What remained at the very bottom, beneath all of it, was hope, which did not escape. Whether that remaining hope was a mercy or a cruelty of its own is a question Hesiod leaves open, and the ancient Greeks who heard this story seem to have left it open too, which may be the most honest thing about it. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that it was Hephaestus who made her. He was a god who had been shaped by the hands of others and placed in a world that was difficult, thrown from the sky, raised among strangers, married without his own consent to a goddess who did not want him. He understood what it was to be made for someone else's purposes. And yet, as with every commission he received, he brought to Pandora's creation the full measure of his skill. He did not make her poorly or reluctantly. He gave her a beautiful face, and he placed on her head a crown that required extraordinary care to produce, a crown detailed with every animal that moved through the living world. That is what Hephaestus did. He made things beautifully, even when he could not fully understand what they were for, even when the one who ordered the work had purposes that went far beyond what he was asked to do with his hands. He had shaped her from ordinary earth and water, had placed a crown of gold upon her head, and had sent her into a world that was, from that day forward, a little harder to live in. The golden women who helped Hephaestus at his forge were not servants in any ordinary sense. Homer says they could speak, reason, move as if they had been born rather than made. In the 18th book of the Iliad, when Thetis arrives at the forge to ask Hephaestus for Achilles' armor, she finds him at work and surrounded by these figures. Homer describes them as golden, resembling living young women, possessed of intelligence and voice and strength, capable of supporting their maker as he moved about his workshop on his unsteady legs. They were not decorations or symbols. They were, according to the poem, functional beings, helpers who understood what was needed and provided it without being asked twice. For a god who had been cast out and left largely to his own devices, this was a remarkable solution to the problem of solitude. He had gone down into the earth with his craft and his fire and his pain. He had, over long years of patient work, made himself companions. It says something about him, perhaps, that when he needed help, he did not ask for it from the gods who had rejected him. He made it himself, the way he made everything else, carefully, from the ground up, with his own hands and his own understanding of what a useful, trustworthy thing ought to look like. The golden women of the forge are mentioned only briefly in the Iliad, almost as an aside, as if Homer expected his listeners to already know they were there. But that casualness is itself telling. It suggests that among the ancient Greeks, the idea of Hephaestus creating animated figures was not strange or surprising. It was simply part of who he was, a craftsman whose mastery extended so far beyond ordinary metalwork
that the boundary between making an object and making a living being had, for him, become difficult to locate. He had forged thunderbolts that carried the will of Zeus, an armor that reflected the entire mortal world. Golden women who could speak and think and walk were, in this context, entirely consistent with what he was capable of. They were the most intimate expression of his genius, not weapons aimed outward at the world, but something made for the quiet interior life of the forge, for the hours between commissions when the fire burned low and the god who had been thrown from the sky worked on in the dark. These companions, born entirely from his own hands and will, represented a choice that separated him from every other god on Olympus. He had not inherited attendants or demanded them. He had created what he needed, understanding that true craftsmanship meant solving problems at their root. Talos was a different kind of creation entirely. The ancient tradition surrounding him is both older and stranger. According to some accounts, including the version preserved in Apollonius of Rhodes's Argonautica, Talos was a great bronze giant. Some traditions say he was the last of a race of men from the age of bronze, while others hold that he was made by Hephaestus and given by him, or by Zeus, to King Minos of Crete as a guardian for the island. Whatever his origin, his purpose was singular and relentless. 3 times each day, Talos walked the entire perimeter of Crete, a slow circuit of the coastline. Any ship that came too close was driven away by rocks hurled from his enormous arms. He was made of bronze throughout, all but one detail. A single vein ran the length of his body from his neck down to his heel. At the heel, it was sealed with a bronze pin or nail. That vein carried the ichor, the fluid that served as blood in divine or divinely made beings, and so long as the pin held, his form remained complete and his strength absolute. Talos was a living machine, organized around this single vulnerability. Every other part of him was impervious, built to endure across centuries. But this one detail, this fatal point, meant that he could be undone by those with sufficient knowledge and will to find it. Talos was whole and tireless and unstoppable. When the Argonauts arrived off the coast of Crete during their long return voyage, and were met with rocks and the sight of that enormous figure moving along the shore, it was Medea who found the way through. According to the Argonautica, she either bewitched Talos or deceived him into grazing his heel against a sharp rock, dislodging the pin. The ichor drained from him slowly, like water from a vessel with a crack near the base. Talos fell into the sea with a sound the ancient text describes as thunderous, his great weight settling into the water while the Argonauts watched from a cautious distance. What is quietly remarkable about Talos, about the golden women of the forge before him, is what they suggest about the ancient imagination's understanding of Hephaestus. He was not simply a craftsman in the ordinary sense, a maker of beautiful, durable, useful things. He was something more unsettling and more wondrous than that. He was a god who understood the principle of life well enough to approximate it in metal, who could look at the architecture of a living body, the veins, the fluid, the motion, the intention, and reproduce it in bronze and gold. The golden women who walked and spoke in his workshop, and the giant who patrolled the shores of Crete, were made by the same hands that forged Zeus's thunderbolts and Achilles' shield. Yet they were something the thunderbolts and the shield were not. They were, in their own way, alive. Ancient writers did not dwell on the strangeness of this for long, but it is worth pausing on. Hephaestus had been discarded because he was imperfect. This was because he did not look the way a god was supposed to look. This was because there was something about him that did not conform to the expectations of the divine world he had been born into. And yet, he was the only one among the Olympians who had made a living being from raw material, who had taken metal and fire and patience and produced something that could think and move and act in the world. In Talos especially, Hephaestus had made something that patrolled the edge of the world, a guardian built from bronze. powered by something no one entirely understood, doing its duty long after the god had moved on. It is worth taking stock of everything Hephaestus actually made. This was because the list says something important about how indispensable he had become. The golden automata were remarkable. The thunderbolts and the armor of Achilles were the kinds of creations that commanded awe even from gods who had never thought warmly of him. But his work extended far beyond those famous commissions, reaching into nearly every corner of the divine world, equipping gods and heroes alike with objects so perfectly made that they passed from one generation to the next without ever losing their virtue. When you begin to gather these creations together and lay them out, what emerges is a portrait, not just of a craftsman, but of someone who had quietly become the engine on which Olympus ran. Consider what he made for Hermes alone. The winged sandals that carried the messenger god between the mortal world and the divine, between the sunlit peaks of Olympus and the grey shores of the underworld, were his work, delicate things, fastened at the ankle, with small wings that beat with a soft and steady rhythm whenever Hermes had somewhere to be, which was nearly always. He also made the winged helmet that Hermes sometimes wore, a close-fitting cap with wings folded along its sides, ready to open when the god launched himself into the open air. These were not merely functional objects. They were made with the understanding that Hermes moved between worlds that operated by entirely different rules, that what carried him had to be worthy of every one of those worlds, beautiful enough for Olympus, durable enough for the underworld, swift enough for every errand Zeus had ever sent him on, that Hermes could do what he did, that messages moved between gods and mortals at all, owed something to the god who had been thrown from the sky and had spent his exile learning to make things that could travel anywhere. For Aphrodite, his own wife, Hephaestus made the famous girdle, a woven band of such extraordinary power that anyone who looked upon the wearer felt an overwhelming surge of desire and longing. It was, in some ways, a distillation of everything Aphrodite already was, gathered into a single object and made portable. She lent it, in one tradition, to Hera when Hera needed to distract Zeus during the Trojan War, a loan that suggests how well the girdle worked. Even on the king of the gods, there is something quietly complicated about the fact that it was Hephaestus who made this object for the wife who did not love him, who made her more irresistible to others than she already was. But he made it, as he made everything, with precision and without apparent sentiment. It worked exactly as it was meant to. He also made the bow and arrows of Eros, the small and dangerous god whose shots could cause gods and mortals to fall helplessly and sometimes disastrously in love. The bow was gold, the arrows sharp as any that flew in a real war. The fact that Hephaestus made them meant that even desire itself was armed with something that came from his forge. The chariot of Helios, the sun god who drove across the sky each day from east to west, carrying light to the whole world, was also attributed to him in certain traditions, a vehicle of gold and fire, built to withstand the heat of its own passenger, sturdy enough to follow the same arc every single day, without ever faltering. Among mortal heroes, his gifts were no less significant. The staff of Agamemnon, the great king of Mycenae who led the Greeks to Troy, was said to have been made by Hephaestus and given first to Zeus, who passed it to Hermes, who gave it to the ancestor of the Atreides, from whose line Agamemnon eventually received it. A staff that had passed through divine hands before it ever rested in a mortal one, and Hephaestus had made it at the beginning of that long chain. It carried with it the weight of legitimate authority. Every king who held it afterward carried something of that original making. For Heracles, he fashioned a set of bronze clappers, the crotala, instruments that rang and clashed with a sound so sharp and startling that even the Stymphalian birds, monstrous creatures that had plagued the marshes of Arcadia, were frightened from their nesting places by it. Heracles drove them into the open sky with sound alone, and then picked them off with his arrows. Without those clappers, the labor might have gone very differently. It is easy to overlook an object like that beside something as dramatic as the armor of Achilles. But it was precisely what was needed at that moment, made to the exact measure of the problem. That attentiveness to a specific need was itself a form of genius. Beyond any individual object, there was the physical structure of Olympus itself, the gates of the divine mountain, the palaces of the gods, the great halls where the Olympians gathered. These were not ancient and unnamed constructions. According to the tradition, Hephaestus had built them. He was the architect of the divine realm in the most literal possible sense, the one who had designed and raised the buildings where the gods lived and argued and feasted and made their decisions about the mortal world below. My own sense of it is that there is something almost difficult to absorb about this once you let it settle. The god they had thrown from that mountain had returned to build it. He had been carried away unconscious to Lemnos, had spent his early years among mortals, had been hurled through open sky by his own father, had come back to lay the foundation of the very place where all of that had happened. He had built the halls, the gates, the palaces. Every stone of the place that had thrown him out now bore the mark of his hands. This myth is one of the stranger corners of the Hephaestus tradition, and the ancient Greeks seem to have known that. It appears in several ancient sources, told with a certain careful delicacy, as though the writers themselves were not entirely sure how to hold it. It does not sit comfortably alongside the more heroic episodes of his story, the golden throne, the armor of Achilles, the thunderbolts shaped for Zeus. And yet, it was preserved, retold, and woven into the founding mythology of Athens itself, which suggests the Greeks found something in it worth keeping, even if they found it difficult to explain. The story begins simply enough. Athena came to the forge of Hephaestus to commission weapons. This was not an unusual visit, since she was a goddess of war and strategy, and had need of armor and arms. Hephaestus had made things for her before, and their relationship as patron deities of craftspeople gave them a certain common ground that most of the Olympians did not share with him. She arrived at the forge in the way she always moved through the world, purposeful, composed, armored in her own authority. What happened next is told plainly in the ancient sources. Hephaestus attempted to assault her. Athena, who had sworn an oath of virginity and who was not a goddess easily overcome by anything, pulled away from him. In the struggle, his seed fell upon the earth, upon the ground of Attica, the land that would one day belong to Athens. From that earth a child was born. The Greeks called him Erichthonius, a name that ancient writers connected to the words for earth and wool, a small clue embedded in the name itself about the circumstances of his arrival. He was not born the way most divine children were born. He came from the soil, from the body of the earth goddess Gaia, who received what had fallen and gave back a life. And he was not entirely human in his form. In many accounts, his lower body was serpentine. He was part child, part snake, a creature belonging to two worlds at once, rooted in the deep earth in a way that other beings were not. Athena, according to the tradition, did not abandon him. This is one of the most quietly remarkable details of the whole story. She had every reason to walk away from a child born of circumstances she had not chosen. Instead, she gathered him up. She placed him in a sacred chest, a kiste, a wooden box, and she carried him to the Acropolis of Athens, that great rocky height above the city that was already her sacred place. There she entrusted the chest to the three daughters of Cecrops, the first king of Athens, a figure who was himself half man and half serpent, which may be why the Greeks chose him as the one whose household received this particular child. Athena gave the daughters of Cecrops one instruction: do not open the chest. She did not explain why. She simply asked them to keep it safe, and then she left to attend to something else, trusting that her command would be followed. It was not followed. The names most ancient sources give to the daughters are Aglauros, Hearth, and Pandrosos, and it was Aglauros and Hearth who opened the chest, while Pandrosos, in some versions of the story, refused to look inside. What the two sisters saw when they lifted the lid has been described in slightly different ways depending on the source. Some accounts say they saw a serpent coiled protectively around the infant child. Others say the child himself had the tail of a snake in place of legs. In some tellings, Athena had placed a serpent inside the chest deliberately to guard him. In others, the serpent and the child were one and the same being. Whatever they saw, the result was the same. The daughters who had looked were seized by a kind of madness, whether that madness came from the sight itself or from the punishment of a goddess whose single instruction had been ignored. The sources do not entirely agree. They ran from the chest, ran across the Acropolis and threw themselves from the edge. They fell from that great height and were gone. Athena returned to find the chest opened and two of the king's daughters dead. She took Erichthonius and raised him herself within the sanctuary of her own temple on the Acropolis. The child who had been born from the earth of Attica, who carried within his body the mingled nature of the smith god and the ground itself, grew up under the protection of the goddess of wisdom and war. He grew, and in time he became a king. The ancient sources name Erichthonius as one of the early kings of Athens, a founder figure who shaped the city in its earliest days. He is credited in some traditions with inventing the four-horse chariot, with establishing the great Panathenaic festival in honor of Athena, and with introducing the use of silver coinage. He was a maker, a builder, a person who organized and created, which perhaps should not be surprising given whose son he was. The serpent never entirely left the story. Sacred snakes were kept in Athena's temple on the Acropolis for centuries, fed on honey cakes, their presence understood as a continuation of something ancient and protective. Some ancient writers connected those snakes directly to Erichthonius, to the memory of the child who had been half earth and half something older, kept safe in a chest on the highest point of the city. There is something quietly circular about this myth when you sit with it long enough. Hephaestus, who had been rejected and cast away, whose hands had built half the divine world, and yet who remained in some ways outside of it, produced through the most disjointed of circumstances a child who became part of the very foundation of Athens. The goddess who escaped him raised that child as her own. The city she is most associated with carries within its oldest stories a trace of the forge god, not in glory, not in triumph, but in the earth, in the serpent, in the child that the ground itself chose to keep. Erichthonius grew up to become a king of Athens, and the city that bore Athena's name carried within its founding a trace of the smith god too. The earth, the serpent, the thing made from what had been spilled and could not be taken back. Of all the places associated with Hephaestus, it is Lemnos that holds the oldest connection. Not Etna, not Olympus, but this dark volcanic island sitting in the northern Aegean. Long before the Greeks built temples in his honor or assigned him a palace among the 12 Olympians. Long before they gave him a wife he had not asked for and a role in the politics of the divine court, there was simply an island, a fire burning somewhere beneath it, and a people who understood that the two were connected. Lemnos was his first home in any real sense, not the place he was born, but the place that received him when no one else would. That particular kind of belonging tends to run deeper than the ordinary kind. The island itself seemed made for him. Its landscape bore the marks of ancient volcanic activity, black and reddish rock, sulphurous springs, soil that smelled faintly of something burning far below the surface. The Greeks who settled there later would have found it easy to believe that a god of fire and metalworking had once fallen from the sky and landed here. This was because the earth already seemed to be answering to something hot and invisible moving through it. There is a quality to volcanic landscapes that feels purposeful, as though the ground itself is working at something. For a people who believed that Hephaestus kept his forge burning in the chambers beneath the world, Lemnos must have seemed like proof of that belief made visible. The Sintians were the people who first received him.
Ancient sources describe them as the original inhabitants of Lemnos, a people distinct from the later Greek settlers who arrived and eventually gave the island its more familiar mythological associations. It was the Sintians who found the fallen god, or the fallen child, depending on which version of the story one follows, and who cared for him after his long descent from the sky. Homer himself mentions them in this context. That tells us that the connection was old enough to have entered the epic tradition by the time the Iliad was composed. The Sintians were, in this sense, Hephaestus's first congregation. The people who built a relationship with him, not because he was powerful or useful or politically advantageous, but simply because he had arrived among them and they had chosen kindness. What that early worship looked like is not entirely clear from the surviving sources, but scholars who have studied the religious history of the Aegean have noted that Lemnos seems to have carried a tradition of fire worship that predated the full absorption of Hephaestus into the wider Greek pantheon. In other words, the island may have been honoring a fire deity of its own long before the Greeks arrived with their stories of the lame smith god thrown from Olympus. When those two traditions met, they found each other easily. This was because they were already describing the same thing, a sacred, subterranean fire that belonged to the island and could not be separated from it. The most striking evidence of this ancient bond is a festival described in ancient accounts of Lemnian religious practice, in which all the fires on the island were extinguished for a period of 9 days. Every hearth went cold. Every forge fell quiet. The island, which had always been associated with the warmth and light of sacred fire, was plunged into a kind of ritual darkness. During those 9 days, the people of Lemnos lived without the comfort of their own flames, waiting. On the 9th day, a ship arrived carrying new fire brought from the sacred source, from the deity's own burning heart, and from that single flame, every hearth and forge on the island was relit. Life resumed. The warmth came back. It is difficult to hear that ritual and not think immediately of Hephaestus himself, of the god who was cast out and spent his own long darkness in exile, separated from the place where he belonged, waiting for the moment of return. The 9 days of extinguished fire were, in a sense, a reenactment of his story, the exile, the cold, the absence of the divine spark, then the return of the fire as something renewed and welcomed rather than merely assumed. Rituals of this kind tend to encode within them the myths that matter most to a people. The Lemnian Fire Festival encodes the story of Hephaestus with a precision that no retelling in words quite matches. There is something worth holding onto in the image of Lemnos as it existed before Olympus claimed him, before the palace, before Aphrodite, before the thunderbolts and the golden throne. In that earlier layer of his mythology, he was simply the god of the fire burning beneath a dark island in the northern Aegean. The people who lived above that fire knew his name and tended the relationship with care. He had not yet been assigned his place in the cosmic hierarchy. He had not yet proven himself to anyone. He was just the fire, the island, and the people who did not look away when something strange and wounded arrived among them. When the new fire arrived on Lemnos after those 9 dark days, it was as if the god himself was returning from exile, which, according to the myths, he always was. The temple they built for Hephaestus in Athens still stands today, perhaps because it was built so well, or perhaps because the god of fire and metalworking has always been harder to destroy than he looks. It sits on a low hill called the Colonus Agoraios, just to the west of the ancient Agora. It has been standing there since around the middle of the 5th century before the Common Era. Most Greek temples have not survived. They were burned, dismantled, converted, stripped for their stone, or simply worn away by centuries of weather and neglect. The Hephaestion suffered some of those indignities too. For a long stretch of its existence, it served as a Christian church. That may be the very reason it was preserved as well as it was. But it is still there, its columns intact, its proportions quiet and serious against the Athenian sky. When you stand beneath it and look out over the agora below, you can understand something of what it meant to the people who built it, a place set slightly apart from the busy commercial life of the city, on a hill just high enough to feel removed, dedicated to a god whose work happened close to the ground, in the heat and the dark, rather than in the open air of public ceremony. The temple was dedicated jointly to Hephaestus and to Athena. That made a particular kind of sense to the Athenians, who regarded both of them as the divine patrons of craftsmen and artisans. Inside, according to ancient accounts, there stood statues of both gods side by side, the goddess of wisdom and the god of the forge, paired together as they so often were in Athenian religious life. The hill around the temple was once lined with the workshops of metalworkers and potters, so that the people who prayed there were the very people whose daily labor the god was said to oversee and protect. A smith could look up from his anvil and see the temple on the hill above him. There was something quietly reassuring in that proximity, the god of fire close enough to witness the work being done in his name. The Athenians honored Hephaestus with at least 2 distinct festivals, each one reflecting a different aspect of his nature and his importance to the city. The Chalkeia was held every year in the autumn. It was a festival shared between Hephaestus and Athena in their roles as patrons of craftworking. The name itself came from the Greek word for bronze. The festival was observed primarily by metalworkers, potters, other artisans who regarded it as their own particular celebration, a day set aside not for warriors or athletes or politicians, but for the people who made things with their hands. The Hephaestia was something rather different in character. It was a torch race, held in Athens in honor of the god of fire. It was the kind of event that drew a crowd. Runners carried lit torches from somewhere in the city. Some accounts suggest the relay began at the altar of Eros in the outer district of the Kerameikos, and the goal was to arrive at the shrine with the flame still burning. If your torch went out before you reached the end, you were disqualified. The winning team's flame was used to light the sacred fire at the altar. There is something fitting about that. A festival in honor of a god who had always been associated with fire as a living, perishable thing, something that had to be carried carefully and could be lost if you were not paying attention. The torch race was also a way of reenacting, in a sense, the oldest meaning of fire in Greek religious thought, that it was not simply a natural phenomenon, but something given, something passed from one hand to another, something that connected the human world to the divine one. His cult extended well beyond Athens, of course. In Sicily, near the slopes of Mount Etna, communities maintained traditions of worship that placed him at the heart of the volcanic landscape itself. Blacksmiths and craftsmen throughout the Greek world kept his name close when they began their work, a quiet prayer offered before the first strike of the hammer, an acknowledgement that skill alone was not enough, that the fire which made the work possible was not entirely theirs to command. In this way, his worship was less formal than that of some of the other gods, and more woven into the texture of ordinary working life. You did not need a grand temple or a festival calendar to honor him. You needed only a forge, a fire, and the willingness to begin. What that worship reveals, when you consider it carefully, is something genuine about what the Greeks valued alongside all their reverence for beauty and strength and divine perfection. They knew that the world they lived in, with its tools and its ships and its weapons and its walls, had been built by hands like his, skilled, patient, disciplined hands that understood fire and metal and the slow transformation of raw material into something useful and lasting. Every smith who lit his forge in the morning and every torch runner who carried flame across the city in his name was, in a way, honoring the same thing the myths had always honored, the extraordinary power of making something from nothing. In ancient vase paintings, Hephaestus almost always looks like he belongs in a workshop rather than on a mountaintop. While the other gods are rendered in long, flowing robes or gleaming armor, he wears the exomis,
a short, practical tunic pinned at one shoulder and leaving the arms free, the garment of a man who works with his hands. He is broad through the chest and shoulders, bearded, often stocky in a way that sets him apart from the idealized proportions of Apollo or Hermes. His legs in many depictions are shown bent or turned inward, a quiet visual acknowledgement of the lameness the myths described. There is nothing glamorous about the way Greek artists chose to portray him, and that seems entirely deliberate. He was not a god who inspired reverence through beauty or fear through power. He inspired something quieter and more lasting, a kind of respect for what patient, skilled hands could produce. The scenes that ancient artists returned to most often were the scenes of his labor. He is frequently shown at the forge, hammer raised above an anvil, the fire around him rendered in the red figure style that Greek potters developed in the 6th century before the Common Era. Sometimes the Cyclopes appear beside him, massive and one-eyed, working the bellows or steadying the metal. Sometimes his golden automata, the animated maidens Homer described, stand nearby, their posture attentive, their faces composed. The forge itself is depicted as a place of serious and concentrated effort, not chaos or violence. Even in the midst of all that fire, the images are strangely calm. One of the most beloved subjects in ancient Greek vase painting was the return of Hephaestus to Olympus. The scene in which Dionysus, having plied him with wine, leads him back toward the mountain on the back of a mule or donkey. Hephaestus is shown slumped or swaying, clearly drunk, surrounded by the reveling companions of Dionysus. It is one of the few moments in ancient Greek religious art where a god is depicted in a state of genuine, undignified vulnerability, and artists seem to find in it something worth returning to again and again. Perhaps because it was funny, or perhaps because it was true in some way that mattered. The god who had been thrown out was going home, however unsteadily. The scene of Hera bound to the golden throne, and the assembled gods gathered around her in frustration and helplessness, appeared on pottery, on friezes, and in painted panels across the ancient world. It carried within it a dramatic tension that translated beautifully into visual art. The queen of the gods, the most powerful woman on Olympus, made immovable by the ingenuity of her own rejected son. When the Romans absorbed Hephaestus into their own religious tradition, he became Vulcan, and the transformation was not entirely seamless. The Romans honored Vulcan as a god of fire, and they took seriously the destructive potential of flame, the fires that could consume a city, the volcanic eruptions that could bury entire towns under ash and stone. Roman art tended to lean into that destructive aspect more heavily than Greek art had. Where Hephaestus was most naturally rendered as a craftsman, Vulcan was sometimes depicted with a quality closer to menace, the fire around him less controlled, less purposeful, more a force unto itself. Roman sculptors and painters still showed him with his hammer and his forge, still dressed him in the working clothes of a laborer rather than the dress of a nobleman, but the emotional register shifted subtly. He became associated with volcanic landscapes in a way that gave his Roman identity a somewhat darker edge. The Romans built temples to Vulcan outside the formal boundaries of their cities, in open-air sanctuaries called Vulcanalia, partly out of reverence, and partly, it seems, out of a wish to keep his more destructive energies at a safe distance. The word volcano itself descends from his name, a linguistic inheritance that has outlasted every temple and every ritual, surviving quietly into the present day in the vocabulary of geology. When modern scientists study the behavior of volcanic systems, they use a term that traces back, through Latin, to the Roman name of the god the Greeks called Hephaestus. Every time someone looks at the cone of a volcano and thinks of fire as something creative rather than merely destructive, they are, without knowing it, still thinking about him. Among all the gods of Olympus, Hephaestus was the only one who made things, not illusions, not storms, not children, but actual objects that could be held in the hand. Zeus commanded the sky and ruled by the force of his will. Poseidon moved the seas with a gesture. Ares brought war simply by arriving. But Hephaestus had to work. He had to stand at the anvil, raise the hammer, feel the heat of the fire on his face, and coax raw metal into something that had never existed before. In a pantheon filled with gods who wielded power effortlessly, he was the one who earned it, piece by piece, in the dark and the heat, entirely alone. The ancient Greeks understood this distinction. They were a people who valued beauty and physical perfection deeply, who idealized the warrior and the athlete, and the radiant form of a god standing in full sunlight. And yet, they also built the Hephaestion on the hill above their marketplace, and they lit torches in his name, and they prayed to him before they lit their forges in the morning. There was something they recognized in him that they could not find anywhere else among the immortals, something true about what it actually costs to make a beautiful thing. What the story of Hephaestus quietly suggests is that suffering and mastery are not separate conditions. They arrived together in his life from the very first moment, and they never really separated after that. He was thrown from the sky, and he landed on volcanic rock, and the same fire that burned in the earth beneath that island became the fire in his forge. The rejection that broke his body, or that his body had already carried before anyone chose to reject him, did not prevent his work. In some older and quieter way, according to the way his myths seem to understand it, that rejection may have been what made his work possible. The gods who lived in ease and beauty on Olympus had no particular reason to learn anything. Hephaestus had every reason. He had all the time in the world and nothing to do with it except make things, and so he made the most extraordinary things that any world had ever seen. He made the thunderbolts that held the sky together. He made the armor that carried a man through the last great war of an age. He made a shield that held, in hammered metal, the entire living world, its cities and its rivers, and its dancing children, and its lions moving through the dark toward the cattle. He made all of this, according to the tradition, not because he was the most powerful god, but because he was the most patient and the most alone, and the most attentive to what the world actually looked like when you spent enough time observing it from below. There is something in that image worth sitting with for a moment. While the other gods moved through the world on its surface, visible, celebrated, causing everything they touched to tremble, Hephaestus was beneath it. He was in the mountain, in the heat, in the dark, working. The eruptions of Etna were, for the Greeks, proof of his presence. Not a catastrophe, but a sound. The sound of someone still at it, still hammering, still transforming one thing into another. They heard that, and they thought of him, the lame god who had been thrown away twice and had twice rebuilt himself somewhere deeper, somewhere hotter, somewhere no one else was willing to go. And perhaps that is why his worship endured as steadily as it did. Not because he was glamorous or terrifying, but because he was recognizable. Every craftsman who had ever failed at something and tried again understood something about him. He was the god of the people who made things with their hands and their minds and their stubborn refusal to stop. The Romans called him Vulcan, and they gave his name to the mountains that burned. And in that naming, something of his essence survived into a different language and a different world. The word volcano carries him inside it still, the way a finished piece of metalwork carries within it the memory of the ore it came from. He was always that, the memory of something raw and difficult, transformed into something that would outlast the hands that made it. The ancient Greeks who told his story, generation after generation, seem to have understood that the things most worth having in the world are made rather than given, and that the making of them requires exactly the kind of endurance that Hephaestus embodied. Not the strength of Ares or the radiance of Apollo, but the quieter, more difficult endurance of someone who goes back to the forge the morning after being thrown from the sky,
who lights the fire again and picks up the hammer and starts over. That quality, unglamorous, unheroic in the usual sense, and entirely indispensable, was what they chose to call divine. Somewhere under the mountain, the fire is still burning, and the hammer is still falling, and the God who was thrown from the sky is still at work, turning pain into something beautiful.